Who am I? A youth clad in white robes, with disheveled hair, strides through a courtyard, his eyes suffused with a vivid crimson hue. The boy appears to be around 14 or 15 years of age, possessing a strikingly handsome visage. Yet at this moment, blood flows incessantly from a gash on his right temple, a sight both alarming and grotesque. A girl in a red dress, engrossed in her sunflower seeds, gasps in shock, her delicate form swaying as the seeds scatter across the ground. The girl, who had been jostled, turns in indignation, ready to unleash a torrent of reprimands. However, upon glimpsing the boy, her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, widen in a state of bewilderment. Beside her, a girl clad in pink, witnessing this scene, stares in astonishment, her eyes agape, her body trembling slightly, causing the small flower she clutched to fall to the earth. What do they behold? What kind of boy is this? Isn't that the fool? The girl with the flower murmurs instinctively. The girl who had been disturbed by the scattering of seeds soon comes to realize the truth, her expression shifting to one of shock. For the individual whom all despised had not only knocked over her seeds, but also failed to offer an apology, walking past without even casting a glance in her direction. It was as if an instinctive fear had seized her, rendering her unable to muster the courage to confront him. This scene appeared exceedingly bizarre. The boy's wild, unkempt hair and the alarming blood trickling from his forehead evoked a palpable sense of dread, particularly his eyes, infused with a deep crimson, devoid of vitality, exuding an aura of chilling desolation and a delicate visage, an enigmatic aura, and a palpable silence enveloped the figure, as if it were a being emerging from the depths of the netherworld. This astonishing scene struck the hearts of two young maidens, rendering them speechless as they gazed at the youth passing by. Here lies the esteemed Gu family, one of the revered 9 gates of the sacred martial arts of the Yin Kingdom, and a formidable titan among the 9 great powers of the realm. Consequently, the Gu family estate boasts expansive gardens, which are dwarfed only by the grandeur of the entire residence. With spring in full bloom, an array of blossoms flourished, attracting the younger members of the clan who would often gather to marvel at the scenery or exchange insights on their cultivation practices. Yet today, as a singular figure strode through, the atmosphere transformed into a lively commotion. Who is that? Isn't he the fool? The Grand Elder's closed-door disciple, Shueshur-san? What has happened to him? Upon encountering this figure, expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of the onlookers, as Shueshur-san instantly became the center of attention within the vast garden. For this was a Shueshur-san they had never witnessed before at this moment. They sensed an intangible force emanating from the youth, instilling a sense of trepidation within them. Indeed, many were momentarily unable to recognize him. So he is Shueshur-san, the Grand Elder's disciple, the one who has always been unaware of his own identity? Uncertain who uttered this remark, a wave of mocking laughter quickly surged from the surrounding crowd. I cannot fathom the thoughts of the Grand Elder. It is said that his memory can only endure for a fortnight, after which a new chapter unfolds in his mind, rendering all prior experiences forgotten. What use is a physique capable of perfect purification in the case of such an individual? In my opinion, he is merely a spy sent by the other 8 sacred martial sects, deliberately depleting the resources of the Gu family. Who cares? He was foolish to begin with, and now he appears even more so. A group of young men and women spoke with glances of jealousy or indifference. Shueshur-san is an enigmatic youth, his origins shrouded in mystery. 3 years ago, he sustained grave injuries and was rescued by the esteemed Grand Elder of the Gu family. Upon awakening, however, he found himself nameless. The Grand Elder, seeing the peculiarity of his bones, regarded him as a treasure and, filled with joy, took him as his disciple, granting him the 13th position. Due to a jade token inscribed with the character Shue that hung from his waist, he was aptly named Shueshur-san. Indeed, as the youths mentioned, He suffers from a memory affliction, capable of retaining memories for no more than half a month before his mind embarks on a new chapter of existence. Consequently, the numerous divine skills imparted by his master slip from his recollection almost instantaneously. Faced with hostile gazes and derisive remarks, Shue did not cower as he once did. Instead, he traversed the throngs and passed through the garden with unwavering resolve. For his eyes remained lifeless, and he was oblivious to all external sounds. Even the act of walking was merely instinctual. "Who am I?" The sound reverberated like the roar of 1,000 thunders, echoing incessantly within his mind and consuming all of his focus. It was a tormenting sensation, as if his very soul were being torn asunder, yearning to break free but finding it utterly impossible. In that moment, an unfamiliar image bizarrely materialized in his mind, swiftly followed by a cascade of additional, indistinct visions that remained frustratingly unclear. Shue spirit quivered violently, his eyes entirely engulfed by a crimson glow, rendering him even more unsettling to behold. Fortunately, he had traversed through a sea of humanity to find himself in a secluded corner of the garden, where he was alone and thus shielded from the scrutiny of others, oblivious to his uncanny transformation. The images in his mind multiplied, each one more nebulous than the last. With every new vision, the tremors of Shue spirit intensified. He sensed that if yet another image were to emerge, his soul might shatter under the strain. No! At that moment, the crimson light in the youth's eyes faded, and the chilling void was replaced by an astonishing surge of spiritual energy. In this instant, Shue appeared to undergo a profound metamorphosis from within, enveloped by an enigmatic aura, shrouded in layers of dense mist that obscured his true form. The young man lifted his gaze towards the horizon, his eyes deep and contemplative, as if he sought to pierce the vast expanse of the heavens and glimpse a resplendent cultivation clan upon some distant land among the boundless starry skies. "I am not Shue, I am Shue Tianjun," the youth murmured softly, calmly articulating this declaration. Tianjun, the sovereign of the heavens, signifying an immortal. This is perhaps the expectation placed upon him by the one who bestowed his name. In the exquisite chamber, fragrant mist wafted gently, enveloped in ethereal purple haze, rendering the space hazy and dreamlike, akin to a celestial realm. Shue had been lying on the bed for an entire day. His soiled garments had long been replaced, revealing his finely crafted features and a pristine visage. However, due to his injuries, a layer of pristine white gauze was wrapped around his forehead. What Shue remained unaware of was that during this day, his master, the Grand Elder, not only personally examined his wounds and dressed them, but also devotedly attended to his care. Moreover, the very youths, Gu Meng and others, who had caused his injuries, along with the family head of the Gu clan and his cherished daughters, Gu Linger and Gu Binger, were all brought forth by the family head to express their apologies. Yet, this was not merely a testament to Shue stature, but rather a reflection of his master, Gu Zifeng's influence. Suddenly, awakened from his inexplicable stupor by the resurgence of fragmented memories, Shue came to. His gaze was remarkably bright, with depths that belied his tender years, imbued with an inexplicable sense of weariness. "Uncle, you have concealed your true self with great depth, and with such malice," Shue murmured to himself, lifting his hand to gingerly touch the bruise on his forehead, as if uttering those two sentences had aggravated his injury, causing him considerable pain. In truth, his discomfort was not from the external injury to his forehead, but rather from a profound ache deep within his heart, where his fingers grazed at the center of his brow. There once existed a spirit essence, yet now it was no more. Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits, the 3 souls being the heavenly, earthly, and life souls. The 7 souls refer to the vital essence residing in the eyes, ears, tongue, nose, body, and the red and white organs, collectively known as the seven souls. The soul is the sovereign of the human form, the essence of spirituality and consciousness. The pa, representing the corporeal body, signifies that a robust pa results in a healthy physique. The ling pa, an eighth essence derived from the foundation of the seven souls, gathers as a vital essence at the center of the brow. Ancient sages once proclaimed this to be a vital essence nurtured by the celestial way. Historical texts recount that 60,000 years ago, an unparalleled being emerged, possessing the innate ability to commune with the source of the great Tao and wield the powers of heaven and earth. In a mere span of time, this individual ascended to the pinnacle of existence, governing the tides of fate. It is said that this formidable figure was endowed with an innate Ling Pa. Of course, such legends can be quite daunting, with the passage of time obscuring truth from myth. Nevertheless, it underscores the extraordinary and fearsome nature of the Ling Pa, as its emergence may take thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years. At this moment, where Xuesher San's fingers touched, there once existed a Ling Pa, but it has since vanished. Reflecting on the harrowing encounter from 3 years prior, a fleeting glimmer of ferocity flashed in Xuesher San's eyes, yet he quickly regained his composure, adeptly concealing his emotions. "Uncle, what is the true reason behind all this? Is it merely for the absurd position of family head?" The youth rose from the bed, his long legs touching the ground, bearing an unsettling calmness. "As long as you speak, even if it requires my Ling Pa, I would readily acquiesce. I offer you Jun Mingzhu, what will you provide in return?" Xuesher Sin whispered, recalling the myriad of past events, and the terrifying visage from 3 years prior pierced his heart with anguish. He was merely a boy of 14 or 15. Had anyone else endured such profound suffering, they would surely have succumbed to despair. Yet Xuesher San remained remarkably composed, as if recounting a trivial occurrence. A dragon possesses its vulnerable scales. To touch them is to invoke its wrath. Xuesher San's fists were clenched tightly, his fingernails paling under the pressure. "Xuejian Shang, targeting me is one thing, but why must you scheme against my parents? And what of my elder brother, whom I have never even met?" Xuesher San's countenance was one of despair. He realized that all that had transpired, including his rescue from the clutches of the evil dragon, had been orchestrated by his uncle over the years. It was all a ruse. This was a formidable adversary, with depths too profound to fathom, having plotted against his entire family. Xuesher San roared within his heart. Chapter 2. The way of martial arts and immortality. Time has flown by, and I am already 15 years old. Xuesher San sighed deeply within, feeling that 3 years had been squandered in a haze. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he employed the visualization technique of cultivation to inspect his internal condition, only to find himself bitterly smiling. The spiritual essence at the center of his brow had long been extracted by his uncle, likely refined into his own power by now. The once robust cultivation he possessed had been rendered void by his uncle, and even his spiritual roots had been shattered. If it were not for that little girl from the Xue family shouting out years ago, he might not have merely been cast into the void by his uncle. He could have lost his life altogether. The spiritual root is the foundation of cultivation. Without it, Xuesher San is nothing more than an ordinary person, and his path to immortality has been severed. Is there truly no hope left? Xuesher San found himself engulfed in confusion. He still harbored deep-seated grievances to avenge, and he was uncertain of the fate of his parents trapped in that perilous place. He needed to cultivate, to once again tread the path of immortality and regain formidable power. A sense of unwillingness filled the heart of the youth as he clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, a flicker of realization stirred within him. He discovered a glimmering orb of light within his sea of consciousness. When had it come to be? After pondering for a moment, Xuesher San recalled that during the fall from his uncle's grasp, a beam of light had unexpectedly surged into his mind. Could this be a form of inheritance? The thought ignited his excitement. Could this be the proverbial blessing in disguise? Upon further scrutiny, he sensed an ancient aura emanating from the orb, and he felt an 80% certainty that it contained a legacy. However, another wave of disheartenment washed over Xuesher San. After a prolonged silence, perhaps due to the clarity returning to his muddled memories over the past 3 years, his bewildered gaze gradually ignited with a remarkable brilliance. In Kingdom, the sacred martial aristocracy, cultivating martial arts here? Gradually regaining his composure, Shueshur-san sifted through the memories of the past 3 years and began to understand this world. This realm is known as the sacred martial continent, where all beings cultivate martial arts, and it seems devoid of any traces of immortal practitioners. In Shueshur-san's world, martial arts indeed exist as an alternative path for those lacking spiritual roots who cannot pursue immortality. Martial artists, unable to connect with the great Tao due to the absence of spiritual roots, struggle to comprehend profound truths, thus limiting their ultimate achievements. This path relies on a unique method of breathing and absorption to draw in the forces of heaven and earth, transforming them into true essence to acquire extraordinary power. Conversely, the path of immortality is a celestial ascent, a contest against fate, delving into life and death, ultimately striving for eternal life. The two paths are fundamentally distinct. The path of martial arts is arduous and fraught with challenges. From the fragmented memories of the past 3 years, Shueshur-san learned that over the centuries, only a handful of martial legends such as Ling Zixuan, Gu Feiyang, and Shi Nantian have emerged, transcending the sacred martial realm and shattering the void. All methods and paths spring from the same source. Although the path of martial arts is arduous and lacks the promise of everlasting existence like that of immortality, those who reach profound heights can indeed converge upon the path of immortality. His master had once said that if one could cultivate martial arts to the utmost, breaking through the limits of the human body, they would enter a mysterious and unfathomable realm, known as the sacred martial realm. In that moment, one would briefly enter a state of unity with heaven and man, attracting the primordial essence of the great Tao, cleansing oneself, reforging their spiritual roots, and ultimately stepping onto the path of immortality. Recalling his master's words, who had nurtured him for 3 years, Shueshur-san felt a surge of excitement, akin to a drowning person grasping at the last lifeline. There exists a legend in the realm of martial arts. If one can break through the final limit of the human body and achieve martial legend, they may not only attract the primordial essence of the great Tao to transform their physique and forge their roots, but may even have a chance to gather the 3 flowers atop the head, forming the yang spirit, and consolidate the 5 energies into a golden core, thus stepping onto the supreme path of proving oneself as an immortal. With that thought, Shueshur-san felt the blood within him begin to boil. This was his final opportunity to re-enter the path of immortality. In the past, he possessed spiritual essence and was hailed as a prodigy of a millennium. Alas, that essence is gone now, and he wonders if he can traverse the challenging path of martial arts to witness another realm. Shueshur-san tightened his fists, the fiery passion of youth igniting within him, his eyes sparkling with determination. This was his sole thought. He began to furrow his brow in contemplation, delving into the memories of the past 3 years. His master, the Grand Elder, had imparted numerous secret techniques to him, but due to the extraction of his spiritual essence by his uncle, his soul had been affected, resulting in unstable memories, and many techniques were forgotten in an instant. Yet now that his memories were awakening, he naturally recalled those martial arts. After much consideration, he chose a high-tier technique known as the Azure Sea Wave technique, which is renowned for its profound essence. The martial arts of this world are categorized into 6 tiers: low tier, mid-tier, high tier, supreme, extraordinary, and sacred. Ordinary households typically practice low-tier techniques, while only prominent families have the opportunity to cultivate mid-tier or high-tier techniques. As for those above high tier, they are exceedingly rare and seldom seen in the world. Although Shueshur-san's master was the Grand Elder of the Gu family, a position of great authority, the family had strict regulations that even the family head could not casually pass down techniques above high tier. Water is the softest substance in the world, yet it can also become a raging torrent, capable of eroding mountains and rivers. To Shueshur-san, water embodies the balance of softness and hardness, resonating with the principles of yin and yang. The highest technique of the Gu family is the sacred tier, 9 revolutions, mystical yang vitality, which can only be cultivated by the family head. His master had said that to break through the limits of martial arts, one must cultivate more than 2 sacred tier techniques. Unfortunately, it seems that the Gu family's sacred tier techniques are currently beyond his reach. With a sigh, Shueshur-san understood that his current situation within the Gu family was precarious, as many elders had been targeting him for various reasons. Shaking his head, He set aside those thoughts for the moment. Shui Shursen focused his mind and prepared to cultivate the Azure Sea Wave technique. To cultivate martial arts, one must first purify the marrow, then establish a foundation, thereby transforming the body's meridians, bones, and other aspects of softness and hardness. Next, one must develop a sense of qi to perceive and absorb the energy of heaven and earth, converting it into true essence. Only then can one truly embark upon the path of martial arts and proceed to cultivate techniques. After purifying the marrow and establishing a foundation, one progresses from the 1st to the 9th level of martial arts, culminating in the legendary 10th level, known as the Sacred Martial Realm. Upon reaching this stage, one can transcend, shatter the void, and achieve legendary status in martial arts. Each major realm is further divided into 4 minor realms: minor success, major success, pinnacle, and perfection. Though I have never practiced martial arts, the cleansing of my body by the essence of heaven and earth during my time in the path of immortality has rendered me far stronger than the average person, allowing me to bypass the steps of purification and foundation establishment. Shui Shursen mused. As for the sense of qi, having once practiced the path of immortality, he could sense the essence of heaven and earth, let alone the so-called sense of qi in martial arts. In the main hall of the Gu family, the head of the family, Gu Tianba, was engrossed in a tome. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a stern and dignified countenance. Yet he also bore an air of scholarly elegance cultivated through years of reading. 2 young maidservants stood nearby, yet they kept a respectful distance, their faces pale and their bodies trembling slightly. This was due to the overwhelming aura that occasionally emanated from Gu Tianba, who possessed an incredibly powerful presence that few in the family dared to approach closely. Suddenly, a group of elders arrived from outside. The head of the family, Gu Tianba, was approached by an old man who, before even entering, raised his voice in a loud shout. Gu Tianba looked up, gestured for the 2 maidens to withdraw, which they did with palpable relief. Esteemed elders, your schedules are typically filled with pressing matters. What brings you all together on this day? He spoke with a hint of cultured amusement. Head of the family, a grave situation has arisen. The Grand Elder has departed, taking with him the clan's supreme artifact, the 3 Suns Flame Severance. This matter demands your attention, spoke the 9th Elder, an elderly man with snow-white hair and sharp, piercing eyes, whose narrow-mindedness and jealousy had long festered beneath the surface. Though he had harbored discontent towards the Grand Elder, he had been too intimidated by his authority to voice his grievances. The 3 Suns Flame Severance? What is the issue? My uncle is the Grand Elder of the Gu clan. He is under no obligation to inform me of his taking an artifact, should it be necessary. Even a sacred-grade artifact would be considered, Gu Tianba replied, perplexed. In the martial world, weapons were categorized similarly to techniques, ranging from low-tier to mid-tier, high-tier, exceptional, supreme, and the legendary sacred tier. Head of the family, you may not be aware, but it is said he has discovered something in the archives and intends to seek a miraculous herb to cure his foolish disciple's memory, the 6th Elder interjected. This elder, robust and imposing, exuded an aura that could instill fear. Gu Shifeng has gone too far. Over the years, he has exploited the resources of our clan, pouring them into his foolish disciple. While he has the authority to do so, it is an egregious misuse. That fool cannot be cured. The resources wasted on that imbecile over the past 3 years could have nurtured 10 promising talents, the others chimed in. As the Grand Elder of our Gu clan, a renowned powerhouse of Yin country, he neglects our numerous gifted youths, squandering his efforts on that simpleton. This cannot continue. Our clan, despite being a sacred martial family, cannot withstand such turmoil. It is imperative he relinquishes this obsession. At that moment, the 2nd Elder, who had remained silent, spoke gravely. Head of the family, this individual's origins are dubious. We must exercise caution. If he were merely a fool, it would be manageable. But who has ever witnessed a fool possessing the perfect physique for marrow cleansing? Only you, after enduring numerous trials, have achieved such perfection. This alone gives me reason to suspect his true identity. Perhaps he is a spy sent by one of the 8 sacred martial sections. This matter is no jest. I urge you to make a swift decision. With Gu Shifeng away, we must. Chapter 3. Provocation. The 2nd Elder of the Gu family left his words unfinished, deliberately leaving room for imagination. What was he suggesting? Perhaps to expel Shui Shursen from the family? Or to eliminate him entirely, thereby extinguishing the elder's ambitions? Or perhaps to deal with him quietly? All present were astute individuals. exchanging glances and simultaneously directing their attention towards the head of the Gu family. On one side was a potential threat to the family, the favored disciple of the elder. On the other, the impassioned group of 9 elders pressing their case. The family head, Gu Tianba, pondered deeply, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. Suddenly, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Gu Tianba vanished in a flash, his form disappearing from sight. Such prowess was akin to that of a celestial being, evoking envy among all. The elders of the Gu family stood in shock, exchanging bewildered looks, unsure of how to proceed. Oh, it seems I haven't entered seclusion for several years. The moment has come. I must take this opportunity to retreat into seclusion, he declared. I must trouble you all with family matters in my absence. I have had a sudden insight and shall enter closed-door training. Old Ninth, I entrust the family affairs to you. Once the family head departed, the other old fellows clamored to enter seclusion as well, their excuses absurdly far-fetched, provoking the ire of the 9th elder, who had not managed to close the door in time. Have you not been in seclusion for years? Suddenly, you feel the urge? How shameless can you be? Those who are truly interested in fishing or playing chess don't retreat into seclusion. He bellowed. When have you ever closed the door? Do you even know how? The 9th elder was at a loss for words, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. After cursing a few more times, he roared towards the door. Mengzi, Mengzi, come in here. Grandfather, your grandson pays his respects. A robust youth of around 15 or 16 rushed in, standing before the 9th elder with an eager smile. Seeing this grandson, the 9th elder's irritation flared, and he scolded, "You've been a disgrace, wasting 3 years in the Gu family without achieving mastery in martial arts. It's time for you to repay your debts. The Gu family does not harbor waste." Gu Feng interjected, "Hey, this fool probably thinks he still has the elder's backing, not knowing that the elder left the family to seek a divine remedy for him yesterday. You can forget that. The family head and all the elders are in seclusion now. It's the 9th elder who is in charge, and whatever orders he gives are equivalent to the family head's. Do you understand?" Shueshi-san, taken aback, felt a cold smile creep into his heart. The family head and elders are in seclusion? Many in the family have long harbored ill will towards me. Could this be a deliberate move? Now they've put forth this foolish 9th elder, likely intending to expel me from the family, or worse. A sense of crisis washed over Shueshi-san. Yet, thinking of the elder, he felt a pang of sadness. "Master, my ailment has been cured. I just haven't had the chance to inform you." He realized the elder had worried excessively for him over the past 3 years. "Hey, can't you hear me speaking? Have you lost your memory again? Get down here." Gu Meng, enraged, stepped forward, reaching out to drag Shueshi-san down. At that moment, a radiant gaze pierced through the air, striking Gu Meng's eyes with chilling precision. The coldness of that gaze startled him, causing him to shudder involuntarily, halting his hand mid-motion. "Do not worry. I can walk myself," Shueshi-san replied icily, stepping down from the bed and proceeding to exit the room first. "Damn it. How did I let this fool's gaze intimidate me?" Gu Meng cursed inwardly. Yet Shueshi-san had already left the room, and his companions made no move to stop him. This scene was remarkably peculiar. What just happened? Why did I not stop him? I should have kept this fool confined in the room to teach him a lesson. He was truly momentarily intimidated by his gaze. Once the 2 youths regained their senses, they felt a surge of anger, intertwined with disbelief. However, Shueshi-san had already exited the room. Should they act against him now, it would surely summon the attention of the Gu family, jeopardizing their clandestine plans to deal with Shueshi-san. Thus, they had no choice but to endure for the time being. Gu Laoba, Gu Meng stormed outside, bellowing at the top of his lungs. Soon, a slightly stooped, shifty-eyed middle-aged man hurried over. "Esteemed young masters, how may this humble servant assist you?" Gu Laoba bowed with servile deference, his beady eyes glinting with eagerness. "From this moment forth, he is under your command. Assign him tasks such as chopping wood, fetching water, or carrying goods, whatever menial labor you require. No, his workload shall be doubled. My family has squandered countless resources on him. He shall spend his life repaying that debt. Let him undertake any dirty or exhausting task." Gu Meng declared fiercely, contemplating how he would, for now, spare him. But once in the woodshed, his life would rest firmly in Gu Meng's hands. Upon hearing this, Gu Laoba was taken aback. "Young Master Meng, but this is young Master Shursen slap." A resounding slap echoed, leaving Gu Laoba in a daze. Young Master Shursen? He would henceforth be nothing at all with that. Gu Feng violently dragged the steward of the household towards the chamber, muttering something incomprehensible. When he emerged, Gu Laoba had undergone a complete transformation. His gaze towards Xue Shisan was now filled with malice and disdain. "Come, young master," Shisan, Gu Laoba sneered, emphasizing the title with derision. The once esteemed personal disciple of the Grand Elder was now reduced to a mere woodcutter. What a mockery that was. "Is he now a lowly woodcutter, young master?" Gu Ming and the other youths erupted into laughter. Xue Shisan, with an impassive expression, followed Gu Laoba to the woodshed, his mind racing to assess the current state of the Gu family. "Hey, have you noticed anything different about that fool?" Gu Wei remarked after Xue Shisan's departure. "He still looks as dull as ever. What could possibly be different?" Gu Ming mocked. "Humph, this ruffian who breaks people's legs actually has moments of fear?" Gu Feng jeered. This taunt ignited Gu Wei's fury. "Damn it, I must have been seeing things. It was merely an illusion. However, I shall ensure this waste of space suffers immensely. Otherwise, I shall not bear the Gu surname." None of the haughty youths were willing to acknowledge the bizarre scene they had just witnessed, instinctively dismissing it as a figment of their imagination. Furthermore, no one considered Xue Shisan's memory issues, for few had ever shown genuine concern. Chapter 4. The brutal beating of the wicked slave. The room was exquisite, enveloped in a subtle fragrance, simple yet immaculate. At a round table sat a young girl, seemingly around 16 or 17, with fair skin and a delicate visage. She held a book with her slender fingers, exuding an air of elegance and aloofness. This enchanting maiden was Gu Binger, the eldest daughter of the Gu family. "Sister, father actually made us apologize to that fool, Xue Shisan, the day before yesterday. Aren't you angry? Father has never subjected us to such humiliation. Because of that idiot, he no longer cares for us," Gu Linger exclaimed. Her exquisite face flushed with indignation. In contrast to her sister's demeanor, she was lively and spirited, her bright eyes sparkling with vivacity. "It was he who intruded upon our room. At that moment, I was about to undress." "Linger," Gu Binger interjected, her phoenix-like eyes growing cold as she calmly stated, "Had anything truly transpired that day, I would have gouged out his eyes or even taken his life. But since nothing occurred, for the sake of the Grand Elder and Father, I choose not to pursue this matter further." Gu Linger, wanting to retort, stamped her foot in frustration, but ultimately remained silent. "Haha, this room shall belong to us from now on." Xue Shisan's departure sent Gu Meng and a few other youths into a frenzy of celebration as they claimed his quarters. "Damn it, this fool's room is filled with treasures we've only seen in books, but never laid our eyes upon. This golden Namu bed is said to have a layer of phoenix stone, a treasure the Grand Elder discovered during his travels. Sleeping on it not only promotes restful slumber, but also offers numerous astonishing benefits to one's constitution and martial comprehension. And this pillow, made entirely of soul-nourishing jade, is said to cultivate the spirit, allowing one to maintain a thread of awareness while dreaming, enabling meditation during sleep. And these silk curtains, crafted from fine silk and gold, provide warmth in winter and coolness in summer, exuding a unique fragrance that calms the mind. The youths excitedly pointed out the possessions that originally belonged to Xue Shisan, while cursing him as a worthless fool. Such a pity, a fool is still a fool. No matter how many treasures he possesses, he remains useless. If I were to reside here for 3 years, I would have already broken through to the third realm of martial arts, becoming a top-tier young master among my peers. Subsequently, they discussed their plans regarding Xue Shisan for the night. Xue Shisan followed Gu Laoba to a dilapidated house in the Gu estate, where fallen leaves blanketed the ground, and rubbish surrounded a pile of firewood. "Listen up, starting today, you will only receive 2 meals a day, breakfast and dinner, and your monthly allowance is temporarily suspended. Young Master Meng has decreed that you have feasted on the Gu family's resources for 3 years, depleting countless treasures. You are a sinner of the Gu family. As a sinner, you shall receive no allowance. You must atone. What are you staring at? Why are you still dawdling? Quickly take the broom and sweep the front yard, the courtyard, the Bailu courtyard, the back garden, and all the various gardens. If I find even a single leaf unswept, you can skip dinner. Once you're done, go to the back mountain and fetch water until all these large water barrels are filled. After that, chop the firewood. Dinner needs to be prepared. Once the wood is chopped, head up the mountain and chop 500 pounds more before dawn tomorrow." Gu Laoba, with a petty demeanor, issued a stream of commands, completely devoid of the respect he had previously shown to Xue Shisan, embodying the role of a wicked slave. He was the Gu family's steward, small and unseemly in appearance, yet a genuine martial arts expert, having attained the first level of mastery. He was accustomed to exploiting his subordinates while currying favor with those above him. Many among the lower ranks loathed him, yet dared not express their disdain for fear of retribution. There had been several subordinates who, unable to endure oppression and humiliation, attempted to report to the family's law enforcement hall, but were preemptively betrayed, allowing Gu Laoba to learn of their intentions. Within 3 days, those individuals met with tragic accidents. Thus, the fact that Gu Meng and others had placed Xue Shisan under such a person's command revealed their malicious intent. Ignoring the wicked steward's contemptuous demeanor, Xue Shisan calmly replied, "Prepare a room for me." "What?" Gu Laoba, who had been chattering incessantly, jumped in disbelief. "Do you still think of yourself as a young master? Do you expect me to serve you? You, a foolish waste, would not have the status were it not for your good fortune in being noticed by the Grand Elder. You should be content with the 3 years of comfort in my Gu family and not harbor dreams of continuing as a young master." Gu Laoba mocked him. "Be sensible and get to work, or I won't hesitate to give you a taste of physical punishment." "Oh, this outfit is quite nice and worth a lot of silver, but it's not meant for you. Take it off and change into the servant's clothes." Gu Laoba's eyes gleamed as he fixed his gaze on Xue Shisan's splendid garments, his expression turning sinister. He lunged forward, his bony hand reaching for Xue Shisan's collar with ferocity. His skeletal fingers, like iron claws, were imbued with a fierce strength, swift as the wind. This was a martial technique of the Gu family, the Iron Claw technique, and it was evident that this servant had practiced it for several years, showcasing a formidable level of skill. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Xue Shisan's eyes, piercing through Gu Laoba's spirit like a blade, causing his aggressive hand to falter. In the next moment, a powerful gust surged forth, targeting Gu Laoba's hand. Giant hand. This is bad. Gu Laoba's heart sank in alarm, but it was already too late. He felt a numbing sensation in his grip, followed by a sudden loss of feeling in his entire arm, culminating in a sharp pain in his wrist. With a shriek, Gu Laoba cried out in agony, feeling as if his entire arm would be dislocated, utterly devoid of strength. "I see it is not I who considers myself a young master, but rather you, this wicked slave, who fancies yourself a master," Xue Shisan scoffed. You actually mastered the Gu family's most difficult giant hand? And with such finesse? You are not a fool at all." Gu Laoba stammered, his heart in utter shock. The youth before him was no mere fool. In his eyes, he was a figure of terrifying prowess, decisive and ruthless. From the effortless execution of the Jiayun hand, it was clear he possessed an air of sophistication and skill that one could hardly attribute to a simpleton. For 3 years, Xue Shisan's memories would sporadically fade, rendering him forgetful of many profound techniques, and even people and events. "Little junior brother, your martial talent is truly astonishing. I never expected you to grasp the Jiayun hand to such an extent in less than a teacup's time. I must concede to you," a senior sister remarked. "Your praise is unwarranted. It is all thanks to your guidance," Xue Shisan replied, somewhat bewildered. "Ha, little junior brother, you're rather charming. By the way, you mentioned crafting a greenwood phoenix hairpin for me. Is that still on the table?" Xue Shisan, perplexed, responded, "May I ask, who are you, young lady?" The girl was momentarily taken aback. Then a piercing scream echoed through the forest. Ah, Xue Shisan, you have driven me mad. I am your senior sister." Xue Shisan scratched his head in confusion. Recalling past moments that had driven his senior siblings to frustration, he couldn't help but smile. Now fully aware, Xue Shisan cast a cold glance at Gu Laoba, sending a kick that sent the servant sprawling to the ground, followed by a flurry of strikes. A mournful sound reverberated through the secluded courtyard, reminiscent of slaughtering a pig. Xue Shisan, who appeared gentle and demure, could be exceedingly ruthless when provoked. Perhaps repulsed by Gu Laoba's lewd countenance, he unleashed the majority of his blows upon Gu Laoba's face. Before long, Gu Laoba's visage resembled that of a blooming peach blossom. His cheeks swollen like a pig's head, he writhed on the ground in despair. "Spare me, young Master 13. Please, I beg you. It is I who am blind to the greatness of the mountain. It is I who deserve death. I implore you, young Master 13, grant me my wretched life." Gu Laoba howled, his voice distorted beyond recognition. At that moment, he uttered the name Young Master 13 with such reverence, as if regaining the respect he once held for Xue Shisan. After an extensive period of beating, Xue Shisan finally ceased his assault. Gu Laoba lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, blood frothing from his mouth, weakly lamenting his fate. His face was so swollen it resembled that of a pig demon. "Get up, you wretch!" Shueshursen kicked him, eliciting a pained response. Gu Laoba, now thoroughly intimidated by Shueshursen, recognized that this seemingly delicate youth was indeed a formidable opponent, capable of delivering devastating blows. Thus, he gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and slowly rose to his feet, his body swaying as if the world were spinning, stars dancing before his eyes. Just then, Shueshursen flicked his finger, sending a dirt-colored bead into Gu Laoba's mouth, which he instinctively swallowed with a soft gulp. Chapter 5. Numerous Schemes. What have you given me? Gu Laoba's expression shifted dramatically as he clutched his throat, desperately trying to vomit, yet nothing would emerge. "Listen closely, you fool. This is the 10-day heartbreak pill, and only I possess the antidote. Under ordinary circumstances, your body will show no signs of discomfort. Even the most skilled practitioners would find nothing amiss. However, when the 10th day arrives, you shall perish instantly." Shueshursen spoke languidly. "What?" Gu Laoba's face turned a sickly shade of green, his eyes rolling back as he nearly fainted. Though the strike he received bore no physical harm, the pallor of death was evident on his countenance. With a thud, Gu Laoba collapsed before Shueshursen, fervently bowing his head. "Young Master 13, spare me. I am an old servant deserving of death. I beseech you, grant me an antidote." "Fool, why wail? Do you not have 10 days to live?" Shueshursen retorted. 10 days? Upon hearing this, Gu Laoba nearly wept. What could one accomplish in 10 days, especially with the knowledge that death loomed so closely? It was a torment, better to die at once. Tears streamed down his face, mingled with snot and blood, as he regretted his choices deeply. Wishing he had never crossed paths with such a ruthless individual, he would have risked defending Gu Meng and others to avoid provoking this harbinger of doom. Observing Gu Laoba's pitiful state, Shueshursen felt a wave of disgust wash over him. His youthful face hardened as he commanded, "Silence." Gu Laoba trembled, ceasing his cries. Kneeling in abject reverence and pleading with Shueshursen, genuinely fearful of this mere 15-year-old boy. "Hear me well. From now on, I am your master." "Yes, my lord," Gu Laoba responded, his voice trembling. "I shall bow before you, and whatever you command, I shall obey without question, whether it be murder or mayhem. I shall not falter." Before Shueshursen could finish his proclamation, Gu Laoba, akin to a drowning man clutching at a final lifeline, launched into a lengthy declaration of loyalty, bowing his head repeatedly until his forehead bore a bruise. "My master that." Shueshursen found himself momentarily stunned, unable to fathom how fear could bring a man to such depths. He mused silently, what a talent. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder how Gu Laoba would feel upon discovering that the pill was merely a lump of dirt molded on the way. "Every 10 days, you shall come to me for an antidote to ensure your continued existence. I am aware of your commitments to Gu Meng, but you should know what actions are required of you moving forward. Moreover, should you fail to satisfy me in even one task, your life shall be forfeit." Shueshursen stated coldly. A shudder ran through Gu Laoba's body as he repeatedly affirmed his understanding. "Enough of this chatter. Prepare me a room at once," Shueshursen commanded. Gu Laoba treated the order as sacred, promptly guiding Shueshursen away from the filthy, disheveled courtyard. He prepared a tranquil little courtyard for him, though not lavish. It was serene and clean, to Shueshursen's satisfaction. As for Gu Meng and his companions who might come to witness his plight, Gu Laoba, though terrified, was astute. Shueshursen trusted he would manage the situation well. "You should know how to handle my affairs, correct?" The youth queried indifferently. "Of course, I shall keep my lips sealed." "Not a word shall escape," Gu Laoba replied cleverly. After issuing a few more instructions, Shueshursen waved him away, confident that Gu Laoba, being both clever and fearful, would understand what was required of him. Once the door was closed, Shueshursen exhaled sharply, his breathing becoming rapid. The composure and decisiveness he had previously exhibited dissipated, leaving his face pale. He inwardly acknowledged the danger he faced. Based on Gu Meng's foolish remarks, it was clear the entire Gu family had conspired against him. Fortunately, it was the incompetent ninth elder handling the matter. Otherwise, in the absence of his master, he might have found himself in dire straits. A cold sweat broke out along his back as he considered his circumstances. After all, he was merely a teenager. Despite having matured significantly after being betrayed by his uncle 3 years prior, the sudden threat of death left him pale and chilled. With the family head in seclusion and many elders likewise occupied, the fact that the ninth elder, who had always been most critical of him, was in power spoke volumes. This was the collective will of the Gu family. The Gu family, a prominent force in the Xiantian continent, held an exalted position in the martial world. Their slightest movement could send shockwaves throughout the entire Yin kingdom. Though Xue Shisan hailed from a renowned family and had once been a cultivator, he was now devoid of power, adrift in this martial realm. In essence, he was but a small fry, a mere insect, easily crushed by any martial adept. This was a dire predicament. Having survived this encounter, he realized the true peril lay ahead, perhaps tonight, or tomorrow, or the day after. Gradually calming his erratic breathing, Xue Shisan sat in contemplation. He understood that Gu Ming had relegated him to the quarters of servants for the express purpose of making him vulnerable. He could foresee the impending days filled with peril and treachery. Nonetheless, he felt a measure of relief in having secured Gu Laoba. At least he would not have to worry about food and water. If Gu Ming were foolish enough to disclose any plans to Gu Laoba, it would only work to Xue Shisan's advantage, potentially allowing him to seize the upper hand. In an instant, myriad thoughts raced through his mind. Yet, he recognized that this was not a sustainable solution. Could one truly hide from danger indefinitely? After all, this was the Gu family, and the ninth elder was in command. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Xue Shisan's eyes. The ninth elder is in power? Why has he been placed in charge? I am uncertain whether the family head is genuinely in seclusion, but the other elders' claims to be occupied are undoubtedly a ruse. Yet why would they feign their absence? This suggests they are reluctant to act against me directly for fear of offending my master, yet they cannot tolerate my presence. Thus they have thrust the incompetent ninth elder forward. As for the family head's intentions, Xue Shisan furrowed his brow. Over the past 3 years, he had encountered the family head a few times, finding him inscrutable, difficult to gauge. Despite his memory being fragmented, he sensed the family head's disdain for him. However, given the man's esteemed reputation, he likely valued his own image. Even if he could not abide my presence, he would not take action himself. For the time being, the family head was not a concern. This meant that currently, his only adversary was the ninth elder. As a minor character, regarded as a fool by them, it was unlikely that the ninth elder would act against him directly, preferring to delegate the task to his dim-witted grandson, Gu Ming. Thus, it seemed that for now, he merely needed to contend with Gu Ming and his foolish companions. Xue Shisan's mind raced, swiftly dissecting the situation at hand. Having grasped the current dynamics, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the tabletop. After a moment's contemplation, he discerned that his immediate priorities were twofold. First, to secure ample time, and second, to diligently utilize the safeguarded time for cultivation, thereby enhancing his prowess to confront the impending crisis. Thus, Xue Shisan ceased to waver, seated himself cross-legged upon the bed, formed hand seals, and resumed his practice of the Azure Sea Wave technique. Meanwhile, Gu Linger mused inwardly. How dare you intrude upon my private chamber and nearly catch my sister in a state of undress? I shall not let you off easily. Chapter 6. Entering the realm. If one were to stand beside him, they might even faintly hear the rhythmic beating of his pulse. The essence of the Azure Sea and Tides technique flowed within his body, weaving like fine threads. Xue Shisan, once a revered cultivator and hailed as a prodigious talent of millennia, still possessed remarkable comprehension despite the absence of his spiritual soul. As time passed, the operation of the Azure Sea and Tides technique within him suddenly accelerated, transforming the power of heaven and earth into tangible forms with each breath he took. Wisps of mist-like sword energy perpetually exhaled from his mouth and nose, swirling around him. The true essence coursed through his body, cleansing his organs and flesh, thereby fortifying his internal systems. Gradually, Xue Shisan's condition became increasingly extraordinary, as the inhaled and exhaled forces of the universe grew denser, causing his chest to swell and contract rhythmically. This peculiar phenomenon indicated a breakthrough in his understanding of the Azure Sea and Tides technique. As the morning wore on, his cultivation progressed visibly, achieving remarkable growth in mere hours. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Xue Shisan's meditation, jolting him awake. He opened his eyes to a flash of brilliant light illuminating the room. Slowly exhaling a breath of stale air, he discerned the footsteps of an approaching visitor and calmly instructed, "Come in." The door swung open, revealing Gu Laoba, who entered with a large tray laden with steaming dishes. a sycophantic smile adorning his face. The meal consisted of 4 dishes and a soup, each appealing to the senses. Without pretense, Shueshursen sat down and devoured the food heartily. Gu Laoba stood nearby, his demeanor filled with reverence, occasionally stealing glances at the youth who was enjoying his meal with fervor. The disparity between them was so vast that it was almost insufferable. At this moment, Gu Laoba felt the boy before him was becoming more enigmatic by the second. What transpired this morning? Shueshursen asked casually, glancing at Gu Laoba as he continued to eat. Upon meeting his gaze, Gu Laoba shuddered involuntarily. He was genuinely intimidated by Shueshursen. Even a mere glance sent chills down his spine. This was not merely due to Shueshursen's formidable presence, but rather the pride that lingered in his heart from his former status as a cultivator, which fostered an innate sense of superiority over those in the martial world. Additionally, Shueshursen's noble lineage and the multitude of experts under his command had imbued him with an air of authority from a young age. Lastly, the remnants of the awe-inspiring techniques he once practiced still emanated a certain intimidation, despite his current diminished prowess. The conversation meandered through various trivial matters, from maids washing clothes to the raucous behavior of the clan's young rascals. Shueshursen did not find the discussion tedious. Instead, he listened with keen interest as he continued to feast. As a youth in his prime, he quickly polished off the entire spread, while Gu Laoba kept prattling on about the mundane events of the morning. Were those fools Gu Meng and his gang looking for you? Shueshursen interjected. Gu Laoba's expression tightened, shaking his head vigorously. After a moment of contemplation, Shueshursen nodded knowingly. My room is filled with rare treasures procured by my master. Those imbeciles have been envious for some time and are likely plotting how to deal with me this evening or scheming over my treasures. Having pieced it together, Shueshursen waved his hand, signaling Gu Laoba to withdraw. Sated, he stepped outside into the courtyard and stretched lazily. A robust tree stood in the yard, its lush foliage exuding a refreshing aura of life. He approached the tree, standing firm, and with a slight exertion of energy, struck it forcefully with his palm. Boom! A resonant sound echoed as the tree swayed violently, its leaves cascading down like rain. Watching the flurry of falling leaves, Shueshursen's eyes sparkled with intensity as his fingers darted out like lightning, appearing somewhat blurred to the naked eye, a testament to his swift movements. He reached out repeatedly, and in an instant, he had gathered a multitude of leaves into his palm. Whoosh! With a flick of his wrist, dozens of leaves, propelled by a gentle breeze, flew from his grasp, landing gracefully on the ground nearby. Then, with a swift footfall, he employed a light and agile step, his figure moving gracefully like a dragon. As the leaves above continued to vanish at an observable pace, moments later, an inscription formed on the ground, crafted entirely from the fallen leaves, showcasing the exquisite control he had over his strength. Standing in the courtyard, the young man sighed softly, seemingly dissatisfied. Although his actions had been rapid, numerous leaves still lay scattered on the ground, eluding his grasp. The cloud-snatching hand was renowned for its lightness and speed, with movements as elusive as clouds, impervious to any obstruction. It was said that upon reaching perfection, one could navigate through a rain of arrows without sustaining a scratch. Surely, at that point, every inch of their being and garment could emit a subtle force capable of dissipating incoming attacks. While this martial art may lack a certain ferocity, rendering its offensive capabilities somewhat limited, its defensive prowess was unparalleled. At present, he had only managed to grasp a mere tenth of the falling leaves, a far cry from that lofty realm. When I can gather every single leaf without a single one touching the ground, then I shall consider this martial art to be at least partially mastered, he mused to himself, reflecting on his progress with the cloud-snatching hand. With a flick of his sleeve, a subtle force dispersed the inscription on the ground, and Shueshursen turned to re-enter his room, resuming his cultivation. The path of the Tao is vast and interconnected, with martial arts being one of its many forms. To reach the pinnacle of one's practice is to converge with the celestial path. It was precisely this understanding that allowed him to deepen his comprehension of the Azure Sea and Tides technique in such a short span of time. Seated cross-legged on the bed, Shueshursen contemplated. The Azure Sea and Tides technique, being associated with water, embodies both gentleness and strength. The interplay of softness and rigidity pertains to the principles of yin and yang, and I must grasp its essence within this duality, he thought. While the world perceives water as the softest of substances, belonging to the yin aspect, Shueisha-san believed it possessed dual attributes. When it transforms into a torrent, it becomes akin to a stampede of wild horses, capable of breaching formidable barriers and mountains, an unstoppable force. This represents the masculine aspect of water. Gradually, the young man immersed himself deeper into his cultivation, his understanding of the azure sea and tides technique becoming increasingly profound, and his inner energy steadily augmenting. The afternoon slipped away, and by evening, Gu Laobao returned to knock on the door, bringing another meal. Shueisha-san halted his training, his demeanor radiant and full of vitality. As he contemplated his progress, he mused that 10 strands of essence could coalesce into a single thread, allowing him to break through to the first realm of martial mastery. 2 threads would signify the pinnacle, while 5 would denote completeness. Only upon achieving 10 threads could one ascend to the second realm of martial arts. As for 100 strands, converging into a flowing stream, that would belong to the third realm of martial prowess. At that stage, one could truly be considered adept in their craft. I have already successfully cultivated 4 strands, and the 5th is on the verge of forming. At this rate, I should be able to achieve a breakthrough to the first realm in 2 to 4 days, Shueisha-san pondered quietly. Chapter 7. Strange Events. Old Gu, carrying a tray, entered the room, which was laden with steaming dishes, 4 courses and a soup, but unlike the lunch offerings, there was a change in variety. Besides the food, there rested a small white porcelain bottle, its vivid red stopper making it particularly conspicuous. Is this what they intend to use against me tonight? A cold smile curled at the corner of Shueisha-san's lips. What is it? It is the bone-dislocating powder, which, while not lethal, can inflict excruciating pain throughout the body, akin to having one's bones dislocated, lasting for an hour with unbearable agony. Old Gu spoke with utmost respect. Shueisha-san's smile widened. How much did Gu Ming instruct you to use? Old Gu grew somewhat anxious. Shueisha-san approached the table, scrutinizing the items on the tray. Old Gu, sensing the tension, trembled involuntarily. Young master, please, I harbored no such intentions. If you do not trust me, I can verify the dishes right here. As he spoke, Old Gu reached out, but Shueisha-san stopped him. He smiled at Old Gu, which only heightened the latter's anxiety, cold sweat beading on his forehead. You are wise. Otherwise, your life would be forfeit tonight. Shueisha-san scoffed, then pointed to a noticeable gap in the tray, revealing a nearly invisible white powder. This powder, nearly indistinguishable from the years of dust settled in the crevice, would be overlooked by anyone, and even if spotted, identifying it would prove difficult. Old Gu's face paled in horror, and he fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. Young master, spare me. I had no such intention. I merely knocked over the bottle by accident. Shueisha-san waved his hand, signaling him to rise. He refrained from punishing Old Gu, for, in a moment of empathy, he understood that anyone else in Old Gu's position might consider threatening him with the bone-dislocating powder hidden in his meal, waiting for the moment of suffering to extract the antidote for the 10-day heartbreak pill. Yet, the shadow of Shueisha-san had marked Old Gu deeply, leading him to abandon such foolish thoughts. Thus, he preserved his life. Shueisha-san mused as he sat at the table, focusing on his meal. Just like at noon, he ate while prompting Old Gu to recount the day's events. Though he appeared indifferent, he listened intently. Did she not see? No, she did not. That's good. Continue. Shueisha-san secretly sighed in relief, for Old Gu had been beaten by him earlier, leaving his face swollen like a pig's head. If the mischievous and willful second miss were to discover this, chaos might ensue. Over the past 3 years, Shueisha-san had been left with a profound impression of the second miss, Gu Ling'er, a veritable little witch who had driven countless people in the clan to the brink of madness. Shueisha-san himself had suffered greatly at her hands. Old Gu slowly recounted trivial matters, and Shueisha-san listened attentively, never growing weary. The night had grown deep, enveloping the room in silence. The soft glow of the moon filtered through the window, casting a gentle light. Shueisha-san sat cross-legged on his bed, cultivating while remaining alert to his surroundings. Following the treachery of his uncle, Shueisha-san had become exceedingly cautious. The quiet hours passed unnoticed, and Shueisha-san spent the night safely in the secluded courtyard. Nothing amiss transpiring. As the first rays of dawn crept in, he exhaled softly, assessing the results of his overnight cultivation. The 5th strand of true essence had formed, and the 6th was well on its way. With 4 more strands, he would achieve a breakthrough into the realm of the first level of martial arts. A night of tension and vigilance had drained his spirit, and now he closed his eyes, refraining from further cultivation, instead focusing on recuperating his energy. Soon, the morning light brightened, and the courtyard buzzed with activity as many servants began their tasks. Only then did Shursan open his eyes. Stretching his limbs, he stepped outside to practice the cloud-plucking technique once more, feeling it flow more smoothly than the day before. As he concluded his training, Old Gu entered, carrying food while glancing nervously around. During breakfast, Shursan inquired if anything unusual had occurred the previous night. After Old Gu departed, Shursan engaged in some light stretching and practiced the cloud-plucking technique several more times, feeling a growing understanding. Now, apart from his cultivation, he knew only the cloud-plucking technique. Thus that remained his sole focus. Returning to his room, the youth reflected on his isolation within the vast Gu family, surrounded by individuals who wished him harm. With not a single relative in sight, the thought of his family being betrayed by his uncle evoked a profound feeling of abandonment, an indescribable loneliness and desolation. This was the Gu family, one of the 9 doors of the sacred martial arts. Even if I managed to escape, I could never elude their grasp. The best course of action now is to bide my time and diligently cultivate. With my master away, my senior brothers and sisters often out training. Only the junior sister remains in the clan, but she had entered seclusion 3 days ago to break through her own limits. Here in the Gu family, I am utterly alone, with no friends. Only the junior sister can save me. I must await her emergence from seclusion and find a way to inform her. With her support, Elder Gu will inevitably think twice before acting against me. With this thought, Shursan felt a slight easing of the pressure on his heart, and his will to survive grew stronger. The morning passed in cultivation, and he sensed the fluctuations of true essence within him, filled with joy. The 6th strand of true essence had stabilized. If this continued, within 2 days, he would break through to the 1st level of martial arts. He descended from his bed, opened the door, and allowed Old Gu, holding food, to enter. Did Gu Meng seek you out this morning? Shursan asked. No, neither young Master Meng, young Master Feng, nor young Master Wei have sought me out this morning. I have not seen them at all. For some reason, Old Gu felt that this youth appeared even more oppressive than yesterday. Shursan furrowed his brow. No? How is that possible? They required you to poison me last night. Surely they would have rushed to find you early this morning, possibly even coming to gloat over my humiliation. I dare not conceal anything, indeed. I have not seen young Master Meng or the others this morning. Old Gu hurriedly defended himself, anxiety etched on his face. A flicker of light danced in Shursan's eyes as he pondered, feeling that Old Gu lacked the audacity to deceive him, and thus nodded, signaling for him to leave. Strange, why is this so unusual? Shursan mused, sensing an oddity in the entire situation. After much contemplation, he shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. Unbeknownst to him, in his original room, Gu Meng and his companions lay sprawled across the floor like defeated dogs, groaning weakly. Assassins. Chapter 8. Strike at first sight every day. Shursan remained vigilant, cautiously keeping his guard up while persistently urging Gu Laoba to recount the happenings within their clan, hoping to glean some insights. However, as days passed, despite Shursan having ascended to the pinnacle of the 1st level of martial arts, nothing transpired. Gu Meng and his companions seemed to have vanished from existence, failing to make any contact with Gu Laoba. This left Shursan perplexed. There were no poisonings, no schemes, and no troublemakers appearing, a situation that starkly contradicted the nature of Gu Meng and his ilk, leaving him at a loss for explanations. Damn it, they should be plotting against me, yet they have suddenly gone missing. What on earth are Gu Meng and his companions up to? Shursan thought irritably. Unable to find a reason, his unease only deepened. Soon, the morning slipped away as he immersed himself in his cultivation. Now, having reached the peak of the 1st level, his true essence was over 10 times more substantial than in the lesser stage. Shursan opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath, releasing a misty vapor, the impurities of the power of heaven and earth. The 1st strand of true essence was thoroughly stabilized, while he still needed 7 more strands for the 2nd. With a few more days, a breakthrough should be within reach. Oddly, this martial cultivation, which should be exceedingly arduous, seemed to present no obstacles for him. Could it truly be because of the tempering he received from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Shursan pondered in silence. Before long, Gu Laoba brought in the meal. Still no news? Shursan inquired. None. Gu Laoba shook his head. Strange, it has been 4 days. What could have happened? Surely those fellows Haven T quietly perished in some corner? Xue Shursen thought in anger. Perhaps. Gu Laoba seemed to recall something, hesitating to speak. What are you trying to say? Cultivation? Xue Shursan was taken aback. Is it possible for them? This, ordinarily, it wouldn't be. But with the clan competition approaching, maybe young Master Meng and the others felt the pressure and decided to diligently train. Aiming to shine in this competition and please the elders of the clan? Gu Laoba speculated uncertainly. Xue Shursan, intrigued, asked, well, what benefits does this competition offer besides motivating the younger generation of the Gu clan? For example, rewards? Gu Laoba was momentarily stunned, then became increasingly impressed by Xue Shursan's astute and intricate thoughts, which were far beyond those of an ordinary 15-year-old. Comparing him to the frivolous Gu Meng and his companions, Gu Laoba shook his head internally. The difference was like heaven and earth. Young Master Shursan is indeed wise. The most noteworthy aspect is indeed the rewards of the competition. Gu Laoba sincerely praised, continuing, as long as one enters the top 10, there will be rewards, with greater rewards for higher ranks. For the servants of the Gu family, having their children make it into the top 10 is a matter of great joy, as it would grant them the Gu family surname, allowing the child to receive cultivation support from the clan, thereby benefiting the entire family. Moreover, for those already bearing the Gu surname, the emphasis from the family would be even more pronounced, leading to unimaginable benefits. For the participants themselves, entering the top 10 generally results in receiving mid-tier or higher cultivation techniques, weapons, or elixirs that enhance their cultivation. As for the top 3, the rewards are extraordinary and vary each year. Last year, it seemed someone received a supreme cultivation technique and another was accepted as a close disciple by an elder of the clan, Gu Laoba explained. Supreme cultivation techniques? Xue Shursan was moved, for he was currently practicing only a high-tier technique. If he were to obtain a higher-level technique, his power would undoubtedly deepen by at least double, if not more. His eyes suddenly brightened with anticipation as he asked, has the first-place winner ever been rewarded with the 9 transformations of pure yang qi? Upon hearing this, Gu Laoba was taken aback, speechless. This is simply impossible. The 9 transformations of pure yang qi, as one of the sacred techniques of the 9 sects of martial arts, has traditionally only been practiced by the clan head and is never passed on. It's likely that even your master, the elder, has only practiced a portion of it. What? My master has practiced a portion of the 9 transformations of pure yang qi? Xue Shursan inquired in astonishment. I cannot be certain. I have merely heard it from others, the truth of which remains unknown, Gu Laoba replied. Young Master Shursan, do you intend to participate in this year's competition? With 3 months until the event. If you plan to do so, you must begin preparations promptly. Xue Shursan shook his head, saying, forget it. Unless the first prize is the 9 transformations of pure yang qi, exposing my strength amid numerous risks is not worth it for me. Gu Laoba clicked his tongue, even more speechless, secretly astonished by Xue Shursan's ambition. After all, that was a sacred technique. Only the 9 masters of the 9 sects of martial arts could cultivate it. Others had no chance at all. In the room, as Xue Shursan practiced his rhythmic breathing, the powerful energies of heaven and earth began to coalesce around him, which he inhaled, absorbing them into his body, transforming them into strands of true essence that flowed into his dantian. As his cultivation advanced, his pulse grew increasingly robust, and his heart emitted a faint, thunderous rhythm, significantly enhancing his vitality. If one were to look within, they would observe that within Xue Shursan's dantian, a strand of true essence lay coiled like a true dragon, while 4 slender strands of true essence swirled about, attempting to merge, but failing to do so. Huff! Xue Shursan exhaled a breath of turbid air, opening his eyes to reveal a clear and bright gaze. If the pace of the past few days continues, in 2 more days, he should be able to condense the second strand of true essence. Yet today, progress had evidently slowed. It seemed unlikely that a breakthrough would occur in the short term. Xue Shursan muttered to himself, never mind, let us wait and see. I will strive to comprehend the tides of the Azure Sea further, hoping to gain a deeper understanding of the technique, which may accelerate my progress. Xue Shursan contemplated. This is a gift from my young lady. As per usual, in the dead of night, in a corner of the Gu residence, a charming maid addressed a shadowy figure. Is it still that room? The shadow inquired. Indeed. Remember, once you enter, strike anyone you see with utmost ferocity, but not a sound must escape. If our Gu family's experts are alerted and pursue you, Our second young lady will not intervene, the maid warned sternly. Since the second young lady is so generous, please convey to Miss Shaodai that we of the Black Tower will surely not disappoint her, the shadow replied with utmost confidence. Miss Shaodai flatters us. It is merely a trifling skill. However, since the second young lady harbors such disdain for the individuals within, should we not consider? The shadow's eyes gleamed coldly as he made a downward slicing motion with his hand. Our second young lady has her own decisions. You need only follow through with the task. As for what comes next, we shall inform you later. The maid replied coldly. Chapter 9. The mix-up time flew by, and 5 days had passed, yet Shueshur-san remained utterly perplexed. He was on the verge of condensing his second strand of true essence, poised to break through the pinnacle of the first level of martial arts. But Gu Ming and his few companions had yet to make an appearance, leaving Shueshur-san bewildered and deeply puzzled. He was tantalizingly close to achieving his goal, yet the final step stubbornly eluded him. It seemed he would need to seek external assistance. As he pondered this, a knock sounded at the door. Sensing it was Gu Laoba, he opened the door. Bursting in with palpable excitement, Gu Laoba gasped, "Young Master Shur-san, something monumental has occurred. An earth-shattering event." Shueshur-san, still in a fog, gestured towards a teacup on the table, filled to the brim with perfectly warm tea, indicating that Gu Laoba should take a moment to drink and collect himself before continuing. After gulping down the tea, Gu Laoba's erratic breathing steadied somewhat, revealing a set of sparse, yellowed teeth as he exclaimed, "Young Master Shur-san, it's a significant matter. Haven't you been eager to learn about the whereabouts of young Master Ming and his companions?" Listening to Gu Laoba's account, Shueshur-san was rendered speechless. Those 3 scions had remained in their original quarters, only discovered this morning, and they were in a dire state? You cannot fathom how unbelievable this is, Gu Laoba continued. Once they were brought out, each had lost considerable weight. Their eyes were ravenous with hunger. It is said that had it not been for the snacks in your room, they would have starved to death. The mystery behind Gu Ming's absence for nearly 10 days was finally unveiled, yet the revelation was one Shueshur-san could never have anticipated. Gu Laoba recounted, they were attacked by an assassin, a highly skilled one, who struck them twice. The first time, they lay in their rooms for 4 days. The second time, until now. As the gravity of the situation dawned on Shueshur-san, his expression grew increasingly serious. But when has the second Miss Gulinger ever shown such concern for family matters? He mused. What background does Guyang have? After a moment of contemplation, Shueshur-san muttered to himself, this is the Gu family, a place teeming with experts. The sacred martial city beneath the Gu family's mountain is entirely their domain. Who could possess the audacity to assassinate the descendants of the Gu family? With so many adept fighters in the clan, how did they manage to infiltrate? Gu Laoba's eyes widened in realization. Despite his timid demeanor, Shueshur-san's sharp intellect was formidable. Connecting the dots of Gu Yang's name with the mention of an assassin, Gu Laoba ventured, young Master Shur-san, are you suggesting the assassin was targeting you? Shueshur-san scoffed. To come to my room is clearly an attempt on my life. It is evident that an assassin capable of breaching the Gu family must be one of our own. However, the only ones who knew I had vacated my original quarters were Gu Ming and his companions, so they certainly did not hire the assassin. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, Shueshur-san noted, I instructed you to report to me daily on clan affairs. Nothing seemed amiss. But now that I think of it, the actions of the second Miss Gulinger and her maid Shaodai on that day were rather peculiar. Coincidentally, I had clashed with them shortly before. Due to my masteress influence, the clan had seemingly compelled them to apologize to me. Though I was unconscious at the time, you informed me of that. Aside from her, who else could have sent the assassin? Shueshur-san concluded coldly. Gu Laoba was rendered speechless, increasingly in awe of the young man before him, who could analyze the situation so methodically. Was this truly a 15-year-old boy? What a terrifying intellect. But why did they fail to realize they had targeted the wrong person both times? Gu Laoba inquired. Shueshur-san sneered, to attempt to kill me. They would have to endure my master's wrath. Gulinger likely dared not express her intentions openly, leading to this unfortunate mix-up. After a moment's reflection, Gu Laoba nodded in agreement, sensing the logic in Shueshur-san's deductions. Do you know who the assassin is? Shueshur-san asked in a grave tone. It is rumored that Elder Nine suspects it to be a killer from the Black Tower. Only they possess the ability to harm silently and without alerting the clan's experts. Gu Laoba responded with a tremor in his voice. At this, a cold glint flashed in Shueshur-san's eyes. A killer? I initially thought Gulinger was merely spoiled and domineering, but it seems her intentions are far more sinister, hiring an assassin to have me beaten to a pulp before delivering a fatal blow. Inadvertently, she has bought me some time. Otherwise, my circumstances would have been dire these past few days. Curiosity piqued. He wondered how Gulinger would react upon discovering this situation. What would the protective Elder Nine feel upon realizing his precious grandson had been harmed due to her machinations? Gulaoba, how much silver do you possess? Shueshursen inquired. Gulaoba, taken aback by the sudden shift in topic, hesitated before stammering. I've saved diligently over the years, and I've managed to accumulate 5,000 taels. 5,000 taels. A common person would never see such wealth in a lifetime. Yet you, a mere servant, consider this insufficient? Shueshursen laughed derisively. It was clear Gulaoba had enjoyed some privileges, but Shueshursen was unconcerned. After all, it was merely Gu family silver, irrelevant to him. Bring all your silver and accompany me down the mountain. Elder Nine must be mourning his grandson now and will likely be oblivious to my activities. The guards have also been haphazardly reassigned. You should find a way. Young Master Shursan, are you leaving the Gu family? The family's influence is vast. Even if you escape, you cannot truly flee, Gulaoba protested. Enough with the chatter. Do you think I am unaware of that? If you value your life, you will hurry and see it done, Shueshursen commanded. Gulaoba, accustomed to various means of escape, quickly made arrangements. Disguised as a lowly servant, Shueshursen was led out of the family estate by Gulaoba. Young master, where are we headed? Gulaoba asked, his face drawn with worry as they descended the mountain. The Gu family was situated atop Tianwu Mountain, a peak renowned for its abundant earthly power. An ideal location for establishing a sect. This was Shueshursen's first venture outside since arriving in this world. As he gazed at the verdant trees and listened to the chirping of birds and insects, his spirits lifted. I need a century-old ginseng, a phoenix chick, a rhizome of over 50 years, as well as blue-silver grass and phoenix tail flowers. Shueshursen listed a plethora of herbal names, causing Gulaoba to shudder inwardly. Young master, while the other herbs may be manageable, the century-old ginseng and the 50-year-old rhizome are not so easily obtained. Gulaoba lamented. Is there truly no century-old ginseng in the sacred martial city beneath the Gu family? Do not fret over your paltry coins. If you assist me well, I shall ensure you reap benefits in return. Even turning your 5,000 taels into gold is well within my capabilities. Shueshursen chuckled coldly, disregarding Gulaoba's reaction as he continued on his way. Hearing this, Gulaoba's massive frame trembled, and his beady eyes instantly sparkled with realization. Moreover, if my memory serves me right, the poison from the 10-day heartbreak pill within you is nearing its expiration. Without my antidote, come dawn, within a mere quarter of an hour after the sun rises, I assure you, you will suffer excruciating agony beyond the point of death. The echo of Shueshursen's voice sent a shiver through Gulaoba. Young Master Shursan, I possess only that single poison, which I have administered to you. Yet there is no antidote. My intention in venturing out was to acquire the materials necessary for concocting the antidote. However, if you are truly reluctant to part with your silver, then so be it. Chapter 10. My dear, you bear a striking resemblance to my maid. Gulaoba, where are you headed? Shueshursen felt he had never encountered someone so fearful for their life. Merely mentioning a few items without specifying their cost. And yet he immediately associated it with a fear of insufficient silver. Truly a peculiar character. In the realm of Saint Martial, there exist 9 grand cities, each affiliated with one of the 9 illustrious martial families. The city belonging to the Gu family is the only Saint Martial city in the Kingdom of Yin, holding immense significance. In other words, Saint Martial City is a legacy left by the legendary warriors of the martial world, possessing a transcendent status throughout the land. Before Shueshursen stood a magnificent ancient city, exuding an aura of antiquity. Even before entering, the bustling sounds of activity could be heard from within. The city, clad in a silvery hue, boasted walls half a yard thick and towered 6 yards high, reaching for the heavens. It stood like a towering chasm, imposing and formidable, as solid as a fortified fortress. Such a grand Saint Martial city, with a population likely exceeding 1 million, is rare even in the celestial realm. Shueshursen marveled inwardly. The throngs of people flowed incessantly, with foreign merchants occasionally passing through, their exotic attire and appearances sparking curiosity and chatter among the onlookers. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in excitement. Shueshursen, intrigued, glanced ahead to see the dense throng parting, creating a broad pathway down the center. Just as he was about to inquire of Gulaba, he noticed that the man had become utterly transfixed. Curious, Shueshursen followed Gulaba's gaze and felt his heart skip a beat, his expression dazed. Particularly captivating was a young girl clad in a blue dress, her graceful movements akin to petals fluttering in the breeze. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, with hair cascading to her waist, skin as pale as jade, and a face so exquisite she resembled a celestial being, ethereal and enchanting. Xiaoro, Shueshursen's heart raced, as a familiar visage surfaced in his mind, strikingly similar to the girl before him. Gu Laoba gawked, drooling, while Shueshursen stood entranced in the middle of the road, oblivious to the crowd's murmurs and scoldings around them. How dare you obstruct the path of the delicate princess? Have you lost your senses? Pervert, haven't you seen enough? Get out of the way. A group of women approached, their expressions turning icy as they harshly reprimanded the two. In the midst of Shueshursen's nervousness, he was astonished to witness himself walking towards the most beautiful girl with an expression of excitement. Suddenly, Gu Laoba felt a wave of darkness engulf him, his mind buzzing as an unsettling feeling gripped his heart. My lady, you bear an uncanny resemblance to one of my maids, Shueshursen exclaimed with fervor and delight. The girl paused, and all sound around them ceased, the world seemingly coming to a standstill at his words. To the listeners, it was as if a thunderclap had reverberated in their minds, leaving them momentarily speechless. Gu Laoba nearly stumbled at this declaration, feeling as though a tempest had erupted in the skies above. In an instant, Shueshursen, still captivated by the girl, was yanked away by Gu Laoba, and the two vanished into a cloud of dust, fleeing swiftly. What are you doing? My ancestor, if you wish to avoid being torn apart, run now and explain later, Gu Laoba exclaimed, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead in panic. Only then did Shueshursen realize the recklessness of his words. The girl had been referred to as a princess. He suddenly understood the trouble he had stirred. Ah, this cursed. How could I have said that the delicate princess resembles my maid? Who is that person? Seize him. Voices filled with fury echoed behind them as the figures of Shueshursen and Gu Laoba raced toward the city gates, leaving a swirl of dust in their wake. The crowd was incensed, stamping their feet in frustration. My heavens, what did that person just say? The delicate princess resembles his maid. Who is this fellow, looking so shabby? Does he even have a maid? The crowd buzzed with disbelief. That was the delicate princess of Yan, and this lowly servant had dared to say such a thing? Some cursed in anger, while others gazed at him in admiration. Their reactions varied. As for the princess herself, she seethed with indignation, her teeth clenched as she commanded, capture that person. As a noble princess of Yan, the daughter of the sixth prince, she was favored by the emperor, her status akin to that of a royal princess. Wherever she went, she was surrounded by flattery and adoration. Yet, she could hardly fathom that a mere lowly servant would dare approach her, claiming she resembled one of his maids. Fuming, the princess felt as though she had been mocked. As a beautiful and esteemed figure, she had countless admirers. Although Shueshursen possessed delicate features, he and Gu Laoba had disguised themselves during their descent from the mountain, and to the crowd, they appeared as nothing more than audacious, impoverished servants. Soon, the young women surrounding the princess sprang into action. Not only them, but the crowd on either side surged forward in a chaotic rush toward the city gates, pursuing the fleeing Shueshursen and Gu Laoba. The spectacle was so exaggerated, the momentum so terrifying, it seemed like a stampede, darkening the sky above. The guards at the city gates were taken aback, instinctively believing a riot was brewing among the commoners, nearly abandoning their posts in alarm. Shueshursen, dragged along by Gu Laoba, sprinted through 18 streets, panting heavily despite his formidable martial prowess. Meanwhile, Gu Laoba appeared to grow more invigorated with each stride, seemingly tireless, reminiscent of a swift steed. Observing this, Shueshursen couldn't help but feel admiration. Yet he understood that Gu Laoba's stamina did not stem from strength or deep cultivation, but rather from a primal fear of death propelling him forward. Stop, stop! Shueshursen urgently grasped Gu Laoba's arm. Young master, we must run faster, or we shall surely perish. Gu Laoba implored, his voice frantic. Look, you've already lost them. At this pace, you could lead them in circles, Shueshursen remarked. As Gu Laoba, realizing the gravity of the situation, wiped the sweat from his brow, his legs trembling. Gu Laoba, you have some skills. I never imagined you could outrun several martial experts back there, Shueshursen commented strangely. At this, Gu Laoba beamed with pride. showing off his yellowed teeth and adopting a bashful expression, causing Shueisha-san to shiver in discomfort. It was clear that Gu Laoba was reveling in the compliment. However, when he recalled Shueisha-san's earlier audacity at the city gates, he felt his own achievements paled in comparison, akin to the difference between the bright moon and a mere firefly. Thus, with newfound respect, he gave Shueisha-san a thumbs up and sincerely declared, "Young Master Shueisha-san, you are impressive." Shueisha-san was taken aback. Curiosity piqued as he inquired, who exactly was that young lady? Little did he anticipate that the mere mention of her name would send Gu Laoba into a tremor. With furtive glances cast around, he abruptly seized Shueisha-san and led him toward a secluded corner. Upon re-emerging, the two had transformed their appearances entirely. Shueisha-san donned a somewhat ornate attire befitting a young master. Despite being merely 15, his figure had grown remarkably tall, and clad in white, he exuded an ethereal charm, a stark contrast to his previous look. However, his complexion bore a darkened hue, likely due to some application, rendering him almost unrecognizable even to those familiar with him. Gu Laoba, on the other hand, had adopted the garb of a local tycoon, his clothing stuffed with unknown items, creating an exaggerated bulk. Gu Laoba, it seems I have underestimated you. Did you foresee this day and thus prepare these garments? Shueisha-san mused, a hint of skepticism in his voice. In response, Gu Laoba chuckled awkwardly, for he was no oracle. His inherently timid nature had merely led him to act with utmost caution, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, both master and servant sensed a breath behind them. Upon turning, they were startled beyond measure. Why you? When did you arrive? Gu Laoba stammered, nearly losing his composure. Who are you? Shueisha-san echoed, equally surprised. Before them stood a shadowy figure, seemingly youthful, with darkened skin, grinning mischievously. The little servant with the birthmark is here. I have found them. They are disguised. Someone come and apprehend them. As Shueisha-san and Gu Laoba stood in stunned silence, the figure morphed into a cloud of dust, dashing away while hollering, quickly attracting a throng of onlookers. Shueisha-san and Gu Laoba exchanged bewildered glances, utterly dumbfounded. Damn it, who was that person? Chapter 11. City in Chaos. The little servant with the black mole is here. They have donned disguises once more. Hurry, someone. They dashed into that alleyway. A loudmouth was hollering throughout the city, and in an instant, the crowd surged forward, brimming with murderous intent. Shueisha-san and Gu Laoba sprinted at full speed. Yet that voice trailed them relentlessly, gnashing their teeth in frustration, feeling utterly helpless. The figures of their pursuers were elusive, akin to phantoms, nearly impossible to catch. The delicate Princess Qianqian, the sixth princess of the Yin Kingdom, was favored by the emperor, her status comparable to that of a royal. Moreover, this young lady was extraordinarily gifted, rumored to have caught the attention of a high-ranking master from a prominent sect, who desired to take her as a disciple. It was said that this sect might very well be one of the 9 sacred martial gates. What instilled even greater fear was her brother, the sixth prince's heir, Lung Wuchang. Despite his youth, his cultivation was unfathomable, and his strategies were numerous, having rendered significant service to the Great Yan. Years prior, he had been appointed by the emperor as the general of the West, commanding an army of 100,000. Master, the heir Lung Wuchang is known for his vengeful nature. Once, when Princess Qianqian and a few attendants were offended by a scion of a noble family, he directly dispatched troops to besiege that clan, leaving the offending youth in a pitiful state. His corpse was left to the elements for 3 days before being fed to wild dogs. Since then, wherever Princess Qianqian goes, announcing her identity sends shivers down people's spines. None dare to slight her. At this point, Gu Laoba trembled uncontrollably. Grateful that both he and Shueisha-san were in disguise, they must not reveal their identities, lest they meet an untimely demise. Enough chit-chat. Let us find a way to shake off our pursuers, Shueisha-san said, irked. He had intended to remain inconspicuous, but upon arriving in Shengwu City, he had become akin to a rat scurrying through the streets, pursued with cries for blood. In the midst of their conversation, Shueisha-san untied the ribbon from his head, letting his long hair fall freely. He tousled it with his hands, creating a disheveled appearance, discarded his outer garment, and smeared some dirt from the wall onto his face. Gu Laoba, witnessing this, thought it was a brilliant idea and followed suit. Just then, a group emerged from the alley ahead, drawn by the loudmouth. Among them were cultivators of varying levels, their murderous aura palpable. Gu Laoba nearly collapsed in fear, while Xue Shisan felt a surge of anxiety. The fame of Princess Qianqian was indeed overwhelming. Catch that little thief ahead. Don't let them escape. The crowd behind them bellowed, their voices echoing ominously. In that moment, Xue Shisan and Gu Laoba found themselves trapped, surrounded, and with no avenue for escape. Indeed, the next instant, Xue Shisan saw the group ahead glaring at them with fierce eyes, a chill running down his spine. Quickly, that little thief is just up ahead. Capture them, Xue Shisan shouted, rushing toward the throng. The crowd paused, turning in unison to look back, only to find nothing but emptiness. At that moment, Xue Shisan surged into the mass, shouting, "Hurry!" They turned into that alley. Gu Laoba was momentarily stunned but quickly grasped the brilliance of Xue Shisan's plan, his admiration for him swelling like a mighty river. He too adopted a fierce demeanor, diving into the crowd and echoing Xue Shisan's words. Meanwhile, a shadow lurking in the darkness was momentarily taken aback. He was about to speak again when Xue Shisan and Gu Laoba rushed into the chaotic mass, making it impossible to discern who the little servant with the black mole was. The pursuing crowd, seeing the throng ahead, charged forward, shouting, "Capture that little thief." They were left utterly bewildered. Only the rear group had witnessed Xue Shisan and Gu Laoba's earlier disguise, while the front group had emerged from the alley without knowledge of the ruse, easily misled by Xue Shisan's ploy. "No, that little thief is right ahead. Quickly, catch him," a voice called out, inadvertently reinforcing the belief of the crowd that Xue Shisan had spoken the truth, leading them to pursue even more fervently into the void. The speaker realized his blunder as he noticed the hostile glares from those around him, prompting him to reconsider his earlier statement. "Wait, that little thief is among you all." It was the one who just spoke. However, his cries were drowned out by the cacophony of shouts surrounding them. "Hey, brother. It seems you too are an admirer of Princess Qianqian. Good job. If you manage to capture that little servant, you'll undoubtedly earn recognition," a burly man exclaimed, rushing to Xue Shisan's side. Xue Shisan, rendered speechless, chose to ignore him. "Come on, brother, there's no need to be shy. Who wouldn't he be moved by a beauty like Princess Qianqian? Admitting to being her admirer is hardly shameful." The man continued, chuckling. "Haha, you're right. Who wouldn't he wish to undress a beauty like Princess Qianqian?" Another chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Xue Shisan inwardly cursed the chatterbox, unwittingly replying, only to regret it as he turned to see the man looking at him with an odd expression. "Huh, brother, your bravery is commendable. You've spoken the thoughts of us all. I am Tong Hu, may I know your name?" The man introduced himself, still running. Xue Shisan was taken aback, muttering curses under his breath. I'm Xue. Xianshi. Just Xianshi. Xianshi? So you're the 10th child in your family?" The loquacious man remarked, unrelenting in his chatter, nearly driving Xue Shisan to madness. "There, the little servant with the black mole has entered that alley." Before Tong Hu could react, Xue Shisan suddenly accelerated, reaching the front of the crowd, pointing at a corner. Thus, the crowd was once again led astray, twisting and turning, leaving behind those who had known the truth. Throughout this escapade, Gu Laoba trailed behind, gazing at Xue Shisan with unbridled admiration, utterly in awe of his leadership. "Haha, brother Xian, your prowess is indeed remarkable. Such unwavering dedication to Princess Qianqian must surely lead to capturing that little servant, winning her favor, and perhaps even the admiration of the 6th prince. Who knows, you might soar to great heights." At some point, Tong Hu rejoined them, laughing heartily. Everyone was aware of the 6th prince's deep affection for his sister. Capturing someone who dared to offend her would undoubtedly bring him great joy. There, Xue Shisan spotted a figure darting into a street ahead, leading the throng with great fervor, but the outcome was predictable. Another case of mistaken identity. "Have you seen two individuals? One looks like this, the other like that. Those are the ones Princess Qianqian seeks. If you know anything, speak now, or bear the consequences," Xue Shisan demanded, seizing a person's arm. The individual was momentarily stunned. "Huh, they ran that way. Everyone hurry." Thus, Xue Shisan led the crowd, who once again charged forward, quickly disappearing from sight. The individual trailing behind was momentarily taken aback, pondering to himself, "Did I not just utter a word? It was you who grasped my arm and pointed in that direction." Upon turning into a narrow alley, he unexpectedly encountered someone rushing towards him. Xue Shisan was taken aback. He recognized this person as one of those who had pursued him earlier, though it was unclear why this individual had fallen behind. The The man evidently recognized him as well, his expression turning to one of astonishment just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, Xue Shursen bellowed, "Black Mole servant." With a swift motion, he struck the man to the ground, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, most of which landed upon the man's face and mouth, causing his lips to swell rapidly, rendering him unable to articulate a sound. "Brother, he does not appear to be the Black Mole servant," one voice interjected. "Indeed, that little thief seems shorter than this fellow." Another chimed in. "What?" Xue Shursen feigned surprise, stepping closer for a meticulous examination. My apologies, brother. I mistook you for someone else." Subsequently, Xue Shursen led the group in a frantic chase, ultimately arriving at a bustling and vibrant marketplace. "The Black Mole's servant must have come here. It's too crowded. Let us search separately," he declared. After uttering these words, he promptly seized Gu Laoba and dashed off. The others exchanged glances, acknowledging the logic, and thus dispersed to seek the Black Mole's servant individually. Chapter 12. The robbery of the princess. Having evaded the relentless pursuit of the Black Mole's servant and his formidable entourage, Xue Shursen and his companions somehow procured new garments and tidied themselves up. They emerged from a time-honored apothecary in Xingwu City, with Xue Shursen in high spirits. Having successfully acquired all he needed, everything had proceeded smoothly. Even the matter of the phoenix chick's blood had been resolved. Although it was an apothecary, Xue Shursen required only the blood of the phoenix chick, and the shop was well stocked with various ferocious beasts or rare spiritual creatures' blood, prompting him to purchase several additional types. Gu Laoba, burdened with a heavy satchel, wore a morose expression, having nearly depleted his entire savings during their brief visit. Yet, recalling the earlier scene in the apothecary, Gu Laoba felt a flicker of doubt. Could it be that he is an apothecary? He remembered the proprietor presenting a century-old purple ginseng, which Xue Shursen merely glanced at before discerning its issues from its shape, aroma, and the length and density of its roots. Despite its lively appearance, much of its medicinal potency had already dissipated. This skill had left the shopkeeper in a state of embarrassment, ultimately selling it to them at half the price upon Xue Shursen's insistence. Shaking his head, Gu Laoba dismissed the thought. How could such a young lad possibly hold such a prestigious vocation? Nevertheless, Xue Shursen's aura grew increasingly enigmatic in his eyes. Who exactly is Master Shursen? And what is his true identity? Gu Laoba pondered, hastily following the path of Xue Shursen, who strolled leisurely ahead, munching on a piece of freshly purchased tiger jerky. Suddenly, a group of young maidens approached, each holding an image and comparing it among the crowd. Xue Shursen froze, thinking, could his luck be so unfortunate? "You come here." One of them pointed directly at him. Stunned, Xue Shursen thought to himself that he had removed the mole from his face, and with Gu Laoba's recent makeup work, it would be bizarre for them to recognize him. Approaching, he allowed the girl to hold the image up to his face. She furrowed her brow, contemplating, before producing a fake mole to place on his cheek. Xue Shursen noticed a cold smile creeping at the corner of her mouth, sending a shiver down his spine. Could they truly recognize him this way? "Miss, I think you." "Silence," interjected another girl, her eyes icy. Fury ignited within Xue Shursen. Yet he quickly sensed the first girl's smile deepening, an ominous premonition rising within him. "I know you are cunning and adept at disguise, but it is futile. To date, I have compared 312 individuals, and your features, general facial contours, and gaze are the closest match to this image." With confidence, she unveiled a delicate porcelain vial. "This is the true face water. No matter how skilled your disguise, a single drop will reveal your true appearance. Will you confess willingly, or must I assist you? I advise you to comply. Perhaps the sixth prince will show mercy." The girl explained, already uncorking the vial. Xue Shursen felt a jolt of panic. How could such a dreadful thing as true face water exist? However, he maintained his composure, shouting, "Princess!" with blinding speed. Xue Shursen struck like lightning, using the Zhaiyun technique to swiftly incapacitate the three girls at their necks, turning and fleeing without a backward glance at the girls who had collapsed. "Catch him!" Just then, a sharp feminine voice pierced through the crowd, and everyone gasped, recognizing it as Princess Qianqian. "Master, it is said that Princess Qianqian possesses profound skills and is a top talent of the younger generation, at least at the second level of martial arts. Encountering her would be disastrous." Gu Laoba, like a startled rabbit, bolted. Xue Shursen felt utterly exasperated. He hadn't expected his casual shout would summon the infamous Princess Qianqian. What a stroke of bad luck. Both of their fleeing skills were remarkable, and in the blink of an eye, they darted into an alley, disregarding the pursuing crowd, twisting and turning until they finally halted, utterly lost. Master, what do we do? We cannot reveal our identities, otherwise we are doomed. Gu Laoba's face turned pale with fright. Shueshur-san, equally troubled, thought he couldn't possibly rely on previous methods. His eyes darted around, and suddenly he recalled having purchased 2 misty grass earlier. Let us retrieve one. And I still have that vial of blood of the purple-eyed beast, along with the phoenix butterfly flower and blue dewgrass. Shueshur-san listed several medicinal materials, contemplating that while he could not concoct the dream elixir of the Immortal Realm, he could at least create a lower-grade potion with these ingredients that might provide some effect, as he merely needed to navigate the current crisis. Master, you aren't truly the legendary apothecary, are you? Gu Laoba gazed at Shueshur-san with fervent eyes, breathing heavily, fixated on him. Suddenly, Shueshur-san's keen ears caught the faint sound of footsteps, and he looked up sharply. You lowly wretch, how dare you attack me earlier? The princess is nearby and on her way here. But before she arrives, I will sever your hand, then break your legs and deliver you to her for punishment. The girl who had been comparing the images approached, her demeanor menacing, her beautiful eyes gleaming with murderous intent. She was a handmaiden of the princess, of considerable status. Even noble scions sought to curry favor with her, and the princess had never laid a hand on her. Perhaps this had fostered her haughty nature. Unable to accept being incapacitated by Shueshur-san's swift gesture, she had come here after regaining consciousness, intent on exacting revenge upon the one who had assaulted her. To her surprise, she had indeed found her target. Shueshur-san was taken aback. What a vicious woman. He had only acted out of necessity to escape, and now she harbored a deadly grudge against him? Shoo! As she spoke, her sword was drawn, flashing like a bolt of lightning. Shueshur-san perceived a glimmer before his eyes narrowed. With a powerful palm strike, he unleashed a force so tremendous it echoed like crashing waves. Although the Bai Hai Bo Tao Ju was merely a high-tier technique, its profound energy made Shueshur-san's strike fearsome. Having also practiced the Jiayun method, he moved with blinding speed, reaching her before she could react. Slamming his palm against her sword. Clang! Her blade trembled under the immense force, and the girl, nearing the pinnacle of the first level of martial arts, was astonished to feel her wrist numb from the impact. What a cruel woman! Judging by the murderous glint in your eyes, you must have taken many lives. Yet your martial prowess is mediocre and your combat strength too weak. Just then, Shueshur-san's voice reached her ears, imbued with a chilling aura far surpassing her own, causing her to shudder. You dare! The handmaiden realized the peril too late, her shout echoing as Shueshur-san swiftly seized her. Do you know who I am? Release me at once, or I will make your life a living hell. The handmaiden screamed. Just a mere handmaiden, yet her temperament rivaled that of a noble lady. Shueshur-san shook his head, ignoring her, and carelessly tossed her aside for Gu Laoba to bind. You will die, you will surely die, and I will not spare you. Upon hearing Shueshur-san declare that she was merely a maid, the woman immediately screamed, her eyes filled with deep resentment. Shueshur-san furrowed his brow and instructed Gu Laoba to render her unconscious. He approached a small cauldron, about 2 feet in height, and began to meticulously prepare the herbs. He either extracted roots, plucked leaves, or excised certain parts with remarkable speed. Gu Laoba watched in awe, feeling as though he were witnessing a dazzling spectacle. He recalled a powerful alchemist summoned by his family to concoct potions, yet he felt their technique paled in comparison to that of young Master Shur-san. In a matter of mere breaths, Shueshur-san had completed his task, gathering all the herbs in his palm, channeling his energy to extract the juices, which he then poured into a vial containing the blood of a purple-eyed beast. With Gu Laoba watching in reverence, Shueshur-san harnessed his power, employing a unique method to repeatedly refine the potion and control its concentration. Ultimately, amidst the swift rotation of the cauldron, a pill was formed with a resounding tremor. Yet only Shueshur-san understood that this was far inferior to a true pill. It was merely a concoction derived from his adaptation of the celestial alchemical techniques, tailored for the martial world, and could hardly be deemed a genuine elixir. Young master. At that moment, Gu Laoba's expression tightened, for faint yet rapid footsteps approached. Cover your face and hold this, Shueshur-san hastily instructed, handing a leaf of herb to Gu Laoba and producing a cloth from somewhere to mask his own face. How audacious! Even my maid dares to be touched. Today I shall. A figure in blue descended from the heavens, her garments billowing gracefully. It was the delicate princess Qianqian whom Shueshursan had seen at the city gate. She emanated a formidable aura, her countenance icy and resolute. However, before Princess Qianqian could finish her words, Shueshursan crushed the pill in his hand. Instantly, a thick mist enveloped the alleyway, spreading rapidly. Shueshursan then heard the sound of swords slicing through the air, evidently indicating that Princess Qianqian was surrounded by illusions. Seizing the maid's sword, he plunged into the fog. Observing as Princess Qianqian's wrist twisted, her swordplay intertwining with incredible sharpness, he was astonished by the young lady's martial prowess. She had likely reached the minor completion stage of the second tier of martial arts. With a swift movement, he appeared behind her, his sword poised against her fair neck. "You," the young lady gasped, shocked as she turned to face the masked Shueshursan. "Surrender everything you have on you," he commanded in a low, resonant voice. Upon hearing this, Gulaoba, who had just rushed in, was left utterly dumbfounded. Even the princess is to be robbed? Chapter 13. The Rise of Terror. The esteemed Princess Qianqian, with her noble lineage and the looming presence of the six princes, commanded an unwavering respect that deterred any would-be offenders. Yet, Shueshursan was unconcerned with such matters. His thoughts were simple. He was precariously perched within the Gu family, his life hanging by a thread, and his pockets were alarmingly empty. Now that he had captured the Grand Princess of Dian, he could not afford to let this opportunity slip by. He intended to seize valuable treasures to elevate his own standing and secure his life. As for the consequences, even if his identity were revealed and the six princes were to learn of it, he would remain indifferent. If the prince possessed the capability, let him muster his troops to besiege the Gu family, one of the 9 gates of Shengwu. It was merely a question of whether he had the audacity to do so. Furthermore, one had to ponder whether his 100,000 troops would suffice for such a task. Naturally, Princess Qianqian was not inclined to relinquish her treasures without resistance. However, upon meeting Shueshursan's frigid, emotionless gaze, she harbored no doubt that he would not hesitate to sever her delicate neck. In her mind, she mused about the audacity of such a person. Having merely countered his earlier remarks, he had instantly brandished his sword, devoid of any patience for interrogation. Had she not swiftly retracted her words, she suspected she would have met a gruesome fate. Was this individual a mere robber or a killer? Could such a robbery even exist? This left the young lady exceedingly vexed, for she could not forsake her life for mere riches. Ultimately, with an icy demeanor, she surrendered all her possessions, her gaze remaining fixed upon the masked face before her. The pall cloak, a gift from a neighboring kingdom to the current emperor, had subsequently been bestowed upon Princess Qianqian. This cloak, while lacking offensive capabilities, concealed all traces of one's presence, including the sound of footsteps. When donned at night, it allowed the wearer to meld with the shadows, rendering them undetectable. The Fengyuanju, a high-grade martial art, several medicinal herbs, and 13,000 taels in silver constituted the entirety of Shueshursan's haul from Princess Qianqian. To his astonishment, he discovered that her visit to Shengwu City was also to procure medicinal herbs, and in considerable quantities. Even more surprising was the revelation that she possessed a spatial storage bracelet, a rarity in this realm, with perhaps only a handful of individuals in the entire Yin kingdom owning such a device. Regrettably, the bracelet's capacity was limited to approximately 1 meter. What a pity it was that only one martial art, the Fengyuanju, was contained within. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If he could slightly modify the alchemical techniques of the celestial path to concoct medicinal herbs of this world, then why could he not adapt the celestial techniques for martial arts in this realm? This thought ignited a fervor within Shueshursan. Yet, he refrained from immediate action, instead focusing on the herbs to break through his current limitations. After all, during this outing, he had encountered numerous formidable adversaries, including a maidservant by Princess Qianqian's side who was of comparable strength to his own. Contemplating his situation, he concluded that he required a Qianlong pill. This pill not only enhanced one's martial prowess but also awakened latent potential within the body. After a moment of contemplation, Shueshursan commenced the preparation of the Qianlong medicinal solution. In this world where martial arts reign supreme, the inability to manipulate the spiritual essence of heaven and earth rendered true alchemical concoctions impossible. Even if one managed to form pills, they would merely be considered medicinal tablets, lacking the miraculous effects of true elixirs. Shueshursan moved with practiced ease, swiftly processing the necessary herbs, then channeling his energy to extract their essences, ultimately crafting the medicinal liquid through a unique method. After a quarter of an hour, the room was suffused with a delicate fragrance that was both soothing and invigorating. Su Shursan felt every pore on his body open, a sensation of unparalleled comfort enveloping him. If a pharmacist from this world were present, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by the exquisite aroma, exclaiming it to be a supreme quality. Boom. Upon consuming the Qianlong medicinal liquid, a tumultuous roar erupted within Su Shursan, as torrents of scorching energy surged through him, cleansing his internal organs. He hurriedly circulated his martial arts techniques to refine the medicinal power. In mere moments, the last vestiges of unformed true essence materialized, and 10 strands of true essence began to coalesce, merging into a single thread within a few breaths. Boom. A muffled sound resonated from within him, and a wave of energy surged forth. In that instant, Su Shursan felt a surge of power far surpassing his previous capacity. He had reached the pinnacle of the first realm of martial arts, success. 2 strands of true essence danced like dragons within his dantian. Yet, this was only the beginning, for the potency of the Qianlong medicinal liquid was far from depleted. Next, additional strands of true essence, slender as threads, began to coalesce. 2, 3, 4. In the blink of an eye, 10 strands took shape, merging into a single entity. 10 strands create a thread, 100 threads create a stream. When 10 strands coalesce into one, it signifies completion of the first realm, while 2 strands indicate the pinnacle, and 5 strands represent perfection. Only with 10 strands can one ascend to the second realm of martial arts. At this juncture, Su Shursan had already accumulated 3 strands of true essence. Yet, the medicinal potency of the Qianlong liquid remained abundant, and soon, more strands began to materialize. In this moment, Su Shursan experienced an unprecedented exhilaration. He felt his power escalating rapidly, while the depths of his potential were being unearthed, promising substantial benefits for his future cultivation. After a considerable interval, the 5th strand of true essence astonishingly took shape. Boom! Another rumble echoed within him, and his aura surged once more. He had achieved the perfect state of the first realm of martial arts, success. But the ascent did not conclude there. The 6th strand soon followed, then the 7th, and finally, once the 8th strand materialized, his progression halted. This was undoubtedly a tremendous enhancement. Su Shursan opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling an unparalleled sense of relief. The medicinal herbs for this Qianlong liquid likely amounted to approximately 30 to 40,000 taels of silver. He could not help but smile wryly. The materials he had utilized were not the meager offerings purchased from Gulaoba, but rather the top-tier selections he had extracted from Princess Qianqian's collection that had yielded such remarkable effects. Fortunately, his past as a cultivator had endowed him with broad meridians, allowing him to withstand the overwhelming potency of the medicine. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have been torn asunder by its ferocity. Lord Gujun, this courtyard is inauspicious. Allow me to find you another, a voice from outside called, causing Su Shursan's expression to darken instantly. Enough of your prattle. My cousin enjoys tranquility. I have scoured all nearby dwellings, and this one is the finest. Hurry and show me, or I shall flay the skin from your back, you wretched servant. A coarse voice replied. Su Shursan recognized the speaker as Gujun, a guard in the service of the 9th Elder, a formidable warrior at the small completion of the second realm of martial arts. His claim to be seeking a dwelling for Su Shursan's cousin was likely a ruse to pursue an illicit affair outside. Quite tidy, but wait. It seems someone is residing here. You insolent servant. No wonder you barred my entry. You've given this courtyard to someone else. You, a mere steward, have grown increasingly audacious. Today, regardless of who it is, they are to vacate this place. Lord Gujun, you cannot. Do not enter. Get out of the way. Bang. Amidst the commotion outside, the door was forcefully kicked open, and a burly man stormed in with an imposing presence. TT 13th young master? The man froze upon encountering the composed youth before him. Su Shursan cast a calm glance at the intruder and spoke. Gujun, you possess a great deal of audacity to strike at me. At that moment, Gulaoba also entered, his arm hanging limply, clearly terrified. TT 13th young master, a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I had no knowledge of your presence here, nor did I realize that Gulaoba was in your service. Gujun's expression immediately shifted, and he hastily remarked, That's not right. I recall that Elder 9 has already issued a secret order, you no longer seemed to hold the title of the 13th young master. Upon realizing the situation, the individual displayed a hint of mockery, for he was one of the few privy to Elder Nine's decisions regarding Shue-Shur-San. Thus, he began to exude an air of invincibility. If I remember correctly, you possess no status within the Gu family, not even that of a servant. And what of it? Shue-Shur-San calmly retorted. Gu Jun was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for the boy's composed demeanor. He then sneered, if that is the case, you have no right to converse with me, given my temperament. Your insolence warrants a punishment severe enough to leave you begging for mercy on your knees. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura surged from him, revealing his cultivation at the second heaven of martial arts. Alas, Gu Jun, you should not have entered here, nor should you have encountered me. Ha ha, it appears you have yet to recognize your own status. I have indeed entered, and I intend to deal with you, a mere waste. What will you do about it? I will kill you. Chapter 14. The terrifying young man, I will kill you. The boy's voice was calm, yet his right arm, concealed within his sleeve, glistened crimson as it trembled slightly. Gu Jun was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. Kill me? You, a worthless young master, dare speak of murder? I could stand here and let you strike. Do you think your frail limbs can inflict any harm? For 3 years, if not for the protection of the Grand Elder, you would be nothing. The entire Gu family has long since grown weary of you. You are no longer a young master, and still dare to speak to me with such insolence. The 9th Elder has been troubled about how to deal with you, and here, in this secluded spot, it seems no one will know. At this point, Gu Jun revealed a sinister smile, his murderous intent unmistakable in his eyes. However, the next moment, an overwhelming sense of crisis washed over him. He looked up to see the boy, who had seemed so tranquil, now radiating an aura of sharp ferocity, his gaze piercing like a tangible force that sent a shiver through Gu Jun's entire being. Boom! The power within Shue-Shur-San, having just reached the pinnacle of the first heaven, surged violently, compressing to a terrifying degree, causing a faint tearing pain in his meridians. In truth, from the moment he sensed Gu Jun's arrival, he had been covertly compressing all his true essence. Now, the 8 strands of true essence in his dantian had merged into one, flooding his right arm's meridians. You are a martial arts master? Gu Jun gasped in shock. Boom. At that instant, Shue-Shur-San's palm struck like lightning, accompanied by the overwhelming force akin to a roaring tidal wave. This was a concentrated, formidable blow. Beside him, Gu Laoba, initially terrified by Shue-Shur-San's audacious words, thought to himself how foolish the young master seemed. After all, Gu Jun was a master of the second heaven. A mere flick of his finger could end Shue-Shur-San's life. Yet, knowing that if Shue-Shur-San were to die, no one would be able to cure the poison afflicting him, he lamented internally, my life is forfeit. However, upon witnessing Shue-Shur-San's sudden eruption of terrifying power, he was utterly shaken. Haha, is this your reliance? What a pity that you're merely at the first heaven's peak. Let me show you the gap between our realms. Perish. Flame Fist. Gu Jun roared, unleashing the full force of his second heaven prowess. His fist, imbued with true essence, radiated an intense and terrifying heat. Unfortunately, he had been stunned by Shue-Shur-San's sudden display of power and the boy's formidable, almost tangible gaze, causing his reaction to lag significantly. Before his fist could reach its peak, Shue-Shur-San's hand shot forth, its speed beyond his expectations, suddenly surging forward and arriving before him in an instant. Boom! As their fists collided, the true essences of both warriors clashed, causing the ground beneath them to tremble. Break! Shue-Shur-San shouted, and the compressed true essence in his right arm erupted violently, like a wild stallion breaking free, shattering Gu Jun's layers of true essence as if they were nothing. It must be noted that compressing one's entire power to the extreme and releasing it in an instant can yield a force several times greater than its original state. Crack! A sound of shattering bone echoed as Gu Jun let out a howl of agony, his right arm's bones obliterated in an instant. Yet, Shue-Shur-San's palm strike did not relent, descending like a bolt of lightning upon Gu Jun's chest. Crack, crack! Gu Jun violently coughed up blood, the sound of his internal organs being crushed echoing like popping beans. His viscera were annihilated by the terrifying force of that palm. Bang! He flew backward like a kite with its string cut, landing in the courtyard, blood pouring from his mouth. Why? Gu Jun weakly uttered, confusion clouding his eyes. Why did this boy, labeled a fool and a wastrel, possess such martial prowess? He was clearly at the first heaven's peak. How could he unleash such a terrifying battle strength that crushed him in an instant? Shursen stood coldly at the doorway, blood streaming down his right arm, his sleeve completely soaked. The earlier release of compressed power had overwhelmed his flesh, tearing his cells and causing blood to erupt from his pores. He stepped out of the courtyard, coldly regarding Gu Jun. You actually use such a method? Madman, madman. Gu Jun stammered, his eyes reddening. Compressing true essence could yield extraordinary power, yet if overdone, one's body would be torn apart by that violent force. From the boy's earlier display, it was evident he belonged to the latter category. In that moment, Gu Jun realized that the figure before him was far from a wastrel. He was a terrifying young man, incomparable to the so-called fierce young masters of the clan. Those arrogant scions would surely meet a dire fate if they continued to oppose him. You have not lost your memory. Who exactly are you? You may depart. And no, please, young Master Shursen, I do not wish to die. Shursen crouched down, ignoring him, and lightly tapped his finger on Gu Jun's forehead. No. Gu Jun, master of the second heaven, breathed his last. In truth, his organs had been obliterated by Shursen's palm. He had merely been clinging to life. And even without being killed, he could not have survived. Gu Jun could never have imagined that he would meet his demise merely by seeking a residence for a woman he had encountered outside. Killed someone. Young Master Shursen, you have killed? Gu Laoba trembled in terror, his body shaking. Shursen had dared to kill Gu Jun because, upon Gu Laoba's entrance, they had exchanged glances, confirming that Gu Jun's arrival had gone unnoticed. It was only logical. Such matters as bringing a woman from outside into the family could not possibly be known to others. Silence. Shursen frowned, his voice icy. Gu Laoba immediately quieted. Yet fear was evident in his gaze as he looked at Shursen. Why are you so afraid? Have you not harmed numerous servants before? Shursen inquired with curiosity. Young Master Shursen, I am wronged. Those who reported me were absolutely not harmed by me. It was truly an accident. Gu Laoba pleaded. Shursen was taken aback. Those individuals were not harmed by him. Yet, over the years, any servant who revealed his misdeeds had mysteriously died within days. Was it possible this man had bribed the underworld's emissaries? Such luck seemed implausibly fortunate. You have killed Lord Gu Jun, the Ninth Elder's aide. You will surely be discovered. This matter. Gu Laoba gradually calmed, speaking with trepidation. Even if they investigate, they must first find the body. Shursen let out a cold laugh, his gaze lingering on the various medicinal herbs in the room. Finally, he concocted some corpse-dissolving powder to destroy the evidence. Then, he prepared an antidote for Gu Laoba and brewed a potion to mend the ruptured meridians in his right arm, meditating and cultivating for an entire afternoon and night to restore himself. Fortunately, his meridians were resilient. The injuries were not severe, or the situation would have been far more troublesome. Early the next morning, Gu Laoba rushed into Shursen's room, excitement evident in his demeanor. Young Master Shursen, great news. Miss Song has emerged from her seclusion. This fellow, who had been thoroughly frightened by Shursen the previous afternoon, seemed unaffected and even appeared to hold Shursen in greater esteem. As for his limp arm from the previous day, it had merely been dislocated by Gu Jun's casual gesture and was of no real consequence. Upon hearing this, Shursen could not contain his joy. You mean my junior sister, Song Lingyu? Indeed. That's splendid. I shall promptly compose a note for my junior sister, and I would appreciate your assistance in delivering it. Chapter 15. The junior sister in the tranquil garden of the Gu family. Pavilions and terraces are nestled beside babbling brooks, surrounded by a riot of blossoms vying for attention, each more vibrant than the last. Clusters of enchanting flowers reflect upon the crystal-clear surface of the water, creating a scene that glimmers like a fairyland. Occasionally, a butterfly flutters by, its wings adorned with iridescent patterns, appearing even more resplendent under the brilliant sunlight. A young girl stands beneath a willow tree, her dark hair dancing in the gentle breeze. Her slender waist harmonizes beautifully with the willow, evoking a sense of delicate grace. However, her currently gloomy expression feels utterly incongruous, marring the ethereal ambience. She is none other than Gu Linger, the second young lady of the Gu family. Since the news of Gu Meng and his companions being assassinated by a covert attacker spread yesterday, she has been in a state of shock, teetering on the brink of madness. Even now, she feels a twinge of guilt gnawing at her. Initially, her intent was to torment the individual she despised. Yet she inadvertently pushed Gu Meng and his fellows to the brink of death. Although they were indeed bothersome, this contravened her original intentions. Fortunately, her meticulous planning and the assassin's discretion have kept her from suspicion thus far. It's all that fool's fault, Gu Linger thought, her expression darkening further, her captivating eyes now shimmering with a disquieting light. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be feeling this way. Filled with frustration, she harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Shueisha-san. She silently vowed to rid herself of this insufferable nuisance, at the very least, to banish him from her world. Otherwise, she would continue to feel uneasy every day. Shueisha-san, clad in flowing white robes, welcomed the gentle breeze as he anticipated meeting his junior sister, feeling elated. Before stepping out, he had taken special care to groom himself, now feeling both refreshed and invigorated. He certainly did not wish for his junior sister to see him in a disheveled state, lest he earn a scolding. Thinking of his junior sister, Songlingyu, he found himself feeling lighter in spirit. She was a remarkable presence, one that could elevate anyone's mood effortlessly. Suddenly, a gaze fell upon him, and upon meeting it, he felt as if his world had crumbled. All his earlier joy dissipated, and his demeanor became unexpectedly calm, even stern. Before him stood a delicate figure, her exquisitely refined features shining like a pearl, yet her expression and gaze were devoid of any warmth. Damn it, why is Gu Linger here? Shueisha-san pondered in confusion. He had arranged to meet his junior sister here, so how did he encounter this girl? Was it possible that his junior sister was playing tricks on him? Shueisha-san felt a wave of frustration. At that moment, Gu Linger appeared before him, a cold smile gracing her lips, her gaze even colder. What are you doing here? I know, you must have been following me. I haven't settled the score for the last time yet. And today you dare to track me down? Speaking of which, you shameless thief dared to intrude upon the bathing chamber I shared with my sister. Are you planning something illicit again? I was lenient last time, but since you dare to come here. Gu Linger's tone grew more piercing, her beautiful face darkening, not allowing Shueisha-san a chance to speak as she piled accusations upon him. Shueisha-san's gaze turned equally frigid. He knew the assassins who targeted Gu Meng were originally hired by Gu Linger to eliminate him. He found her nonsensical tirade utterly absurd. As if she had lost her mind, the tension between them escalated, and Gu Linger soon sensed something amiss. Wondering why he was looking at her with such a murderous glare, a stark contrast to his usual dazed demeanor. Had he suffered some sort of breakdown that triggered a bizarre chain reaction? Just as the atmosphere was poised to erupt, a melodious voice broke through. Junior brother. So this is where you are. I was just about to search elsewhere. Senior sister. Upon seeing the girl approach him, Shueisha-san obediently called out. Hee. So well behaved. The girl giggled, ruffling Shueisha-san's hair, which left him feeling quite vexed. This was Songlingyu, Shueisha-san's junior sister, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old, a year or two older than him. Her lively, beautiful eyes surveyed him, radiating a playful smile that only deepened Shueisha-san's annoyance. That smile bore an air of condescension, as if she were an elder regarding a junior, infused with kindness and approval. Yet, she was undeniably a stunning young lady. How could she wear such an expression? Despite her exuberance, she could not quite manage to project the demeanor of a senior, which only accentuated her playful vivacity. It was precisely this quality that led Shueisha-san to address her as senior sister rather than junior sister, for otherwise, he would undoubtedly receive a playful reprimand. Suddenly, the girl wrinkled her delicate nose, as if realizing something, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise. Junior brother, you actually remember me? Quite impressive. I closed myself off for 3 days after your last memory episode, and yesterday marked the 13th day since I emerged, adding the previous 3 days. That makes a total of 16 days. Your memory hasn't flipped yet? Remarkable. Could it be that my enchanting presence has positively influenced your condition? Shueisha-san listened to his junior sister ramble on, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. He understood that this was simply her nature. Both she and Gu Lingo possessed a lively spirit, yet Songlingyu's penchant for a somewhat pretentious and self-admiring demeanor made her irresistibly endearing. And she was undeniably more vivacious than Gu Linger. Perhaps due to age, her stature and grace surpassed her counterpart, while Gu Linger exuded a certain haughty charm that lent her an air of defiance. Senior sister. Shueisha-san could no longer endure her chatter and called out pitifully. Songlingyu's tone shifted as she sighed. The other junior brothers and sisters are often out adventuring, leaving only me to look after you. I was worried you might be feeling neglected, and now that I see you lively and well, I feel quite relieved. Xue Shursen frowned, thinking it ironic that she, being the youngest, insisted on referring to those older than her as junior brothers and sisters. This was the playful nature of Song Lingyu, had it not been for the stern demeanor of the elder. She might have even addressed her master as her elder brother or sister and referred to Xue Shursan as her nephew. Finally, Song Lingyu began to take notice of Gu Linger, her gaze playful as she appraised her. Although Gu Linger did not back down, she felt a chill run down her spine under Song Lingyu's scrutiny, making her quite uncomfortable. Junior brother, weren't you the one who wanted to meet with me? Why have you brought someone else along? Oh, let me guess, are you interested in her and wanted to consult your sister for approval? With a mischievous tone, she continued. Let me see. This girl's skin is a bit dark. Oh dear, it seems rather unusually dark, almost like charcoal. As for her looks, they are quite ordinary, her face somewhat flat, and her figure, rather lacking as well. Song Lingyu circled around Gu Linger, unable to contain her laughter. Despite her playful tone, every movement exuded elegance. In truth, Gu Linger was far from the dismal portrayal Song Lingyu painted. Both were stunning beauties. Even if Gu Linger was slightly younger and had a minor disparity, it was believed that in a few years, she would unveil a beauty capable of causing nations to falter. Xue Shursan was utterly speechless, bewildered by the sudden transformation of his senior sister into an elder sister. Song Lingyu, Gu Linger exclaimed, her large eyes ablaze with fury, wishing she could devour Song Lingyu whole. Particularly irksome was the tone with which the latter spoke, as if they were meeting for the first time, incessantly referring to her as this girl. All right. Although your looks are rather mediocre, our family is not one to be overly picky or cruel. As long as the junior brother is fond of you, I, as the elder sister, have no objections. Song Lingyu retorted, winking amiably at Gu Linger with a demeanor that was infuriating yet charming. Despite their banter, her words, though provoking, did not come across as vulgar. On the contrary, the young woman's smile, her melodious voice, and her seemingly ethereal grace were utterly delightful. Song Lingyu, cease your nonsense. Even if I were to marry a cat or a dog, I would never consider this fool. Gu Linger fumed, nearly bursting with anger at Song Lingyu's audacity. Oh, so the second young lady has such unique tastes, preferring beasts over people, Song Lingyu remarked with feigned enlightenment, reverting to her previous address of second young lady. Song Lingyu, what are you babbling about? Gu Linger shrieked, on the verge of madness. Senior sister, Xue Shursan could no longer bear the spectacle, sensing that this confrontation could escalate into chaos. The junior brother, now anxious, thought, why are you looking at me like that? I know. You must be inexperienced and desire the elder sister to teach you how to handle this girl. Song Lingyu continued, and Xue Shursan immediately felt an ominous premonition, as if she spoke from a wealth of experience. Junior brother, to win over this girl, there are 3 essential steps. Song Lingyu, just wait. Gu Linger interjected angrily, storming off before Song Lingyu could elaborate. She deemed Song Lingyu a troublesome character, fearing that if she heard any more, she would truly lose her mind. Gu Linger was exceptionally clever and articulate, yet for reasons unknown, she had always felt utterly subdued in the presence of Song Lingyu. And just like that, she has been driven away. How dull. Junior brother, how about it? Was your elder sister able to vent your frustrations? Come, let me pat your head, Song Lingyu said with a playful grin. Elder sister, why do you always pat my head? He inquired. Because you're foolish, she replied with a giggle. Chapter 16. The Message of the Sacred Secret Tome. Senior sister, what are you holding? Upon seeing the little junior sister clutching a book, Xue Shursan couldn't help but inquire with curiosity. I almost forgot to mention it. Little junior brother, I have a gift for you, Song Lingyu said, presenting the book to Xue Shursan. This book contains a record of all our past experiences. From today onwards, I want you to jot down everything that happens each day before you sleep. That way, if your memory ever falters, you need only glance at this notebook to recall everything. Song Lingyu's smile was radiant, filled with pride. According to her, this method would not only preserve Xue Shursan's memories, but by recording his insights during training, he could progress smoothly in his martial arts journey without the need to relearn everything after a lapse in memory. Listening to his senior sister enthusiastically describe her invention filled Xue Shursan's heart with warmth. Although he had not been well received by the Gu family over the past 3 years, his senior brothers and sisters treated him with genuine kindness. What do you think? Am I clever? Song Lingyu winked, her bright eyes gleaming with self-satisfaction. She cast a fiery gaze at Shueshi-san, the meaning of her look unmistakable. Shueshi-san felt a sense of helplessness, realizing that her eyes clearly urged him to praise her, to shower her with compliments. Understanding her temperament, he reluctantly employed every flattering word he could muster, causing Song Lingyu to beam with delight, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Very good, very good. Senior sister is growing fonder of you. Your words are indeed sweet. With a playful smile, Song Lingyu suggested, now, let us hurry and find master to share this wonderful news. She naturally took Shueshi-san's hand. Before Shueshi-san could respond, a group of youths approached, led by Gu Ming, Gu Feng, and Gu Wei, who seemed to be boasting about something. Upon seeing the group, the three paused, and Gu Ming bellowed, well, you fool, so you were here all along. I wasted my time searching the family gardens for you. Since the incident with the assassin, Gu Ming and his companions had endured great hardships. Frustrated by the lack of leads, they sought to find some amusement by confronting Shueshi-san, who had been assigned to the woodshed a few days prior. How dare you defy Tiger's orders by shirking your duties in the woodshed? Do you understand that Tiger's command is akin to Elder Nine's, equivalent to the family heads? Disobeying Tiger is tantamount to defying the clan leader. Such audacity warrants a trip to the law enforcement hall for some discipline. Gu Wei spat, pointing angrily at Shueshi-san. Gu Feng was about to interject, but his words faltered as Song Lingyu stepped forward, her demeanor icy, casting a cold glare at the group. Her piercing gaze made the group shrink back, filled with trepidation. Gu Wei, what did you just say about sending my junior brother to the woodshed? Who gave you the audacity? With an imposing presence, Song Lingyu reprimanded them. It was known that apart from Shueshi-san, who was unique, none of the other disciples of the Grand Elder were ordinary. Although Song Lingyu enjoyed playful banter with Shueshi-san and often appeared carefree, her formidable talent could not be overlooked. Faced with her authoritative tone, Gu Wei and the others were left speechless, trembling in fear. These ruffians were bold in public, but they lacked the courage to stand against Song Lingyu. Seeing their silence, Song Lingyu intensified her glare, fixing her gaze on Gu Wei. You just claimed that Gu Ming's words represent Elder Nine and the family head? What do you mean by that? Clarify yourself. Gu Wei was taken aback, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he forced a smile. Senior sister Song Yu, you must have misheard. I said nothing. Enough with the nonsense. If you don't clarify today, none of you will leave. Song Lingyu's voice was firm. What right does this fool have to represent the family head? Song Lingyu, who do you call a fool? The true fool is Shueshi-san, Gu Ming retorted, his eyes reddening. Though he was indeed lazy and lacked talent, he could not accept being called a fool by anyone. Listen well, the Grand Elder is away. All the elders are in seclusion, and the family head is also in retreat. Everything in the clan is under my grandfather's authority, and the handling of this fool has been entrusted to me. Therefore, I represent my grandfather and the family head. I am taking this fool to the law enforcement hall. If you dare obstruct me, you defy the family head's wishes. Shueshi-san, if you have any shred of manhood left, step out from behind the woman and come with me. If you refuse, just endure a stick of incense under my fist, and I will spare you this time. Gu Ming provoked, fully incited by Song Lingyu's presence. The others erupted into laughter, mocking Shueshi-san, thinking Gu Ming was being particularly cunning. Enduring a stick of incense under his fist would surely be disastrous. Shueshi-san's expression turned icy at Gu Ming's words, and he was about to step forward when he was held back by his junior sister. Gu Ming, are you underestimating my little junior brother's ability to cultivate? If he were to practice with his perfect physique, would you dare to boast in front of him? Song Lingyu shielded Shueshi-san, standing protectively behind him. Senior sister, I wish to handle this matter myself, Shueshi-san declared resolutely. Smack. Without hesitation, Song Lingyu delivered a sharp slap to his head, scolding, handle what? Do you even know how to deal with this? Are you so easily provoked by their taunts? Is the disciple of our master so inept? Senior sister, it is quite disheartening to be called hiding behind a woman. What is wrong with standing behind a woman? Do you look down on women? Do you find it insulting to stand behind your senior sister? Senior sister, I didn't mean it like that. It's he who disrespects women and insults you. Shueshi-san found himself at a loss, quickly redirecting his focus to Gu Ming. Song Lingyu pondered for a moment, then nodded, surprisingly believing Shueshi-san's words, casting a hostile glance at Gu Ming. Gu Ming was left speechless, quaking under Song Lingyu's intimidating gaze. With a fierce gust, Gu Ming was sent flying, crashing onto the grass some distance away, howling in pain. Little junior brother, Let us go see Elder 9. I want to ask him when it became his prerogative to deal with my master's disciple. In a state of disbelief, Shueshur-san was pulled away by his senior sister. He was utterly astonished. He had only intended to use his senior sister's presence to instill some caution in Elder 9. Little did he expect that the usually playful Song Lingyu would display such formidable assertiveness upon hearing this matter. This was the first time he witnessed such strength in his junior sister, leaving him profoundly impressed. Shueshur-san, I never expected you to be such a worthless being, lacking even a shred of masculine dignity, resorting to a woman's hand to strike me. From behind, Gu Ming's voice boomed, his cheeks swollen and his anger palpable. How dare you presume to represent the will of the family head? Song Lingyu turned around, coldly mocking, as she pulled Shueshur-san away into the distance. I hope you will always protect this useless wretch. Otherwise, I shall not let him off lightly. Gu Ming howled in resentment. However, had he known that Gu Jun, a formidable warrior at the second level of martial arts, had perished at Shueshur-san's hands just yesterday, would he still have the audacity to boast before him? Sister, it is evident that a majority of the elders in the family are targeting me, and the head's stance is ambiguous at best. Is it wise to seek out Elder Gio under these circumstances? Shueshur-san inquired with concern, for although Elder Gio was inept, he was nonetheless a powerful figure. Rest assured, dealing with that inept Elder Gio is not a challenge for me. They dare to question your identity. I must safeguard it. Otherwise, your future arrangements will be adversely affected, Song Lingyu asserted. Shueshur-san, puzzled, responded, Sister, you. Observing his bewilderment, Song Lingyu smiled and said, Junior brother, I plan to participate in the clan competition 3 months from now and aim to secure first place. Shueshur-san was even more perplexed. What connection did the competition have with this matter? Song Lingyu continued, I received news just after emerging from seclusion yesterday. This year's clan competition will differ from previous years, with the first prize being the Sacred Level Secret Manual 9 turns Xianyang Vital Energy, along with a singular opportunity to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool. The Sacred Level Secret Manual? Upon hearing this, Shueshur-san was momentarily stunned, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Previously, Old Gu had claimed that the clan competition could not possibly feature the 9 turns Xianyang Vital Energy, which had diminished Shueshur-san's interest in the event. Now, upon hearing this news, he felt an overwhelming urge to laugh. What a serendipitous discovery. While the allure of the 9 turns Xianyang Vital Energy is undeniable, it may not necessarily suit me. What I truly desire is the chance to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool, Song Lingyu remarked, gazing at Shueshur-san with an enigmatic expression. Sister, you wish to grant me the opportunity to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool? Shueshur-san exclaimed incredulously. Who says my junior brother is foolish? He is exceptionally astute, just as clever as I am. Song Lingyu praised both Shueshur-san and herself, continuing, Junior brother, due to your memory issues, you have been unable to cultivate. However, with your perfectly refined physique, once you enter the Dragon Transformation Pool, I believe you will swiftly undergo a transformation, achieving a minor success in the first level of martial arts and becoming a martial arts master. Listening to her words, Shueshur-san felt a warmth in his heart, his eyes beginning to glisten with emotion. He had once heard his master speak of the miraculous nature of the Dragon Transformation Pool. It was far beyond merely transforming someone into a martial arts expert. The fact that his elder sister wished to bestow such a precious opportunity upon him deeply moved him. Chapter 17. The martial arts master. The news of the Sacred Level Secret Manual brought immense joy to Shueshur-san, who vowed to engage in fervent cultivation over the remaining 3 months, determined to seize the 9 turns Xianyang Vital Energy and prevent his junior sister from shouldering all burdens. He contemplated revealing the restoration of his memories to Song Lingyu, but hesitated, knowing that explaining his origins would be complex. Thus, he resolved to set that matter aside for the time being. Subsequently, Song Lingyu imparted another piece of information to Shueshur-san. The reason the upcoming grand competition was introducing the 9 turns Xianyang Vital Energy and the Dragon Transformation Pool was due to the eldest daughter of the Gu family, Gu Bing, having entered a mysterious realm, which instilled absolute confidence in the family head, leading to this decision. It could be said that this sacred level secret manual was entirely prepared for Gu Bing. However, Song Lingyu appeared unconcerned, exuding an air of confidence. One could imagine that in the ensuing 3 months, the Gu family would be in a frenzy, with all members preparing to claim the sacred level secret manual. With determination, Song Lingyu took Xue Shisan directly into the hall of Elder 9. After a polite greeting, she immediately pressed for answers. Elder 9, there is a matter I do not comprehend, which I have come to inquire about. I have heard that someone has annulled my junior brother's identity. May I ask who issued such an order? When did it become permissible for others to meddle with my master's disciple? Her words were unapologetic, devoid of any semblance of respect. Initially, Elder 9 had greeted Song Lingyu with warmth and joy, appreciating her growth and respectfulness towards elders. But his demeanor darkened upon her abrupt demand. Impudent. Lingyu, do you even know who you are speaking to? Do you see me as your elder? Leave this instant, and I shall pretend you have said nothing. Elder 9's anger was palpable, though a hint of unease lingered within him, for Song Lingyu had mentioned the elder, a figure he had always feared and respected. Elder 9, there is no need to wield seniority as a weapon against me. Our lineage has never abided by such tactics. If you do not clarify this matter today, I shall not let it rest, Song Lingyu asserted, her beautiful gaze fixed coldly on Elder 9, unwavering. Hold, Lingyu. Is this how you address your elder? Elder 9 thundered. Let us speak plainly, Elder. I am aware that this order came from you. What authority do you possess to discipline my master's disciple? What code of the clan has he violated? If my master learns of this, what do you think will transpire? All right. Indeed, I issued this order. I represent the family head now, and how matters are conducted is not for you to dictate. Even if Gu Shifeng finds out, what of it? You must leave at once, or I shall not hesitate to send you to the enforcement hall for disregarding your elder and meddling in clan affairs. Elder 9's rage was evident, his entire being trembling with fury. Elder 9, this is a transmission jade, a treasure bestowed upon me by my master before his departure. He left behind another piece. Even separated by 1,000 miles, I can communicate with him using this stone, Song Lingyu declared, revealing a translucent jade stone pulsating with energy. What? At that moment, Elder 9's demeanor shifted, his expression drastically changing. Though he feigned confidence, he was deeply apprehensive of the elder. Ah, Lingyu, your master must be quite occupied outside. We can discuss this matter. Why alarm him over something so trivial? Elder 9's previous rigidity vanished, replaced by an ingratiating smile. Song Lingyu, allow me to enlighten you on the clan regulations he has violated. Just then, Gu Ming and others entered, laughing triumphantly. Xue Shisan, I ask you, how old are you this year? What level of cultivation have you attained? According to clan rules, if a descendant has not become a martial arts master by the age of 15, what then? Gu Ming taunted, stepping provocatively towards Xue Shisan. At 15, he had achieved nothing, merely a waste of space. I have obeyed my grandfather's orders and did not banish him from the clan. Instead, I have kept him here to handle menial tasks. What is wrong with that? Do you truly believe a useless person deserves to retain the title of heir? Gu Ming looked at Song Lingyu with derision. Song Lingyu's expression shifted, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Previously, with her master present, no one dared to voice such claims, but now that he was absent, these old coots were prepared to leverage this against them. Elder 9's eyes lit up at Gu Ming's words, casting a look of approval at his grandson, then turning his gaze sternly towards Song Lingyu. Song Lingyu, if you continue to shield him, you will be in violation of clan regulations. The enforcement hall will not be merciful. You, worthless one, hasten to the woodshed and refrain from eating for 3 days. You will not leave until you have made up for the work you have neglected. Gu Ming, casting a challenging glance at Xue Shisan, continued to provoke. You dare? Song Lingyu exclaimed, furious. Why would I not dare? Song Lingyu, feel free to continue your interference. However, Gu Ming grinned, his smile growing more sinister as he turned his gaze upon Xue Shisan. If you wish to retain your identity, I have a proposition. If you can endure a single incense stick's worth of time under my blows without begging for mercy, I shall ensure my grandfather no longer brings this matter up, and you may continue as the clan's heir. What say you? Gu Ming's smile widened, while the others, including Gu Wei and Gu Feng, watched with amusement. Gu Ming, dare to lay a finger on my junior brother, and you shall face me, Song Lingyu proclaimed, stepping protectively in front of Xue Shisan. Hiding behind a woman. Song Lingyu, it appears you will not weep until you see the coffin, Gu Ming sneered. Is this true? Just as Song Lingyu was about to retort, a voice rang out from behind, and Xue Shisan stepped forward, shielding Song Lingyu. I stand by my word. If you can truly do so, this matter shall be laid to rest, Elder 9 declared, his confidence stemming from the belief that despite his grandson's shortcomings in martial arts, Xue Shisan lacked any cultivation. To endure under a martial arts master's assault for even a single incense stick's time without yielding seemed impossible, thus he felt assured. No, Song Lingyu exclaimed, panic rising within her. She could not bear to watch her junior brother face such peril. Senior sister, trust me this once, Xue Shisan urged softly, meeting her gaze with unwavering confidence. Song Lingyu hesitated, unsure of how to respond, but Xue Shisan pressed on. Words are insufficient. Bring me a pen. Grandfather. Add one more clause. Neither party shall be held accountable for any consequences arising from this confrontation. Just what I needed to hear. Ah, you dare to be so defiant? Excellent. Elder 9 felt a surge of delight, envisioning the embarrassment of Xue Shisan as a means to indirectly undermine the elder. Thus he became increasingly invested in the outcome. Yet, Song Lingyu remained anxious, her initial intent to intervene thwarted by the rapid developments. Senior sister, trust me, Xue Shisan reassured her with a calming glance. Stepping towards the center of the hall. Haha, Xue Shisan, I admire your bravery. I hope you do not find yourself in too dire a predicament, Gu Ming retorted. Stepping forward, his own martial energy surging. Kneel before me. He bellowed fiercely, launching a punch towards Xue Shisan. Upon witnessing this, everyone became alert, eager to behold the impending misfortune that awaited Xue Shisan. Gu Ming, indeed, was ruthlessly formidable, directly employing the prowess of a martial arts master. It seemed likely that this fellow would soon be sent flying, sprawled upon the ground. Ah, indeed, while my grandson's strike may be rather lackluster, it should suffice to make this young man yield within 3 moves. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussions, the ninth elder's gaze gleamed with triumph. A resounding thud echoed, followed by a wretched cry. Alas! In a state of utter astonishment, all beheld Gu Ming staggering, clutching his face and shouting in anguish, while Xue Shisan remained unperturbed, as if nothing had transpired. Song Lingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. The ninth elder was taken aback. Grandfather, perhaps I did not rest well last night. I must have been seeing things. Oh, I see. That is reassuring. The ninth elder sighed in relief. Useless. You dare to retaliate? Unfortunately, to me, it is but a mere tickle. Prepare to meet your end. Gu Ming snarled fiercely, his martial essence surging throughout his body, amplifying his imposing aura as he struck towards Xue Shisan. Oh, merely a tickle, you say? Then how about this? Xue Shisan replied coolly, with a thunderous roar. He took the initiative, an overwhelming force erupting from within him, propelling him forward like a bolt of lightning towards Gu Ming. Martial arts master? At that moment, astonishment swept through the crowd, their faces adorned with disbelief. Song Lingyu gasped, her delicate lips covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes momentarily vacant. The ninth elder was stunned, his expression a vivid tapestry of emotions. Chapter 18. The terrifying talent boom. The vast essence of true energy, the surging momentum, and the terrifying force that swept through like a raging tide erupted from Xue Shisan in an instant, obliterating Gu Ming's power in the blink of an eye. There was no more concealment, no more courtesy. Gu Ming had just unleashed his power at the perfected level of the first heavenly layer. If that had landed on his former self, an ordinary person, countless bones would have surely been broken, rendering him bedridden for at least 1.5 years. Of course, at this moment, Xue Shisan's own strength had only reached the same perfected level of the first heavenly layer. Yet the density of his true energy from the Azure Sea Wave technique overwhelmed that of his opponent. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as Xue Shisan's fist struck Gu Ming's chest with tremendous force, sending him hurtling backward with a pained scream. His previously pale face even more ashen due to the assassin incident. My heavens, a martial arts master. He is actually a martial arts master? He practices the Azure Sea Wave technique. Such profound power. This fool is also at the perfected level of the first heavenly layer? Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Song Lingyu stood momentarily in a daze, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise, accompanied by a sense of pride and a radiant smile. Elder Jiu, after a brief moment of confusion, experienced a whirlwind of emotions, his face shifting between red and purple, a spectacle to behold. A martial arts master? How could this be? Gu Ming suddenly roared, his eyes bloodshot, feeling an unprecedented humiliation. Huh, you constantly called my junior brother useless. But it seems the true useless one is about to emerge today. Song Lingyu chuckled with delight. Ah, you will pay for this. Gu Ming had gone mad, his true energy surging to its peak. Unfortunately, no matter how fervently he summoned it, he could muster only a mere wisp of true energy. Mountain-splitting palm, he bellowed, executing his martial arts technique, his entire body radiating a ferocious aura. Palm strikes fierce and unyielding. You are too slow. Shueshir-san's calm voice rang in his ears, shocking Gu Ming. In the next moment, he let out a horrifying scream as his mountain-splitting palm was abruptly interrupted, his true energy shattered by a single fist, causing him to crash backward once more. I will kill you, Gu Ming bellowed, enraged. He had regarded Shueshir-san as merely a fool, only to discover that his opponent was a martial arts master of the same caliber. Having been struck down twice, the second time while employing martial arts, ignited an unprecedented fury within him. You will not have this opportunity. Shueshir-san stepped forward, his palm strike enveloping Gu Ming like a shadow. Bang, bang, bang. The subsequent scene left the onlookers utterly astounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Shueshir-san's fingers struck like lightning, landing blow after blow upon Gu Ming, each impact resonating within him, eliciting continuous, anguished screams. Within mere breaths, his screams transformed into something inhuman. Please stop. It hurts so much, woo-woo. Gu Ming cried out, feeling Shueshir-san's palm power permeate his entire being, as if every bone in his body was being crushed, a torment beyond measure. Grandson, my grandson. Stop. Elder Gio, realizing the gravity of the situation, cried out in distress. Elder Gio, I have yet to beg for mercy. The time has not yet passed. Shueshir-san retorted, showing no signs of compassion. Gu Ming was on the verge of tears, realizing that his opponent would not be the one pleading for mercy. Please, stop. You win. Just stop. The surrounding spectators exchanged incredulous glances. It was indeed a fierce character. Just moments ago, Gu Ming had vowed to make Shueshir-san beg for mercy within the span of a single incense stick. Yet now, after a mere exchange, he himself was the one begging for mercy. What a bitter irony. Song Lingyu chuckled, her laughter like a blooming flower, reveling in the transformation of her junior brother. Yes, you win. Cease your actions now, and even after the incense burns out, I shall not pursue your identity, Elder Gio hurriedly conceded, his heart aching at the sight of his grandson in such a state. Reluctantly, Shueshir-san ceased his assault. Otherwise, this old man might truly explode with rage. He cast Gu Ming aside like a dead dog and walked over to his senior sister, ignoring him entirely. Well done, junior brother. Song Lingyu cheered, affectionately ruffling Shueshir-san's hair. Elder Gio glared at his grandson, who lay on the ground convulsing like a dead dog, and bellowed, Elder Gio. It clearly states here that during the competition, any consequences caused by either party shall not be pursued afterward. Song Lingyu brandished the earlier document, a smile gracing her lips. You. Elder Gio's face contorted with rage. He had not anticipated that his own grandson had dug a pit for himself, only to find himself ensnared within it. Wasn't his memory always in disarray, rendering him incapable of cultivation? How could he suddenly become a martial arts master? And at the perfected level of the first heavenly layer no less? I suspect he is a spy from one of the 8 holy martial sects, and must be turned over to the law enforcement hall for interrogation. Someone, Elder Gio commanded. Wait, how can my junior brother be a spy? He cultivates the Azure Sea Wave technique of my Gu family and executes the most difficult technique, the cloud-snatching hand. How could he possibly be a spy? I forgot to mention that my junior brother's memory has been gradually recovering due to his master's treatment and has not regressed for over a month. Moreover, I instructed him to keep a record of daily events, so even if his memory were to regress, there would be no cause for concern. Song Lingyu stated indifferently. You. Elder Gio's expression fluctuated, and after a moment of contemplation, he snorted coldly and took his grandson away to tend to his injuries. As the complex gazes of the onlookers followed, Shueshir-san and Song Lingyu departed from the grand hall. However, the events that had just transpired would undoubtedly create a sensation within the Gu family in the near future. Senior sister, you lied just now. This book was given to me only moments ago, and I... Smack. Before Shueshir-san could finish, Song Lingyu delivered a sharp slap to his head. You truly are foolish. I did it all for you. She retorted, exasperated. Shueshir-san scratched his head sheepishly, realizing that if Gu Laoba were to witness this side of him, he would surely be left agape. This decisive young man had such a docile side, yet at present, this side of him was only revealed in front of his senior sister. Junior brother, your cloud-snatching hand is quite impressive. Song Lingyu suddenly regarded him with a probing gaze, her ethereal beauty concealing an inscrutable intent. Shueisha-san's expression froze, sensing an impending crisis. Sister, please, don't. Even I was deceived by you. Tell me, what else is there that I do not know? She pressed, her tone growing increasingly stern, causing Shueisha-san to feel a pang of guilt. For he indeed harbored many secrets from his senior sister, such as the restoration of his memory, his true cultivation level, and his origins. Transforming from an ordinary person to a master at the perfected level of the first heavenly layer within half a month was a rarity across the continent. Junior brother, your talent is truly terrifying. Song Lingyu mused, her gaze lingering on Shueisha-san's retreating figure. Shueisha-san understood that Elder Gio aimed to secure advantages for his grandson while simultaneously issuing a veiled threat. The room was filled with the treasures sought by his master, and cultivating within would yield tremendous benefits. Though reluctant, Shueisha-san remained unperturbed. He believed that with his extraordinary talent, he would shine brightly in the martial arts world, especially with the legacy he carried from the celestial realm. In 3 months' time, transcending the second level of martial arts should not pose a significant challenge. However, from the tone of my junior sister, it seems that Gu Binger's strength is far more complex than it appears. Lost in contemplation, Shueisha-san was resolute about acquiring the 9 turns mysterious yang vital energy. Unbeknownst to him, he had entered a meditative state, harnessing the celestial energies from all directions, which soon enveloped his room in a hazy glow. Ever since his breakthrough, his rate of absorbing the world's energy had multiplied several times, and before long, a strand of true essence began to take shape within his dantian. Shueisha-san experienced the wondrous sensation of his body gradually becoming stronger, his heart of Tao becoming increasingly ethereal. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow as he detected a terrifying fluctuation of power deep within. Employing the visualization techniques of the celestial realm, he discerned what appeared to be a cluster of starlit white dots. Shueisha-san's excitement surged. He recognized this aura all too well. It was the remnant of his past cultivation in the celestial arts. How splendid! I never imagined remnants of celestial power still lingered within me. I wonder if consolidating this energy will suffice to unlock the mysterious inheritance within my sea of consciousness. Shueisha-san felt invigorated. Chapter 19. The Dual Realms of Martial Arts. Upon discovering the lingering essence of celestial cultivation deep within his being, Shueisha-san was filled with exhilarating excitement. He dedicated all his focus to harnessing this power. If he could consolidate it to a sufficient degree, he might unlock the enigmatic inheritance hidden within his consciousness, potentially allowing him to reconstruct his celestial roots and restore his former prowess. At the very least, these energies could enable him to unleash awe-inspiring celestial techniques, serving as a formidable weapon in the future. Shueisha-san felt that this revelation was both timely and exhilarating. He even envisioned himself dominating the clan competition 3 months hence, wielding celestial techniques with unrivaled prowess. As time quietly passed, night fell, and Shueisha-san remained immersed in his cultivation, oblivious to the world around him. The star-like energies within him, guided by his will, had begun to coalesce into a vague thread. Yet, this was far from sufficient. With such scant celestial power, he lacked the capacity to execute a lethal technique. Alas, had it not been for his uncle shattering his celestial roots, he would not have been burdened with such arduous efforts. Just then, a light, ethereal footstep echoed in the room, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of life and death crisis. Shueisha-san's half-closed eyes snapped open, meeting a pair of intensely cold eyes that glimmered like distant stars in the darkened chamber. Huh, die? Boom. The figure sneered, a torrent of terrifying power surging forth, akin to a raging river, illuminating the entire room with a radiant glow. Martial arts third realm? Shueisha-san was taken aback. This individual possessed the ability to project their power externally, having cultivated to the level of 100 strands of true essence flowing like a cascade, marking them as a master of the martial arts third realm. The oppressive force spread, causing the air to resonate with a thunderous roar, and the very walls of the room trembled as if on the verge of collapse. My life is forfeit, Shueisha-san lamented internally, unable to react or evade as the figure's hand descended upon him, the blinding force of martial prowess threatening to crush his very being. The disparity was insurmountable. Thud! A muffled sound reverberated through the chamber, sharp and clear in the inky night. Shueisha-san had initially resigned himself to death, yet something felt amiss. He sensed no pain or injury, and the oppressive aura was gradually dissipating. The terrifying strike seemed to lack the anticipated destructive force. Could it be that a formidable martial artist visited me in the dead of night merely to play a prank? Shui Shursen opened his eyes, only to witness the body before him visibly withering at a palpable pace, its life force evaporating at an alarming rate. His own hand was inexplicably clasped against the figure's palm. With a resounding bang, in the blink of an eye, the last vestiges of life fled from the figure, collapsing into a decayed, wind-weathered corpse that stirred up a cloud of dust. Shui Shursen stood dumbfounded, recalling how he had instinctively raised his right hand in haste. How could he have transformed this being into a withered corpse with a mere touch? The scene before him was too bizarre to comprehend. Suddenly, Shui Shursen appeared to grasp something, hastily examining his own body, and was met with astonishment. A powerful force surged within him, astonishing in its magnitude. Upon probing his dantian, he discovered 10 strands of true essence writhing like dragons, each robust and vigorous. Had he unknowingly broken through to the martial arts second realm? Shui Shursen felt as though his fortune had taken a miraculous turn. Yet this was not the most astonishing revelation. Within his dantian, another strand of true essence began to coalesce, showing no signs of abating. The 12th, 13th, 14th strands formed, culminating in 16 strands before it finally ceased. In mere moments, Shui Shursen's true essence had doubled from 8 to 16 strands, leaving him in a daze. First, he encountered a powerful assassin, narrowly escaping death, and now his power surged exponentially. In that instant, Shui Shursen felt as though the night's events were a whirlwind of thrilling extremes. He even contemplated rushing into the courtyard to shout at the stars and moon, exhilarated by the experience, wishing for a repeat. Did I kill this person? Once calmness returned, Shui Shursen gradually comprehended the situation, incredulously gazing at his right hand. Was it you? Did you drain this person's vitality and power, enabling my breakthrough? A wave of disbelief washed over Shui Shursen. He had never anticipated that the dormant inheritance he believed to be inert would awaken and save him. He found himself momentarily stunned. Even having witnessed the splendor of the celestial realm, he felt incredulous. Shui Shursen realized that this inheritance might be far more extraordinary than he had imagined. The luminous orb had merely flickered in his consciousness, and he felt no further vibrations from it. However, considering that while he could not activate this inheritance, if it could manifest in times of life-threatening peril to absorb his enemy's power, perhaps he should contemplate challenging some formidable beings within the martial world. If that orb could drain their strength, he might ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess in the shortest time, even achieving the status of a martial legend. Yet, it remained a mere thought. He could not be certain of the orb's reliability. Should it fail, he would be courting disaster. Shui Shursen rose from the bed, illuminating the room to inspect the corpse on the floor. The figure's original form was unrecognizable, reduced to a mere skeleton, as if aged by millennia of hardship. Now decayed and crumbling. Reluctantly, Shui Shursen searched the body, uncovering 100 taels of gold, a manual, and a tattered map, but no items denoting identity. Earlier that day, his identity had been safeguarded by his junior sister, yet that same night, an assassin had sought to take his life. A master of the martial arts, third realm no less. Shui Shursen's expression darkened as he contemplated his next move, understanding that encounters like this would be inevitable in the future. After considerable reflection, he turned his attention to the manual in his hand. Destruction Seal, a high-tier martial technique. Overwhelming in power, fierce and unstoppable, classified among the finest of the high tier. Shui Shursen surmised that individuals typically undertaking such tasks would refrain from carrying anything that could reveal their identity. Yet this assassin must have been exceedingly confident, neglecting to discard personal items. After all, this was a master of the martial arts third realm, while he had only demonstrated mastery of the martial arts first realm earlier that day. Having inexplicably broken through to the martial arts second realm, Shui Shursen felt elated, temporarily dismissing the thought of further seclusion. He dragged the corpse into a nearby room and concocted some corpse-disintegrating powder to obliterate the evidence. Originally, he believed he would need to rush to secure first place in the competition 3 months hence, but now it seemed ample time remained. Shui Shursen murmured to himself, his gaze glimmering with profound intensity in the darkness. Chapter 20. Sensation. Early in the morning, the entire Gu family was abuzz with excitement. The reason, of course, was the events that transpired the previous day, which had nearly become common knowledge. A person once regarded by all as a fool had unexpectedly emerged as a martial arts master, defeating Gu Ming in the process. This revelation astonished everyone. In no time, many began to take a keen interest in Xue Shisan. From morning until noon, discussions about him echoed through every garden and pathway. It was truly remarkable. Had his memory returned? Had his perfected physique finally begun to radiate brilliance? I heard that his memory was only starting to improve, not fully restored. It was said that when he defeated Gu Ming, he had not even exerted his full strength, a feat beyond the capability of an ordinary individual. My curiosity about this legendary fool grew, and I longed to meet him. In a mere fortnight, he had transformed from an ordinary person to a master of the first realm of martial arts. It seemed this individual was indeed extraordinary. Some wore expressions of excitement, while others displayed disdain, including the second young mistress of the Gu family, Gu Linger. The Grand Elder has invested so many rare resources into him over the past 3 years that he must have accumulated immense power within. This time, he merely had good fortune, erupting into a martial arts master. Is this really praiseworthy? A striking young girl beside Gu Linger spoke coldly, her lips curling in undisguised contempt and mockery. Her name was Xiao Dai. Gu Ming, that incompetent, with his unstable true energy, barely able to stand, has trained a clumsy mountain-splitting palm. To defeat such a person is considered an achievement? Gu Linger remarked with disdain, surveying the gathered crowd. Haha, Miss Ling, you are absolutely right. What is there to be proud of? Since that fool has become a martial arts master, I, Gu Tian, shall go meet him and see what he is truly capable of. Cousin Linger is correct. It is merely a fool defeating a waste. I, Gu Gang, shall also seek to test his prowess. A throng of people, stirred by Gu Linger's words, quickly shifted their focus onto Xue Shisan. Satisfaction gleamed in Gu Linger's eyes as she nodded approvingly, turning to depart. Unbeknownst to her, Xue Shisan was oblivious to all this commotion. He had secluded himself, delving into the mysteries of the destruction seal, the technique associated with assassins. Occasionally, the air would be rent with thunderous sounds from the courtyard, showcasing his tremendous force. Xue Shisan meticulously studied the manual, repeatedly practicing the technique, yet he felt a persistent stagnation in his movements, unable to achieve fluidity. Truly, it was a supreme martial art of high order, one that even he struggled to fully grasp. With a furrowed brow, he paced the courtyard, contemplating the profound truths embedded within the text. At noon, he finally cried out, "Destruction seal." Boom. The power of his martial arts, at the second realm, surged forth like a wild stallion, coalescing in his palms before being thrust outward. In an instant, a wave of energy erupted, sweeping through the courtyard and causing fissures to appear in the stone ground, ultimately striking a massive tree that was as thick as a baby's embrace. Crash! In that moment, the tree was obliterated, its roots violently uprooted and scattered into the air, splintering into its shavings. Xue Shisan was momentarily taken aback by the sheer might of his own strike, staring dumbfounded at the devastation surrounding him. Before him lay a gaping pit, while the once towering tree had vanished, leaving only remnants of its existence. Is this truly the destructive power of a martial artist at the second realm? It seems somewhat exaggerated, Xue Shisan mused. He had previously faced Gu Jun, a master of the same realm, and managed to defeat him, albeit through a clever surprise. However, Xue Shisan believed that even had Gu Jun exerted his full strength, he could not have matched the ferocity of his current blow. At that moment, Xue Shisan felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Though not overwhelming, it startled him nonetheless. How could this be? That last attack consumed 1/5 of my true energy. Fortunately, I did not use my full strength, or I might have exhausted more than half of my power. Xue Shisan was astonished, but then considered another perspective. A high-level martial art should not demand such an exorbitant cost, even among the finest. Thus, the true nature of this technique. I understand now. The destruction seal likely consists of 2 parts. When combined, they should reach the pinnacle of martial arts, or perhaps even transcend it. This explains its terrifying power, surpassing the realm of high-level martial arts and demanding an astounding amount of energy. Xue Shisan contemplated, realizing why he had struggled to comprehend it before. He had only practiced a portion. As he sat cross-legged to recover his true energy, a clamor arose from outside. Xue Shisan, come out. Xue Shisan, come out. The door swung open, and Gu Laoba rushed in, flustered. Upon witnessing the devastation in the courtyard, he was momentarily stunned. Shue Shursan opened his eyes, frowning as he inquired. What is it? Young Master Shursan, it's bad. Ever since news of your victory over young Master Meng spread, the clan has been in an uproar. Many people are openly declaring their intent to challenge you, Gu Laoba said. Close the door. I shan't see anyone. Shue Shursan replied decisively. It was not out of fear, but rather a lack of interest. Those outside were not even at the second realm of martial arts, and he saw no reason to engage with them. However, the raucous crowd outside grew more fervent, their jeers and taunts echoing. Shue Shursan, it seems you were merely lucky yesterday, a hollow reputation. A fool is still a fool. I wager you are trembling in your room, afraid to come out. I, Gu Tian, could defeat you using only one hand and half my power. Do you dare accept my challenge? As the mocking voices escalated, laughter erupted from the crowd. This ruckus persisted for a considerable time, disrupting Shue Shursan's attempts to meditate. Some audacious individuals even began kicking at his door or throwing stones into the courtyard. Shue Shursan discerned that among the raucous voices, those of Gu Tian and Gu Gang stood out the most. With a bitter smile, he realized that some individuals seemed intent on instilling fear in him. What are you doing? Just as Shue Shursan rose, he heard a sharp reprimand from outside, and the crowd quickly fell silent. It was the voice of his senior sister, Song Lingyu. Such a multitude challenging a mere novice who has only been in martial arts for half a month truly highlights your exceptional talents. As Shue Shursan opened the door, he heard her melodious voice, free of any malice. Song Lingyu stood not far away, graceful and poised. At that moment, her smile, tinged with a hint of mockery, filled the onlookers with shame. Yet, many gazes still glimmered with fervor, sneaking glances at her flawless features. Junior brother. Upon seeing Shue Shursan, Song Lingyu's eyes sparkled with delight as she approached him. This scene ignited envy in the hearts of all present. Reluctantly, many dispersed, though some cast lingering glances at Shue Shursan as they departed, their meaning unmistakable. Just wait. Among them were Gu Tian and Gu Gang. Shue Shursan disregarded the gazes directed at him, seemingly unperturbed, engaged in conversation with his junior sister. Beside them, Gu Laoba curled his lip, thinking to himself how oblivious they were. Young Master Shursan had even slain Lord Gu Jun. If he truly decided to act, would they not be utterly terrified? He found himself anticipating the day of the clan competition, eager to witness the expressions of everyone in the family. A bunch of inept individuals. Not far away, Gu Linger muttered in frustration before a cold smile crept across her lips. She believed that although Song Lingyu had intervened, it would undoubtedly turn Shue Shursan, who had just gained notoriety the day before, into a subject of ridicule once more, perhaps even more severely than before. After a brief conversation with Shue Shursan, during which she affectionately ruffled his hair, Song Lingyu departed, having little time to waste with the impending clan competition. For the following half-month, Shue Shursan immersed himself in rigorous training within the courtyard, paying no heed to the mockery from outside. Concerned about potential assassination attempts, he typically donned a cloak at night, shrouding himself in the darkness. However, what puzzled him was the absence of any news regarding the assassin he had killed. It was as if nothing had transpired, and no further attempts on his life were made. The disappearance of Gu Jun, on the other hand, had stirred some minor ripples. With merely 2 strands of true essence remaining to reach the pinnacle of the second layer, his mastery of the Zhaoyuan hand had significantly advanced, and he could wield the obliteration seal with remarkable fluidity. One night, as Shue Shursan murmured to himself in his chamber, a thought struck him. He swiftly donned his cloak and left the room. Striding confidently, he passed the clan guards, who seemed oblivious to his presence, allowing him to exit the Gu family gates unimpeded. His purpose for venturing out was to procure additional medicinal herbs for his forthcoming training regimen. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he halted, his expression turning peculiar. Do you know who our young lady is? This is the holy martial mountain of the Gu family. Do you dare obstruct our path, seeking your demise? A striking maid coldly admonished. Indeed, we are well aware of who your young lady is, Miss Gu Linger of the Gu family. However, we are precisely looking for her. One of the 2 masked figures replied ominously. You possess an audacious spirit. Knowing who I am, you still dare to block my way. Leave at once, and I may spare your lives, Gu Linger retorted, her face frosty. Huh. Indeed, the temperament of the young lady is as expected. But regrettably, today it is not a matter of whether you will spare us, but rather whether we will show you mercy. With that declaration, a powerful aura surged from within the speaker, his hand transforming into a deep crimson hue. Blood demon hand. Are you from the demon palace? Gulinger gasped in shock, her complexion paling dramatically. Chapter 21. The 3000 slaughters. The Gu family stands as one of the 9 colossal powers in the realm, its influence extending across 1,000 miles, with Shengwu City and Shengwu Mountain hosting numerous unparalleled warriors from the Gu lineage. Although the clan is aware of the second young lady's vivacious nature and her frequent excursions to the base of the mountain, they remain largely indifferent. After all, it has been countless years since anyone dared to make a move beneath Shengwu Mountain, which is precisely why Gulinger is emboldened to venture out without guards. However, today, this long-standing restraint is shattered, and the target is none other than Gulinger herself. A blinding flash of crimson light erupts in the air, as the dense essence of martial arts surges forth like a raging river. In an instant, the atmosphere is filled with the deafening sound of air bursting, overwhelmed by the oppressive force emanating from the opponent's formidable martial prowess. A colossal hand, suffused with a ghastly blood-red glow, descends directly towards Gulinger. Upon realizing that the assailant belongs to the demon palace, Gulinger's delicate face pales instantly, her previous arrogance dissipating, replaced by utter panic. Damn it, this is a cultivator of the 5th level of martial arts. Shueshur-san, cloaked in a pall-like mantle, conceals his presence within the night. This precious garment serves as an invisibility cloak in the darkness, shielding him from detection. The prowess of this demon palace expert astonishes him. A 5th level martial artist in this realm could easily dominate the surroundings. Shueshur-san finds himself in a moral quandary. Distractedly surveying the sliver of celestial power he has painstakingly gathered over the past few days. Initially, he had intended to remain a mere spectator, harboring no fondness for Gulinger and relishing the prospect of witnessing this spoiled young lady face adversity. Yet, as he contemplates the unfolding situation, he hesitates. Should he squander the precious life-saving technique he has so laboriously cultivated to rescue her? Just as he grapples with his indecision, he suddenly observes a vibrant azure light erupting from Gulinger, forming a protective barrier that halts the descending crimson hand. Bang! The assailant, thwarted, gazes at Gulinger in astonishment. TSK. No wonder she is the daughter of Gu Tianba. She possesses such a rare defensive artifact. The individual chuckles darkly, displaying a hint of amusement. Enough of this play. The Gu family's warriors will soon hear the commotion. This barrier can withstand only a single strike from a 6th level martial artist, and together, we can breach it within 3 breaths, another voice interjects. Boom. This speaker unleashes their martial essence, surging forth like a terrifying tidal wave, the dark demonic energy enveloping the area, deepening the night. This individual's power surpasses that of the first, reaching the pinnacle of the 5th level of martial arts, nearly touching the 6th. Gulinger cries out, her voice trembling. A sheltered noblewoman, she has never encountered such a dire situation. Hearing that the two could dismantle her shield in mere moments fills her with despair. With a shared battle cry, the 2 assailants unleash their strongest attacks. Bang! Both being exceptional martial artists, their onslaught causes Gulinger's protective barrier to tremble violently, beginning to contort under the pressure. Crack! With a crisp sound, a fissure opens in the barrier, signaling its impending collapse. Ha ha ha! Just as expected. Break it for me. They roar, their power inexplicably surging to a new level as they unleash their full might. Mississippi. The terrified maid, Xiao Dai, who has been hiding nearby, cannot help but scream at the sight. Bang! With a thunderous noise, countless azure lights explode, and a crimson hand looms before Gulinger, plunging her into despair. Gulinger, think about how you will repay me later. 3000 slaughters. In the shadows, Shueshur-san grits his teeth and murmurs. Boom. A terrifying pressure erupts like a tidal wave, shaking the heavens and earth. The crimson hand, reaching for Gulinger, trembles as if crushed beneath a chaotic divine mountain, rendering it immobile. The other assailant experiences the same dread, both warriors suddenly engulfed in a profound sense of life and death crisis. Gulinger, who had closed her eyes in despair, opens them in confusion upon realizing the hand has not descended upon her. To her astonishment, she witnesses a remarkable scene unfolding. In a flash, Shueshur-san steps forward, summoning the forces of heaven and earth to converge around him like swallows returning to their nest. His aura surges, and divine radiance swells around him. With a flick of his right hand, he forms a sword gesture, causing a torrent of murderous energy to surge forth like an ocean, poised to descend. The night sky trembling in response. Step back. Shursen bellows. Gulinger, mesmerized by the spectacle before her, snaps back to reality upon hearing his command and hastily retreats. No. The two Demon Palace warriors scream, their voices laced with deep-seated terror. Boom. As Shursen's sword gesture slices downwards, the night sky erupts in chaos. The world turned upside down. Countless sturdy trees are uprooted and shattered, and the ground fractures, sending fissures radiating outward. This strike is earth-shattering. It is a world-shattering killing technique unleashed by Shursen using the last remnants of his celestial power. Gulinger and her maid Xiao Dai stand transfixed, feeling as though they are witnessing something beyond the realm of human capability. Is this truly the extent of human potential? The two young women are momentarily stunned. As the dust settles, a figure emerges before them, standing with hands clasped behind his back, facing away. This figure is not particularly tall or robust, possessing a balanced, slightly slender physique. Yet, in the eyes of Gulinger and her maid, he appears taller than the heavens, more radiant than the stars, akin to a brilliant starlit sky. Vast and resplendent. Alas, such a killing technique wasted. Shursen sighs inwardly, slowly turning around to find Gulinger and Xiao Dai standing behind him, watching with a blend of apprehension and admiration. His expression turns peculiar. He did not expect the proud and imperious second young lady of the Gu family to display such humility. Gulinger blinks her starry eyes, eagerly gazing at the powerful figure, yearning to glimpse his true appearance, but is met with disappointment as he is veiled. Yet, recalling his earlier display of divine radiance and overwhelming prowess, she feels that such a remarkable individual must be shrouded in mystery, unseen by ordinary eyes. I, Gulinger, express my heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving grace. If you do not mind, may I accompany you to Shungwu Mountain? Gulinger begins, but before she can finish, Shursen's expression shifts as he senses approaching presences, likely the Gu family's warriors responding to the earlier commotion. With a leap, he vanishes from sight. Senior! Senior! Gulinger exclaims in shock, seeing Shursen depart without uttering a word, her heart racing. Hey, why are you ignoring me? I still don't know your name. The young lady exclaims in exasperation, her previous composure evaporating, replaced by profound frustration. Young Master Shue. Master? What a loss. What a tremendous loss. In the distance, Shursen silently laments, his heart aching. As the two formidable experts from the Demon Palace were obliterated to the point of leaving no trace of their bodies. The scheme to reap rewards from their demise and compensate for his earlier expenditures was utterly thwarted. In his heart, Shursen lamented the loss, feeling as though he had not only sacrificed his hard-earned celestial prowess, but also gained nothing in return. Even his earlier intention to toy with Gulinger, leveraging his recent identity, was dashed. However, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes as he spotted a heap of bloodied rags not far away, accompanied by some remnants of flesh. To his astonishment, intertwined within the tattered fabric lay a collection of silver notes. Remarkably, they had survived the chaos. It appeared that fate was indeed smiling upon him. But wait, could it be? Gold notes, amounting to 10,000 taels? In the next moment, Shursen's eyes widened in disbelief. 10,000 taels of gold was equivalent to a staggering 100,000 taels of silver. His exhilaration was short-lived, for he soon noticed someone approaching, inquiring about Gulinger. Shursen, a fundamentally kind-hearted youth, had become somewhat hardened due to recent events, yet this did not extinguish his innate compassion. Despite his aversion towards Gulinger, who had previously employed assassins against him, he had hesitated over whether to risk losing his powerful weapon to save her. Ultimately, he acted, driven by a simple conviction. If he had chosen not to intervene, he would have been burdened with discomfort in his conscience. For now, at least, he felt no guilt. His grievances with Gulinger were momentarily cast aside. He did not dwell on them. This night was destined to be tumultuous. As the Gu family was stirred into action, countless strong individuals emerged, sealing off the sacred martial mountain. Such formidable figures existed. His sister's talent was hailed as a rare gem in a century. Yet when compared to young Master Xian, it seemed utterly incomparable. Gulinger thought excitedly, her large eyes sparkling with admiration. Chapter 22. The terrifying heritage of the sacred martial family. The incident involving Gulinger and the people of the demon sect quickly stirred the upper echelons of the Gu family, inciting widespread outrage. Throughout the night, not only was the sacred martial mountain sealed off, but the entire sacred martial city was also locked down. However, it was evident that the events of the night would not end here. By some unknown command, numerous unparalleled masters of the Gu family sprang into action, causing a ripple of astonishment throughout the clan. Boom! A radiant light surged from a grand hall, and an elder in white robes emerged, exuding an overwhelmingly domineering aura. He stepped forth from the void, one deliberate step after another, as he made his way out of the Gu family. This is the legendary third elder of our Gu family, said to possess the strength to command mountains and rivers. Who would have imagined he would also take action? Someone recognized the elder, their shock palpable. Soon after, at a certain location at the foot of the mountain, a towering figure radiated immense power, standing in the void. With each step, the air around him erupted with explosive sounds, a testament to his formidable presence. Is this our family's first guardian? He has been stirred to action as well. A voice exclaimed, astonished at the emergence of yet another peerless powerhouse. Then, across 100 miles, formidable figures continued to manifest, traversing the realm with an overwhelming presence that left onlookers in awe. That night, the Gu family displayed the terrifying might of one of the 9 colossal giants of the world, evoking both admiration and fear. Sister, who is this significant figure? Shui Shursan remarked, observing a piercing sword aura soaring into the sky, followed by a fleeting silhouette. He spoke with a sense of numbness. This was the 7th formidable being he had witnessed. From initial astonishment, he had grown utterly desensitized. The Gu family is truly formidable, said Song Lingyu. Seated back-to-back with Shui Shursan on a large stone in the courtyard, gazing at the starry sky and bright moon while discussing the events unfolding around them. Little junior brother, that person who just passed by is quite remarkable. If his name were to be spoken, the entire martial world would tremble. Song Lingyu's voice resonated ethereally, akin to a celestial melody that made one's skin tingle with delight. Her skin was fair, resembling exquisite jade, and as the moonlight cascaded upon her, it accentuated her beauty, making her appear even more radiant. Shui Shursan turned to see his little sister draped in moonlit silk, resembling a celestial fairy. Her ethereal beauty and delicate figure stirred a certain impulse within him. The maiden seemed to sense his gaze and turned to him, momentarily startled. Then, with a dainty finger as delicate as jade, she elegantly tapped his forehead, her cheeks flushing slightly as she playfully chided, "What are you staring at?" Shui Shursan, feeling a bit embarrassed, shifted his gaze and, with a silly grin, replied, "Sister, you look stunning at night." Song Lingyu paused in surprise, then gracefully raised her hand. "Little junior brother, are you trying to provoke me? What do you mean by you look stunning at night? What about during the day?" At this point, Song Lingyu suddenly realized something, her face blooming with a hint of shyness as her bright eyes shot a fierce glare at Shui Shursan. Stunning at night? It sounded somewhat intriguing, but Shui Shursan remained oblivious, presuming his little sister was about to indulge in another round of self-praise. He sighed, "Sister, you really don't need to brag about yourself. Your beauty is evident to all. It only makes you seem less modest." Despite Song Lingyu's frequent self-compliments bordering on narcissism, she was truly enchanting, dreamlike in her beauty, every movement exuding elegance and grace. Even her playful tone could not diminish her charm, but rather enhanced her adorability. "Oh, you dare to lecture me, sister? Your audacity is growing," she teased. "Sister, I didn't mean to. By the way, what were we discussing earlier?" "Oh right, who was that great figure who just passed by? You haven't told me yet." "He is the Sword Sovereign, a renowned powerhouse in the martial world. It seems he was invited by the family head for some reason to take residence within the clan." "The Sword Sovereign? Is his swordsmanship truly that impressive to be called a sovereign in the realm of swords?" "Indeed, he is exceptionally formidable. Aside from the legendary martial myth, Shurnantion, from hundreds of years ago, no one can compare to his innate talent in swordsmanship." The brother and sister continued to chat and laugh in the courtyard until dawn, their spirits still high. Both had attained considerable prowess in martial arts, and a night without sleep would not affect them. Not long after morning broke, news of the Gu family's grand display from the previous night spread like wildfire, prompting yet another wave of astonishment at the family's formidable presence. The Gu family's unmatched power had struck at 8 secret strongholds of the Demon Palace, annihilating 113 of their members, including several elders. It could be said that the Gu family's actions had eradicated the influence the demon palace had painstakingly established over many years within a radius of several hundred miles around sacred Martial Mountain, obliterating their years of effort in one fell swoop. One could only imagine the fury and heartbreak among the upper echelons of the demon palace at this moment. "Oh, the Gu family is truly terrifying," Xue Shursen lamented. "Of course, otherwise, how could they be called the sacred martial family?" Song Lingyu responded. Although the influence of the demon sect within the Gu family's territory had been uprooted, there remained the possibility of overlooked remnants. Thus, for several days, Sacred Martial Mountain and Sacred Martial City remained under strict martial law, with no one permitted to enter or exit as the Gu family continued to hunt down the remnants of the demon sect. Xue Shursan, feeling helpless, could only retreat to his room and engage in fervent cultivation. He contemplated how to adapt his celestial alchemical techniques to concoct medicinal solutions suitable for this world, intending to apply them within martial arts. Which technique should I employ to integrate with the destruction seal? Xue Shursan pondered, furrowing his brow. Pyryang finger? 8 desolations and 6 harmonies technique. 9,000 slaughtering arts? Divine phoenix burning heaven seal? Various celestial techniques flashed through his mind, but ultimately Xue Shursan dismissed them all. The destruction seal was ferociously powerful, capable of obliterating anything in its path. Thus, it required a technique possessing a closely related attribute. Ah, that's right. The 3,000 slaughtering calamities technique I used last night. Xue Shursan's heart surged with joy as he finalized his decision and swiftly began his endeavor. Celestial techniques are executed through one's celestial cultivation, manipulating the forces of heaven and earth to evolve various profound principles, achieving an unfathomable level of power. In contrast, martial arts rely on one's innate strength, unleashing unimaginable destructive force through martial practice. Despite the significant differences between the two paths, there remained commonalities. Soon, Xue Shursan immersed himself in his work, the courtyard resonating with a series of tremendous booms, shaking the very foundation of the space, causing Gu Laoba to deliver meals with trepidation. Boom. Suddenly, a torrent of overwhelming energy erupted from Xue Shursan, a destructive force beginning to permeate, threatening to burst forth from his being. Yet at that moment, he felt a sharp pain in a certain meridian within his body, causing his power to stagnate. Uft! A mouthful of blood spewed forth as Xue Shursan fell, his hair disheveled. "Young Master 13, Young Master 13. In a daze, he heard Gu Laoba's voice. Struggling to open his eyes, feeling an indescribable weakness throughout his body. Coughing harshly, he sat up, examining himself to find several meridians damaged and ruptured. A bitter smile crossed his face as he realized he had underestimated the dangers of altering martial techniques. Had he not reacted in time, his blood could have reversed, leading to his explosive demise. With that thought, Xue Shursan couldn't help but feel a wave of dread wash over him. "Young Master 13, are you all right?" Beside him, Gu Laoba inquired cautiously. He pondered to himself, this fellow has endured being deceived by a counterfeit pill molded from mere clay for so long, remaining blissfully unaware. It seems necessary to devise a way to offer him some benefits. The art of manipulation requires a blend of both kindness and authority to achieve the desired effect. Everything necessitates a certain equilibrium. The imposing presence that Xue Shursan had previously demonstrated towards Gu Laoba was sufficient, but now it was time to provide some rewards. Thus, in the afternoon, he utilized some remaining medicinal herbs from his storage bracelet to concoct a potion for Gu Laoba, enabling him to break through to the pinnacle of the first level of martial arts. Overwhelmed with excitement, Gu Laoba rushed to Xue Shursan, overflowing with gratitude, and fervently swore oaths while pointing at the ceiling. Xue Shursan took 3 days to recuperate, during which he did not relent. He meticulously deconstructed the techniques of the demise seal and the 3,000 killing calamities, which belonged to disparate systems, then sought to merge them before dismantling them once more. Thus, he persistently engaged in the cycle of disassembly and reassembly, deeply immersed in the essence of martial arts study. The fusion of celestial and martial techniques had perhaps never been successfully achieved before, yet I shall not yield, he mused. Even a slight enhancement of martial prowess would be deemed a triumph for me. In a blink, 5 days elapsed. During this time, Gu Laoba grew increasingly attentive, frequently bringing various items to Xue Shursan, dutifully attending to him. He was perplexed, wondering what madness had overtaken Master Shursan. Such fervor in practice seemed excessive. And if this continued, it might lead to a perilous path of obsession. Master Shursan, what exactly are you practicing? On this day, Gu Laoba could no longer contain his curiosity. Earlier, he had witnessed Shue Shursan wielding his techniques with an earth-shattering aura, a terrifying presence. Yet the final strike merely snapped a slender branch, leaving him utterly baffled by the disparity. This was still fortunate. Just a few days prior, he had seen Shue Shursan unleash a palm strike that, instead of propelling forward, rebounded and sent him flying, collapsing the roof of the adjacent room. Chapter 23. The Heart of Ice and Jade. Shue Shursan, after numerous failures, endeavored to merge two formidable techniques. He meticulously dissected and analyzed the profound essence of each layer, striving for ultimate comprehension before attempting the fusion once more. In the courtyard, Shue Shursan formed intricate hand seals, his martial essence surging within, unleashing a powerful aura as he thrust his palm forward. Boom! A tempest arose, causing Gu Laoba to stumble in disarray, while dust enveloped the courtyard, swirling into a fierce whirlwind of rich yellow earth. Ah, spit! Little junior brother, what are you doing? It's so dirty. At that moment, Song Lingyu, clad in a flowing blue and white gown, approached. Her fair skin and exquisite features were almost otherworldly, untouched by any speck of dust. However, upon entering, she was caught off guard by the dust storm conjured by Shue Shursan. Sighing in resignation, Shue Shursan halted his experimentation and cast an apologetic glance at his senior sister. Oh dear, I've just changed my clothes, and now they're dirty. You are quite troublesome, little junior brother. Song Lingyu complained. Senior sister, who do you think will be the most formidable challengers in the upcoming clan competition? Shue Shursan hesitated before inquiring. After some contemplation, Song Lingyu replied, Gu Jian, Gu Fei, and Gu Shui'er possess commendable talents, and it is said they have reached the second heaven of martial arts. However, to me, they are merely a bunch of insignificant figures. The only truly formidable one is Gu Binger. You need not worry, little junior brother. I will surely prevail. Even though you have become a martial arts expert, I must secure an opportunity for you at the dragon transformation pool. Shue Shursan felt a surge of emotion and pondered before asking, then, how strong is the eldest Miss Gu Binger? What level of cultivation has she attained? Upon hearing this, Shue Shursan was utterly astonished. At least 90 strands? Does that not imply that Gu Binger is infinitely close to the third heaven of martial arts? Or perhaps she has already reached that level. Moreover, this was not the most alarming aspect. Gu Linger's terrifying quality lay in her ice-hard jade body, a constitution that made it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to inflict any harm upon her, as Song Lingyu explained. Shue Shursan was even more shocked. His master had once mentioned that certain innate physiques in martial arts were exceedingly rare prodigies, and the ice-heart jade body was among the most powerful of these. Initially brimming with confidence, Shue Shursan glanced at the 18 strands of true essence within his dantian and, upon comparing them to Gu Binger's at least 90 strands, could not help but sigh. He mused, no wonder the clan leader dared to offer the 9 transformations of Xianyang as a reward. He must have absolute confidence that his daughter would seize it. Song Lingyu confidently asserted that, in her view, it was impossible for Shue Shursan to break into the top 10. Her earlier comments were merely encouragement, not a reflection of any underestimation of her little junior brother. After all, who would believe that someone who had only entered martial arts a mere month ago could aspire to claim first place in the grand competition of the sacred martial clan? Shue Shursan forced a bitter smile, refraining from arguing further. Days had passed, yet the gates of the Gu clan's sacred martial mountain remained tightly shut, still investigating the remnants of the demon palace. Gu Linger, the second Miss Gu, showed no signs of panic following her recent near encounter with the demon palace. Instead, she appeared rather indifferent. Over the past few days, she often sat in a daze, lost in thought. Linger, Linger. A melodious and ethereal voice echoed in Gu Linger's ears. After a moment, she snapped back to reality, lifting her gaze to see a cold, yet beautiful face before her. Sister, when did you arrive? Gu Linger asked curiously, her lively eyes regaining their former brilliance. I just concluded my seclusion and came to see you. You seem distracted. What occupies your mind? Gu Binger, clad in a flowing white gown, exuded unparalleled elegance and purity, her radiant eyes curiously observing her whimsical sister. Oh, nothing much, Gu Linger replied casually. Nearby, her maid Xiao Dai exclaimed with excitement. Oh, Linger, what's wrong? Aren't you happy for your sister? Gu Binger noticed her sister's unusual demeanor and remarked, You used to be delighted by such news, often circling around me for ages. Hee hee. Sister, there are always greater heights and stronger individuals. One must learn humility. While I am indeed pleased for you, I wish to prevent any sense of arrogance that may lead to future misfortunes, so I shall refrain from praising you, Gu Linger replied with a clever smile, causing Gu Binger's brows to furrow in confusion. Shout I, you should understand what I mean, right? Gu Linger boasted to her maid, winking playfully at her sister. Gu Binger, possessing both unparalleled grace and intelligence, pondered the information she had gleaned after her seclusion. With her brows now relaxed, she spoke. Are you referring to that mysterious expert from that night? I have heard about your encounter with the demonic forces and have been quite worried for you. However, to compare me with such an extraordinary figure seems a bit excessive. In a few decades, who can say I won't surpass that elder? Upon hearing this, Gu Linger burst into peals of laughter, eventually collapsing to the ground in sheer delight. Xiao Dai struggled to stifle her own giggles, leaving Gu Binger perplexed. That night, the Gu clan's experts descended the mountain to inquire about Gu Linger's ordeal. For reasons unknown to her, she deliberately concealed the identity of young Master Xian, merely stating that a powerful, mysterious elder had rescued her, leaving traces of battle in his wake. Afterward, the Gu clan was left in a state of astonishment and curiosity, dispatching their intelligence network to seek out the peerless expert Gu Linger had mentioned, yet to no avail. Gu Linger could only imagine the exquisite expression on her sister's face when she revealed that the elder in question was merely a youth in his early 20s. Indeed, the next moment, Gu Binger was completely taken aback, her autumn-like eyes glazing over in disbelief, her alluring lips parted slightly, as if she were ensnared in an unprecedented shock. Her mind seemed to halt, her expression one of utter incredulity. Linger, are you serious? The elder who effortlessly dispatched two formidable demonic forces is merely a youth in his early 20s? Gu Binger spoke in a melodious voice, her tone trembling as though she could scarcely believe such a terrifying individual could exist. She was confident in her own extraordinary talents, but could not guarantee that she possessed such terrifying strength at that age. How is this possible? Such talent. Surely only the martial legends of centuries past could have displayed such prowess at that age. Hee hee, sister. I know you hold the world in disdain and see no man as your equal. But how about this young Master Xian? Could he possibly impress you? Gu Linger teased, finding great amusement in her sister's astonishment, akin to witnessing a celestial being unperturbed by worldly affairs. As Gu Binger remained in shock, Gu Linger animatedly recounted the events of that night when young Master Xian had intervened, her face alight with admiration. Linger, you aren't just playing tricks on me, are you? Is that person truly as terrifying as you say? Gu Binger finally could not contain herself, a hint of disbelief coloring her words. She possessed the ice-heart jade body and was rarely moved by external matters. Yet her sister's account stirred tumultuous waves within her heart. Sister, it was beyond that. When young Master Xian made his move, the heavens resonated and the winds of fate shifted. That aura, I feel that no matter how I express it, I cannot capture even a fraction of its magnificence. Moreover, his strength appeared rather extraordinary, seemingly far more potent than our own true essence. Miss, what you have said is indeed true. How should one describe that young Master Xian? Such an individual can only be referred to as a celestial being, I suppose. Alas, sister, you must understand that your current accomplishments may be utterly insignificant in their eyes. In due time, I shall ensure you have the opportunity to witness it for yourself. Having just emerged from her seclusion, Gu Binger felt somewhat disheartened by her sister's words, letting out a resigned sigh. Yet, the expression in her eyes betrayed her skepticism and lack of conviction. How infuriating! He left that night without even uttering a word to me. Gu Linger muttered further. Every day, Schwescherson pondered how to enhance the potency of his martial arts techniques. Over the next fortnight, he made little progress. However, on this particular day, his cultivation broke through to the realm of the second layer of martial arts, with 20 strands of true essence coiled within his dantian, marking a transformative shift in his power. The sacred martial mountain remained sealed off, preventing entry into the city. That evening, a whimsical thought struck Schwescherson. Cloaked in a pall-like cape, he ventured out. If the base of the mountain was blocked, surely wandering around the peak would be permissible. Before long, Schwescherson found himself at the back mountain of the Gu family, his expression shifting to one of surprise. A formation? He was astonished, having not anticipated that the Gu family had established such a grand array deep within their rear mountain. most individuals would be oblivious to its presence. Even if someone were to pass through, they would be misled by the formation, unknowingly walking to another side. What could possibly lie within? Curiosity piqued. Shueshursen swiftly dashed inside. Soon, subtle waves of energy began to ripple through the grand formation as he executed a series of intricate hand seals, his feet carefully landing on peculiar spots. After a full quarter of an hour, he finally breached the array. Alas, I am still too weak, otherwise. How could such a formation possibly confine me for such a duration? Shueshursen sighed. Boom. At that moment, a furious roar accompanied by an overwhelming pressure enveloped him instantaneously. Before Shueshursen could discern its source, he felt the presence of a colossal entity descend, its terrifying aura threatening to crush his very being. Thud. With a resounding thump. The fearsome presence arrived swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly. As Shueshursen focused his gaze, he beheld an unknown ferocious beast now lying lifeless before him, its essence entirely drained. The young man stared in astonishment at his right hand, marveling, "It is you again. Do you truly come to my aid at every critical juncture?" Shueshursen expressed his admiration, but his expression soon shifted as he sensed a powerful surge emanating from the radiant light of inheritance within his sea of consciousness. Chapter 24. The inheritance of the immortal dwelling. Gazing ahead, one is met with dense mist and an endless expanse of forest. From deep within, a terrifying roar occasionally reverberates, shaking the mountains. Due to the presence of external formations, the members of the Gu family are entirely unaware of the beastly roars, leaving no one to consider that such a vast area exists behind the Gu family's mountain. Snow 13, unfortunately, found himself the target of a ferocious beast the moment he entered, nearly losing his life. He had no time to examine the desiccated corpse of the gigantic beast. Instead, he focused intently on the increasingly brilliant radiance of the inheritance within his consciousness, its fluctuations growing ever more intense, subtly linking with his own body. Yet, ultimately, he was unable to unlock and inherit this legacy. With a silent sigh, he felt a flicker of disappointment, but his mood lifted considerably upon noticing the additional 5 strands of true essence in his dantian. It struck him as peculiar. The terrifying strength of the beast he had just encountered likely surpassed the 3rd level of martial arts. Yet after absorbing its power and essence, he had gained so little. What? Are you dissatisfied? Young one, everything you possess is granted by me. Now, I offer you an opportunity. Kneel and submit to me as your master, and I shall bestow upon you unimaginable power. At that moment, an arrogant and domineering voice echoed in his mind. Snow 13 paused in surprise, but chose to ignore it, turning his attention to the corpse of the beast before him. Hey, are you listening? Do you dare disregard my words? Do you realize how many dream of such an opportunity? Kneel and acknowledge me as your master, and I shall grant you supreme fortune. The entire world, and even the vast cosmos, will be at your disposal. The voice in his mind resounded once more, filled with palpable dissatisfaction. What? You dare insult me? Do you understand the magnitude of my might? If I were to be displeased, a mere breath from me could reduce this world to ashes. How can you, a mere wretch, presume to call me foolish? The voice raged with indignation. Snow 13 replied with a cold smirk. Ah, how could someone as foolish as you exist in this world? What? What did you say? Repeat that if you dare. Do you know how brilliant and powerful I am? If I were to be in a foul mood, a single breath could annihilate this realm. I am so remarkable, yet you dare to call me a fool? The voice bellowed furiously. If you were truly the life imprint or a remnant soul of some ancient being within my consciousness, I would have been possessed by you long ago. The fact that you have only just awakened and demand my submission speaks to your inflated ego, your misguided nobility, and your utter foolishness. I suspect your desire for my allegiance stems from a wish to negotiate as an equal once I inherit this legacy. Yet, even if I were to recognize you as my master, you would never hold the true authority over me. Am I correct, spirit of the artifact? Or guardian spirit of the inheritance? Snow 13 spoke calmly. You. How did you guess so accurately? Why? How? I am the most intelligent being in the cosmos. The depth of this matter is at least 10,999. To guess 1 or 2 correctly is a feat achieved by only a handful across the vast expanse of stars. The only one who could guess it entirely, aside from myself, is my master. How did you deduce this? Forgive me, but I am indeed your master, hence my accurate deductions, Snow 13 replied nonchalantly. How infuriating. You are not my master yet, you. How despicable! Why must I be assigned such a clever master like you? I desire a fool, a simpleton, to serve as my master. The voice in his mind seethed with jealousy. Very well, now that you understand I am your next master, it would be wise to show me respect from this moment forth. Otherwise, once I grasp this legacy, you shall face dire consequences, Snow 13 threatened. At that moment, he was met with a ferocious roar. You rejoice too soon. Given your current predicament, do you truly think you can master this inheritance? Whether you can achieve the myth of martial arts, pierce through the void, and tread the path of immortality remains uncertain. Listen well, speak to me with more respect, and perhaps I shall grant you some benefits. The voice seemed to be well informed about Snow 13's situation, threatening him with malice. Your profound hatred for the intelligent, along with your myriad complaints about your previous master, what did he do to invoke such ire? He would turn me into a cat for fun, and once into a dog, even a rabbit. That wretched soul would sometimes make me sing. Understood. I, too, shall indulge in such whims, but I shall make you transform into a female. Scoundrel, are you trying to manipulate me? You dare suggest I become a female? A little female dog? Ah, this. What a splendid idea. My previous master never thought of such a thing. You are even smarter than him. Oh, but if you dare to make me a female, I will fight you. The light within his consciousness trembled violently, resounding with bursts of exasperated voices, causing a constant roar within Snow 13's mind. In the end, after a barrage of threats and countless temptations of various benefits, the being gradually calmed down. Snow 13 refrained from provoking it further and pondered before asking, I cannot currently master this inheritance, but you can at least tell me what it entails, right? Additionally, why did I gain so much power from the first formidable beast I devoured, while this time, despite its strength, the gain was so minimal? This puzzled Snow 13 greatly. After all, he had been clad in a pall cloak, yet that beast seemed to spot him instantly and attacked, indicating its formidable prowess. According to the guardian spirit of the inheritance, the reason the beast had been able to see Snow 13, even while cloaked, was due to its status as a mutated beast endowed with innate abilities. Its golden eyes could pierce through all tangible and intangible forms. As for why Snow 13 had gained less power this time, it was because this beast possessed a diluted celestial beast bloodline, much of its essence having been consumed by the immortal dwelling. Moreover, the guardian spirit imparted an important piece of information, aside from attaining celestial-level cultivation to unlock the inheritance. There was another method, seeking out ferocious beasts with celestial bloodlines. The more, the better. Once the immortal dwelling absorbed enough power, it would automatically recognize its master. Kid, do you not aspire to secure the top position in the grand competition? Yet with your current cultivation progress, it appears unlikely. However, if you manage to hunt some precious bloodline beasts for the immortal dwelling to absorb, even if it does not grant you the inheritance, it could reward you with a technique to enhance your cultivation speed, the guardian spirit advised. Chapter 25. The collision of peak powers. Shue-Shursan found himself perplexed. His spiritual root had been shattered by his uncle, and even if there existed some extraordinary celestial scriptures, he could not cultivate them. However, the guardian spirit of the inheritance informed him that it was, in fact, an auxiliary technique that did not conflict with his primary cultivation method. Its purpose was to enhance the existing main technique, whether martial or celestial, with terrifying effects. Young man, I must remind you that the reason the celestial mansion intervened to save your life twice is twofold. First, it is to protect the future heir. Second, it serves as a welcoming gift from the celestial mansion to its future master. But should you seek out powerful beings to provoke, bringing about your own demise, the celestial mansion shall not intervene. The guardian spirit explained that his cultivation enhancement would follow a similar pattern. If similar situations arose in the future, he might still receive benefits, but their effectiveness would diminish each time. So, everything that follows relies on my own efforts? The celestial mansion may not always come to my rescue when I am in danger? Shue-Shursan lamented, having thought he had found a shortcut, only to realize it was a fleeting illusion. This meant that if he wished to acquire the essence blood of rare, ferocious beasts, he would have to slay them himself. Thus, Shue-Shursan steeled his resolve and refrained from recklessly wandering about, in a place rife with ferocious beasts. Encountering one that could easily end his life would be a grave miscalculation. Fortunately, his concerns proved somewhat excessive. Clad in the pall cloak, even the mightiest of beasts could not sense his presence. The earlier encounter was merely a coincidence. Throughout the night, he encountered numerous ferocious creatures, including the golden silk tiger, lightning leopard, purple-eyed silver-horned beast, and iron-clawed golden-feathered eagle. Alas, he did not find a single one with a rare bloodline, let alone descendants of celestial beasts. At that moment, Shursan sensed something unusual. The surroundings were eerily silent, and an ominous aura lurked ahead, sending shivers down his spine. Although cloaked in the palm mantle, he felt an undeniable pressure, his heart racing and cold sweat beating on his forehead. Was there some terrifying entity nearby? As he contemplated moving forward to discern the source, a sudden brilliance illuminated the area, turning the world into a dazzling spectacle. The rapid alternation of black and white made Shursan question his own perception. Yet, the brightness was unmistakable. Dawn had arrived, and the towering trees and massive stones were clearly visible. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that further afield remained shrouded in darkness. This indicated that it was not yet dawn. A thick fog rolled in, and Shursan felt a jolt as terror flickered in his eyes. What had he just witnessed? A radiant sun slowly emerged from the mist, casting its resplendent light. Buzz! The black and white alternated once more, plunging the world back into darkness, only for light to erupt again shortly thereafter, creating a continuous flickering between night and day. Trembling, Shursan realized that what he was witnessing was, in fact, an eye. This was utterly horrifying. What manner of eye could blink to create such a dramatic shift between night and day? It could illuminate an expanse of several thousand meters. The sheer incredibility of it all left him speechless. Although he could not identify the ferocious beast, he was certain that anything capable of producing such a terrifying spectacle was far from ordinary, even without celestial bloodlines. Roar! Suddenly, a voice shattered the air, reverberating through the heavens as countless massive stones were sent flying. Despite being at a considerable distance, Shursan found himself involuntarily stepping back. Then he beheld the other eye of the ferocious beast open, exuding a fierce light, as a massive water column surged upward, and the creature's colossal body rose with it. In that moment, Shursan realized he was standing before a deep pool, and the terrifying beast was a purple-horned celestial python, its body already adorned with faint golden scales, on the verge of transforming into a dragon. It measured nearly 100 meters in length, with a body as hard as forged iron, radiating an aura of overwhelming power. With each lash of its tail, the very heavens resonated, and the air exploded. Celestial bloodline. This creature undoubtedly possessed it. Shursan's heart raced at the thought. Yet the dread of the beast's formidable strength cast a shadow over his excitement. At that moment, a piercing shriek sliced through the night sky, and a terrifying suction drew in the dense mist. Following the gaze of the purple-horned celestial python, Shursan saw a massive black rock soaring through the air, its golden eyes containing flickering eternal flames, a sight to behold. The sky-swallowing rock. Shursan was astonished. Another celestial bloodline beast? Though the celestial bloodlines within these two ferocious creatures were still thin, they were undeniably powerful within this martial world. These were no mere ferocious beasts. They were undeniably demon beasts. Shursan pondered in astonishment. Ferocious beasts are defined as beings born with extraordinary power capable of cultivation, while demon beasts not only possess immense strength, but have also developed intelligence and wisdom. The two creatures before him fit this description perfectly. Young man, do you wish to die? Hurry and leave. This level of battle is not something you should witness. The guardian spirit interjected impatiently. Shursan snapped back to reality, daring not to linger any longer. He flickered away with haste. Boom. Soon, a battle erupted in the heavens, with tumultuous winds and clouds swirling as a tremendous force surged skyward, shaking the very air. The two demon beasts clashed continuously in the skies, their radiant bodies illuminating the mountainside. Each resounding impact threatened to scatter Shursan's soul. It was utterly terrifying. One could only imagine the cataclysmic devastation should such a battle occur on the ground. Even the residual shockwaves would likely obliterate him. This was undoubtedly the pinnacle of power within the martial realm. As Shursan approached the edge of the array, he sighed inwardly, feeling that the celestial bloodline he desired was painfully out of reach. He had no desire to observe the fierce battle between the two demon beasts. He merely wished to leave quickly to avoid being caught in the fray. Lost in thought, an idea struck him. He recalled some rare bloodlines of ferocious beasts he had purchased in Xingwu City. His eyes brightened, and his spirits lifted. Since I cannot defeat those two celestial beast descendants, I still have silver I can buy. With this thought, the entire world seemed to shine brightly for him. Buzz. At that moment, the orb of inheritance within his mind trembled violently, leaving Shui Shursan bewildered. Congratulations, you have received a reward from the celestial mansion. What? Shui Shursan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had done nothing at all. Look beneath your feet, the guardian spirit said with exasperation. Shui Shursan glanced down, and in the dim moonlight, he squinted in surprise. It appeared to be a snake. The essence blood of this creature had been completely drained by the celestial mansion, making it difficult for him to identify. He could faintly discern its serpentine shape. It was a golden-scaled, silver-blooded snake, possessing a faint bloodline of the ancient celestial beast, the nine-colored sky-swallowing python. The guardian spirit expressed its disbelief at Shui Shursan's luck. Stunned, Shui Shursan pondered for a moment before eagerly asking, "Are you saying I can now acquire that technique?" Not quite. The bloodline power you have is still far from sufficient. You can choose to accumulate it and exchange it once you meet the requirements in the future. Then what is this reward? An opportunity to comprehend martial arts. Shui Shursan's eyes lit up. An opportunity to comprehend martial arts? Did this mean he might be able to fuse the two techniques? I shall procure that martial art with silver, declared Shui Shursan. Thus, he sought out Gulaoba, intending to venture into the city immediately in pursuit of the fierce beast's essence. It is worth noting that he currently possessed a substantial sum of 114,000 taels of silver, which instilled him with considerable confidence. However, upon arriving at the gates of the Gu residence, Shui Shursan was taken aback as two enchanting young ladies approached gracefully. Among them was none other than the second young lady, Gu Linger. As Gu Linger walked, she suddenly paused, clearly having spotted Shui Shursan. Their gazes locked, and she furrowed her brow, a glimmer of confusion flashing in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 26. Self-awareness. Gu Linger gazed into the profound depths of the boy's eyes before her, observing the delicate features of his youthful visage. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an unusual aura emanating from Shui Shursan today, one that was markedly different from his usual demeanor. Yet, she could not articulate why. Throughout their encounter, he maintained an air of tranquility, his movements marked by an unshakable composure. In a moment of reverie, Gu Linger inexplicably sensed that the boy she had once looked down upon had undergone a transformation. His previous demeanor now infused with an ineffable elegance and an extraordinary presence. Since the restoration of his memories, Shui Shursan had shed the semblance of foolishness, his martial prowess advancing at an astonishing rate, his spirit and vitality undergoing a subtle metamorphosis. It was evident that he was a far cry from his former self. Gu Linger stared blankly at the retreating figure of the boy, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity wash over her. In her mind, a mysterious silhouette flickered to life. Just as the two figures began to converge in her perception, she snapped back to reality, shaking her head and curling her lips into a sardonic smile. How could I even think of him? Gu Linger mused, a wave of frustration overtaking her. In her heart, despite Shui Shursan's rise to martial prowess, he remained a coward who shied away from challenges, rendering any comparison to the decisive and ethereal young master Xian utterly unfathomable. He was unworthy. Since the last encounter where Gu Jun and Gu Gang had sought to challenge Shui Shursan only to be rebuffed, he had become a figure of ridicule within the clan. Now, whenever Shui Shursan's name was mentioned, disdain and contempt would ripple through the Gu family. A person who dared not accept a single challenge was a disgrace to martial arts. Such a soul was undeserving of power and was doomed to remain weak. Lacking in ability yet adept at feigning composure, he is utterly unworthy of being mentioned in the same breath as young Master Xian, Gu Linger thought. Convinced that Shui Shursan's recent calm was merely a facade, a gilded exterior hiding a flawed core. She could not fathom how such a timid individual could harbor any semblance of pride. Did he possess no sense of shame? Nearby, the lovely maid Xiao Dai wore a look of disdain, sharply remarking. In an effort to avoid another encounter with Gu Linger, Shui Shursan deliberately chose a different path down the mountain, arriving at Shengwu City. Once there, he visited several apothecaries in search of suitable beast blood, but to no avail. Ultimately, guided by the spirit protecting the legacy of the immortal abode, he found himself at a merchant establishment named Yashuan Pavilion. Upon entering, Shui Shursan disregarded the nearby maid's introductions and ascended directly to the third floor of the expansive commercial hall. There, he was met with a dazzling array of transparent crystal vials, each containing various hues of beast blood, some as crimson as fire, others resplendent in their brilliance, and some even pulsating with astounding energy and vitality. The sheer volume of crystal vials filled the entire third floor, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that rendered the space akin to a celestial realm. That one, and that one. Quickly procure them all for me. For the effects upon absorption in the immortal abode will surely be astonishing. The spirit's voice echoed in his mind with urgency. Shue-Shursan inquired about the prices from the attendant maid, only to feel his heart sink. One of the vials he had pointed to contained the essence of an 8th-tier beast, priced at several million. The 8th-tier beasts corresponded to martial experts at the 8th level. Thus, the rarity of such blood was palpably immense. Another vial contained the blood of a 7th-tier beast, the fire lizard, also similarly priced. Reputed to possess a trace of dragon lineage, its combat prowess rivaling that of 8th-tier beasts. What? You cannot afford it? Did you not boast of your wealth? The spirit chided him. How is it that you, an heir to the immortal abode, find yourself in such dire straits? You ought to meet your demise rather than disgrace the immortal abode. After a lengthy discourse with the spirit, Shue-Shursan finally selected a vial containing blue blood. According to the description, it was the essence of a 5th-tier beast, the blue flame red-tailed bird, relatively common and priced at 93,200 taels of silver. Even so, the expenditure caused a pang of regret within him. Just as he began to feel financially secure, this small vial had nearly depleted his funds. After making the purchase and saving 200 taels, Shue-Shursan left with the vial of blue blood. As he passed through the second floor, his gaze sharpened upon discovering a section selling medicinal liquids, only to find the prices exorbitant. A decent potion cost tens of thousands of taels, while even the most basic ones ranged from hundreds to thousands. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he fixated on a particular potion, taken aback by its staggering price. It was a concoction named Metamorphosis Elixir, classified as top tier, capable of increasing the likelihood of breaking through the 3rd level of martial arts. Priced at a staggering 300,000 taels. A nearby patron explained that if this elixir could benefit those at the 5th level of martial arts and above, the price could soar several-fold, even tenfold. Witnessing Shue-Shursan's reaction, onlookers could not suppress their disdain. One must act within their means. Yashuan Pavilion is not a place for just anyone, a noblewoman scoffed nearby. Indeed, one must know their limits. Shue-Shursan approached the beautiful woman, his gaze unabashedly tracing her voluptuous figure. The woman, aware of his scrutiny, displayed a haughty demeanor, exuding confidence in her physical allure, unfazed by his invasive gaze. Where do your eyes wander? She chided, her expression one of disdain. Though the attention flattered her vanity, she could not help but voice her irritation. Most would find themselves blushing and awkwardly retreating under such a harsh reprimand, but she was taken aback to find Shue-Shursan composed, his smile deepening, his gaze growing bolder. The onlookers recognized the noblewoman's nature and were captivated by the unique exchange, eager to see how it would unfold. At that moment, Shue-Shursan took a step closer, nearly pressing against the noblewoman's ample bosom, causing her heart to race. Considering your qualifications, you must have washed your marrow at 6, solidified your foundation at 9, achieved mastery in martial arts at 14, and only recently reached the 3rd level at 21. From the fluctuating aura emanating from you, it is evident you have consumed numerous potions. If my deductions are correct, without acquiring some extraordinary items, relying solely on potions will likely see your progress stagnate here, at most achieving a full mastery of the 3rd level. In essence, your talent is exceedingly mediocre, verging on the inconsequential. You are clearly aware of your lack of innate ability, hence your extravagant spending on potions to enhance your prowess, maintain your appearance, and secure your status among men, thereby ensuring a life of luxury. I must say, you possess a remarkable degree of self-awareness. Your approach aligns perfectly with your earlier assertion of knowing your limits. Shue-Shursan eloquently articulated a multitude of thoughts, and the earlier part of his discourse greatly pleased the noblewoman, causing her previously haughty demeanor to swell even more. However, as he progressed, her expression gradually shifted, and when he precisely revealed the age at which she had achieved her breakthroughs in cultivation, her fair visage turned ashen. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, particularly those well acquainted with the noblewoman, who were profoundly shaken by his revelations. Shue-Shursan's assertions regarding the timeline of her ascensions were almost alarmingly accurate. Who was this youth, possessing such keen insight and sharp rhetoric? His words not only mocked the noblewoman's mediocre gifts, but delved deeper, insinuating that with such meager talent and an overwhelming vanity. Her only recourse for fulfillment lay in clinging to the powerful, reducing herself to a mere plaything. Thus, I comprehend your willingness to expend considerable resources to preserve your beauty. It reveals a striking self-awareness. A piercing scream reverberated through the air. How dare he claim my talents are subpar, suggesting I am destined only to seduce men. Infuriated, she shrieked, nearly on the verge of explosion. Chapter 27. Epiphany. The appearance of the beautiful woman was merely a fleeting episode, inconsequential to Shueisha-san. After departing the second floor and purchasing some medicinal herbs from Yashuan Pavilion, he finally left Xingwu City, his remaining silver amounting to a mere 100 taels. Along the journey, he pondered the prices of the elixirs sold at Yashuan Pavilion, feeling that they paled in comparison to those he crafted himself, save for the exquisite Tiyuan liquid, which barely caught his eye. In that moment, he felt as though a fortune was beckoning to him from the heavens. Upon returning to Xingwu Mountain, Shueisha-san promptly closed his door to visitors, declaring a retreat. In his chamber, he retrieved a vial of blood from the blue flame red-tailed bird, uncorked it, and was immediately engulfed by a surge of intense heat. At that instant, his mind resonated with a powerful tremor as the vial's contents were swiftly consumed. He soon sensed a new stream of information flooding his consciousness, and after a moment of careful digestion, his expression shifted to one of exhilaration. Wuji Xingyuan Gong. He murmured softly, recognizing this as the auxiliary technique mentioned by the guardian spirit that would greatly accelerate his cultivation speed. The ability to seize the essence of heaven and earth was nothing short of miraculous. He was astounded by the existence of such an extraordinary technique. In an instant, excitement coursed through him. Over the next 3 days, he scarcely touched food, wholly immersed in the wonders of this transcendent method. Then came the day. A thunderous rumble echoed through Shueisha-san's room as the forces of heaven and earth converged from all directions. Every pore of his body radiated a tremendous pulling force, drawing the ambient energies into himself and rapidly converting them into true essence. In that moment, he experienced an unparalleled sense of comfort enveloping his entire being. What a remarkable Wuji Xingyuan Gong! Shueisha-san marveled inwardly. Subsequently, he fervently activated this technique, generating strands of true essence at a terrifying velocity within his dantian, which coalesced into a singular thread. Day after day, Shueisha-san remained reclusive, engrossed in a frenzied state of cultivation, making it difficult even for Song Lingyu to secure an audience with him. As a result of his relentless efforts, his internal true essence surged at an alarming pace. Notably, he had yet to utilize the reward from the earlier opportunity to comprehend martial arts. Child, you cannot remain secluded in this manner. You must engage in practical experience. I suggest that from today onward, you practice during the day and battle fierce beasts in the array on the back mountain during the late night to hone your martial comprehension, advised the guardian spirit. After a moment of contemplation, Shueisha-san readily agreed. Thus, his training intensified, consuming nearly all his time, leaving little room for rest. One fateful dawn, he staggered out of his chamber, illuminated by the moonlight. 7 or 8 ghastly wounds marred his body, and he felt on the verge of collapse. Despite this, he settled cross-legged on his bed, neglecting to tend to his injuries, and entered a meditative state. Though the sensation of having his strength drained was uncomfortable, he discerned that latent potential within him was being stimulated and awakened. Moreover, he noticed an enhancement in his body's recovery ability. Even significant wounds would scab over within half a day, allowing him to move without hindrance. This was why he refrained from applying salves unless the injuries were severe. Practicing by day and engaging in fervent battles by night, exhausting all his true essence, this grueling regimen solidified his cultivation and strengthened his foundation. As time flowed on, news of the impending grand competition hosted by the Gu family, one of the 9 great families of Xingwu, spread across the land. Rumors of the rewards for the competition ignited widespread discussion. As the event drew near, Xingwu City buzzed with activity, with various factions filling the inns, arriving from every corner. The Gu family, as one of the 9 great families, hosted this prestigious competition every 3 years, attracting numerous notable figures. This year, however, the stakes were particularly high, with the grand prize being the saint-level secret tome 9 Transformations of Mystic Yang Qi. Consequently, the spectacle promised to be more extravagant than ever before, with even whispers of royal attendance from not only the Dayan Kingdom, but also nearby nations. It was easy to envision the vibrant scene that would soon unfold on Shengwu Mountain. As summer deepened, people shed their heavy garments, and streets bustled with young women draped in sheer fabrics, their graceful forms tantalizingly visible, stirring the imagination. Only 7 days remained until the Gu family's triennial competition. In his room, Shuai called out with a firm voice, "Buzz." The luminescent orb of inheritance within his mind erupted, releasing a mysterious wave that enveloped him entirely. His state of mind shifted inexplicably, achieving an extraordinary level of tranquility as he entered an enigmatic realm. He activated the rewards from the celestial abode, delving into the comprehension of martial arts. What is martial? Martial subdues mountains and rivers. Martial shatters all laws. Martial fractures the void. In Shuai mind, grand and magnificent images unfolded. One finger could shatter mountains. One punch could break the universe. One palm could churn raging waves, cleaving through vast oceans, causing the heavens to tremble. All of this led him to grasp a glimpse of the true essence of martial arts, and his aura began to undergo a wondrous transformation. Boom. In no time, the true essence of martial arts within him instinctively began to circulate. He rose, forming seals with his hands, his aura shifting continuously as he demonstrated the profound intricacies of martial arts. Unbeknownst to him, his form became increasingly blurred, surrounded by a nebulous energy. This boy. The guardian spirit of inheritance was overwhelmed with exhilaration upon witnessing this scene. He had entered a state of epiphany. This was merely an opportunity to comprehend martial arts, not a complete one, and yet he had slipped into a state of enlightenment. The guardian spirit found it astonishing and had to concede that the celestial abode's choice of air was indeed justified. In a grand hall, Shuai former room, Gu Ming opened his eyes, disheveled and with a blood-red glint in his gaze. After nearly 3 months of utilizing the treasures within this chamber, alongside rare materials and elixirs procured by his grandfather, he had finally surpassed the pinnacle of the first layer of martial arts, achieving perfection. Shuai, you never expected that I would be relentlessly pushed by my grandfather day and night, reaching my current realm. As the date of the competition approaches, I will make you pay for your actions that day, under the gaze of all. Gu Ming howled in madness. Haraha. I, Gu Jian, have emerged from my seclusion. After 3 months of arduous training, I have finally mastered the sword wind decision to a minor success, attaining the realm of sword intent like wind and thunder. In this competition, I shall secure a place among the top 3. The 7 turns of mountain-splitting fist has reached its 4th turn, and with each turn, its destructive power multiplies. Now, with all 4 turns unleashed, I possess the terrifying strength to cleave mountains and shatter stones. None in the same tier can stand against me. I, Gu Fei, am destined to shine brilliantly in the grand competition. After it concludes, my name shall resonate across the neighboring realms. The secluded training of the numerous young prodigies from the Gu family is nearing its conclusion, with some poised to emerge shortly. With less than 7 days remaining until the competition, guests have begun to arrive at the Gu residence, including several unexpected visitors. Ah, what a prestigious martial family, truly deserving of its reputation as one of the 9 gates of sacred martial arts. I wonder what level of prowess the younger generation of the Gu family possesses. I sincerely hope they do not disappoint. A handsome youth smirked enigmatically, a hint of disdain playing at the corners of his lips. Chapter 28. Who is the most powerful in your family? The date of the Gu family's triennial competition drew ever closer, and many guests from afar had already arrived, with family members dispatched to graciously welcome them. The atmosphere within the Gu estate became extraordinarily lively. The 3rd prince of the Daong Empire, Xiaoheng, arrived. At the sound of the welcoming announcement from the Gu family's attendants, the crowd erupted in excitement. The Daong Empire? This is a friendly nation to Yin, with a historical bond that has always been strong. The 3rd prince is renowned for his virtuous character. He is said to be not only exceptionally talented in martial arts, but also well-educated, regarded by some as one of the 3 outstanding figures in the capital of the Daong Empire. As a result, many people flocked to catch a glimpse of the prince, especially young ladies, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation as they gathered to admire the 3rd prince's charisma. The young master of Tongtian Tower, Lan Yishuan, arrived shortly thereafter. Another shout from the crowd sent shockwaves through the gathering. Tongtian Tower is a formidable force within Yin, famed for its intelligence network, boasting capabilities that are unparalleled. Any information one desires can be acquired from them, provided a suitable price is paid. The fact that such a colossal entity would send representatives to congratulate the sacred martial clan for their internal competition speaks volumes about the Gu family's formidable influence. Indeed, the sacred martial clan lives up to its reputation. The grandeur of their entrance and the abundant aura of heavenly and earthly power present here are unmatched by any ordinary force. However, one wonders about the prowess of their current generation of young talents. Let us hope they do not disappoint. A youth of approximately 15 or 16 wandered through the garden, speaking to himself with an air of arrogance. Hey, you better not act recklessly. After all, this is the sacred martial clan, and their younger generation is likely still in seclusion. If you provoke them without cause and disturb the Gu family disciples during their training, it will not end well for you. This is, after all, the sacred martial clan. Beside him, a strikingly beautiful girl with an alluring figure warned him, sigh. Fine. I will wait until they emerge from their seclusion in a few days to meet the Gu family's geniuses. It would be perfect to gauge the strength of the younger generation of the Gu family before the competition, if they are too weak. Then there will be little to behold at the competition, and we can simply leave. The youth sneered coldly as he spoke. As days passed, more guests arrived at the Gu estate, including some headstrong young individuals who had already clashed with the recently emerged young talents of the Gu family. The outcomes of these skirmishes were mixed, with victories and defeats on both sides. In one courtyard, the figure of Xue Shisan was shrouded in a powerful aura. Having obliterated the doors and windows of his room, even the roof had been blown away. In the courtyard, the true essence of martial arts surged within him, his palms moving continuously as he elucidated the profound truths of martial arts. Strangely, his aura fluctuated between overwhelming strength and gentle tranquility. When strong, it evoked a sense of impending disaster, and when weak, it flowed like a gentle stream. In truth, the wave of enlightenment that descended from the celestial abode had long since dissipated. His moment of comprehension had concluded, resulting in a profound transformation in his understanding of martial arts. He remained in this trance, immersed in the evolution of martial techniques, completely absorbed, untouched by external distractions. His thoughts and visions focused solely on the essence of martial arts. As time progressed, Xue Shisan's aura suddenly surged to a terrifying level. In that moment, the true essence within him erupted violently, exuding an unprecedented dominance, and he struck out with a palm. Roar. A resounding dragon's roar erupted from within his very bones. His strike as swift as thunder, imbued with a force capable of shattering mountains and splitting stones. However, this formidable strike was not fully unleashed. Instead, the sheer force of his palm cracked the walls, leaving several large fissures. In the next instant, his palm's intent shifted, and his aura transformed. Its intensity not only remained, but grew even more formidable. A cataclysmic force shot into the sky, accompanied by a chilling aura of lethal intent that caused the entire courtyard to tremble, the air crackling ominously. This technique was terrifying. The aura of slaughter seemed poised to rend one's very spirit, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. One could only imagine the catastrophic destruction such a strike would unleash if fully realized. Fortunately, this overwhelming aura appeared swiftly and faded just as quickly. The martial technique remained unexecuted. Xue Shisan slowly opened his eyes, vibrant colors shimmering within them. This epiphany had elevated his understanding of martial arts to new heights. Surely, he had now entered a realm of mastery. In just 2 days, he had not only integrated the essence of the technique 3,000 slaughter calamities into destruction seal, enhancing its power, but in a moment of inspiration, he had also unexpectedly modified Cloud Snatching Hand, merging it with the celestial technique True Dragon Seal, thereby rectifying the lack of dominance in its offensive capabilities. The youth murmured softly, a sense of indescribable satisfaction welling within him. Meanwhile, the ancient tree in the courtyard stood bare, with only a series of words formed from fallen leaves remaining. Notably, aside from the leaves that constituted the words, not a single leaf was found elsewhere. Xue Shisan pondered to himself. The door creaked open, and Gu Laoba entered cautiously, relieved to find Xue Shisan not in a frenzied state of practice. However, upon witnessing the desolate state of the courtyard, he gasped in shock, unable to fathom the level of power required to cause such devastation, nearly demolishing the entire courtyard. How many days until the competition? Xue Shisan inquired nonchalantly. Only 5 days. Prepare an ample amount of food for me, Xue Shisan commanded. Although his current physique could withstand days without food or water emerging from such a state, He immediately felt an unbearable hunger. After a hearty meal, Xue Shursen disregarded the outside world and plunged back into the dilapidated room to begin concocting medicinal elixirs. By the afternoon, the entire courtyard was suffused with a rich aroma of herbs, and Xue Shursen emerged from the room with a satisfied smile. He intended to venture down the mountain to the Yashuan Pavilion in Xingwu City to see how much his elixirs could fetch. Before leaving, he reminded Gu Laoba to repair his residence. The Little Sword King from the Heavenly Sword sect is simply incredible. Over the past couple of days, he has defeated Gu Lei, Gu Yin, Gu Hai, and 3 other prodigies, with Gu Lei even reaching the 2nd level of martial arts. It was said that this Little Sword King boasted that the Gu family's disciples were no match for him and intended to continue issuing challenges. One could only wonder who the next challenger would be. Aside from Gu Fei, Gu Jian, and a few others. It seems that no one stands a chance against the Little Sword King. What astonished everyone most was the Little Sword King's age. He was only 13. No wonder he was so brazen. As Xue Shursen walked through the Gu estate, he overheard lively discussions all around him. Just then, he was approached by 2 exceptionally poised young men. "May I inquire, are you a disciple of the Gu family? We hail from the great Zhou Kingdom. I am Jian Chun, a direct disciple of the chaotic Sword Mountain, and this is Zhou Rufeng, the 3rd prince of the great Zhou Empire. We have just arrived at Xingwu Mountain and wish to spar with the young talents of the Gu family. May I ask who among your esteemed clan is currently the strongest?" The 2 young men spoke in turn, exuding an air of confidence, their demeanor dignified. Yet their pride was palpable, evident in their choice to seek out the Gu family's mightiest. Xue Shursen pondered for a moment, just as he was about to speak. The other party added, except for the eldest daughter of the Gu family, Gu Bing. Upon hearing their words, Xue Shursen's expression turned peculiar. It was evident that these 2 were well aware of Gu Binger's extraordinary talent and unfathomable prowess, realizing they were no match for her, hence their remarks. He intended to assert that aside from the esteemed eldest daughter, his own junior sister was equally enigmatic. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the words died on his lips. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "You 2 have indeed inquired of the right person. If one were to consider the most formidable individual in the Gu family, apart from the esteemed Gu Binger, it would undoubtedly be Gu Meng. Young Master Meng possesses an extraordinary talent and remarkable insight. Hailed by the family as a once-in-a-century martial prodigy, he harbors lofty aspirations and boldly proclaims that during this family competition, he shall challenge the world's elite. Furthermore, young Master Meng has proclaimed that in order to showcase the grace of the Gu family, any challenger to him shall be granted 3 moves, regardless of their identity." As Xue Shursen spoke passionately, the 2 young men from the great Zhou Empire trembled with fury and with darkened expressions. They exchanged curt farewells before storming off in search of Gu Meng. Chapter 29. What rules have I established? Arrogance. Regardless of who challenges, a mere 3 moves? This was the initial impression of Gu Meng by 2 young men of the great Zhou Empire. "Gentlemen, you ought to exercise caution. Brother Gu Meng has a rule. Once he strikes, he guarantees bloodshed, and he will not relent until it is achieved," Xue Shursen called out from a distance, offering a well-meaning warning. However, this remark only fueled the murderous intent within the 2 men, spurring them to hasten their search for Gu Meng. As they inquired along the way, Zhou Rufeng and Jian Chun learned that many had recently engaged in sparring with the prodigy of the Gu family. Among them, the most prominent was the Little Sword King, who had reportedly defeated 5 of the Gu family's talented youths, instilling fear in the hearts of others. "Esteemed brother, you must be the prodigy of the Gu family," they said upon encountering a young man from the Gu clan, inquiring whether Gu Meng had intervened against the Little Sword King's rampant behavior. The Gu disciple was perplexed. Gu Meng, to contend with the Little Sword King? That debauchee and good for nothing? Would he not be cleaved in 2 with a single strike? How could such a person even be a match? Zhou Rufeng and Jian Chun continued to search for news about Gu Meng. They received various directions, leading them to multiple locations without ever catching sight of him. Instead, many outsiders learned of another formidable figure in the Gu family, aside from the eldest daughter, Gu Binger. Consequently, an increasing number began their pursuit of Gu Meng, the rare genius of a century, who was said to challenge all youths of talent single-handedly and guarantee bloodshed in his encounters. In no time, Gu Meng's fearsome reputation spread rapidly among the challengers, becoming the focus of attention. Nearly everyone, including the Little Sword King, yearned to witness the prowess of this mysterious master. This peculiar phenomenon left some members of the Gu family baffled, wondering how Gu Ming, a known wastrel, could suddenly attain such notoriety, becoming the family's prodigious talent of the century. Surely, this was a jest? Soon, conjecture arose that Gu Ming had orchestrated this spectacle himself, spreading rumors to garner attention, all while hiding in fear. Gu Ming, who is Gu Ming? The outsiders began to shout as they searched fruitlessly. Meanwhile, Gu Ming had just emerged from seclusion, his powers significantly heightened, and was strolling through a secluded, tranquil garden, reveling in his newfound strength. As he savored his contentment, he suddenly heard a chorus of voices calling his name, their tone brimming with brashness, which irked him. Thus, he bellowed, "I am Gu Ming. Who seeks me?" In an instant, his declaration seemed to possess an irresistible charm, and he was astonished to see a throng of people rushing toward him. Gu Ming's expression shifted. Feeling a jolt of anxiety, what was the cause of their fierce demeanor? Did they harbor a vendetta against him? As they approached, one young man, appearing around 15 or 16, bowed and respectfully inquired, "Might you be the foremost young master of the Gu family, aside from the eldest daughter, Gu Bingro?" Gu Ming was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt a swell of pride. The foremost young master? Had news of his burgeoning prowess already spread, even reaching these outsiders? In their eyes, he had become the premier expert of the younger generation, second only to Gu Binger. Instantly, Gu Ming found the young man exceedingly agreeable, particularly enchanted by the title of foremost young master that had just been conferred upon him. "I am Jianshun, a direct disciple of the Chaos Sword Mountain of the great Zhou Empire. May I inquire if you are indeed the extraordinary talent of the Gu family, the one who is said to be a rare genius of a century, second only to the esteemed Gu Binger?" Upon hearing this, Gu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he regarded Jianshun with newfound admiration. This young man was perfectly attuned to his temperament, and Gu Ming surmised that these outsiders had come specifically to meet, or perhaps even curry favor with him. "Ah, indeed. I am Gu Ming, the rare genius of the Gu family. I should have come to greet you sooner, but I have only just emerged from seclusion today. Please forgive my delay," Gu Ming proclaimed. "What? You truly are Gu Ming, the rare genius of the Gu family?" At this moment, other outsiders arrived and overheard Gu Ming's admission, their expressions a mix of astonishment and trepidation. Gu Ming basked in their reactions, savoring the awe, suspicion, and admiration directed toward him, and declared, "I am Gu Ming, unchanged and unyielding." As he spoke, Gu Ming stood tall, his demeanor exuding an air of authority that shifted the perceptions of those around him. "Your presence is indeed impressive, worthy of the rare genius title. I am in admiration," one remarked earnestly. "Ha ha, too kind, Gu Ming replied, swelling with pride. As some members of the Gu family arrived, they were bewildered by the scene, struggling to comprehend how these outsiders could mistake their family's wastrel for a once-in-a-century prodigy. Some martial artists of the Second Realm regarded him with a hint of apprehension, leaving the Gu family feeling as though the world had turned upside down. "Given your reputation, you must be a person of straightforward character. Therefore, I shall dispense with pleasantries. I, Jianshun of the Chaos Sword Mountain, request your guidance, young Master Gu." Jianshun stated. "What? Guidance?" Gu Ming's eyes widened. Were they not here to befriend and flatter him? Why was a duel being proposed? However, recalling the praise he had received, his confidence surged, and he thought, "This person appears my age, but he seems less sturdy. Surely, he cannot be too formidable." Feigning nonchalance, he replied, "If you're so inclined, I shall gladly oblige. Please, proceed." "Indeed, young Master Gu, you embody the spirit of the foremost expert of the younger generation. Such demeanor is admirable. As you fight unarmed, I too shall refrain from using my sword. Though Chaos Sword Mountain is famed for its swordsmanship, my hand techniques are equally formidable. Be cautious," Jianshun replied, his expression solemn. The Gu family members exchanged astonished glances. It seemed Gu Ming had undergone a transformation, possibly attaining a level of prowess that allowed him to face these young masters without trepidation. Boom. In the next moment, Jianshun struck, unleashing the force of a martial artist of the Second Realm, his true essence surging forth as his palm struck with the speed of thunder. A martial artist of the Second Realm? Gu Ming was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the opponent's true strength. Panic surged through him, but recalling the admiration he had just received, he gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn it, I shall fight with all my might." With a fierce shout, Gu Ming summoned his full power, launching a violent punch in retaliation. Bang! In the next moment, a scene unfolded that astonished everyone present. A figure was instantaneously propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. This figure was Jian Chun, a practitioner at the second level of martial arts. Gu Ming stood rooted in place and scathed. The members of the Gu family widened their eyes in disbelief. When had Gu Ming become so formidable? The outsiders wore expressions of puzzlement. Gu Ming himself was momentarily taken aback. Was the opponent truly so fragile? Had he been sent flying with a single punch? It appeared that the elders at home had merely been trying to intimidate him. The gap between the first and second levels of martial arts was not as vast as he had been led to believe. Perhaps he had indeed become an extraordinary talent, capable of battling beyond his tier. In an instant, Gu Ming's spirit soared, and a surge of formidable confidence welled within him, expanding even further. Just then, Jian Chun approached, somewhat disheveled, and glared at Gu Ming in anger. "Sir, did you not proclaim that any challenger must be allowed 3 moves? Why did you not adhere to the rules and struck first?" It was precisely because he had heard of this rule that he had only exerted a fraction of his strength earlier, merely intending to test the waters. He had not anticipated Gu Ming's sudden offensive, which caught him completely off guard. This was also the source of confusion among the outsiders. Gu Ming was taken aback. When had he established such a rule? But soon, he realized that the opponent was likely seeking a way to retreat gracefully. Given how fragile Jian Chun appeared, why not allow him 3 moves? With a hearty laugh, Gu Ming replied, "My sincerest apologies. I was momentarily overwhelmed with excitement and forgot the rules. Let us start afresh." Boom. In the next instant, Jian Chun launched his assault with full force. He recalled the final words spoken to him by Xue Shisan. Once this Gu Ming took action, he would not relent until blood was shed. Thus, there would be no further testing of limits. The surging essence of martial arts, the terrifying momentum, the oppressive aura, all converged in an instant, causing Gu Ming's pupils to constrict, leaving him utterly stunned. With a resounding thud, the air grew still, and a shriek reminiscent of a slaughtered pig echoed throughout the garden, piercingly jarring. Gu Ming collided forcefully with a massive rock, feeling as though his internal organs were shattering. A figure swept in, delivering a powerful punch that struck his chest. Upft! Gu Ming let out a wretched cry, spewing forth copious amounts of blood, his face drained of color, eyes filled with resentment. "Stop!" he shouted in haste, sensing the opponent's intent to continue. "Why do you strike with such malice? This is merely a sparring session. I will kill you, someone come." At that moment, the Gu family was thrown into an uproar, believing Jian Chun's actions to be excessively brutal, seemingly intent on taking Gu Ming's life. Their gazes filled with discontent towards Jian Chun. The fierce Jian Chun was momentarily taken aback, questioning, "Sir, I am merely honoring the rules you set forth." "What rules have I established?" Gu Ming roared in fury. Chapter 30. The extraordinary elixir. Once the rules were established, blood would inevitably be shed. Otherwise, it would be a matter of life and death. Upon hearing this decree, Gu Ming was momentarily taken aback. The members of the Gu family nearby exchanged peculiar glances upon witnessing Gu Ming's expression. It seems that Gu Ming's reaction is genuine. Could it be that he did not propagate this news himself? How delightful that would be. Clearly, someone is orchestrating this against him, but who could be so devious? They intend to bring Gu Ming to his knees. How amusing. Ironically, this fool, upon hearing tales of century-old prodigies and top experts, became utterly elated, willingly admitting his position. Now, he finds himself in a precarious situation. It remains unclear who has so skillfully manipulated his psyche, forcing him to swallow his pride and suffer in silence. The members of the Gu family murmured amongst themselves, their expressions reflecting an odd mix of amusement and disbelief. When did I ever agree to such rules? This is not what I said. Gu Ming roared, his eyes reddening with fury. Not only had he been soundly defeated by Jian Chun, leaving him severely injured, but given his current condition, he might not even be able to participate in the grand competition scheduled in 5 days. How could he not be enraged? The mere thought of it made Gu Ming feel as though he had fallen victim to an unprecedented stroke of bad luck. Meanwhile, the instigator of this situation, Xue Shisan, remained blissfully unaware, leisurely situated in the elegant Xian pavilion of Shengwu City. Upon noticing his imposing demeanor and distinguished presence, the service girl at the pavilion felt a tinge of contempt when she learned he was not there to purchase but to sell. Even if it were an elixir, it was hardly a rarity at Xian Pavilion. There were many desperate warriors who, through perilous adventures or sheer chance, had acquired various potions only to sell them here. But these were typically of mediocre quality, lacking significant value. In an instant, the girl categorized Shueshur-san as just another penniless rogue. Esteemed guest, there is no need to disturb our manager. You may present your items directly to me, and I can take charge. The girl repeated for the third time, her tone growing impatient, her professional smile becoming increasingly perfunctory. Does Xin Pavilion not strive to meet every customer's needs? Is this truly your attitude? Fetch your supervisor immediately, or I shall seek them out myself, and you shall bear the consequences. Shueshur-san spoke in a low voice, his irritation rising. He could no longer tolerate her disdainful attitude. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the girl hesitated, knowing that blocking a customer's request could jeopardize her future. After much contemplation, she huffed and turned her slender waist, reluctantly seeking out their supervisor. Before long, Shueshur-san was escorted to a private chamber, greeted by an elderly gentleman with graying hair. Young sir, may I inquire about the grade and effects of your elixir? I must clarify that if your potion is of insufficient quality, and yet we involve our managerial staff, a fee will be incurred. The elder spoke in a gentle tone, his latter words merely a formality dictated by protocol. However, the nearby lovely attendant scoffed, casting a condescending glance at Shueshur-san. Based on her experience over the past 6 months, she was certain he was just another desperate soul, lacking discernment, who mistakenly believed he had struck gold with an inconsequential potion. Shueshur-san paid no heed to the girl's provocation. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "The elixir I possess is known as the creation elixir. It is effective for warriors ranging from the 5th to the 7th tier. Beyond that, its efficacy diminishes. This potion not only significantly enhances one's strength, but also unlocks latent potential within. Most importantly, it increases the likelihood of breaking through one's limits. As for its grade, it can be considered extraordinary. You may verify it yourselves." What? Upon hearing Shueshur-san's words, the elder was visibly startled, questioning whether he had misheard. An extraordinary elixir? One that aids warriors between the 5th and 7th tier? It should be noted that such high-grade potions were scarce even in Xin Pavilion. The exquisite transformational liquid on the 2nd floor targeted only those below the 3rd tier and was priced at 300,000 taels. If what Shueshur-san claimed was true, he could hardly fathom the value of this creation elixir. The attendant was equally taken aback, her alluring eyes widening in disbelief. Yet, after a moment, she pouted, unconvinced, suspecting he was merely attempting to inflate the price. Extraordinary? What a joke. You hardly appear to be of noble birth, or else you wouldn't be selling an elixir. People like you can hardly discern the quality of such potions, can they? Shao, I dare say this elixir is at best of high grade, perhaps even mid-grade. Do not be easily swayed. Shueshur-san's expression darkened at her words. This petty attendant had already obstructed him multiple times, and her latest interjection had ignited his fury. Do I lack the ability to discern potions, while you, a mere attendant, possess such expertise? Or is your experience greater than that of this esteemed Shao? You, do not confuse the issues at hand. If a potion you casually stumbled upon can reach extraordinary grade, then what need have we for esteemed potion masters? She retorted, firmly convinced that Shueshur-san's elixir was a mere fluke. Weiyang, cease your insolence. How dare you speak to a guest in such a manner? Shao reprimanded her, displeased with her haughty demeanor. However, he was aware that she had some connections within the trade association and chose his words carefully. The girl pondered for a moment, then looked at Shueshur-san with a haughty expression. If this truly is an extraordinary elixir, and as formidable as you claim, I shall pay you double the price. Alas, I doubt you will have the opportunity to receive such compensation. Upon hearing this, Shueshur-san was intrigued and replied, I am curious to know where a mere attendant would procure such funds to pay me, should my elixir prove genuine. Or was that merely an empty boast? If so, kindly keep silent. I tire of your incessant chatter. Fuming with indignation, the girl glared at him, her beautiful eyes aflame. After a moment of thought, she defiantly declared, If I cannot pay, I shall offer myself as collateral, selling myself to you. Shueshur-san chuckled softly, dismissing her entirely. Old sir, please take a look. He then produced a jade vial of vibrant green, emanating a palpable vitality, akin to a life-giving spring that invigorated the senses. The elder's eyes widened in excitement as he hastily accepted the vial. The lovely attendant's eyes widened in shock, as if realizing something critical. Her fair complexion drained of color, and her delicate form trembled slightly. As the cork was removed, A rich and fragrant aroma filled the room, enveloping all within. One whiff was enough to invigorate every pore, inducing an indescribable euphoria. Xiao trembled as he gazed at the elixir within. Its verdant hue reminiscent of the essence of life itself, irresistibly alluring, especially to his aging and withering body. Young sir, this matter is of great importance. I alone cannot make a decision. Please, wait a moment. The elderly man's voice trembled as he entrusted the jade vial to Shue-Shur-San, hurriedly departing without a word, leaving one to wonder which esteemed individual he sought. How could this be? The enchanting maid stood in a daze, profoundly shaken. The rich fragrance of the medicinal elixir led her to almost ascertain its authenticity as a supreme concoction. Yet, even so, how could it incite such alarm in Steward Xiao? One must remember that Steward Xiao himself was a distinguished apothecary, albeit of modest rank, yet he had certainly encountered the grandeur of the world. How could he display such disarray? Suddenly, a chilling possibility struck her, sending her heart racing and her mind reeling. With great difficulty, she turned her gaze toward Shue-Shur-San, her expression already steeped in despair. Chapter 32. Unexpectedly acquiring a charming maid, Shue-Shur-San was oblivious to the thoughts of the young girl beside him, or rather, he had not directed his attention that way. At this moment, all his focus was on the towering figure and the enchanting Huan Yining. Once a prodigious talent in the realm of cultivation, he had unwavering confidence in his abilities and was well aware that the elixir he had concocted was extraordinary. However, he was somewhat taken aback by the reactions of the two individuals before him. Young Master Xian, please do not take offense. The astonishing nature of this elixir has left me momentarily distracted. Huan Yining offered an apologetic smile, her beautiful eyes shimmering with captivating brilliance. Her remarks extended beyond the recent incident. They also referenced her prior unpermitted appropriation of the jade vial from Shue-Shur-San's possession. Shue-Shur-San chuckled lightly, shaking his head dismissively. Young Master Xian, might I be so bold as to inquire about the origin of this elixir? The elder inquired eagerly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Huan Yining, beside him, gazed at Shue-Shur-San with eyes that sparkled with an entrancing allure, drawing in the spirit. After a moment of contemplation, Shue-Shur-San understood the formidable value of the elixir and the uproar it would provoke if revealed. He was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Please do not misunderstand. According to our customs, we ought not to pry, but this matter is indeed astonishing. The emergence of a divine elixir signifies an extraordinary event, be it the appearance of revered masters or the birth of a new one. Either scenario is bound to astonish the world. Seeing Shue-Shur-San's grave expression, the elder hastened to clarify his intentions, fearing misinterpretation. Upon hearing this, Shue-Shur-San's eyes brightened, leading him to respond ambiguously. I can only reveal that this elixir was bestowed by an elder of my family. The revelation stunned everyone present, their gazes towards Shue-Shur-San shifting significantly. The elder in question could either be a former revered master or a newly emerged one, each possibility carrying immense weight. The charming maid, upon hearing Shue-Shur-San's words, felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Just moments ago, she had mocked him for lacking any significant background, only to discover now that he likely had a revered master as an elder. Such a status was undeniably prestigious. In that fleeting moment, an unprecedented wave of regret washed over the young girl, her aquamarine eyes brimming with deep supplication. She understood that with Shue-Shur-San's subtly disclosed information, a mere word from him could result in her devastating downfall, potentially dragging her family along with her. She had resigned herself to her fate, hoping merely that he was not a cruel individual. The towering figure's expression grew gravely serious upon hearing this. He longed to inquire about the name of Shue-Shur-San's elder, but knew the youth would not divulge it, ultimately relinquishing the thought. Huan Yining's gaze toward Shue-Shur-San was now filled with intense curiosity, her demeanor solemn. It was at this moment that she genuinely began to regard him with newfound respect. Young master, the value of this elixir is truly immense. I have an idea in mind, but first, I must ascertain the nature of this divine elixir. Huan Yining looked at Shue-Shur-San, her eyes sparkling with brilliance, as if attempting to see through him entirely. Shue-Shur-San remained unfazed, responding with calm assurance. Miss Yining, rest assured, this elixir was a gift from an elder in my family, so there is no need for concern regarding the leakage of information. Huan Yining nodded slightly, a captivating smile gracing her lips as she proposed. In that case, I wish to present this divine elixir at an auction. What are your thoughts, young master? With the impending grand competition at Shengwu Mountain, prominent figures from various factions, including neighboring nations, would be in attendance. Holding an auction under such circumstances would undoubtedly yield astounding results. Shueshur-san was surprised, but soon felt at ease. It was not unexpected for the Yashuan Pavilion to host several auctions, given its grand scale. He nodded in agreement, recognizing the venture as mutually beneficial. Believing that the news of the divine elixir would incite a frenzy, amplifying profits exponentially. Thud! The young girl could no longer maintain her composure. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, her expression one of despair. The divine elixir was already worth a fortune, far beyond her means to procure at even double the price. Now, with the prospect of auctioning it, she felt as though she was being sold herself, her worth unlikely to even amount to 1% of the elixir's value. Turning to her, Shueshur-san regarded her with surprise, recalling their prior wager, and found himself intrigued. Young master, please spare me. I am willing to serve you faithfully for all my days. To be your humble servant, I implore you to show mercy. The beautiful maid raised her head, her expression one of pitiful supplication. Huan Yining and the towering figure exchanged bewildered glances, and it was only after Elder Zhao's explanation that they understood the situation's gravity. Weong, you brought this upon yourself. You have relied on your distant uncle's patronage to behave arrogantly, and while I have chosen not to hold that against you, your insolence towards young Master Xian today is utterly inexcusable. Even if you wish to fulfill your promise and become his servant, it ultimately depends on whether he desires you. Huan Yining's words were clear. Given the value of the divine elixir and young Master Xian's status, even if she wished to offer herself in compensation, it would depend on his interest. One must consider that countless women would desire to entrust themselves to someone of his stature, and a mere maid's ambition to approach him was a futile dream. The maid named Weong quickly grasped this reality, and recalling her earlier thoughts of how demeaning it would be to offer herself to him, she was now left with a bitter taste in her mouth. Even if she wished to sell herself, it would depend on whether he found her desirable. The young girl trembled violently, her life hanging by a thread with young Master Xian's decision. Simultaneously, this was also an opportunity for her to rise from the ashes. If she could convince him to accept her, not only would she preserve her life, but she would also have the chance to ascend to greatness. If not, she would lose everything, even her life. With this thought, she desperately pleaded for mercy, her beautiful eyes radiating a pitiful allure that tugged at the heartstrings. Shueshur-san shook his head and replied with indifference, "Since you acknowledge your mistake, let this matter rest. My character is not so petty as to hold a grudge against a woman. You may rise." However, the young girl, upon hearing this, nearly collapsed again, her face a mask of terror. Shueshur-san was perplexed. He had just stated he would not pursue the matter. So why did she not express relief, but rather seemed more despondent and frightened? Sensing his confusion, Huan Yining spoke up. Weong has committed a grievous error. The Yashuan Pavilion will not continue to shelter her, and once word spreads, her family will surely abandon her. This means her future is essentially ruined, leaving her with no prospects. If you do not accept her, Weong will have nowhere to go, and her fate will be tragically dire. Shueshur-san finally comprehended the rigid hierarchy of this world. Accepting her now would be a form of mercy. Refusing would equate to condemning her to death. An even more horrifying fate. The young girl, astute and clever, sensed Shueshur-san's contemplative demeanor, and hope surged within her, akin to grasping a lifeline. As she continued to speak sweetly, he could not help but marvel at the harsh social order of this realm. A once proud and haughty young girl now stood before him, humbling herself and pleading to offer herself in servitude. "Young Master Xian, please save me. I would willingly toil for you, even as a humble servant." Upon witnessing the girl's pitiable demeanor, Shueshur-san could not help but nod in resignation. Since the young master had already consented, he would now draft a contract of servitude for Weong. "Weong, do not forget to express your gratitude to the young master." Overcome with joy, the girl wept tears of happiness, continuously offering her thanks, prompting Shueshur-san to assist her in standing. Turning his gaze, he observed Huan Yining producing a peculiar sheet of paper, upon which she inscribed something that shimmered with a radiant glow. This contract of servitude, imbued with the will of the martial world, was unbreakable. To defy it would result in a fate worse than death. "Weong, if you have made your decision, please sign." Huan Yining instructed. It became evident that in this realm, a contract of servitude transcended the simplicity of mere parchment. Any such agreement would be recognized by the unseen will of the martial world, binding the signatory for life. To breach it might lead to immediate demise or a future fraught with misfortune and suffering. Its consequences were unpredictable. Nevertheless, such a contract could not be signed lightly. It required the genuine consent of the involved party, for no one could be coerced. Without a moment's hesitation, the girl signed her name without even glancing at the document. Shueisha-san, holding the contract, pondered for a moment before addressing Huan Yining. I have pressing matters to attend to. Bringing Wu Yang along may prove inconvenient. I have an unorthodox request, Miss Yin. Are you suggesting that Wu Yang remain at Yashuan Pavilion? Since you have brought it up, this matter shall not pose a challenge. Furthermore, as Wu Yang is indeed one of ours at Yashuan Pavilion, any prior offense to you was a failing on our part. As a gesture of goodwill, I am willing to forfeit 1/10 of the commission we would have taken from the auction. What do you think, young master? The auction is scheduled for the day following the conclusion of the Gu family's grand tournament, yet the news will be disseminated in the interim to ensure ample preparation. Should you require additional funds, there is ample opportunity to requisition them from your family within these few days. As Shueisha-san exited Yashuan Pavilion with the contract of servitude in hand, he felt a sense of accomplishment, albeit tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. Contemplating how much better it would have been had the contract been associated with the enchanting Huan Yining herself. Chapter 33. The Reappearance of the Demon Palace Miss. Shall we? Upon hearing such words, all present in the room fell into silence, their faces reflecting contemplation. What an intriguing little fellow, murmured Huan Yining, a charming smile gracing her lips. Judging from the ages of the two, they seemed to be quite similar, yet at this moment. She referred to Shueisha-san as a little fellow. The grandeur of the Yashuan Pavilion, with its vast scale and numerous branches in various regions and neighboring countries, signified its formidable strength. No major power in the realm would dare provoke it. However, within such a colossal entity, one could only expect a lack of cleanliness amidst its dealings. Yet Shueisha-san harbored no fears of malevolence directed toward him, nor did he care if he was being followed. He strolled leisurely within the sacred martial city. If you wish to target me, you ought to weigh whether your merchant guild can withstand even a fraction of the Gu family's wrath. It appeared that the enchanting woman was not to be underestimated, for she had not sent anyone to trail him. As he approached the city gate, Shueisha-san discreetly glanced back, muttering to himself. A tinge of regret washed over him. He almost wished Huan Yining would dispatch someone to follow him, providing him with an excuse to later seize this enchantress and her lovely attendant, much like a prized possession. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as he spotted a group of armored guards outside the city gate, clearly not from Sacred Martial City. Each bore a portrait. Scrutinizing the passing crowd, Shueisha-san gasped in astonishment, realizing that considerable time had elapsed since the last incident involving the princess. Yet they were still fixated on that event, hunting for the Black Mole servant. He recognized that the delicate princess was likely a formidable adversary, and he must never again appear in the guise of the Black Mole servant. After skillfully evading the armored guards, Shueisha-san ambled towards Sacred Martial Mountain, envisioning the forthcoming auction after the grand tournament, where he could almost see silver raining down. At that moment, an unwelcome sense of crisis enveloped him without warning. He felt the ground tremble ever so slightly. Earth-escaping technique, Shueisha-san exclaimed, turning on his heel to flee toward the mountain. Haraha, kid, don't waste your energy. Come along with me, and perhaps I can grant you a swift demise. With that proclamation, the ground erupted, and a figure soared into the air, landing directly above Shueisha-san. Martial arts fifth heaven? You are the direct disciple of the Demon Palace's Xuanwu Guardian, the earthly king of hell? Shueisha-san cried out in disbelief. Since the previous incident involving the Demon Palace, his junior sister had informed him of several significant figures within the palace, particularly the earthly king of hell, who was notoriously difficult to capture and regarded as an underground sovereign. This earthly king of hell, accustomed to lurking in subterranean chambers, exuded an aura of malevolence. As he thrust a palm down toward Shueisha-san, a chilling presence enveloped the area. The true essence of the martial arts fifth heaven surged, causing the air to crackle ominously. Shueisha-san felt as though he had been struck fiercely, yet he gritted his teeth and managed to evade the attack, miraculously reappearing a short distance away. The earthly king of hell, of average stature yet somewhat gaunt, was taken aback to find his strike had missed. How dare you appear beneath Sacred Martial Mountain? Do you not fear the wrath of the Gu family's unparalleled might? In truth, this locale was a secluded path rarely traversed, likely only guarded at the mountain's peak. Since you are so unappreciative of my kindness, do not blame the earthly king for what is to come. A sinister smile crept across the earthly king's face, his eyes gleaming with malice. In the next instant, Shue-Shursan witnessed the earthly king vanish into the ground, and a sense of foreboding gripped him. He swiftly vanished from his location, producing a pill from his hand and shattering it without hesitation. Dream Mist Pill. Immediately, a dense fog enveloped the area, obscuring visibility for dozens of meters. With a thunderous explosion, the ground fractured, and the earthly king emerged, striking downward with a palm suffused with dark energy. Boom! The air reverberated violently as dirt flew, and nearby boulders shattered. Shue-Shursan understood that the earthly king's previous attack must have been a result of an illusion. Upon emerging, he mistakenly believed he had spotted Shue-Shursan, and thus unleashed the blow. His figure flickered, swiftly vacating the spot, yet the terrifying residual force surged toward him. Destruction Seal. With a sudden pivot, he unleashed a wave of annihilation and murderous intent, his martial essence surging forth as he propelled a palm forward with all his might. Boom! The earth erupted with a resounding thud, akin to muffled thunder, shaking the ground beneath him. Bang! Shue-Shursan was sent hurtling backward, blood spilling from his mouth. His upper garments shredded by the fierce winds. Landing in a disheveled heap, he staggered back several steps, quickly assessing his injuries and sighing in relief upon realizing he was not gravely harmed. He had not anticipated the terrifying strength of a martial arts fifth heaven practitioner. Merely a wave of residual force had necessitated his utmost effort to counter. Recognizing the opponent's superior prowess, he feared that the illusion would soon be uncovered, and the earthly king could easily escape with his earthly shield technique. Shue-Shursan quickly regained his composure and hastened toward the mountain peak. Once there, the earthly king would dare not pursue him. However, the earthly king's response was swifter than expected. The ground trembled once more as he closed in. Ha! I have traversed the underworld for eons, witnessing countless illusions. Do you think such triviality could ensnare me? With that, he soared into the sky, laughing heartily. Shue-Shursan furrowed his brow, extending his left hand to reveal 3 dream mist pills in his palm, which he promptly crushed before turning to flee. Indeed, it took the earthly king a full 10 breaths to break free from the illusion, and he quickly resumed the pursuit of Shue-Shursan. Left with no choice, Shue-Shursan resorted to the same tactic, grateful for the abundant dream mist pills he had previously concocted. This time, he shattered 5 at once. This back and forth continued for a considerable time until Shue-Shursan finally neared the mountain's summit. Looking back, he found no trace of the earthly king. Hee boy, we shall meet again. The earthly king's voice echoed, yet he was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, why would someone from the demon palace fixate on me? Shue-Shursan pondered in confusion. Initially, he believed this to be a ploy by Yashuan Pavilion, but upon realizing the pursuers were from the demon palace, he dismissed that notion. He could not fathom why the earthly king of hell would take an interest in him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the world. Shue-Shursan contemplated the events of the day but set the mystery aside, focusing instead on the upcoming auction for the divine elixirs, where visions of wealth filled his heart with unbidden joy. Sister, you should have seen Gu Meng this afternoon. It was utterly hilarious. I wonder who was so cruel as to let him get pummeled so foolishly. I've heard his injuries might not heal before the grand competition, and if he cannot participate, I bet he'll be furious enough to bang his head against a wall. In a garden, the 2 sisters strolled along a path, Gu Linger animatedly recounting the day's events while subtly mocking Gu Meng, whom she admired so deeply. Hearing her sister's account, even the usually composed Gu Binger couldn't help but chuckle, finding the situation undeniably amusing. Just as Gu Linger was delighting in her tale, she suddenly noticed a figure approaching leisurely from the side. Shue-Shursan, what are you doing? Are you being lewd? Gu Linger exclaimed with indignation. Shue-Shursan was taken aback, not expecting to encounter this pair of sisters here. Glancing down at his own attire, he realized that during the fierce battle with the earthly King Yin, his clothing had been shredded by the fierce winds, leaving his upper body nearly bare. A wave of confusion washed over him. What a stroke of bad luck to stumble upon this girl while wandering aimlessly in the dead of night. Chapter 34. The arrival of the grand competition. Shue-Shursan felt that aside from discussing the auction at Yashuan Pavilion that afternoon and inadvertently acquiring a charming maid, his journey had been plagued by misfortune. First, He encountered the malevolent spirit of the earthly king of hell, and now he was faced with the cunning Gulinger. "Is this the new attire I purchased in Shengwu City this afternoon?" Shueshur-san remarked. Gulinger, upon hearing this, was infuriated. "How dare you call these tattered rags new clothes?" She found his audacity to be an affront to her intelligence. "This is the latest fashion of this summer. Personally designed by Master Son of Luyun Building," Shueshur-san added, claiming the renowned tailor from Shengwu City. At his words, Gulinger paused, casting a dubious glance at him. In truth, had it not been for the obscured view of the dirt marring his attire, she would have been tempted to slap him. "Utterly hideous," Gulinger declared. Shueshur-san replied, "Ah, perish the thought. I have no interest in such matters." Gulinger screamed in frustration. The garments draped upon him were nothing more than tattered strips, failing to conceal anything, with merely a few threads hanging precariously from him. If a woman were to wear such attire, ignoring her, Shueshur-san turned to walk down another path. "Now that you have become a martial arts master, it is your fortune. You must participate in the grand competition. It would be wise to remain prepared, lest you bring shame upon your uncle. However, I must sternly warn you, should you dare speak ill of my sister again, I shall not spare you." At that moment, Gulinger, clad in white and exuding an ethereal grace, spoke calmly. Under the moonlight, her skin glowed radiantly, a beauty almost too dazzling to behold. Her tone was composed, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Her words, though gentle, dripped with condescension toward Shueshur-san, as if she had already resigned herself to the belief that he would disgrace himself in the competition, thus bringing shame upon the elder. Shueshur-san turned to glance at her and replied nonchalantly, "I believe you are overthinking things." Mississippi Gulinger was a paragon of nobility, and he found no merit in entangling himself with such a haughty woman. It was futile. The only effective means to address such arrogance was through strength. "Sister, look at his attitude. Ever since he became a martial arts master, he has grown increasingly arrogant. That Song Lingyu is truly detestable for devising a method for him to record his daily exploits on paper, resolving his memory issues. Otherwise, he would still be dazed and foolish," Gulinger vented. "I must teach him a lesson during the competition." After returning home, Shueshur-san took a bath and comfortably fell asleep in his bed without indulging in frenzied training. However, the following morning, the Gu household was abuzz with excitement. Divine Grade Elixir? Auction. The news spread rapidly, igniting excitement among both the Gu family and the esteemed guests arriving from various factions. The Divine Grade Elixir had not been seen for many years. It was rare and precious. Its impending auction stirred the hearts of all capable individuals. As the days passed, the time for the grand competition quickly approached. That evening, Shueshur-san reunited with his long-absent junior sister. "Junior brother, have you missed your sister?" Song Lingyu approached, giggling as she affectionately ruffled Shueshur-san's hair. She felt that her little junior was growing increasingly clever, likely due to her frequent head pats. "Sister, tomorrow marks the day of the family's grand competition. If you truly seize first place, will the family bestow upon you the 9 turns mysterious young vitality?" Shueshur-san asked with concern, recognizing the significance of this treasured family legacy, specially prepared by the family head for his daughter. If it were to be taken away by an outsider, it could lead to complications. "What do you mean if? For your sister, first place is as easy as plucking fruit from a tree." She continued, "Your worries are unfounded. With powerful individuals and royal representatives from various nations in attendance, the family will undoubtedly keep their promise. Otherwise, the prestige of the Shengwu family would be utterly obliterated, leaving them a laughingstock." Shueshur-san smiled wryly, understanding that when his junior sister referred to the third junior brother, she was speaking of the second elder brother. She always positioned herself as the eldest, treating him as the senior sister while relegating the second elder brother to the status of the third junior brother. "Sister, how did you manage to inform me?" Shueshur-san inquired, puzzled. "Have you forgotten? Your sister possesses a communication jade stone, and the third junior brother has the other piece, allowing us to communicate seamlessly," she replied. "But you said that jade stone was a gift from our master, which you even used to threaten Elder Gio. Have you lied again? Little brother, you are utterly heartless. I do this all for you. Alas, who could blame me for being your elder sister? Like a mother to you," Song Lingyu said meaningfully. Shueshur-san's expression darkened. His junior sister was merely 2 years his senior. Yet she insisted on referring to herself as a motherly figure, leaving him feeling quite vexed. Though she was his younger sister, being treated as a child by a woman was indeed irksome, even if Song Lingyu was naturally playful. Under the moonlight, the siblings chatted, with Xue Shisan occasionally becoming the target of Song Lingyu's teasing, eliciting peals of laughter from her like the sound of silver bells. Sister, I wish to gift you something. But you must promise me not to ask any questions and simply accept it, Xue Shisan said solemnly. Intrigued, Song Lingyu readily agreed without hesitation. Sister, you lack sincerity. It seems you are planning to backtrack. Very well, I shall not give it to you, Xue Shisan declared. Now, Song Lingyu was unwilling to relent. After much back and forth between the two, she repeatedly assured and swore, and only then did Xue Shisan reluctantly acquiesce. Sister, that gesture for swearing is incorrect. 2 fingers represent ye, whereas swearing requires 3 fingers, Xue Shisan corrected her. Song Lingyu adjusted her fingers, raising her middle finger, ring finger, and pinky while pinching her thumb and index finger together. As day turned to night, the date of the grand competition arrived. On this day, the Gu family adorned their home in festive decorations, bustling with activity, while guests arrived in droves to offer their congratulations. His Majesty the Emperor of Dian has sent the 6th Prince, Lung Wuchang, and the 6th Princess, Lung Qianqian, to congratulate the Shengwu Gu family on the occasion of the grand competition. As this announcement echoed, everyone was taken aback, astonished that the Emperor had dispatched the infamous 6th Prince and the renowned beauty, Princess Qianqian, to attend. Chapter 35, Standing Tall Above All. The clan's grand examination is of utmost sanctity within the sacred martial family, treated with profound gravity. Esteemed figures, whether renowned warriors, representatives of formidable factions, or emissaries from various dynasties, gradually arrived at the Gu family estate. All right, I am well now, ha ha ha. In a chamber, Gu Ming burst into laughter, having fully recovered from the grievous injuries inflicted by Jian Chen 5 days prior. One could imagine the tremendous cost incurred for such a recovery. Soon, Gu Ming noticed his grandfather, the 9th elder, wearing a rather displeased expression. He hurriedly approached, chuckling, Grandfather, rest assured, your grandson shall not disappoint your expectations. This time in the grand examination, I will surely place in the top 10 and bring you glory. Humph, I hope you do not merely speak empty words this time. The 9th elder retorted coldly, his countenance still grim. Months ago, he had believed that sending his grandson to deal with that foolish boy would be a simple task. Yet, unexpectedly, Gu Ming had been nearly defeated by an assassin summoned by Gu Linger. Later, during a confrontation with Song Lingyu, he suffered another dismal defeat at the hands of Xue Shisan, compelling the 9th elder to reluctantly acknowledge Xue Shisan's prowess. Despite the considerable effort and resources expended to elevate his grandson's abilities, the outcome had been a muddled setback resulting in severe injuries. The 9th elder was nearly at his wits' end regarding this grandson. Today's clan competition would see the attendance of various elders, who were bound to question him regarding the incident involving Xue Shisan. Though he could not fathom how that foolish boy had attained the pinnacle of the first heaven in martial arts, he surmised that even with a perfect physique for cultivation, it was improbable for Xue Shisan to have made significant progress in merely 3 months. He would likely only reach the peak of the first heaven. The 9th elder spoke in a detached manner. Upon hearing this, Gu Ming's eyes brightened. He was not entirely foolish. He quickly assured, Grandfather is correct. My current prowess is indeed a result of your immense sacrifices. Fear not. I shall incapacitate him in this competition, rendering him utterly useless. That would be best. Should there be any further mishaps, I shall not hesitate to render you incapacitated as well, the 9th elder replied sternly. The venue for the competition remained consistent with previous years, situated in the expansive Gu family square, capable of accommodating thousands. At the center stood a colossal martial arts platform, constructed from rare dragon pattern rock, impervious to even the mightiest of powers. The atmosphere was electric, teeming with excitement. The majority of gazes were fixed upon the front row of seats, occupied by renowned martial artists of great repute. Xue Shisan had arrived early and, after some searching, finally spotted his junior sister amidst the throng. Junior brother, you look quite spirited today, Song Lingyu exclaimed with a cheerful smile, her melodious voice and graceful demeanor captivating, as she habitually ruffled Xue Shisan's hair. Just as they exchanged a few words, a commotion arose around them, as several figures descended from the sky, each appearing to be of venerable age, their hair and beard flowing, exuding an ethereal presence. Suspended in midair was no ordinary feat. Those at the 5th heaven could barely manage it, while 6th heaven experts could traverse the skies. However, the calm demeanor exhibited by these individuals, as if they were one with the cosmos, their aura as profound as the depths of the ocean, indicated that each was an unparalleled master. The Gu family members quickly recognized them as the second elder, third elder, fifth elder, seventh elder, and the ninth elder. Haraha! Upon landing on the high platform, the second elder laughed heartily, greeting the gathered guests with a courteous bow, prompting others to rise in return. I am the second elder of the sacred martial Gu family, Gu Xiaofeng. I am grateful to all fellow Taoists for your presence. After exchanging pleasantries, the second elder continued. Due to the family head's seclusion during a critical period, I shall preside over this grand examination. I hope for your understanding. His words elicited astonishment. Many faces reflected regret. Their purpose for attending was not only to witness the prowess of the younger generation of the Gu family, but also to pay homage to one of the formidable powers of the sacred martial nine gates. The realization that this would not come to fruition left them disappointed. Now, I shall outline the rewards for this grand examination. The top 10, as in previous years, would receive the opportunity for non-blood Gu family members to adopt the family surname and receive significant cultivation support. Those already of the Gu lineage would gain better resources for training, along with monetary rewards or martial arts techniques, though these were of little interest to the crowd. The third place would receive a supreme martial arts technique, 10,000 silver taels, and a high-grade medicinal potion. The second place would earn a supreme martial arts technique, an extraordinary martial skill, 50,000 silver taels, and a premium medicinal potion. The first place would receive the sacred grade secret manual 9 turns of the mysterious yang energy, a chance to enter the dragon transformation pool, and 100,000 gold taels. The announcement of the top 3 rewards sent shockwaves through the crowd. Such generosity, truly befitting the sacred martial family. The 9 turns of the mysterious yang energy was regarded as a cultivation treasure for the next family head. The rewards for the top 3 were increasingly lavish. Even one of them would incite envy. Especially the first place, regarded as a future successor. I never anticipated that the family head is genuinely in seclusion, Xue Shursen murmured, already aware of the first place reward. He was not particularly astonished, but was more concerned about the family head. He had always believed the family head and the elders' claims of seclusion were mere pretexts. Now it appeared that the old fellows were indeed speaking nonsense, but the family head was genuinely in seclusion. Following this, the second elder declared the rules for the grand examination, which remained consistent with prior years. Apart from determining opponents through a draw, participants who triumphed over one opponent could freely challenge others or opt for a respite before the next match. Moreover, to swiftly enter the top 10, one could choose to compete first, with spectators allowed to challenge at will, as long as one could withstand 50 matches. They would automatically secure a place in the top 10 and await the finals. This rule was termed standing tall above all. Throughout the centuries of competitions within the Gu family, fewer than 20 individuals had successfully chosen this path, the most recent being the current family head, Gu Tianba. After the second elder concluded, those not involved moved to the spectator stands, leaving only the Gu family descendants on the platform. Many scrutinized the young contenders, discussing who was most outstanding and who possessed the greatest talent, while eagerly anticipating whether anyone would choose the standing tall above all rule. I hereby officially announce the commencement of this grand examination. According to tradition, I ask, does anyone wish to stand tall above all? The second elder inquired. The crowd fell into an attentive silence, many eyes gleaming with anticipation. Soon, the throng parted, and a graceful figure made her way toward the martial platform. Gubinger, clad in ethereal white, exuding unparalleled elegance, stood upon the stage, her demeanor tranquil as she declared, I, Gubinger, wish to stand tall above all. Her proclamation sent the surroundings into a frenzy, cheers erupting all around. Haha, I did not expect this to be the esteemed young Lady Gubinger. Indeed, she is extraordinary, the pride of the heavens, as it should be. It is said the young lady possesses an icy heart and jade physique. With astonishing comprehension, a rare martial prodigy in a century. Truly, her reputation is well-deserved. The mysterious young Lady Gubinger finally made her appearance, inspiring admiration and applause from all corners. As time passed, the crowd gradually quieted down, and no one stepped forward to challenge her. The second elder inquired once more, is there anyone who wishes to challenge? The second elder spoke, and the crowd remained silent, no one daring to take the stage. A few individuals below appeared eager to step forward, Yet upon contemplating the profound depth of the young lady's capabilities, they ultimately retreated. As Gu Binger was about to truly stand above the masses, Song Lingyu, beside Xue Shisan, could no longer contain herself and resolved to ascend the stage. Senior sister, you cannot go up there. If the two of you engage in a battle to mutual destruction, it will only benefit others in the end, which is unwise. Xue Shisan urgently pleaded, attempting to restrain his young sister from acting recklessly. But I simply do not wish for her to succeed, Song Lingyu replied defiantly. Xue Shisan was left speechless and responded, then you could simply take the stage and outshine her afterward, couldn't you? That makes sense. Song Lingyu contemplated for a moment before agreeing with enthusiasm. In the end, no one ventured forth to challenge. And the second elder announced Gu Linger's advance into the top 10. The crowd erupted in chatter, astonished that Gu Binger had managed to stand above all without a single challenger, achieving success in such a manner. Sister, as soon as Gu Binger descended, Song Lingyu ascended the stage, her beauty rivaling that of Gu Binger, exuding an equally unparalleled grace. Especially in her current solemnity, she appeared tranquil and composed, radiating a distinctive aura. I, Song Lingyu, shall stand above the masses. Upon uttering these words, the audience was taken aback, pondering what had transpired within the Gu family this year, as two individuals sought to dominate the stage consecutively. This young lady, possessing unparalleled elegance and extraordinary talent. Might she also achieve success? Moreover, some keen observers noted the apprehensive and begrudging expressions on the faces of those from the Gu family once Song Lingyu took the stage. At that moment, they speculated that this young woman was indeed formidable. If she too succeeded, it would be nothing short of spectacular. It was likely that the Gu family had never witnessed two women achieve such dominance in succession throughout their lineage. Chapter 36. A single finger. After a brief moment of uproar, the scene swiftly fell into silence, the atmosphere becoming somewhat oppressive. On the stage, Song Lingyu stood resplendent, gazing calmly at each individual in the crowd, yet no one dared to challenge her. This induced a sense of bewilderment among the spectators. Was it possible that this enigmatic young woman from the Gu family was as formidable as Gu Binger, yet had never been heard of before? In truth, even the Gu family members were unaware of the true extent of Song Lingyu's strength, having only witnessed a match between her and Gu Binger during a clan competition several years prior. That encounter had lasted for 2 hours, culminating in both of them exhausting their true essence, resulting in a draw. Since then, the fearsome reputation of Song Lingyu had spread. Once again, I ask, is there anyone willing to challenge? The second elder inquired. Silence enveloped the surroundings, with no challengers stepping forth. Ultimately, the second elder declared Song Lingyu as unrivaled, granting her a place in the top 10. The crowd erupted in disbelief, questioning the peculiarities of the Gu family. It was one thing for the eldest daughter to face no challengers, but why was this young girl also unchallenged? Was it a deliberate arrangement by their clan to put on a show for the spectators? Such thoughts began to emerge. However, the authority of the sacred martial family was evident, and no one dared to voice any dissent. Indeed, the youth of the Gu family are remarkable. It seems the coming years will be quite lively, remarked an elderly man with snow-white hair, his tone laden with significance. Oh, it appears this young lady is the disciple of Brother Shifeng. His discerning eye has always chosen only the best, murmured an elder with gray hair from the front row. After descending from the stage, the second elder, adhering to tradition, once more inquired if anyone wished to challenge her. Xue Shisan felt a strong urge to step forward. Yet he knew that doing so would likely result in ridicule, followed by curses, and ultimately a swarm of challengers. To achieve 50 consecutive victories was a daunting task. And considering the depth of his true essence cultivated through high-level techniques, he lacked confidence in his endurance. Gu Binger and Song Lingyu had the courage to compete due to their esteemed reputations within the clan and their profound mastery of advanced techniques. The final factor was undoubtedly their unparalleled beauty. Otherwise, should a man step up, the crowd would become incensed, determined to thwart any success in challenging the unrivaled. Deciding to maintain a low profile, Xue Shisan chose to blend into the crowd and await his turn in the drawing. However, it seemed others were intent on thwarting his anonymity, as he soon found himself the target of hostile gazes. Gu Ming smiled coldly at him, his expression somewhat menacing. Gu Gang and Gu Tian, having previously been rejected in their challenges against him, also sneered with malicious intent, along with other onlookers. Junior apprentice. It seems you are being regarded as easy prey, remarked Song Lingyu, who had appeared beside him, her playful tone masking her genuine concern. Rest assured, sister, if it becomes too much, I will concede voluntarily, Shueisha-san reassured her. True enough, the clan's rules state that once one has participated in a match, they may forfeit subsequent contests. But do exercise caution, junior brother, Song Lingyu advised. As a sacred martial family, the Gu clan numbered in the thousands, with hundreds among the younger generation, including non-direct descendants. Opponents were determined randomly through a drawing conducted by the elders. Half an hour passed, and 5 or 6 matches had concluded, yet Shueisha-san's turn had yet to arrive. Throughout this time, spectators frequently commented on the matches, nodding or shaking their heads in appraisal. Among the younger generation, most participants were at the second level of martial arts, a realm hardly worthy of admiration. Only a recent competitor, a young man named Gu Tianxing, had impressed the audience with his skillful swordplay, defeating his opponent in 3 moves, earning him widespread acclaim. This individual belonged to a collateral branch of the Gu family, yet with such prowess, he was sure to attract the family's attention post-competition, possibly altering his fate. In the following matches, Gu Feng, an ally of Gu Meng, was drawn. Just before taking the stage, he cast a provocative glance at Shueisha-san, clearly indicating that he intended to challenge him after securing a victory. Ironically, Gu Feng was one of the 3 notorious wastrels, possessing merely peak strength at the first level of martial arts. Despite his overconfidence, he ultimately fell before his opponent without even enduring 10 moves. Shueisha-san shook his head and smiled. At that moment, he felt a piercing gaze upon him and looked up to find a young woman in the audience. Her eyes were icy, laced with a hint of murderous intent. Confused, he realized that the girl was the haughty maid he had knocked out in Sacred Martial City, recognized only upon seeing the delicate princess beside her. Indeed, the smallest grievances can linger long, Shueisha-san murmured to himself. Junior brother, what are you muttering about? Song Lingyu inquired with curiosity. At that moment, a striking young man, around 17 or 18, approached with a gentle smile, his features elegantly defined. My goodness, is that him, Brother Guyang? He has indeed emerged from seclusion, whispered the surrounding Gu family members, their demeanor tinged with apprehension. Shueisha-san was aware of this individual. Renowned as the most exceptional among their generation, aside from Gu Binger and his senior sister, possessing a terrifying mastery of the sword that struck like thunder. Suddenly, he felt a soft embrace around his arm, faintly sensing the softness within, and before he could fully comprehend, he realized it was his senior sister, Song Lingyu, who had wrapped her arms around him. Seeing this, Gu Yang's bright eyes momentarily clouded, yet his smile remained intact. Shueisha-san quickly discerned that this man harbored ulterior motives. Guyang, who permitted you to address me so familiarly? Song Lingyu replied coldly. Why must you distance yourself from me, Lingyu? We've grown up together. Do we need to be so formal? Guyang shrugged, speaking gently. His handsome demeanor elicited admiration from several young women, their eyes sparkling with infatuation. As they observed his interaction with Song Lingyu, envy surged among them, many dreaming that if only Brother Guyang could express such affection towards them, it would be worth any sacrifice. Should you call me once more, do you believe I would hesitate to act decisively and strip you of your right to compete? Song Lingyu stated coolly. Gu Yang's expression shifted slightly, yet he quickly chuckled, saying, Very well then. As long as you are happy, I shall comply with your wishes. Shueisha-san, I heard about your ascension to martial prowess after my seclusion. I am genuinely delighted for you. However, should we happen to cross paths later, rest assured, I shall show mercy, he said, subtly glancing at the arm Song Lingyu was holding, a flicker of jealousy crossing his mind. Seemingly sensing the exchange had grown tedious, Guyang departed after his remark. Truly a schemer, sister, why must you use me as a shield? Shueisha-san thought to himself. Fully aware that if they were to encounter each other, Guyang would undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics, perhaps even rendering his arm useless without his knowledge. I would never. She merely wished to showcase the profound bond between her brother and herself, hoping that he, as an outsider, would have the decency to withdraw promptly. With a slight flush adorning her delicate features, Song Lingyu remarked that her previous actions were instinctual, aside from her junior brother. She preferred to have no other males standing in her presence. Just then, the second elder on stage began to announce the participants for the next round of trials. But after uttering a single name, he abruptly halted. His expression shifted momentarily, revealing surprise, before he cast a discreet, fierce glance at the ninth elder, who, understanding the implication, feigned ignorance. Shue. Upon the utterance of this name, the Gu family members erupted in excitement, their gazes converging uniformly upon Shue, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Shue, undeterred by their scrutiny, strolled leisurely to the arena. Opposite him stood a proud young woman clad in red, her eyes radiating disdain and contempt. A coward who dares not accept challenges from others is unworthy of pursuing martial arts. I am aware that you fortuitously attained the first level of perfection. Over the past 3 months, you might only advance a notch further, reaching the pinnacle. However, allow me to inform you that I too stand at the peak of the first level, and I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Although we share the same realm, my combat prowess far exceeds that of Gu Meng. During these 3 months, I have honed my skills and captured 3 notorious criminals. Thus, you shall not be my match. Concede now, for I have no desire to engage you. The young woman declared haughtily, her expression one of utter disdain. Disinterested in even exchanging blows with him, Shue shook his head, recalling that she was indeed a spoiled and willful individual, having frequently mocked him in the past. On the day his memories resurfaced, he had inadvertently knocked over a girl's sunflower seeds in the garden, and it was she. You, a coward who dares not accept challenges from others, yet you refuse to concede now, perhaps believing that I am an easy target simply because I am a woman? She retorted, her scorn for Shue deepening. May I strike? Shue inquired calmly. You seek death, the young woman exclaimed, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury as she unsheathed her precious sword without hesitation. With a rapid flick of her wrist, the sword danced like a dragon, unleashing 5 or 6 fierce gusts of sword wind towards Shue, accompanied by a faint sound of tearing air. Haha, Sister Qianqian's wind blade technique has become increasingly refined. This strike holds considerable power. It seems that foolish Shue is in for a misfortune, likely to end up bruised and battered, the crowd speculated, their chatter abruptly ceasing as they gazed in astonishment at the arena. With a clang, the young woman's sword clattered to the ground, her entire being collapsing limply. Shue stood beside her, maintaining the stance of his finger that had just struck her neck, rendering her unconscious. How is this possible? Exclaimed a voice from below. Shameless. Shue, you took advantage of Sister Qianqian's momentary instability to launch a sneak attack. Amid the murmurs, it was noted that Gu Qianqian had seemingly stumbled, only for Shue to appear at her side and incapacitate her with a mere touch. Yet, only a handful of individuals harbored doubts, sensing that the incident was not as straightforward as it appeared, while some prominent figures cast a profound glance at Shue. Shue, I challenge you. Do you dare to accept? At that moment, Gu Wei, having settled his own match, directed his attention towards Shue. Shue surveyed the gazes of those around him, perplexed as to how he had incurred the ire of the crowd, foreseeing the impending troubles that lay ahead. As you wish, I accept your challenge. Chapter 37. To shock the multitude of elders on the stage, including those from the law enforcement hall and prominent figures surrounding them, refrained from uttering a word. This silence indicated that Shue's victory over Gu Qianqian had not transgressed any rules. Although the elders had already learned from the ninth elder about his journey to becoming a martial arts expert, their impression of him remained less than favorable. Yet, in the presence of the assembled heroes, they would not publicly confront Shue. Otherwise, the Gu family would become a subject of ridicule. Gu Qianqian was assisted off the stage by a few young women, yet the audience below erupted in a chorus of angry shouts. The guests observing the event were puzzled by the reaction of the Gu family's disciples. Upon inquiry, they began to glean the circumstances, and their gazes toward Shue turned peculiar. Ah, so he is a fool, someone sneered. Is that so? Can he truly be a fool? The renowned sword Chun of the great Zhou Empire, who had previously sought to ascertain who among the Gu family was the most formidable, was taken aback. Had they truly been outwitted by a fool? Would that not render them even more foolish? Ah, so Brother Shifeng has taken on a disciple. This must be his protege, a gray-haired elder mused inwardly as he scrutinized Shue. It appears my junior has many secrets. I seem to have underestimated him. Song Lingyu murmured softly, sensing that Shue's earlier gesture was far from ordinary. It was neither a sneak attack nor a random flail. An expression of anticipation flickered in her beautiful eyes. Moreover, she had not forgotten the terrifying potion he had given her the previous night. Since a challenge has been issued and accepted, I hereby declare the duel to commence, intoned the second elder solemnly. Gu Wei regarded Shueshur-san with a haughty demeanor. Shueshur-san shook his head, perplexed as to why each opponent felt compelled to deliver a lengthy preamble before their duel. In a swift motion, he stepped forward, his presence transforming into one of formidable intensity. In an instant, he appeared before Gu Wei, as swift as thunder and lightning. Not good, Gu Wei gasped, realizing the impending danger. In a panic, he summoned his martial essence to unleash a powerful gust of wind. At that moment, Shueshur-san formed a sword-like gesture with his fingers, exuding a subtle yet palpable energy. With a sound reminiscent of iron being forged, his finger pierced through Gu Wei's force, accelerating with astonishing speed and tearing through all resistance. My apologies, but I still need only one finger to deal with you, Shueshur-san's calm voice echoed. What? Gu Wei exclaimed in shock. In the blink of an eye, before he could utter another word, Shueshur-san's finger made contact with his body, sending him hurtling away as if struck by a tidal wave, crashing out of the duel platform. Silence, an oppressive, deathly silence enveloped the arena. As Gu Wei fell, the crowd was rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? They murmured, particularly those who had previously mocked Shueshur-san, now grappling with tumultuous waves of realization. Gradually, they began to regard him with newfound respect. Even the surrounding dignitaries, including the elders of the Gu family, adopted a more serious demeanor. This youth seemed to surpass all expectations. The fierce aura that had erupted moments ago, that lightning-fast strike, and his composed demeanor all signified that he was no longer the Na'vi boy of yore. In that moment, it dawned on everyone that they had underestimated Shueshur-san. Some recalled his perfect physique, further deepening their concern. A perfect physique implied unparalleled foundational strength and exceptional meridian capacity. It suggested that once he embarked on the martial path, his progress would be exceptionally swift. Indeed, the legacy of perfect physique was no trifling matter. The family head had swiftly risen to prominence due to his own perfect physique. And now this youth embodied the same potential. Your insight is truly sharp, old master, the second elder murmured, referring to the grand elder, Shueshur-san's master. What? Soon enough, the news of Shueshur-san's perfect physique spread among the guests below, eliciting astonishment. Who would have thought the Gu family so foolish as to ostracize a martial genius with a perfect physique? It seems even their elders have lost their wits, someone whispered. The sacred martial family indeed possesses unparalleled fortune, another remarked, recalling the previous arrogance of Gu Binger and Song Lingyu, now overshadowed by the emergence of this perfect physique youth, inciting envy among many esteemed sections. Let us not forget that this fool also possesses a perfect physique, and now that he has become a martial expert, his path ahead will be nearly unimpeded, Gu Linger muttered to herself, though her expression remained defiant. Even so, he has only recently ventured into the martial realm. He is still no match for me. Besides, he is timid. He did not dare accept challenges before, lacking the heart of a true warrior. I will ensure he regrets this later, the young woman resolved. At that moment, Gu Wei, who had been thrown from the arena, finally reacted, roaring in frustration. Why? How long has he been in the martial realm? Gu Wei shouted, but he was swiftly escorted away by the law enforcement hall members. I nearly forgot that my junior possesses a terrifying perfect physique. It seems everyone has underestimated him. I anticipate my junior will continue to astonish us, Song Lingyu said, her anticipation intensifying. With a resounding crash, another battle concluded with a scream as one emerged victorious. Gu Meng, eyes ablaze with fury, glared at Shueshur-san. He had previously been oblivious to the changes in the atmosphere, only aware of Shueshur-san's unexpected consecutive victories, which greatly displeased him. Shueshur-san, I, Gu Meng, challenge you. Do you dare accept? Of course, you should be at the peak of the first heaven, while I am complete. If you find it unfair, I can allow you 3 moves. How does that sound? Gu Meng proposed, having initially considered suggesting one hand, but wisely refrained to avoid embarrassment. I accept your challenge. However, I still need only one finger to deal with you, so I do not require your leniency, Shueshur-san replied, stepping toward Gu Meng's designated area. The crowd erupted in astonishment, perceiving Shueshur-san's attitude as somewhat arrogant. Others believed that his earlier victory over Gu Wei did not surpass the peak of the first heaven. Yet now he claimed he could defeat Gu Meng with a single finger, which was no ordinary feat. You seek death. Mountain splitter palm, Gu Meng bellowed, having already received the go-ahead from the second elder. He immediately unleashed the advanced martial technique he had diligently practiced for 3 months. His essence surged, reaching the pinnacle of the first heaven, exuding a formidable aura that seemed capable of cleaving mountains asunder. The ninth elder, observing Gu Ming's display, revealed a hint of approval, seemingly pleased with the execution of this technique. With his grandson's skill, he could likely defeat most opponents of the same tier, igniting a flicker of anticipation within him. If Gu Ming could incapacitate this foolish boy in this duel, the second elder would not have to face repercussions for his previous shortcomings. As the ferocious energy radiated outward, converging upon Shueshi-san, Gu Ming's concentrated force became a terrifying spectacle. Today, I shall defeat you with the power of the peak of the first heaven. With but a single finger, Shueshi-san declared calmly. Boom. The true essence of martial arts within him began to surge, instantly reaching the pinnacle of the first heaven, momentarily halting at this level without further revealing his strength. With a swift motion, he stepped forward, his figure flickering like lightning, arriving before Gu Ming in an instant. As before, he formed a sword finger with his right hand and thrust it forward with great force. Die! Gu Ming shouted, fully channeling the mount-splitting palm to its utmost, striking down with a force so violent it seemed intent on devouring Shueshi-san. This palm strike was certainly beyond what someone at the first heaven's pinnacle could contend with. Just when everyone anticipated that Shueshi-san would withdraw and avoid this attack, contrary to their expectations, his sword finger remained resolutely directed forward. The ancient and powerful martial arts could shatter mountains and rivers with a single finger. What could Gu Ming's martial prowess amount to in comparison? As Shueshi-san recalled the profound insights bestowed upon him by the celestial abode, a shocking image flashed across his mind. Boom. At the moment his sword finger made contact with Gu Ming's palm, his aura surged dramatically, reaching an astonishing intensity, and the speed of his thrust increased exponentially, slicing through the air with a series of explosive sounds. This terrifying momentum and steadfast finger seemed capable of crushing boulders and mountains, instantly overwhelming Gu Ming and causing the power of his palm to tremble violently. With a piercing whistle, Shueshi-san's sword finger tore through Gu Ming's palm and struck fiercely at his chest. Crack! The sound of a bone fracturing echoed. No! Gu Ming let out a wretched scream as a tremendous force surged within him, instantly propelling him backward. Once again, the arena fell into a profound silence, all present stunned by the spectacle. A peak of the first heaven had truly defeated an opponent of higher rank? Someone spoke with a dry throat. That finger, it possesses a remarkable quality. In a corner of the crowd, an elder murmured softly. Had anyone recognized his identity, they would have been astounded. Should they hear his commentary on Shueshi-san's decisive thrust, they would be rendered speechless with shock. Everyone gazed at the tall and poised youth in the arena, sensing that at this moment, he was different, enshrouded in an air of mystery. Even the typically aloof young Lady Gu Binger was momentarily entranced. The proud and delicate princess, along with her brother Lung Wuchang, wore expressions of disbelief. Song Lingyu blinked her bright eyes, pondering whether her junior disciple's surprises would cease here. For reasons unknown, she suddenly felt an overwhelming confidence in Shueshi-san. Unbeknownst to him, Shueshi-san had become the focal point of this grand competition, garnering attention that even surpassed that of the previously dominant Gu Binger and Song Lingyu. Chapter 38. A great deception. At the moment when the crowd erupted in astonishment, the originally expectant and smug ninth elder displayed an expression of sheer brilliance. At this instant, the old man finally comprehended the situation, transitioning from shock and disbelief to a heart that felt as if it were bleeding. No. I will not lose. How could this be possible? He is merely a waste, at the pinnacle of the first heaven, while I stand at the peak of completion. How could he possibly inflict such severe damage with a mere finger? Gu Ming fell to the ground, his hair disheveled, letting out a howl. His eyes were bloodshot, disregarding the pain from his fractured ribs, appearing utterly deranged. My grandson. Upon witnessing this scene, the ninth elder's face darkened considerably, and he glared at Shueshi-san with great fury, but was quickly restrained by the seventh elder, who stood nearby. Gu Ming was carried away by the disciples of the law enforcement hall, and the crowd gradually quieted down. Shueshi-san descended from the stage. Yet a sea of gazes remained fixated upon him. Among those gazes were several filled with malice, including that of Gu Yang. Particularly, his eyes flared with resentment as he observed Song Lingyu's radiant smile directed at Shueshi-san, causing him to unconsciously clench his fists. Junior brother, you truly are a hidden gem, Song Lingyu remarked, her smile elegant and enchanting, radiating an alluring aura. Xue Shisan felt a twinge of guilt, but fortunately, his senior sister did not press him for answers. The tournament proceeded normally, and Xue Shisan, having expended some of his true essence, focused on recovering quietly. Having fought 3 matches, it meant he would not need to compete again for 3 rounds. Unfortunately, some individuals were intent on disrupting his tranquility, particularly those who noticed his close interaction with Song Lingyu, who, being extraordinarily charming, naturally attracted many admirers, inciting envy from others. Boom! With a chorus of cheers, someone was defeated and collapsed on the stage. Xue Shisan, I, Gu Feiyu, challenge you. I, Gu Xiaoza, challenge you. In a brief span, Xue Shisan reluctantly accepted 3 to 4 challenges, all stemming from opponents at the peak of the first heaven. Astonishingly, each time Xue Shisan stepped up, he triumphed with a single finger, utilizing only the power of the first heaven's pinnacle. This caused quite a stir. His singular finger seemed shrouded in mystery. Could it be a powerful ancient martial art? Otherwise, how could he consistently defeat his foes with a mere gesture? In no time, Xue Shisan became an enigma in the eyes of the spectators, as even his display of the first heaven's pinnacle prowess led many to believe he was nearly invincible beneath the second heaven. As time elapsed, the second Miss Gulinger took to the stage, easily defeating an opponent at the peak of the first heaven with a single move. Following her, Gu Yang entered the arena against a youth of the second heaven, astonishing everyone by sending his adversary flying without even drawing his sword. The majority were left bewildered, unable to discern how he executed his strike, and many praised his swift swordplay as truly deserving of its reputation. Among the crowd, a youth with red lips and white teeth observed this spectacle, his bright eyes suddenly gleaming with a fierce determination. He was the Little Sword King, and it appeared he had intentions to challenge Gu Yang, though he was ultimately restrained by his elders. Xue Shisan, I, Gu Gang, am about to challenge you. Will you accept? He declared. Of course, I am now a master of the second heaven. If you find it unfair, I can allow you to use one hand. Not long after enjoying a brief respite, another individual approached Xue Shisan with a taunt. The crowd on the stands reacted with disdain upon hearing this challenge. A second heaven practitioner against a first heaven pinnacle? Junior brother, do not pay him any mind, Song Lingyu advised. Xue Shisan nodded, having no intention of accepting, as he was growing weary of these endless challenges. However, Gu Gang was relentless, having been rejected previously. A pent-up frustration drove him to continue. Xue Shisan, if you still deem it unfair, I can grant you 3 moves. Xue Shisan ignored him. I can allow you 10 moves. If you win, I shall reward you with 10,000 silver notes and a Qingyan fruit worth 10,000, which can greatly enhance your power. If you lose, you need not pay any price. What say you? Upon hearing this, Xue Shisan's interest was piqued. Ignoring Song Lingyu's objections, he stepped onto the martial arts platform, causing an uproar among the onlookers, who questioned whether he had become blinded by greed, succumbing to the temptation. Some influential figures, who had initially seen potential in him, shook their heads, believing the youth to be overly impatient and lacking in composure. Good things should be mentioned sooner, Xue Shisan said with a grin upon reaching the stage. This smile stirred an ominous premonition within Gu Gang, sensing that something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint why. The Qingyan fruit's effects far exceeded merely enhancing one's power. Should it fall into Xue Shisan's hands, it would unleash its terrifying potential. A waste is still a waste. You want the Qingyan fruit? You must be prepared to pay with your life. Gu Gang sneered. With a thunderous roar, the true essence of the second heaven surged around him, forming an invisible barrier of defense. He was confident that with his second heaven power, even standing still, Xue Shisan could not inflict harm upon him. No need, you may strike at will. I do not require you to grant me 10 moves. Nor do I need you to fight me with one hand, Xue Shisan replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd felt he had lost his senses, while Song Lingyu below the stage grew increasingly anxious. Since you seek death, then I shall oblige. Gu Gang interpreted Xue Shisan's demeanor as an affront and insult, channeling his robust true essence into his fingers, choosing not to employ any martial arts as he forcefully advanced. After all, as a practitioner of the second heaven, he deemed it unnecessary. I offer you a piece of advice. Never underestimate anyone, Xue Shisan stated calmly. In a flash, he stepped forward, and with a resounding crash, transformed before everyone's eyes. What? A full completion of the first heaven? He has been concealing his true power all along. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What? Gu Gang's eyes widened as an ominous feeling crept into his heart. However, it was too late for him to attempt to unleash any martial arts. Shueshi-san appeared before him in an instant, his power now soaring to the full completion of the first heaven. As before, he abruptly pointed a finger, exuding an unstoppable force, the intensity of which resembled a mountain collapsing or a tsunami crashing. Zing! In the blink of an eye, Shueshi-san's swift finger tore through Gu Gang's second heaven true essence, striking fiercely against his chest. Crack! A faint sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air. No! Gu Gang roared in resentment, his eyes filled with malice, before he was sent flying out of the ring. The hearts of the onlookers were shaken once more. Even the influential figures felt the tremors, as they sensed an unprecedented level of shock that had not been witnessed in years. Power? Could it truly be? The elder in the corner seemed skeptical. Sister, how? How is this possible? Gu Linger exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Such cunning, Gu Binger remarked, her autumn-like eyes glimmering with an inexplicable light. Humph, his power can only reach this point. Had Gu Gang unleashed his martial arts earlier, he would certainly have been no match. Gu Linger mused inwardly. After claiming Gu Gang's wager, Shueshi-san felt elated. Junior brother, come to my room tonight. At that moment, Song Lingyu's voice resonated in Shueshi-san's ear. The siblings should have a good talk, Song Lingyu continued, a glint of malice shimmering in her beautiful eyes. Subsequently, no one dared to challenge Shueshi-san. The competition proceeded as normal. It wasn't until nearly noon that Shueshi-san's turn arrived once more. However, the gazes of the onlookers were peculiar. His opponent was a prodigy at the pinnacle of the second heaven of martial arts, a man named Gu Hanqing. Just when everyone thought Shueshi-san was destined for misfortune, he confidently ascended the stage. Gu Hanqing, true to his name, emanated an icy demeanor, seldom speaking. And as the moment to strike approached, he cast a casual glance at Song Lingyu. I shall go easy on you, or you may concede directly, he declared. Shueshi-san was taken aback, his expression shifting oddly. It turned out to be yet another admirer of his senior sister, yet this fellow seemed rather impressive. Senior brother, do we have any stakes? Shueshi-san inquired with a broad smile. Upon hearing this, the crowd nearly fainted. This fellow appeared to have tumbled into a pile of silver. Yet he still contemplated wagers in a seemingly hopeless situation. Gu Hanqing pondered for a moment before responding. If you can withstand one of my strikes unscathed, I shall concede. Additionally, I possess a 500-year-old snow ginseng, which I shall present to you. At this, Shueshi-san felt a surge of amusement towards Gu Hanqing. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Gu Hanqing drew his sword, unleashing a magnificent arc that descended like a waterfall, the blade's ferocity accompanied by a haunting whistle, the very air splitting with a resonant crack. Simultaneously, Shueshi-san made his move. Boom! To the astonishment of all, his martial essence surged forth, his aura escalating dramatically, an imposing force radiating around him. The second heaven of martial arts? Gasps echoed throughout the crowd, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief, each face painted with sheer astonishment. Soon, their expressions transformed into a kaleidoscope of emotions. Some began to regard Shueshi-san with a peculiar fascination, finding him exceptionally entertaining. Previously, he had faced an opponent at the completion of the first heaven, displaying prowess at the peak of that realm. Now, against a challenger at the minor completion of the second heaven, his strength miraculously aligned with the completion of the first heaven. Now, facing an opponent at the major completion of the second heaven, his strength ascended to the minor completion of that realm. This is utterly shameless. There exists someone even more shameless than I, a youth murmured amidst the crowd, his gaze towards Shueshi-san filled with admiration. Damn, this fellow has been playing us all along. Someone could not help but exclaim. What a scam. Chapter 39. Breaking into the top 20 with a thunderous sound, a cloud of dust dispersed, revealing an unscathed arena crafted from dragon-patterned rock, where two figures stood. Shueshi-san remained unscathed, while Gu Hanqing held his sword aloft. The overwhelming aura, the formidable finger technique, and the astonishing speed left the audience in deep shock. Those present could not fathom the speed of Gu Hanqing's strike, yet Shueshi-san remarkably managed to shatter his sword's momentum, deftly redirecting it with a touch to the side of the blade, all while wielding only the strength of a minor completion in the first layer of martial arts. This feat was utterly astonishing to the onlookers. The younger generation of the Gu family regarded the figure in white with complex expressions. How could such a person be considered a fool? Who was truly the simpleton here? Gu Qianqian, the maiden in red, wore a bitter smile. She had been the first to confront Shueshi-san, initially arrogant and dismissive, believing her subsequent loss was merely due to her own misstep, feeling a lingering resentment. Yet now, witnessing him catch Gu Hanqing's sword empty-handed, she reflected on how foolish her earlier demeanor had been. Gu Ming's eyes were bloodshot as he fixated on Shueshi-san. His fists clenched, harboring inexplicable emotions. Gu Gang was furious, feeling humiliated and disregarded, realizing that his opponent had concealed his true strength, defeating him while feigning a weaker cultivation. Such thoughts filled him with resentment and indignation. Your junior brother is becoming increasingly cunning, murmured Song Lingyu. On the arena, Gu Hanqing sheathed his sword and declared, I concede. The 500-year-old snow ginseng will be gifted to you tonight. With that, he turned and descended from the stage. Junior brother, this fellow is quite impressive. Have you considered him? Consider him? He is indeed a remarkable individual, one of the few in the clan who is pleasing to the eye, Song Lingyu retorted playfully, giving him a light punch. Shueshi sighed. Sister, being with you every day makes everyone else seem unremarkable. What do you mean, junior brother? Sister, I seem to be too exceptional. It's all my fault, and I shall take responsibility. You are becoming increasingly glib. It's infuriating. The pair bantered, yet a pair of watchful eyes lingered nearby, growing colder by the moment. Shueshi-san, who exactly are you? Your sudden display of prowess is astonishing. However, I shall not allow you to continue existing near Lingyu. Gu Yang said, tightening his grip on his sword. After several more matches, it was midday when the second elder announced a 1-hour break before revealing the list of the top 50 in the afternoon. Junior brother, come to my room. On the way, Shueshi-san was pulled by his ear into a finely appointed chamber. Despite their close bond, he had seldom entered a woman's boudoir. The room was spacious yet not opulent, meticulously arranged and impeccably clean, with items placed in perfect order. Shueshi-san inhaled the faint, pleasant fragrance that reminded him of his sister, intoxicating him. Sister, he began, a frown etched on his face. Sit, Song Lingyu commanded, her voice ethereal and melodious. Her demeanor elegant and dignified, her beauty flawless. Despite her commanding tone, she exuded no hint of harshness. To Shueshi-san's surprise, Song Lingyu did not subject him to any harsh interrogation. Instead, she earnestly explained the abilities and unique skills of those in the Gu family who had achieved a rank above the second layer of martial arts, detailing their strengths and personalities. Junior brother, I am uncertain of your true capabilities, but remember everything I have told you. It would be best if you could make it into the top 10, or even the top 3, she said earnestly. At that moment, Shueshi-san felt an overwhelming warmth and gratitude, deeply moved by his sister's kindness and understanding, her gentleness overwhelming. He nodded earnestly. Sister, there are matters I wish to share with you, but I am unsure how to express them, some of which cannot be spoken. That is all right. I know that when the time is right, you will be the first to tell me. One to you? In the afternoon, the second elder announced the 50 contenders for the competition, naturally including Shueshi-san, who had not lost a single match. Those who had challenged him without reason faced tragic outcomes, all needing to participate in the afternoon's resurrection matches, most of them without hope. The resurrection matches progressed swiftly, and 2 hours later, results were announced. Thus, the original 50, joined by the 10 selected from the resurrection matches, became the top 60. The subsequent rounds were even simpler for Shueshi-san, who, with a mere finger, surged from the top 60 to the top 50, and then to the top 40. Each battle left the spectators in awe, as regardless of his opponent, he consistently triumphed with a single finger. In no time, many young women in the audience began to admire him. The Gu family members gradually recognized that he was no longer the foolish boy he once was, but rather a figure of remarkable prowess. Many of those who had previously mocked him now gazed at his composed demeanor, exquisite features, and striking appearance with a complex mixture of emotions and fascination. Even Gu Qianqian found herself entranced, her gaze fixed on him with a myriad of sentiments each time he took the stage. Thus, a realization dawned upon everyone. Shueshi-san's prior refusals to engage in challenges from Gu Gang and others were not born of cowardice or disdain, but prompted curiosity. Among the notable contenders, in addition to Shueshi-san's singular victories, were Gu Jian, Gu Fei, Gu Shuer, Gu Hanqing, and Gu Yang. Gu Yang was renowned as the strongest of the younger generation, aside from Gu Binger and Song Lingyu, with a swift sword technique that was profound and unfathomable. Gu Jian's sword wind decision was equally fierce and terrifying. Regardless of his opponent, once he struck, defeat was certain. Gu Fei's 7 turns breaking mountain fist had reached a formidable level, shattering any defense or counterattack with a single blow, astonishing onlookers. Additionally, Gu Hanqing, who had re-emerged from the resurrection matches, showcased similar prowess. Gu Shuer wielded a whip technique that was both rigid and supple, unpredictable in its execution, often sending opponents flying off the arena with a mere flick of her delicate hand. Gradually, the intensity of the battles escalated, becoming increasingly fierce. By evening, the second elder announced the names of the top 20, concluding the day's matches. What a spectacular display. Truly remarkable. The strength of the younger generation from the sacred martial clan cannot be underestimated. Gu Yang's swift sword remains unchallenged. Gu Jian's sword wind decision unleashes a force akin to thunder, unstoppable. Gu Shuer's mysterious decision blends hardness and softness, ever-changing. And Shueshi-san, who has only employed a single finger throughout, it's simply astounding. Tomorrow will determine the top 3 and the champion. I eagerly anticipate it, especially to see how Gu Binger and Song Lingyu measure against each other. May I inquire your name? Shueshi-san asked. I am Lan Yixuan from Tongtian Tower, replied the youth in blue, exuding an ethereal charm and a gentle demeanor that instantly endeared him to Shueshi-san. So you are the young master of Tongtian Tower. I have long admired your reputation. Shueshi-san cupped his hands in greeting, then gestured courteously. Relying on the legacy of my family to gain fame is hardly commendable. It is your performance, dear brother, that truly astonishes. With your current prowess, you should certainly rank among the top of the Qianlong list in the sacred martial continent, Lan Yixuan remarked. The Qianlong list? Shueshi-san inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Lan Yixuan elucidated. The Qianlong list is a ranking of the young generation's innate combat abilities across the entire sacred martial continent. My Tongtian Tower gathers information from around the world annually, compiles it, and organizes the rankings at our headquarters. According to Lan Yixuan, not only the Qianlong list, but also the Qinglong list, the Fengyun list, and even the most enigmatic Shen list were all compiled by the Tongtian Tower. Upon hearing this, Shueshi-san was astounded by the immense power of the Tongtian Tower, realizing it had a presence that spanned the entire continent. Then, I wonder where I might rank. And what about Gu Jian, Gu Fei, Gu Shuer, Gu Hanqing, and Gu Yang? And my junior sister and the eldest lady? He asked with curiosity. The Qianlong list and the Qinglong list each feature 1,000 individuals. Based on your performance today, dear brother, you would likely rank within the top 800. Lan Yixuan replied. Only the top 800? Shueshi-san expressed his dissatisfaction. With a smile, Lan Yixuan said, this assessment is merely based on the strength you displayed today. We are not fully aware of your true capabilities, so this is but a rough approximation. Ranking in the top 800 is indeed remarkable, considering there are countless martial artists throughout the sacred martial continent, and the young generation is innumerable. Those who make the list are truly exceptional individuals with boundless potential. Subsequently, Shueshi-san learned that Gu Jian, Gu Fei, Gu Shuer, and others had all secured places within the top 500, while Gu Yang ranked among the top 300. Gu Binger and Song Lingyu were astonishingly placed within the top 50. Lan Yixuan explained that the rankings of Gu Binger and Song Lingyu might not be entirely accurate, as both were shrouded in mystery and seldom engaged in combat. The assessment of Gu Binger was primarily based on her extraordinary talents and exceptional physique, while the understanding of Song Lingyu stemmed from her past confrontation with Gu Binger. These are all merely vague impressions. After the conclusion of the Gu clan's grand competition tomorrow, the Tongtian Tower will provide a precise evaluation and update the Qianlong list. I believe that by then, dear brother, you will undoubtedly make a name for yourself. Lan Yixuan concluded. Chapter 40. The Top 10. The rankings on the Hidden Dragon list are comprised of the younger generation, those below the third heaven, evaluated based on their potential, aptitude, and combat strength. The Azure Dragon list primarily features youth, with strength ranging from the third to the sixth heaven. As for the Storm and Cloud list, it no longer distinguishes between generations. It solely considers strength, predominantly showcasing figures from the older generation, whose realms lie between the sixth and eighth heavens. This list comprises 500 individuals, each deserving the title of unparalleled master. The fabled divine list refers to a group of transcendent masters whose prowess surpasses the ordinary, allowing them to commune with the universe beyond the grasp of common logic. Most of these individuals reside at the ninth heaven. There are 30 names on the divine list, and each appearance sends tremors across the entire sacred martial continent. Brother Lon, may I inquire as to who occupies the top position on the hidden dragon list? Shursen asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Lan Yixuan's expression grew grave. And after a moment of silence, he replied, the first place belongs to the heir of the blood-robe sect, Xue Malong. Xue Malong? Upon hearing the name, Shursen's pupils constricted. Although he had never heard of this individual, the mere name evoked a sense of overwhelming power and dominance. Indeed, it is Xue Malong. His talent is beyond imagination, with a demonic dragon physique that is terrifying in its own right. He is only 14 years old yet has reached the pinnacle of the second heaven. He has slain 10 warriors of the third heaven, and astonishingly, 6 of them fell in a single battle, one of whom was at the great perfection of the third heaven, Lan Yixuan detailed. Shursen could not help but gasp in disbelief. To reach the pinnacle of the second heaven and single-handedly defeat 6 third heaven warriors was simply unfathomable. Such combat prowess and talent left no doubt that he deserved the top spot on the hidden dragon list. And the second place? He inquired further. Lan Yixuan pondered for a moment before responding. The second position is held by the heir of the demon palace, the enchanting Yu Fei. Even warriors of the third heaven avoid her path. He added. Shursen was astounded. If even third heaven warriors shunned her, her terror was indeed palpable. It felt as though he was witnessing the grandeur of the martial world for the first time. The top 2 of the hidden dragon list were truly not inferior to the prodigies of the celestial realm. Subsequently, Lan Yixuan conversed with Shursen for a while longer and ultimately left him a book that contained brief information regarding the hidden dragon list. After bidding farewell to Lan Yixuan, Shursen intended to visit his junior sister's room, but another visitor arrived. Gu Hanqing approached, presenting Shursen with a jade box containing the 500-year-old snow ginseng that he had lost to Shursen earlier that day. Everyone underestimated you. But tomorrow's battle is of utmost significance. Prepare well. I hope to encounter you among the top 10, Gu Hanqing remarked before departing. Is he leaving already? Quite the cool character, Shursen chuckled to himself, aware that his junior sister was eager to prepare for her battle against Gu Binger. Upon returning, Shursen hung a no visitors sign outside his door, anticipating that others might seek him out. Soon enough, several individuals arrived at his courtyard, but upon seeing the sign, they reluctantly departed. In his room, Shursen examined the 500-year-old snow ginseng in his hand, and then the azure flame fruit that Gu Gang had given him, exclaiming that these items had arrived just in time. With some miscellaneous herbs remaining, he felt confident in his preparations. Thus, he began to work with these materials in his chamber. As dawn broke, a powerful aura erupted from Shursen's room, causing the entire structure to tremble. The youth opened his eyes, radiating a brilliant light, his body exuding an astonishing spiritual energy. After stretching and consuming a few morsels, he ventured outside. On the way, he noticed a throng of people heading towards the plaza, overhearing many discussing him, with some young women openly expressing their admiration, which invigorated Shursen further. However, he ultimately avoided the crowd, slipping through a narrow path to the plaza. Upon arrival, he spotted his junior sister, clad in a blue dress, looking ethereal as she lazily yawned. Senior sister, you are up early, Shursen called out as he approached. Junior brother, you arrived just in time. Come, let me lean against you for a moment longer, Song Lingyu replied. Thus, early in the morning, the sibling duo rested beneath a large tree, Shursen leaning against it while Song Lingyu nestled against him. Their intimate posture drew curious glances from passers-by, though Song Lingyu, with her eyes gently closed, remained oblivious. Shursen, lost in thought, likewise failed to notice the peculiar stares from those around them. Before long, the crowd had gathered, and the last few elders arrived, exchanging pleasantries before commencing the competition. Song Lingyu, having previously outshone her peers, was now simply awaiting the final showdown among the top 10. Clinging to Shursen's arm without letting go, her beautiful eyes still half closed, Shursen was untroubled, allowing his junior sister to remain close. Their relaxed demeanor left some onlookers momentarily speechless. Some were tempted to remind them that today was the finals, where the top 3 would be determined. Yet they seemed utterly unconcerned. Such behavior, without a doubt, attracted many resentful glances towards Shursen, most notably from Gu Yang. You were fortunate to have avoided me before. But now, prepare to pray for mercy. Gu Yang glared fiercely at the arm Xue Shisan had draped over Song Lingyu before angrily turning away. As it was the top 20, time was less constrained, and the excitement of the matches greatly surpassed that of the previous day, resulting in a sequential rather than simultaneous series of battles. After 3 matches, the second elder began announcing the names. Gu Gang, Xue Shisan. Upon the utterance of these 2 names, the crowd erupted in fervor, uncertain whether it was due to Xue Shisan's name or the impending encounter between the 2 once more. Fuming, Gu Gang stepped onto the stage, his eyes cold as ice. Why are your eyes red? It seems you didn't rest well last night. Xue Shisan teased upon his arrival. Xue Shisan, do not become too complacent. Yesterday, I was careless, but today, I shall unleash my martial arts. You will have no chances left, Gu Gang hissed vehemently. Is that so? Yesterday, I defeated you using my full strength at the pinnacle of the first heaven. Now that we stand at the same realm, who truly lacks opportunities? You seek death. Shattering star palm. With a thunderous roar, Gu Gang's martial essence surged as he activated his skills, causing a violent aura to erupt as his arm trembled, the bones in his body cracking ominously. Boom. He unleashed a powerful palm strike, its might radiating an aura of annihilation. However, at that moment, a luminous hand formed a sword-like finger, piercing through with even greater ferocity and swiftness, like an avalanche. What? Gu Gang's eyes widened in shock as he helplessly witnessed his palm strike crumble in layers. No, no, no. Why? He roared internally, certain he had exerted his utmost effort, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Crack. A familiar sound echoed, accompanied by a familiar pain. Boom. Immediately, a terrifying force erupted, sending him flying through the air. Xue Shisan. Ah! Gu Gang screamed in agony, reluctantly tumbling off the competition stage. Another finger strike. Onlookers couldn't help but marvel, finding Xue Shisan's singular strike to be shrouded in enigma, seemingly capable of overcoming any formidable opponent with just one touch. Consequently, some enthusiastic spectators began to refer to this strike as the finger of death, a touch that guaranteed defeat. The contest continued in earnest, and it is noteworthy that the second young lady, Gu Linger, though playful, had honed her martial arts skills commendably, triumphing over her adversary and inching closer to the top 10. As time progressed, the final roster of the top 10 emerged. Song Lingyu, Gu Binger, Gu Yang, Gu Fei, Gu Jian, Gu Shuer, Gu Hanqing, Gu Linger, Gu Meng, and Xue Shisan. Among them, Gu Meng was not a direct descendant of the Gu family, but a collateral branch. However, his ascendance to the top 10 foretold a significant turning point in his destiny, promising prosperity for all his relatives. The selection of the top 10 left everyone astonished, particularly by the peculiar figure of Xue Shisan, who had vanquished all foes with a mere finger, advancing to this pivotal stage. The entire Gu family was filled with a mixture of emotions, their gazes laden with complexity. Even some prominent figures within the clan appeared to be shifting their attitudes towards him. After a brief intermission of half an hour, the next round of duels commenced. First up was Gu Linger versus Gu Meng. Gu Linger executed her sword technique with exquisite finesse, her swordplay fierce and commanding. Gu Meng wielded a spear, his technique masterful and formidable, unleashing a thrust with the majestic force of a dragon emerging from the sea. The two clashed for a full incense stick's duration, with Gu Meng emerging victorious. To Xue Shisan's surprise, he had anticipated that Gu Linger would harbor resentment towards Gu Meng for her defeat. Yet the girl astonishingly displayed a smile of encouragement and goodwill towards her opponent. He marveled at her remarkable magnanimity. Before long, the second elder announced the next pair for the upcoming match, Gu Hanqing and Gu Binger. Upon hearing these names, especially Gu Binger, the crowd stirred with excitement, eager to witness the prowess of this enigmatic young lady. Chapter 41. The terrifying power of Gu Binger upon the martial arts platform. Gu Binger stood gracefully, exuding an unparalleled elegance. Her gaze remained calm and indifferent, as if her heart were untouched by the tumult of the external world. In contrast, Gu Hanqing, wielding a sword, radiated an aura as sharp and intimidating as the blade in his hand. Among the onlookers were several masters of swordsmanship, who could not help but feel a sense of gravity in the presence of Gu Hanqing. What a remarkable young man! It seems he is acutely aware of the formidable strength of his opponent and, knowing hope is slim, is secretly gathering his energy, channeling all his focus into the imminent strike. A middle-aged man remarked in admiration. Many recognized that once Gu Hanqing unleashed his sword, it would undoubtedly be his most terrifying strike, potentially exceeding his usual prowess under the immense pressure exerted by Gu Binger. With a resounding clang, Gu Hanqing's sword was drawn, slicing through the air faster than a meteor, its force akin to a tempest. Beneath the sun's rays, the gleaming blade dazzled all, enveloping the arena in a blinding light. With a swift motion, the sword pierced forth, producing an ear-piercing whistle that tore through the air. The onlookers felt as if their eardrums were being shredded by the ferocity of the sound. There was no doubt that this strike would obliterate any obstruction in its path, even the sturdiest of boulders. Gu Hanqing, renowned as a prodigy of the Gu family, lived up to his reputation. Truly terrifying. This strike should rank among the top 300 in the Hidden Dragon rankings, perhaps even higher, murmured Lan Yishuan, the young master of Tongtian Tower. I wonder how the young lady will respond to Gu Hanqing's peak strike. Surely, this blow will compel her to reveal some of her true strength, many thought, their eyes brimming with anticipation. At that moment, the calm and composed Gu Binger made her move. Her actions were deceptively simple. A delicate hand rose gracefully, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Then her jade-like arm extended forward, as if she intended to confront Gu Hanqing's fierce sword with her bare hands. This astonished the crowd, leaving them bewildered. Though her movements appeared slow, they were in fact executed with extraordinary speed. Often, the spectators could only perceive the afterimage of her arm, as she had already surpassed their line of sight. One sword, faster than the wind. One palm, beyond human perception. In an instant, the two forces collided. With a resonant chime, the sound reverberated, causing gasps of astonishment to echo around the arena. What? How could this be? The crowd was taken aback, their disbelief palpable as they fixated on the platform. There, Gu Hanqing's unstoppable strike had come to a standstill in midair, unable to descend further. The sharp tip of his sword mere inches from the porcelain-like skin of Gu Binger's palm. Meanwhile, her delicate hand radiated a soft, ethereal glow, enveloping both the blade's edge and the sword itself. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, the atmosphere charged with an electrifying shock, rendering the scene eerily silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. But soon, this silence was shattered. A glint of determination flashed in Gu Binger's beautiful eyes, her aura transforming into something formidable. With a sudden surge, her palm vibrated with power. With a clang, Gu Hanqing's sword trembled violently, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, it shattered into countless fragments, the sound piercing through the stunned silence. Gu Hanqing staggered back in horror, dropping the hilt of his sword as he turned to face Gu Binger, who had regained her tranquil demeanor. Her earlier ferocity now vanished. The release of true essence. Could it be true essence released? Someone gasped in shock from the crowd, igniting a fervor among the spectators. How is this possible? How could she release true essence? Is it due to her ice heart jade body? Could she be at the third level of martial arts? So terrifying. The murmurs of disbelief spread like wildfire. Gu Binger's display had astonished all, her power exceeding everyone's expectations. Shueshi-san, equally taken aback, suddenly contemplated a chilling possibility, murmuring, could it be her true essence has reached over 100 strands? 10 strands form a thread, 100 strands form a stream. When the true essence within one's body reaches 100 strands, it can coalesce into a flowing stream, dense and powerful. This marks the threshold of the third level of martial arts. However, even after condensing 100 strands of true essence, it does not necessarily mean one has to break through to the third level. Some prodigies deliberately suppress their realms to gather more true essence before advancing, thereby solidifying their foundation for greater future achievements and enhancing their strength upon breaking through. Given Gu Binger's extraordinary talent, Shueshi-san found it hard to believe she had condensed 100 strands of true essence only to immediately break through. Yet, she had just released her true essence, leaving only one explanation. Her true essence had indeed reached at least 100 strands. Releasing true essence is a feat achievable only by those above the third level of martial arts or those with over 100 strands of true essence. Shueshi-san was nearly certain of his hypothesis. For the first time, he comprehended the extent of Gu Binger's prowess. But looking at his serene junior sister beside him, he couldn't help but wonder if she too. The shock that Gu Binger instilled in the crowd had yet to fade. But the second elder announced the next match. Gu Shuer, Gu Yang. The two ascended the stage, and the competition commenced swiftly. Gu Shuer, with her fair skin and somewhat frosty demeanor, bore a resemblance to the elder sister Gu Binger. Yet, in terms of beauty, she fell slightly short, though she was still a rare beauty in her own right. Especially with Gu Xuaner's strikingly alluring figure, she captured the attention of many in the audience. Her mastery of the Xianyin technique was exquisite, and her whip technique was nothing short of divine, oscillating between firmness and softness, a myriad of transformations at her command. This forced Gu Yang to exert himself more than he had previously. After 3 exchanges, he found himself compelled to draw his sword. Clang! As the sword was drawn a mere 3 inches, a surge of overwhelming sword intent burst forth, sharp and terrifying, slicing through the surrounding air with explosive reverberations. With a flash, this strike moved with unparalleled speed, its momentum unyielding, embodying a dominion that surpassed even Gu Hanqing's peak strike. Crack! As the sword light cleaved through the void, everything in its path was obliterated, Gu Xuaner's whip disintegrating inch by inch. The spectators gasped, incredulous at the sight. How could someone of such youth attain such a realm? Yet, considering Gu Yang's higher cultivation level, it was somewhat understandable that he could defeat his opponent with a single strike, alleviating their confusion. Despite the brilliance of this battle, Gu Xuaner's whip technique and Gu Yang's swift swordplay were overshadowed by the earlier astonishment brought forth by Gu Binger. The top 10 battles had seen 3 matches thus far, with 2 remaining. The second elder announced the upcoming contenders. Gu Fei, Xue Shisan. Once again, it was Xue Shisan's turn. The awe inspired by Gu Binger rekindled the audience's interest, their spirits lifted with anticipation. Though only 16 or 17 years old, Gu Fei's physique had developed impressively, towering over many adult men. As he stepped forward, Gu Fei sneered, declaring, Xue Shisan, though you may seem different now, no longer appearing as a waste, in my eyes, you remain unchanged. Indeed, you have made it into the top 10, but it is merely due to fortuitous circumstances. Your opponents have either been too weak or have underestimated you, granting you an opportunity to succeed. Entering the top 10 through such opportunistic means renders you contemptible in my eyes. To me, you remain nothing more than a waste. Xue Shisan shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. In this encounter, Gu Fei had transcended barriers and reached the pinnacle of the second heaven, while you have merely achieved a minor accomplishment. Do you not relish in petty gains? Very well, I possess a millennium-old Ganoderma. I will offer you one hand. If you can withstand a single strike from me, no need for you to emerge unscathed. As long as you can still stand, the Ganoderma shall be yours. What say you? I hope you will not concede defeat. Gu Fei concluded, gazing at Xue Shisan with an air of arrogance, his expression brimming with pride. It was evident that he too harbored lofty aspirations, deliberately seeking to belittle Xue Shisan. Very well, I accept your challenge, Xue Shisan replied, a rich smile blossoming on his lips. However, I shall only need a single finger to deal with you. He added. The bystanders, upon hearing this, were taken aback, their expressions shifting as realization dawned upon them. Boom. In the next moment, Xue Shisan confirmed their suspicions. He took a step forward, his aura surging exponentially, radiating an overwhelming presence. The second heaven perfected? Could it be? Is this a trick? This is simply monstrous, an addiction to deceiving others. His realm is still ascending, without reaching its limit? This is a novel approach. The crowd's expressions transformed dramatically as they perceived him as a true anomaly. Throughout this encounter, his adversaries had grown increasingly formidable, yet his own strength continued to soar, numbing the spectators' minds. Many began to question the authenticity of his realm. What? Gu Fei's eyes widened in shock, his face a canvas of disbelief, but in an instant, he scoffed. Even so, what does it matter? Before the 4th transition of my 7-turn broken mountain fist, you stand no chance. Prepare to perish. Gu Fei declared fiercely. That remains to be seen. It depends on whether you can summon the 4th transition before me. Xue Shisan's voice resonated calmly, as he swiftly thrust his sword finger forward. His speed surpassing all previous attempts, his aura unprecedented in magnitude, as the true essence surged forth, echoing with the grandeur of a collapsing mountain and a raging sea. Chapter 42. Xue Shisan, Gu Yang. With a piercing scream, Gu Fei was effortlessly sent flying, his chest torn and tattered, resembling a gaping hole. One could only imagine that if Xue Shisan's finger carried such overwhelming force, it would not merely be his garment that suffered destruction, but the very flesh beneath would be obliterated, creating a devastating wound. No, I cannot accept this. In his final cries of despair, Gu Fei's body fell to the ground beneath the arena. He was filled with bitterness, for as Xue Shisan had stated, he had not even a fleeting moment to unleash the fourth transformation of the seven-turn mountain-slicing fist before being struck down by an effortless gesture. At that moment, many began to doubt the terrifying aura of Xue Shisan, increasingly convinced of his extraordinary prowess. Just how mysterious is he? Among the crowd, Gu Ling pondered deeply, casting an intense gaze at Xue Shisan. Strangely, despite his growing brilliance, a sense of discomfort stirred within her heart. Gu Jian, Song Lingyu. Soon after, the second elder announced the final round for the top 10. The crowd stirred with renewed energy, as aside from the esteemed Miss Gu Bing, Song Lingyu was another contender of remarkable stature, and many were eager to witness how her prowess compared to that of the eldest daughter. Song Lingyu stood gracefully upon the arena, her ethereal beauty radiating a serene elegance. In stark contrast, Gu Jian appeared grave, as if facing a formidable adversary. Boom! In an instant, Gu Jian drew his sword, and as the blade emerged from its sheath, its momentum surged not with mere sharpness, but with a tempestuous might, as if thunder itself had been unleashed. The sword like wind and thunder? His sword's might had reached such a level? Those around him were astonished. The sword's force akin to a tempest represented a realm within the sword arts. Once attained, not only would the speed of the strike increase exponentially, resembling a whirlwind, but its power would also escalate dramatically, becoming extraordinarily formidable. Gu Jian was at the pinnacle of the second heaven of martial arts. Yet observers felt that this strike posed a threat even to those at the pinnacle level. As the crowd speculated on how Song Lingyu would counter this peak sword technique, the young lady elegantly extended a slender finger forward, intending to shake Gu Jian's terrifying blade with but a single digit. Her finger, delicate and crystalline, shone like jade, its skin translucent and flawless, revealing the faintest traces of pink veins beneath, glistening under the sun's rays. She did not expel her true essence like Gu Bing, and onlookers had no doubt that should her fragile finger come near Gu Jian's blade, it would be ruthlessly shredded by the fierce winds of his sword, causing crimson blood to flow. As her fingertip approached Gu Jian's strike, the ferocious wind surged forth, yet her radiant skin remained unscathed. Not only that, but Song Lingyu's phoenix-like eyes suddenly became sharp and commanding. Boom! In an unexpected turn, her delicate fingertip erupted with an unimaginable force, causing the surrounding air to convulse with a thunderous roar. Boom, boom, boom. But that was not the end. Soon, Gu Jian felt a searing pain radiate from his wrist, intensifying rapidly. This is bad, Gu Jian thought, acting instinctively to loosen his grip, retreating from the sword. Crack, crack. The discarded long sword exploded midair, shards raining down with a metallic clatter. Gu Jian was horrified. He had no doubt that had he hesitated a moment longer, his wrist would have been shattered. Looking at Song Lingyu, her crystalline finger still maintained its forward motion, yet the formidable power had vanished, leaving observers to question whether the fleeting might had truly emanated from that delicate digit. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, as people were left in awe, their minds buzzing, some nearly wide-eyed in disbelief. The intensity of this shock was akin to that of Miss Gu Bing's earlier display. What kind of power was that? Many wore expressions of confusion, while a select few esteemed figures regarded Song Lingyu with solemnity, their minds racing with conjecture. Sister, it seems you harbor many secrets as well. The revival match. Gu Fei, Gu Jian, Gu Hanqing, Gu Ling and Gu Xue were to compete, with 3 to be selected to secure a place in the top 8. Ultimately, the first 3 emerged victorious, advancing to the next round. The ensuing contest for the top 6 saw Xue Shisan face Gu Fei once more, and as expected, Gu Fei was tragically unable to unleash even the 4th transformation of the 7-turn mountain-slicing fist before being blasted away, nearly spitting blood in frustration. There was no alternative. Had he faced anyone else, perhaps it would have been different, but Xue Shisan's singular strike was too uncanny, too swift. Next, Song Lingyu faced Gu Mang, who conceded without a fight. Gu Bing squared off against Gu Jian, who, too, surrendered. Gu Yang battled Gu Hanqing, leading to Hanqing's defeat. The top 6 were established. Next came the climactic battle for the top 4. Gu Fei, Xue Shisan. Upon the announcement of the matchups, the crowd erupted in laughter, casting sympathetic glances at Gu Fei. Oh, why must it be you again? Gu Fei felt on the brink of madness. He had confidence against anyone else. But facing Xue Shursen felt like impending doom. In their previous encounters, he had barely managed to activate the third transformation of the 7-turn mountain-slicing fist before succumbing to defeat, and in the first match, he had lost a precious millennium-old spirit mushroom. Without a doubt, this time, Gu Fei would be sent flying once more. Very well, as long as you remain undefeated. We may yet cross paths, Gu Yang remarked coldly, having long desired a confrontation with Xue Shursen, but never having the opportunity. Meanwhile, Gu Fei harbored an intense hatred for Xue Shursen, yet fate had cruelly pitted them against each other in successive battles. As anticipated, the much-anticipated showdown did not occur. Gu Bing-er and Song Lingyu did not meet, with Bing-er facing Gu Jian instead. The outcome was inevitable. Gu Jian was defeated by a single strike. Finally, Song Lingyu faced Gu Yang. Initially, there was some expectation that Gu Yang's swift swordplay would compel Song Lingyu to reveal her prowess. He approached with confidence, attempting to engage her in conversation, yet she remained unresponsive, leaving him feeling exceedingly awkward and cold inside. If you do not draw your sword, I shall take action, Song Lingyu stated chillingly. Gu Yang scoffed internally but maintained a pleasant demeanor, cautioning Song Lingyu to be cautious as he was about to strike. Clang! The sword was drawn, and a terrifying aura surged forth, boiling like a tempest. This should be quite the spectacle, one would think. How many moves would it take for Song Lingyu to defeat Gu Yang? As the audience speculated, their eyes widened in disbelief. What? Crack! The sharp, jarring sound of a sword shattering echoed, leaving the crowd in utter disbelief as Gu Yang's sword splintered into pieces, and he staggered back in shock. Impossible, impossible! How could you so casually defeat me with a mere gesture? Song Lingyu, have you used outside assistance? Gu Yang screamed in disbelief. Unable to accept the reality before him, he had believed that his cultivation had surged over the years, and though he might not rival the likes of Song Lingyu, he had assumed the gap would not be insurmountable. However, he now realized that the disparity was far greater than he had anticipated, utterly incomparable. This realization shattered his hopes of impressing Song Lingyu and earning her admiration. The crowd, hearing his exclamations, merely scoffed, deeming him overly arrogant. In the presence of so many renowned and powerful individuals, who would be foolish enough to resort to external aid, Song Lingyu cast a glance at him, uttering not a single word, and turned to descend the stage, her disdain for him deepening within her heart. Previously, he had displayed an air of elegance in her presence. Yet now, having succumbed to her mere fingertip, he exhibited such a loss of composure that it prompted her to question whether she had employed any external force. This man exemplified the quintessential male chauvinist, unable to tolerate a woman surpassing him, narrow-minded and fiercely envious, incapable of withstanding defeat. The onlookers were astounded by the effortless manner in which Song Lingyu had vanquished Gu Yang with just a single finger, while some others wore peculiar expressions. Xue Shursen had, with his enigmatic and extraordinary finger technique, fought his way into the current top 4. Meanwhile, Song Lingyu's dominance had escalated, as she had decisively defeated Gu Yang with a single finger strike. These two truly embodied the essence of a master-disciple relationship, leaving many speechless. The next phase involved determining the top 3 competitors. The second elder announced a half-hour break before the continuation of the contest. Time swiftly passed, and surprisingly, Gu Yang appeared to have entirely forgotten his earlier embarrassment. Lingyu Jr.'s sister, I mistakenly judged you before. I offer my apologies, he proclaimed, though his words reeked of insincerity. He then glanced at Xue Shursen and added, Junior brother Xue, it seems we are likely to cross paths soon, but rest assured, I shall exercise restraint. Neither Xue Shursen nor Song Lingyu acknowledged him, leading to Gu Yang's disinterest as he departed. Gu Yang, Xue Shursen. Soon, the second elder announced the competition slots. Junior brother Xue, as I foretold, we shall meet. Do not worry, I am quite calculated in my approach, Gu Yang remarked, though a sinister glint flickered in the depths of his gaze. Xue Shursen shook his head with a smile. You believe your faade is convincing. Yet little do you realize that every word you harbor is etched upon your countenance. I surmise you are eager to cripple my arm. What? Gu Yang was momentarily taken aback, perhaps astonished that Xue Shursen had so bluntly exposed the animosity between them. However, you shall find no opportunity. My senior sister can defeat you with a single finger, and I too shall follow suit. Xue Shursen declared, his words astonishing. Gu Yang remained stunned for a considerable time before bursting into laughter. Junior brother Xue, You possess a fine sense of humor, yet there is no need for trepidation. As I mentioned, I am quite calculated in my actions, Guyang replied with a gentle smile. Chapter 43. The uninvited guest. I hope you can still smile later. Shueshur-san remarked. What? In the next moment, Gu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, his gentle smile frozen, replaced by a profound shock. Boom. A terrifying aura surged from Shueshur-san, his rising energy unmistakably revealing the pinnacle of the second heaven of martial arts. Damn it, when will this end? This guy has been pulling one stunt after another since yesterday. It's as if he is addicted to trickery. Is this really how it's going to be? The crowd erupted into a frenzy, only to fall silent in an instant, eyes wide with astonishment. How is this possible? Swish. The prominent figures in the front row of the observation platform stood up in unison, gasping in astonishment. The others around them were left in a state of shock. This kid at that moment, everyone, including the elders of the Gu family and powerful figures from various factions, was utterly stunned, even losing their composure. This cannot be happening below the stage. Several individuals, including Gu Ming, Gu Wei, Gu Gang, and Gu Fei, let out frenzied howls, their eyes reddened, struggling to accept the reality before them. Boom. True to expectations, Shueshur-san's aura surged to the zenith of the second heaven of martial arts in an instant. Looking at Guyang before him, whose mouth hung open and expression stiffened, he appeared utterly dumbfounded, all his usual poise vanishing, making the sight quite comical. Now, do you still have confidence in your swift sword? Do you believe it can outpace my finger? Shueshur-san spoke. You. Guyang's face flushed, a glint of terrifying coldness flashing in his eyes. He could hardly believe that Shueshur-san had reached the same pinnacle of martial prowess. It wasn't he just him. Everyone in the Gu family was in disbelief, especially Gu Ming and others who had previously scoffed at Shueshur-san. Seeing his current strength, they were on the brink of collapse. Even Song Lingyu, who had harbored great expectations for Shueshur-san, widened her beautiful eyes in surprise and then, somewhat vexedly, said, Junior brother, I feel like pulling your ears again. The red-clad maiden Gu Qianqian felt an inexplicable sense of loss, her heart heavy. As if she had lost something significant, her face clouded with confusion. Previously, we mocked and scorned you, believing you to be weak and incapable. Yet no one understood that it was our collective ignorance. In your world, you endured all our ridicule. Was it a form of spiritual tempering? Or a silent display of disdain towards us all? Is this the essence of true strength? Gu Qianqian thought to herself, gradually grasping the notion that silence can sometimes be the most potent retort. How could this be? Gu Linger's mouth fell open, her expression still filled with disbelief. You possess such formidable strength, yet silently endure all the ridicule and disdain. Why is that? Gu Linger murmured, her expression incredibly complex. Beside her, Gu Binger glanced at her sister and calmly remarked, True strength always speaks through power. Upon hearing this, Gu Linger shuddered. Could it be that he is like this? Unassuming until he strikes, leaving the world astonished. In that moment, all ridicule and scorn would seem pale and laughable, as if now, Junior brother Shui, you have concealed your strength quite well. However, now that I am aware of your prowess, I shall unleash my strongest sword out of respect. The crowd heard Gu Yang's voice, now cold and devoid of warmth. Clang. The sound of a sword resonated, followed by an overwhelming sword intent erupting forth. A fierce aura rapidly spreading in all directions, the air crackling. A sword as swift as lightning sliced through the void, leaving behind a multitude of afterimages. The swift sword. Consumed by unbridled fury, Guyang unleashed his swift sword to its utmost limits, sparing no effort as the blade aimed for Shueshur-san's left arm. But at that moment, boom, a finger thrust forth, unleashing a terrifying aura that surpassed all previous displays, akin to a mountain collapsing or a tsunami rising, shaking the heavens. Shueshur-san's finger was faster and fiercer than any before, accompanied by piercing howls. With a sound like tearing fabric, the force at his fingertip ripped through everything ahead, then surged in speed. Clang! Gu Yang's sword trembled, its momentum collapsing instantly, as a tremendous force struck, numbing his wrist and sending the sword flying from his grasp. I despise hypocrites most of all, and you, not only are you a hypocrite, but a foolish one, your disguise utterly lacking. Shueshur-san's voice echoed in Gu Yang's ears, sending a wave of panic through him. Crack! A sound of bone cracking resonated as Guyang had no time to utter a word before he screamed, his body sent flying by the immense force. With a single finger, Guyong was defeated. Hiss! The crowd gasped in unison. Completely taken aback that the swift sword Guyong was vanquished by Xue Shisan's finger, which was swifter and more dominant. This outcome was beyond anyone's belief. Previously, all had assumed the top 3 contenders were set, Gu Binger, Song Lingyu, and Guyong, with no one believing Xue Shisan could rival Guyong. Haha, the Grand Elder is indeed remarkable. His disciples are all extraordinary. On the high platform, an elder from the law enforcement hall chuckled while shaking his head. Several other elders nodded in agreement, while some remained expressionless, like the 9th elder. Wow! The crowd erupted with excitement, many cheering wildly, for this battle was breathtaking, bringing immense joy. Meanwhile, Guyong, having fallen to the ground, glared venomously at Xue Shisan, his handsome face contorted with rage. The top 300, perhaps the top 200, maybe even the top 100 on the observation platform, Lan Yishuan, the young master of the Tongtian Tower, murmured to himself, evaluating Xue Shisan's strength. His gaze was fervent, and one could imagine that after today, the once obscure name of Xue Shisan would astonish all sections. Junior brother, come here. Song Lingyu beckoned Xue Shisan, her expression not friendly. The two siblings did not linger too long in their banter, as the 2nd elder announced the next contest. In truth, it no longer needed an announcement. Gu Binga, Song Lingyu. The long-awaited clash of titans had finally arrived, and the world would soon know who among the two would emerge superior. Haha. Dominant, arrogant, and audacious sinister. This was the immediate reaction of the crowd to the voice. Who? Which scoundrel dares to act recklessly in my sacred martial family? Soon, the elders on the high platform shouted into the void. Swish! A streak of light flashed across the sky, revealing 4 figures in the air. What? That is the Azure Dragon Protector, one of the 5 guardians of the Demon Palace, the Qilin Protector, and the Sky Demon Commander, one of the 3 great demon leaders? People pointed at the 4 figures in the sky. These 4 were 2 men and 2 women. The Azure Dragon Protector was a middle-aged man around 40, exuding a domineering and intimidating aura. The formidable Tianma Shui is depicted as a venerable elder with snow-white hair, an enigmatic figure shrouded in gray robes. The enchanting Kirin Protector appears to be a stunning woman in her 30s. The renowned powerhouses within the Demon Palace are classified into 5 eminent lords of the underworld: Jin, Mu, Shui, Hua, and Tu, followed by the 5 protectors, Qinlong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu, and Kirin, then the 10 elders, and finally the 3 demon commanders, 2 demon sovereigns, culminating in the palace master, revered as the demon emperor. The final maiden suspended in the air is a girl of approximately 16 or 17 years, largely unrecognized by the crowd. She possesses a slender figure and porcelain-like skin, evoking an ethereal beauty with a flawlessly exquisite visage that can ensnare hearts and souls. Truly a captivating enchantress. In Xue Shisan's recollection, such a beauty capable of inciting chaos and seduction could only be rivaled by the bewitching Huanin Yin of Yashuan Pavilion, leaving him unable to discern who might be superior. Such audacity! What do you intend to do with your grand assembly of 2 protectors, a commanding demon, and the enchanting air of the Demon Palace? A voice thundered from the crowd, revealing the identity of the maiden. What? Enchantress? Waves of astonishment rippled through the spectators. Is she the demoness Yu Feifei of the Demon Palace? Just last night, Xue Shisan had heard the young master of Tongtian Tower, Lan Yishuan, speak of the Qianlong ranking and the 2 most formidable figures on it. With this demoness Yu Feifei occupying the 2nd position, a terrifying entity that even warriors of the 3rd heaven would flee upon encountering her. He never anticipated that today he would behold this legendary scourge. Suddenly, the ground erupted nearby, and a figure soared into the air. The Earth Lord? Someone quickly recognized the newcomer. You demons of the palace possess great audacity, boldly daring to invade the Gu family. None shall leave here alive today, the 2nd elder declared, his voice heavy with foreboding, as a potent aura gradually emanated from him. Indeed, you fiends of the demonic path, none shall escape today. To appear before the gathered heroes of the world is tantamount to courting death. Voices of outrage echoed amidst the crowd. Haraha, I am Gu Xiaofeng, the 2nd elder of the Gu family, the Tianlang sovereign, and the lord of Blood Moon Valley. My name is renowned. Yet, do you think we would fear you for daring to come here today? The Qinglong and Kirin protectors retorted. At their words, the expressions of others shifted dramatically. The 7th elder spoke solemnly. I I have heard that the Gu family is currently hosting this grand competition, with the first prize being the sacred secret tome, 9 turns Xian Yang Qi. Thus, I have come to participate, the demoness Yu Feifei interjected, her voice imbued with an irresistible allure. Soft and delicate, sending shivers down the spine of all who heard it. Chapter 44. The Enchantress Yu Feifei. What? This enchantress dares to participate in the Gu family's grand competition? Such audacity disregards the might of the world's strongest warriors. Insolent child of the demon palace. Do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? You audaciously covet our Gu family's sacred secret tome? How brazen. The Gu family competition is not an affair for outsiders. As one of the 9 sacred martial gates, do you not understand the rules? Or have you come here deliberately to provoke us? The elders of the Gu family roared in unison, each radiating a formidable aura, pressing towards the enchantress Yu Feifei. Yet, she stood unfazed in the void, a serene smile gracing her lips. In the next moment, one of the 3 great demon lords, the heavenly demon lord, appeared before her, emanating an equally overwhelming presence that countered the oppressive force directed at Yu Feifei. The enchantress Yu Feifei giggled, gracefully moving to stand before the heavenly demon lord. Casting a disdainful glance at the gathered crowd, she showed no sign of trepidation in the presence of so many formidable figures and spoke with eloquence. You esteemed elders have not misheard. I indeed wish to participate in the Gu family's grand competition. As for the rules of the 9 sacred martial gates, the demon palace is well aware. However, were it not for the enticing reward of the 9 transformation profound yang vital energy from the Gu family, I would hold no interest. Upon hearing her unabashed desire for the sacred tome, the expressions of the Gu family members turned icy. Enchantress, you are courting death. The sacred tome is the reward for our first place. What concern is it of yours? Do you intend to wage war against the Gu family? Many from the younger generation shouted angrily. Enchantress, as a member of the demon palace, what qualifications do you have to participate in our competition? Do you not find your words laughable? The Gu family's competition is not something you can join at your whim. I have never encountered someone as brazen as you. Gu Linger interjected from the crowd, her fiery eyes ablaze with indignation. Yu Feifei's words seemed to disregard the authority of the Gu family, and she could not bear it. What a sharp-tongued little sister you are. You must be the second miss of the Gu family. Gu Linger, Yu Feifei replied with a smile. Unfazed by the jeers directed at her, her captivating gaze fixed on Gu Linger, her smile increasingly radiant. Gu Linger felt uncomfortable under such scrutiny and replied haughtily, Indeed. That is me. However, I did not come here to engage in a battle of wits with a mere wild cat like you. What did you call me? Gu Linger exclaimed in fury. Yet at that moment, Yu Feifei's gaze shifted to Gu Binger, standing beside Gu Linger. Her eyes, like autumn waters, sparkled with intrigue as she spoke. You must be Gu Binger, possessing an icy heart and exquisite beauty, with exceptional talent. Although you have yet to reveal your true prowess, the Celestial Tower has only vaguely ranked you as the 48th in the potential dragon list. Yet outside, you are spoken of in almost mythical terms. Some say that if you were to unleash your full strength, you might even enter the top 10, perhaps even the top 3. Others whisper that you could potentially usurp my position and claim second place. Today, I wish to challenge you in the Gu family's grand competition. Many were left speechless, realizing that this enchantress was indeed intent on the Gu family's competition. How shall we compete? Gu Binger inquired calmly. Let us wager the Gu family's sacred tome. If you lose, the reward for your clan's first place will belong to me. How does that sound? Quite fair, wouldn't you agree? Yu Feifei proposed. You are shameless. Gu Linger could not restrain her indignation. Oh, little wild cat, you dare to insult me again? Be careful. If I ever catch you outside, I shall teach you a lesson, Yu Feifei teased with a smile. Gu Linger was fuming, her face flushed with anger. Do you have any objections to my proposal? Yu Feifei inquired playfully. Of course I have objections. If my sister loses, she must surrender the 9 transformation profound yang vital energy to you. But if you lose, what price will you pay? Can you be any more shameless? Is this what you call fairness? Gu Linger retorted. Yu Feifei feigned deep contemplation before nodding. You raise a valid point. Perhaps you do have a disadvantage. The crowd was left speechless, suspecting the enchantress was deliberately provoking them. Very well, if I lose, I shall offer our demon palace's sacred tome, the ancient scripture of the heavenly demon. How does that sound? Now it is fair, isn't it? Yu Feifei declared. However, she mused internally that it mattered little, for she was confident Gu Binger would inevitably lose, rendering any wager moot. Should Gu Linger overhear this, she would likely explode with rage. Others were astonished. The demon palace was audacious enough to stake their sacred tome as a wager? Such gall was not to be underestimated. How intriguing. It seems one of these two families will inevitably lose their sacred tome today, someone pondered silently. The proposal made by the demon palace was reasonable, as they too were putting forth their sacred tome as a wager. Thus, others found it difficult to intervene, as it had become a private dispute between the demon palace and the Gu family. The members of the Gu family were equally stunned but quickly regained their composure, though no one spoke for a moment, given the gravity of the situation involving the sacred tome. No, we cannot agree to this. The demon palace harbors ulterior motives. An elder with red hair asserted, the leader of the Blood Wolf Valley. Gu Binger, do you dare to accept my challenge? The enchantress pressed. Gu Binger furrowed her brow slightly and replied calmly, I accept, but I will not wager my family's sacred tome. Hee what? Are you afraid of losing? Let me propose this. If any one of the younger generation from the Gu family can defeat me, the sacred tome of the demon palace shall be yours. If you lack confidence, you may even join forces. Upon hearing this, the Gu family members, with the exception of Xue Shisan and Song Lingyu, who appeared unfazed, were all filled with rage. The challenge had become an affront to the dignity of the Gu family. How dare you? The demon palace is utterly arrogant. Enchantress, I will challenge you. Young members of the Gu family clamored, their patience wearing thin. Sister, the demon palace is being aggressive. This is an outright provocation. I wonder how the family will respond, Xue Shisan whispered. Let it be. After all, it is Gu Binger if they are challenging. If she loses the sacred tome, it is her affair, Song Lingyu remarked, relishing the unfolding drama, having always held a disdain for the Gu sisters. Gu Binger, if you still hesitate to accept, I can allow you to utilize a supreme artifact, or even a divine artifact. What say you? Yu Feifei taunted again, pushing the limits of provocation. Not needed. Indeed, even the usually composed Gu Binger could no longer contain herself. Binger, do not act impulsively. This matter concerns the sacred tome and must be decided by the family head. The second elder urgently interjected. Very well, the family head. It is the family head's decision. The younger generation of the Gu family, long unable to contain their excitement, surged towards the arena. At that moment, the eldest daughter, Gu Binger, raised her hand to signal the crowd to withdraw, while she herself ascended to the martial arts stage. Chapter 45. The enigmatic eyes. The younger generation of the Gu family was invigorated by the patriarch's recent promise of a duel. However, most were astonished by the mere 2 words uttered by Gu Tianba. Although they were casually spoken, the fleeting majesty and unfathomable depth, combined with an air of indifference that carried an overwhelming presence, left the crowd in awe. It was well known that the patriarch was in seclusion, yet he seemed aware of the events unfolding, a feat that was truly astonishing. Clearly, this dominant figure had reached a remarkable level of mastery during his years of absence, as noted by an elder in the audience. Some sighed, pondering the terrifying capabilities of the patriarch. Snow 13 felt a deep shock at the thought. Yet soon, all eyes turned to the arena. Gu Binger stood poised like a solitary winter plum, exuding an air of cold elegance and unparalleled grace. The enchanting Yu Feifei descended from the void, her form clad in a form-fitting black dress that contrasted strikingly with her porcelain skin, rendering her even more radiant. Her alluring figure and exquisite curves stirred the youthful blood of those present, igniting a flurry of heartbeats. Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, seemed to consume all colors of the world, captivating all who beheld them. Some quickly recoiled, rubbing their eyes, realizing the overwhelming allure of the enchantress nearly ensnared their very souls, a captivating yet sinister charm. Gu Binger was pure and ethereal, while Yu Feifei was bewitchingly beautiful, each embodying a distinct aura that created a breathtaking spectacle upon the stage. Gu Binger, are you certain you wish to face me alone? I would advise you to seek an ally, Yu Feifei suggested with a playful smile, then glanced towards the audience. Ah, that must be the legendary Song Lingyu, rumored to be your equal. Why not team up with her? I don't require assistance. You two may proceed first while I observe, Song Lingyu replied with a cheerful demeanor, casting a friendly wink at Yu Feifei. Snow 13, standing nearby, was at a loss for words. The Gu family was in a precarious situation, and yet, his junior sister seemed to exacerbate the tension, fanning the flames. Gu Binger and Song Lingyu were at odds, even if the latter wished to assist. The former would undoubtedly reject the offer. As expected, Gu Binger scoffed, raising her jade-like hand to conjure an ethereal silhouette. A soft hum resonated as a faint pressure began to emanate from her, a layer of sacred white light swirling around her fingers, a manifestation of her martial essence. Oh, the release of martial essence? Impressive, though I wonder how much you've condensed, Yu Feifei remarked playfully, appearing utterly unfazed. You will soon find out, Gu Binger replied, her gaze sharpening, and in an instant, the spectators felt a fleeting moment of blinding brilliance. A thunderous sound echoed through the air, the aftershocks causing the atmosphere to crackle. As they focused, they witnessed fierce gusts of wind radiating from the arena, wild and uncontainable, obscuring their vision. At the center of this tempest, two radiant hands pressed against one another, eliciting gasps of astonishment at the sheer speed and power displayed. Is this your true strength? If so, the sacred secrets of your family shall be mine, Yu Feifei declared with a smile as their hands collided, unleashing a formidable force. However, Gu Binger, anticipating the strike, deftly evaded the blow as a blue light shot forward, shattering a boulder beyond the stage. The crowd was taken aback. Many instinctively retreated, sensing the overwhelming power of the duelists, fearing they might become collateral damage. Just then, a pale hand appeared behind Yu Feifei, descending with terrifying force, seemingly destined to strike her back. An afterimage, Gu Binger gasped, realizing the precariousness of the situation. The impact of her palm struck the ground, causing the arena to tremble and debris to scatter. This spectacle astonished the younger generation, for the arena was forged from the immensely durable dragon pattern rock, impervious to even the mightiest force. Yet, Gu Binger's strike had managed to fracture its surface. As the two women exchanged blows, the arena became enveloped in a tempest of fierce winds, each clash resonating with thunderous sounds. Sister, this may not bode well. Gu Binger is revealing her true strength, while that enchantress maintains her composure. This battle seems precarious, Snow 13 remarked. Sister, pray that the Gu family does not lose the sacred secrets, he added anxiously, for he had long regarded the 9-Xianyang vital energy as his own. What nonsense. You still have me, your senior sister, Song Lingyu retorted. The atmosphere grew tense as the audience remained transfixed on the duel, particularly the members of the Gu family, many of whom clenched their fists, silently sweating for Gu Binger. This battle was critical. The Gu family could not afford to lose. Moments later, Yu Feifei's speed surged, her form becoming elusive like wind, cloud, or mist. Nearly impossible to capture. Not good. The expressions of the spectators shifted dramatically. Phantom finger. Yu Feifei's voice rang out, and she extended a delicate, pale finger. In an instant, a myriad of finger shadows enveloped the arena, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Gu Binger narrowed her eyes, surveying the chaotic array of shadows descending upon her, unable to discern the truth. Hee, it seems you are about to be defeated, Yu Feifei's voice echoed in her ear. Suddenly, amidst the multitude of descending shadows, a singular, luminous finger shot toward Gu Binger's shoulder, its speed overwhelming, with martial essence surging from its tip. The crowd held their breath, certain that a single touch would pierce flesh. Yet, Gu Binger remained unperturbed, while Yu Feifei's expression shifted in surprise. The finger met her shoulder, but instead of piercing flesh, it produced a sound akin to porcelain striking stone. She realized her strike had not penetrated. Ice heart, jade body. Yu Feifei quickly deduced, but it was too late. You are too late to understand, Gu Binger stated coolly. In that instant, her form trembled slightly, the dense martial essence within her surging forth without restraint, fully unleashed. An overwhelming aura ascended, a blinding white light cascading from her like a waterfall from a great height, fierce and relentless, surging toward the enchantress. What? This is still the second level of martial arts? How can she be so powerful? The younger generation gasped in disbelief, riveted by the sudden eruption of Gu Binger's formidable essence. How? How is this possible? Sister, just how much martial essence has she condensed? Shueshi-san was taken aback and turned to Song Lingyu beside him. At least 500 strands. What? Senior sister, didn't you previously say at least 90 strands? How is it? Little junior brother, I was deceiving you at that time. I thought you were just beginning your journey in martial arts, and your realm was too low. Revealing the truth would not only frighten you, but also hinder your cultivation and lead to wild speculations. Shueshi-san's mind roared, overwhelmed by an unprecedented shock. As people were astonished, a wave of ecstasy began to swell, especially among the Gu family, for it was expected that the demoness would be severely wounded. However, to everyone's surprise, boom, a torrent of martial true essence surged from within the demoness, Yufei, emanating a dazzling and eerie purplish-blue light, swiftly forming a protective aura around her. With a resounding bang, the demoness was propelled backward, yet, astonishingly, she did not fall, but stood suspended in midair. How is this possible? Once again, the crowd was astounded. For one to hover in the air was a feat only achievable by those in the fifth heaven of martial arts, while only those of the sixth heaven could soar through the skies. Previously, Yufei had been upheld by the strength of the demon palace. But how could she now sustain herself in the air? In an instant, a sense of foreboding enveloped the crowd. Demon Eye? The next moment, onlookers were astonished to see that the entire arena had inexplicably filled with a dense purple light, transforming the sky into a realm of violet. In the demoness Yufei's gem-like, radiant eyes, a brilliant purple light shimmered. Chapter 46. The ancient bloodline. The amethyst light shimmered like water, resplendent and captivating, transforming the surroundings into a breathtaking spectacle. In the enchanting eyes of the, which sparkled like black gemstones, an otherworldly purple radiance shimmered, casting its gaze upon a world painted in violet hues. This scene was far too sudden, surreal, and overwhelming. Just a single glance. How could it conjure such an unfathomable spectacle? What kind of eyes were these that drained the world of its colors? All present stared in disbelief at the enchanting realm before them, as if caught in a dream or a myth. How could this be? Some, parched with astonishment, could hardly voice their thoughts. Demonic eyes? Demonic eyes? This. She possesses the bloodline of the ancient demon gods. At that moment, someone recalled a revelation and screamed, a sound akin to thunder, leaving all who heard it aghast. Notable figures, upon hearing this, swiftly connected the dots, their expressions reflecting utter shock. In ancient times, there existed powerful clans of demons, spirits, immortals, and humans, each possessing extraordinary traits, some with astonishing bloodlines capable of obliterating the heavens, others wielding divine abilities that could seize stars or traverse the world, while some boasted near-invincible physiques capable of shattering mountains with a mere finger. These incredible gifts were often passed down through bloodlines over generations, yet after countless eras, they had become increasingly rare, nearly extinct in the present day. However, the before them was endowed with such terrifying power. The dreadful manifestations emanating from her mesmerizing gaze suggested a lineage not of the ordinary, but rather one inherited from the demon gods. A demon god. Such a bloodline was indeed a rarity even in the realm of immortals, let alone here in the world of martial arts. Not a native of this land, felt a profound shock, for his broader experiences made him acutely aware of the rarity and significance of the demon god bloodline. Suddenly, disturbances rippled through the crowd. Some cried out in panic, displaying terror, while others appeared dazed, and some, in a frenzy, drew their swords, injuring their companions, with some even resorting to self-destruction. Sister, they must have met this demonic gaze, but their levels are too low to withstand such a direct confrontation, leaving them overwhelmed and ensnared in illusions, observed. Foreseeing that if a throng charged forward, they would not only fail to approach but would also descend into mutual slaughter or madness. Many silently acknowledged the formidable nature of this demonic gaze. Without any deliberate targeting, merely a fleeting glance from the had wrought such dire consequences. One could only imagine the harrowing illusions that the young lady, enveloped in the violet world, would endure. Yet, contrary to expectations, a powerful aura erupted from her beautiful eyes, crystalline and cold, locking onto this bewitching gaze. A mere illusion dares to confront me? Such trivial tricks, she declared, and before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, she soared into the sky, martial essence surging around her. The heart of ice and body of jade, the purity of her heart, like a mirror of ice, would not be easily deceived by illusions. What a heart of ice, yet nothing more, the remarked, her voice laced with an enchanting allure. Some who heard it nearly succumbed to the illusions, but managed to shield their ears just in time. In the next moment, an overwhelming force radiated from her eyes, as even more brilliant violet light surged forth from the depths of her gaze. Suddenly, two strands of purple radiance appeared in the air, slender as threads, flashing by in an instant. Their color was so profound that they could be distinctly perceived even in this violet realm. These were two beams of light. Not good. The approaching's countenance paled, a sense of grave danger rising in her heart. "Jade body," she exclaimed, and her delicate form suddenly emanated a soft, jade-like glow, her skin transforming to become even more smooth and radiant, resembling a flawless piece of exquisite jade. Simultaneously, a powerful aura of destruction erupted before her like a tidal wave. The two terrifying beams of light pierced through, tearing apart its robust martial essence in an instant. A person may be as beautiful as jade, but sadly, beauty does not equate to strength, merely a decorative vessel. Seeing unleash her jade body, gazed at her with a smile that seemed to conceal mockery. "What? How is it possible? The jade body was breached so easily? This cannot be." Many, especially those from the family, could hardly believe it and cried out in disbelief. Yet, in that moment, trembled, a muffled groan escaping her lips, as she was sent flying backwards, her arms marred with cracks, her defenses on the brink of collapse. Once the jade body was breached, she would revert to a mere flesh and blood form, no different from any other. As retreated, the two profound beams of violet light remained unyielding, reappearing before her in an instant, pursuing relentlessly. The sharpness and terrifying force of destruction sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. The crowd was engulfed in shock. This gaze had not only torn through jade body, but had also maintained its dreadful intensity. Such an assault was beyond the realm of a mere second-level martial artist. The defensive prowess of the young lady's jade body should be impervious even to a third-level martial artist, someone murmured. Yet the members of the family, astonished by strength, finally grasped why even third-level martial artists would flee upon encountering the. It seemed the family was on the verge of losing their sacred secret. A wry smile of schadenfreude appeared on some faces as they remarked, "It seems the family is destined for ruin. Ice, be careful. No. This demonic gaze is too formidable. Lingyu, you must assist Ice. The family cannot afford to lose." On the platform, the seventh and second elders voiced their concerns, recognizing his precarious situation as her jade body was about to shatter. "Must I intervene?" murmured, fully aware of Steyer's state. Another strike from this gaze would surely result in severe injury. However, to everyone's astonishment, at that moment, a layer of shimmering, glass-like light enveloped form, and her previously cracked jade arms had healed completely. Boom, boom. Two thunderous sounds echoed, the result of two massive stones outside the arena being shattered. What? The crowd gasped in shock, for they had just witnessed this violet light strike, only for it to strangely graze past her, redirecting towards the two stones outside the arena. Interesting, mused, gazing at the flowing, glass-like light enveloping, the violet mist in her eyes thickening. In the next instant, a multitude of purple radiance appeared, over a dozen beams, each radiating with terrifying destructive power, swiftly approaching. This revelation stunned the onlookers. As the horrifying violet light connected with its porcelain-like skin, sparks flew, and instead of harming her, the light was deflected in all directions. What? This scene was utterly astonishing, and all watched with wide eyes. Spoke calmly, such a glass-like jade body, with skin as smooth as glass, remains untouched by all forms of attack. Every assault that strikes you will merely be redirected elsewhere, unable to inflict any harm. The enchantress revealed a grave expression for the first time. It resembled the terrifying smoothness of porcelain. A blade wielded against it would inevitably slide off. At this moment, Gu Binger's glazed jade body exemplified a similar principle. You need only to understand this. Gu Binger spoke calmly, maintaining an unsettling tranquility throughout. Yet, alas, you have already lost your opportunity. The glazed jade body, untouched by a myriad of attacks, is merely a testament to the inadequacy of the force directed against you. However, I do not wish to defeat you with my demonic gaze, the enchantress remarked with a profound implication. Instantly, Gu Binger felt an ominous premonition, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on her opponent. Boom. In the next instant, the sky filled with purple light dissipated, and the enchantress's lovely gaze returned to normal, refraining from further employing her demonic eyes. Yet, from within her, torrents of purple-blue radiance surged forth, the boiling essence of martial arts emanating an overwhelming terror, akin to a waterfall cascading from the heavens, unstoppable in its descent. The oppressive aura, the terrifying presence, was earth-shattering, inducing tremors. What? Gu Binger's expression shifted dramatically as she sensed a formidable pressure enveloping her, destabilizing her martial essence to the brink of collapse. This was unprecedented. Previously, The enchantress's aura and the depth of her essence had never reached such a level. You have cultivated the Holy Tier's secret tome? She gasped in shock, her countenance reflecting utter disbelief. What? The Holy Tier's secret tome? Indeed, this is the aura of the Holy Tier secret tome. She has cultivated the ancient demonic scripture from the demonic palace. Strong individuals affirmed this reality. No, look at this pressure, coupled with the finesse of her essence. This cannot simply be attributed to the accumulation of over 100 strands of essence. She has transcended to the third level of martial arts. Exclamations of astonishment reverberated through the crowd, as the revelation was too astonishing. The enchantress, Yu Feifei, had indeed ascended to the third level of martial arts, and furthermore, had cultivated a Holy Tier's secret tome. The Gu family members turned pale, for the enchantress was simply insurmountable. Lingyu, act swiftly. The second elder urged urgently. Without needing to be told, at that moment, Song Lingyu radiated a rich blue light, an aura of terror spreading forth. What? The crowd stared in astonishment at the blue light enveloping Song Lingyu, its intensity transforming into clusters of flickering blue flames. Ancient bloodline. Yet another ancient bloodline? Chapter 47. The Realm of Despair, the bloodline of the demon gods, the demonic eyes, the three realms of martial arts, and the sacred secret classics. Such overwhelming elements rendered one utterly despondent, making victory seem unattainable. The members of the Gu family felt a knot of anxiety in their throats. For the stakes were monumental. Should they falter, the 9 turns Xianyang vitality would fall into the hands of the demon palace, with dire consequences that would tarnish the Gu family's reputation. It appeared that the demon palace had come thoroughly prepared. Someone remarked, their expression grave as they gazed into the arena, for yet another ancient bloodline had emerged. Xue Shursen stared, astonished, at his junior sister beside him, who was adorned with pulsating blue flames, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. At that moment, Song Lingyu underwent a profound transformation. Her aura became ethereal, imbued with an air of nobility, exuding an inviolable sanctity. Suddenly, a resounding phoenix cry erupted from Song Lingyu's lips. With a mighty surge of true essence, she manifested a pair of luminous wings forged from blue flames, soaring into the sky. The blue phoenix bloodline? Xue Shursan was taken aback, never having anticipated that his junior sister possessed such an extraordinary lineage. The crowd erupted in a flurry of excitement, buzzing with discussions. Even the second elder and others on the platform wore expressions of shock, clearly unaware of Song Lingyu's noble heritage. Truly remarkable, our leader's foresight is unparalleled. The fifth elder mused, filled with admiration. Each disciple of the Grand Elder was extraordinary, yet none had foreseen that Song Lingyu bore the bloodline of the Phoenix. Respect began to blossom within them. Wonderful, simply wonderful, the second elder exclaimed, hope igniting in his heart. With Song Lingyu, the possessor of the Phoenix bloodline, joining the fray, the battle no longer seemed hopeless. Perhaps they could indeed turn the tide. The current generation of the Gu family was astonishing. First, there was the Ice Heart Jade body, then a prodigy with perfect marrow cleansing, and now, the addition of a Phoenix bloodline. Such fortune would likely elevate the Gu family's standing for decades to come, rendering it unshakable. Many prominent figures felt a pang of envy. Blue Phoenix bloodline. Indeed, let me see how many of my moves you can withstand together. The enchanting Yu Feifei laughed. I too wish to experience the power of the sacred secret classics. Song Lingyu replied calmly. Gu Binger did not refuse Song Lingyu's approach. Her stunning visage still bore a hint of pallor from the earlier shock. Excellent. Dance of the demon world. Yu Feifei commanded. Boom. Her long, dark hair billowed as the purple-blue radiance surged around her, and with a swift motion of her hands, she began to spin rapidly. Soon, fragments of stone around them were sent flying, and with a forceful push, a terrifying vortex of true essence surged forward. Rumble. Boulders outside the arena were drawn into the maelstrom, pulverized into dust, as the heavens and earth transformed in hue. Gu Binger glowed, her martial true essence surging forth. With a commanding shout, she conjured a massive, pure white hand that pushed forward. Song Lingyu's delicate features tightened with focus. As her white fingers quivered, the blue flames enveloping her flared violently, surging ahead to consume the oncoming force. Boom. In an instant, the three forces collided, causing the entire arena to tremble, cracks forming in numerous places. Had it not been forged from the hardest dragon-patterned rock, it would have surely crumbled under the impact. Thud, thud, thud. At the center of the radiant light, explosions erupted as Gu Bingo unleashed her full power, the luminous hand striking down and causing the vortex to shatter, scattering purple-blue radiance everywhere. Following the onslaught of Song Lingyu's blue flames, much of Yu Feifei's power inexplicably vanished, leading to a dramatic decrease in the vortex's strength, which ultimately collapsed. The ground bore witness to charred patches, with even the dragon-patterned rock melting under the strain. Gasp! The spectators inhaled sharply, realizing that the devastation was wrought by Song Lingyu's blue flames, the temperature far more terrifying than anticipated. More astonishing was the fact that the flames' intensity remained contained, sparing them from the searing heat. Quite impressive, Yu Feifei remarked, astonished that the two could withstand her earlier onslaught. Unfortunately, it still proves futile. Heavenly Demon Palm. She called out once more. Boom. The atmosphere shifted as Yu Feifei's aura intensified, becoming more domineering. With a single hand movement, she unleashed a torrent of purple-blue demonic energy, diving downwards. Thud, thud, thud. Soon, the two sides clashed, generating immense, thunderous echoes. The crowd watched as the enchanting figure of Yu Feifei darted like a specter, her speed blurring as the surging demonic energy enveloped Song Lingyu and Gu Binger. This is perilous. Xue Shursan furrowed his brow, sensing that although his junior sister and Gu Binger fought valiantly together, their energy was rapidly depleting and could not sustain much longer. What to do? What to do? The second elder and others on the sidelines were visibly anxious, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Second elder, let us join the fray. The younger generation of the Gu family clamored, save for Xue Shursan. Ultimately, the second elder neither nodded nor shook his head. Sending them into the fray would merely prolong the inevitable, as the demoness strength could not be overcome by sheer numbers. Suddenly, the crowd surged onto the arena. Hey, why aren't you joining? Do you lack any sense of honor? Are you too afraid to step up? Gu Linger chided Xue Shursan as she passed him, but her words were scarcely spoken when a chorus of screams erupted. The arena transformed into a realm of purple, where Gu family disciples either turned against one another, rolled on the ground, or jumped from the stage in fear. Is this effective? Xue Shursan retorted to Gu Linger. This. Gu Linger was taken aback, unable to fathom how so many had ascended only to falter without even grazing the demoness. Even the swift sword Gu Yang swung his blade wildly at thin air. But we cannot simply stand by and watch the demoness prevail, Gu Linger exclaimed in desperation, wishing to leap into battle, yet knowing such actions would be futile and not wanting to embarrass herself alongside the others. You all perform admirably. But now that I have broken through to the third realm of martial arts, I have entered the Azure Dragon rankings. Now witness my true power, Yu Feifei declared. Rumble. Waves of purple-blue light surged forth in all directions, an overwhelming force. Crack, crack. The dragon-patterned ground began to fissure. Song Lingyu, can your phoenix flames still scorch my power? This thought struck her as ominous. Celestial Demon Annihilation. With that incantation, a wave of destructive energy spread forth, causing Song Lingyu's blue phoenix flames to begin to wane. Gu Binger's ice heart jade body trembled slightly in response, because this formidable force is utterly irresistible. Bang! Two immense sounds erupted on the arena, as waves of blue flames dispersed in all directions, scattering countless beams of pure white light. Boom! The two women let out muffled groans, simultaneously being hurled backward, a stream of crimson blood erupting from their mouths midair. Senior sister, Xue Shursan exclaimed, leaping into the air to catch the delicate form of Song Lingyu. Meanwhile, Gu Linger also embraced her sister Gu Binger, anxiously calling out to her. The enchanting Yu Feifei stood in the center, enveloped in a mesmerizing violet-blue aura. Haraha! It seems the outcome is already determined. Your Gu family has lost, the Azure Dragon Protector laughed heartily, casting a taunting glance at the second elder and others in the stands. Indeed, this journey has proven worthwhile. Acquiring your Gu family's 9 turns mysterious sun energy compensates for the cost of deploying our sect's divine artifact. The earthly king of hell chuckled ominously. You demon palace shall not be so arrogant. The seventh elder roared, his eyes reddened with fury. What? Is your Gu family truly willing to breach the contract before the eyes of the world? Quickly present your sacred secret tome, 9 turns mysterious sun energy. As for the opportunity to enter the dragon transformation pool, let it be. Our demon palace currently has no interest in it. the alluring woman in her 30s. The Chelan protector remarked with a playful smile. Upon hearing this, all members of the Gu family felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Having their sacred secret tomes snatched away would be a disgrace for the entire clan. When did we ever claim to breach the contract? The ninth elder retorted sternly. If they were truly branded with the reputation of breaking the contract, the Gu family would be doomed. Oh, if that is the case, then present the 9 turns mysterious sun energy, the demon commander interjected. It seems the Gu family is indeed about to lose their sacred secret tome. Someone around the stands remarked with schadenfreude. On what grounds? Our Gu family has not yet lost. As long as one of our younger generation remains standing, we have not lost. At that moment, Gulinger rose to her feet, declaring loudly, Yes, we have not lost. Indeed, we have not lost. The other members of the Gu family echoed her words, feeling a renewed sense of hope. Just based on you who are merely washing marrow and forging foundations, and those who have just entered the first heaven? Oh, and the little wildcat who has yet to make an appearance, as well as this, who has only shown a single finger throughout? The enchanting Yufei giggled mockingly. Chapter 48. I want to give it a try. Upon hearing Yufei's words, the younger generation of the Gu family fell into silence. Indeed, the majority were merely at the foundation stage, undergoing cleansing of their marrow, and had yet to embark on the path of martial arts. Lacking even the qualifications to participate in the great competition, some had just taken their first steps into martial arts, with only a few strands of true essence coalesced within them. Currently, the only ones capable of putting up a fight were the second miss and Shue-San. However, the second miss was clearly outmatched. Although Shue-San had made it to the top 3 in the competition, he had only exerted a single finger throughout. Faced with the almost insurmountable power of the enchantress, could Shue-San truly rely on that one finger to overcome her demonic gaze, to dismantle her triple-layered celestial prowess, or to breach the sacred tier secret manual? Such hopes were utterly unrealistic. As this thought crossed their minds, the young generation turned pale, biting their lips in frustration. The matter at hand concerned the honor and disgrace of the Gu family, igniting a fierce resolve even among the typically frivolous scions. They fixed their gazes upon the enchantress with unwavering determination, convinced that no matter the cost, even if it meant death, they could not afford to lose. A chuckle escaped the lips of the onlookers. The Gu family's predicament was dire. One could only wonder if they would breach their contract. If the secret manual of the sacred tier were truly to be learned by the demonic palace, the spectacle that would ensue would be nothing short of remarkable. This was the sacred tier's secret manual, one that could never be surrendered, yet doing so would mean a breach of contract, causing the Gu family to lose its revered status in the hearts of the people. I suspect they will have to offer something in compensation. From the outset, this was a trap laid by the demonic palace for the Gu family. How increasingly intriguing. Listening to the murmurs around them, the elders on the stage, Elder 2, Elder 5, Elder 7, and Elder 9, wore expressions of grim resolve. They would rather die than hand over the sacred tier's secret manual, yet if they refused, it was a deadlock. Whether they complied or not, the dignity of the Gu family would be obliterated. Elder 2 glanced at the young generation, their blood stirred, then looked at the second miss, Gulinger, before finally resting his gaze on Shue-San, shaking his head in resignation. Elder 2 addressed the others beside him. The group fell silent. Even if there were capable fighters among them, none could possibly match the enchantress. It was well known that she had already entered the 3rd realm of martial arts, securing a place on the Azure Dragon rankings. Such talent at such a young age was a rarity not seen in centuries. How could they simply find someone to rival her? The Gu family was fortunate to have prodigies like Gu Binger and Song Lingyu. It was improbable they could find another such as them. Gu family, what are you waiting for? Will you not hasten to surrender the 9, turns Xianyangqi? Or do you believe someone in your family can contend with our Sanctus? The Azure Dragon protector pressed, his tone aggressive. Upon hearing these words, the elders clenched their fists, trembling with indignation. Without the head of the family to speak, they found themselves at a loss. All members of the Gu family, whether of the direct line or collateral branches, were urged to reveal any capable juniors who could defeat the enchantress. If they can help the family weather this storm, I shall personally promote their elders to the family council, and they themselves will be regarded as candidates for inheritance, enjoying unmatched glory henceforth. Elder 2 proclaimed, hoping against hope that a hidden genius might emerge from the collateral branches. TikTok, what is this? Does the Gu family need to scour the family tree for a grand investigation? How long will that take? A month? A year? 2 years? Or are you simply stalling? Reluctant to surrender the sacred tier's secret manual? Yu Feifei laughed lightly. A wave of humiliation washed over every member of the Gu family, accompanied by a profound sense of helplessness. A prestigious martial family, one of the 9 great behemoths of the world, with a status so exalted. Was it truly to be reduced to cowering before a mere enchantress, allowing the denizens of the demonic palace to mock and ridicule them before all? Enchantress, do not be too pleased with yourself. I shall fight you. Shueshi-san, it appears we are the only ones left with the strength to battle. With your formidable prowess, do you dare to join me? Gu Linger suddenly rose, disregarding her sister's protests, and shouted. Shueshi-san remained silent, one hand pressed against the back of his junior sister, channeling his rich, true essence into her, calming her chaotic aura and gradually restoring some color to her pallid complexion. Shueshi-san, speak up. Are you afraid again? You coward. I once thought highly of you because of your extraordinary cultivation. Gu Linger retorted. Huh. It seems others possess more self-awareness than you, little wildcat. But are you certain you wish to step up? After all, you have scolded me twice. I wouldn't mind teaching you a lesson, Yu Feifei teased. I would rather die than let you obtain the Gu family's 9 turns Xianyang Qi, Gu Linger declared, ready to charge forward. Linger, step back. Elder Tu suddenly intervened, understanding that such actions would only serve to exacerbate the situation and render them a laughingstock. No, I am not a coward like Shueshi-san. For the honor of our family, I must engage in battle, even if I am outmatched. Gu Linger shouted. Yes, for the glory of our family. We are willing to fight. Fight! Fight! The others, inspired by Gu Linger's words, felt their blood surge and roared, rushing towards the arena, including those who had been defeated previously. Second miss, we shall go first to create an opportunity for you, someone suggested. However, as they reached the arena, a sudden hum echoed. The enchantress Yu Feifei's beautiful eyes narrowed, and the entire realm was enveloped in a shroud of purple. With a resonant clang, a dazzling light flickered across the heavens, resembling the strings of a zither, producing a clear metallic vibration. It was a gaze. The advancing individuals cried out in agony, instantly sent flying backward. In the blink of an eye, the arena was devoid of any members of the Gu family. Yu Feifei chuckled softly, her enchanting gaze returning to normal, yet the shock she had imparted lingered in the air. Witnessing this scene, Gu Linger trembled slightly, her face as pale as death. What? Little wildcat, are you afraid? The enchantress mocked. Who is afraid? Gu Linger shot back. Shueshi-san, if you still claim to be a member of the Gu family, I implore you to join me in battle. To her dismay, Shueshi-san remained kneeling, half-crouched behind Song Lingyu, healing her, seemingly oblivious to her words. Cough, cough. Finally, Song Lingyu coughed lightly, her beautiful eyes gradually opening, her complexion significantly improved. Senior sister, how do you feel? Shueshi-san asked urgently, cradling her in his arms. Song Lingyu smiled faintly, her lips regaining their vibrant hue. Junior brother, I had no idea your true essence was so robust. You have nearly healed my injuries. I feel much better now. Is there any discomfort? None, but what? But my Blue Phoenix bloodline power has been disrupted by that enchantress. It seems I will be unable to gather it in the near future. How could this be? Although that enchantress's final strike did not severely injure me, she deliberately disrupted my bloodline power. I suspect she intended to cripple my bloodline entirely but failed to do so, Song Lingyu explained. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Shueshi-san's eyes as he instinctively clenched his fists, producing crisp, cracking sounds. Humph. Shueshi-san, you remain as feeble as ever. In the face of our family's dire straits, you choose to evade. Gu Linger, witnessing the two siblings conversing indifferently, was incensed and stomped her foot, making her way towards the martial arts platform. I understand now, Shueshi-san murmured, gradually rising to his feet. However, his words were not directed at Gu Linger. His gaze was fixed upon his little senior sister. Little junior brother, what do you intend to do? You are no match for her, Song Lingyu exclaimed, hastily grasping his hand. Sister, rest assured, I know what must be done. Little junior brother, listen to me. That enchantress is formidable. Had she wished, she could have easily defeated both me and Gu Binger with a single strike. You must not approach her, Song Lingyu urged anxiously. Shueshi-san gently patted her small hand, withdrawing his hand from her grasp, and stepped forward. Second elder, I wish to give it a try, he announced towards the distant high platform. The moment his words fell, countless gazes converged upon him, many expressing astonishment. Upon hearing this declaration, Gulinger, who was heading towards the martial arts platform, trembled slightly. Instinctively halting her steps and turning around, her expression one of surprise as she regarded Shueshur-san. The calmness of the youth, coupled with his composed demeanor, exuded an aura of immense confidence that momentarily stunned Gulinger, stirring an unexpected sense of anticipation within her. Even the esteemed elders on the platform regarded Shueshur-san with a different gaze, inexplicably nurturing a flicker of hope. 13. How confident are you? Several elders descended from the high platform, approaching him with inquiries. Second elder, if I win, would that count as the first place in this grand competition? Indeed, it would certainly count. If you prevail, you would undoubtedly claim the title. No one could contest that, the seventh elder interjected eagerly. 13. Among the family. Aside from Binger and Lingyu, you possess the highest cultivation. Do you perhaps have an undisclosed trump card? The fifth elder remarked, his tone laced with fervent anticipation. Having relinquished hope of discovering any extraordinary prodigies within the direct lineage, they now seemed to have shifted their aspirations onto Shueshur-san. Yes, 13. You have accomplished so many miracles for us before, bringing us countless surprises. If you can win again this time, it would secure you the top position in the competition. The second elder affirmed, his voice tinged with excitement. At this juncture, all that matters is defeating the enchantress. Securing the first place is secondary. They would not flinch at any conditions, they concurred. May I, then, comprehend the family's 9 transformations of mysterious yang energy? Shueshur-san inquired further. Yes, of course. That is the rightful reward for the first place in the competition, the second elder replied, after a brief hesitation, without further contemplation. If I win, may I also gain insight into the secret texts of the Sacred Order of the Demon Palace? Very well, I shall take it upon myself to assure you of that. The elder responded, affirming Shueshur-san's request. With the second elder's confirmation, Shueshur-san nodded, then turned to the enchantress. I require 1 hour. The enchantress paused, momentarily bewildered by his intent. Chapter 49. A sudden breakthrough, externalization of true essence. An hour? The enchantress, Yu Feifei, was momentarily taken aback, taking quite some time to grasp the implication. Are you suggesting that you require an hour from me? Why should I grant you that? She observed Shueshur-san with keen interest, her voice laced with curiosity. You will, Shueshur-san replied nonchalantly. The enchantress was surprised. She had not anticipated encountering someone so self-assured in her presence. Her unparalleled beauty typically rendered youths, and even men in their prime, unable to maintain their composure in her captivating aura. How intriguing. Do you not fear my outright refusal? She chuckled playfully, her gaze teasing. Shueshur-san smiled in return, shaking his head. You seem quite confident, yet I am at a loss as to the source of your assurance. It stems from your curiosity about me and how I might defeat you in an hour. Giggling, you are indeed an amusing character. However, you are correct. I am indeed curious, but what else? Because you too are confident, assured of your own victory, hence you harbor no concerns. Such eloquence. My curiosity about you has only intensified. In that case, I shall grant you an hour. Yu Feifei covered her mouth in laughter, her enchanting eyes becoming even more captivating. Wait, holy maiden, what if they from the Gu family employ some forbidden technique on him, elevating him to a master of the 6th or 7th realm in a short span? Such methods, at the cost of life force, are not uncommon. The Azure Dragon Protector interjected, offering a cautionary note. Indeed, as a revered martial family, who knows how many extraordinary resources the Gu family possesses? Should they utilize all of them on this youth, an hour could propel him to unimaginable heights, the heavenly demon commander added. That is a valid point. Yu Feifei mused, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. No, I require but one thing, Shueshur-san interjected. Oh, everyone revealed expressions of surprise, casting curious glances in his direction. 13. Speak freely of your needs. Whatever the Gu family possesses shall be yours. If we lack it, I shall find a way to procure it for you swiftly. Several elders assured him eagerly, their urgency palpable. Indeed, what do you require? The Gu family's treasures accumulated over the years are at your disposal, they insisted. Their previous demeanor towards Shueshur-san seemingly forgotten, now radiating warmth and affection towards him. Shueshur-san felt an overwhelming complexity. During his 3 years in the Gu family, he had never received fair treatment. Previously, not a single equitable gaze was cast upon him. Yet now, the elders, who once looked down upon him, seemed exceedingly amiable. Elders, I truly require just one thing, and it is something that belongs to me. Otherwise, if I were to use the family's treasured items, it may be perceived that I am exploiting the Gu family's resources at the expense of the Demon Palace, Shursen explained. He then turned his gaze towards Gu Fei, who looked utterly bewildered. Surely, you must return my Millennium Spiritual Mushroom now. What? Shursen, do you dare to request a wager at such a critical time? Gu Fei fumed, displeased that Shursen was reckoning previous debts in front of everyone. Gu Fei, hand it over promptly, commanded Elder 7 and Elder 5, their voices stern, as the focus shifted entirely towards Shursen. Grandfather, this was specifically requested by my mother from my grandfather for me. Gu Fei gritted his teeth, unwilling to part with the Millennium Spiritual Mushroom, whose value was at least 100,000 taels, if not more. Quit your rambling. If 13 demands it, you shall comply immediately, or I will flay you alive. Elder 3 warned, his voice stern. The Azure Dragon Protector stated, very well, I shall enter a state of seclusion momentarily, without the need for a secret chamber. Shursen proceeded, curious about his actions. While the Millennium Spiritual Mushroom was indeed rare and potent, its effects were not as pronounced when consumed directly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he approached the edge of the square and seated himself beneath a large tree. He then retrieved several small jade bottles from his robe, containing either segments of medicinal herbs or powdered substances, a total of 5 or 6 kinds, all rather ordinary. To everyone's astonishment, he swallowed them all without hesitation. Finally, he opened the square jade box given to him by Gu Fei. Inside lay a fist-sized spiritual mushroom, shimmering with a peculiar radiance. Though not particularly large, its plumpness and superior form were clearly beyond that of ordinary mushrooms. Indeed, a Millennium Spiritual Mushroom. How splendid. Shursen thought with excitement. Medicinal herbs, aged over a millennium, typically connect with the heavens and earth, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon over time, potentially gaining sentience. Such herbs transcend ordinary classifications, meriting the title of spiritual medicine. What a magnificent Millennium Spiritual Mushroom. Many around him expressed their admiration. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Shursen consumed the Millennium Spiritual Mushroom, the flesh bursting with a fragrant aroma that flooded his mouth, transforming into a celestial elixir as it flowed into his stomach. In an instant, the various herbs within him began to blend, and Shursen felt his body heating up. Before such a multitude, he could not concoct any medicinal liquids or pills, for fear of inciting future troubles. Since he could not use an alchemical furnace, Shursen resolved to utilize his own body as the vessel for alchemy. Hey, young man, while the Wujixing's sacred yuan skill can indeed rapidly refine these medicinal energies, if you intend to use your body as the furnace to further integrate and elevate these energies, it may scorch your internal organs. Furthermore, the toxic residues from the herbs could invade your meridians and organs. A misstep could render you incapacitated, the spirit guarding the immortal abode warned. With my alchemical expertise, it should not result in total failure. At worst, I will sustain severe injuries that might impact my martial foundation. If you possess a better method, please share it quickly. I am pressed for time, Shursen replied. Do you even comprehend the gravity of this situation? Do you understand what it means to be in need of assistance? Your lack of respect is infuriating. The spirit guarding the immortal abode exclaimed in anger, recognizing the young man's errant nature. Disregarding the admonition, Shursen acted swiftly. For his body was growing increasingly hot, his skin radiating a crimson glow, and he could not afford to delay. As time ticked by, due to the Gu family's attention to Shursen, a multitude of guards encircled him, with several elders personally overseeing the scene, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to interfere. Many speculated what Shursen would do next, pondering what could be accomplished in an hour. Half an hour has passed. What could this young man possibly be doing? After consuming so many herbs at once, will he not be poisoned? Let us hope he is not merely posturing. The crowd grew increasingly impatient, murmuring amongst themselves. The enchanting demoness, Yufei, found herself increasingly perplexed. She had been intently sensing the fluctuations in Shursen's aura from afar, yet thus far, she had perceived no change in him. A lingering doubt crept into her mind. Could this fellow be toying with her? At that moment, her beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed, fixated on Shursen. As time passed gradually, many others began to notice the shift. Did you feel that? I could have sworn I heard something. A palpable pressure was steadily expanding, growing ever stronger. In the blink of an eye, A full incense stick's worth of time elapsed, and the expressions of the crowd grew increasingly grave. Even Yu Feifei's usual mirth had vanished. Conversely, the members of the Gu family appeared more and more exhilarated. Gulinger, the second young lady of the Gu family, had initially intended to challenge the demoness, but was naturally restrained by her kin upon the emergence of Xue Shisan's voice, revealing a complex array of emotions. For there was an aura emanating from Xue Shisan, rapidly gaining strength, and the pressure he exuded intensified with each passing moment. After another incense stick had burned, a thunderous sound erupted from all directions, resonating like a tumultuous wave. Xue Shisan's aura surged dramatically, accelerating in an exaggerated manner. Within him, strands of true essence coalesced swiftly, the tremendous force resulting from the tumultuous flow of true essence within. Moments later, a blinding radiance shot skyward, accompanied by an overwhelming force akin to a landslide or tsunami. What? He is externalizing his true essence? Has he condensed 100 strands of true essence? Could he be on the verge of a breakthrough to the third heaven? Gasps of disbelief filled the crowd. Xue Shisan practiced the blue sea tides technique, with his true essence flowing like water, a vivid blue. The azure radiance emanating from his body grew ever more intense. Finally, after yet another incense stick had passed, he reigned in his aura, and the luminous glow dissipated. He opened his eyes, a dazzling light flickering within, yet he had not ascended to the third heaven. At that moment, a full hour had elapsed. Xue Shisan stood, and the guards of the Gu family, who had been protecting him, instinctively parted to create a pathway. Every gaze turned toward him, brimming with fervent anticipation and excitement. As he advanced, the crowd continually parted, forming a path to the martial arts platform. When I was scorned by all, my senior sister would wash my hair, bind it, and wipe away the dirt from my body every day. When I was mocked and humiliated, she stood behind me, offering her unwavering protection. Upon learning that I could not become a martial arts master, she participated in the clan competition on my behalf, securing first place for me. She was even willing to forfeit her coveted opportunity to enter the dragon transformation pool, simply to allow me to step into the realm of martial arts. As Xue Shisan spoke, he ascended the platform, a subtle yet powerful aura beginning to emanate from him. With each word he uttered, the intensity of the aura radiating from his being grew stronger. Interestingly, the members of the Gu family below exhibited discomfort upon hearing his words, many appearing awkward, while some bowed their heads in shame. My senior sister is willing to sacrifice everything for me. To me, she is my very life. Yet you just moments ago harmed her and sought to destroy her blue phoenix bloodline. Thus, this battle is for avenging my senior sister. At this juncture, Xue Shisan's gaze hardened, coldly locking onto the demoness, Yu Feifei. Little junior brother. Song Lingyu gazed in a daze at the tall figure on the platform, observing the calm yet resolute expression on the boy's face, and the formidable momentum that suggested he might unleash a tempest of vengeance, spilling blood in his pursuit of justice. Chapter 50. The attention of all upon hearing Xue Shisan's words. The enchanting woman was momentarily taken aback, yet she quickly disregarded the overwhelming aura emanating from him and burst into a playful laugh. You truly caught me off guard. You seem quite different from an hour ago. However, do you believe you can seek revenge on me based solely on that one finger you displayed? Her laughter was melodious. The woman exuded an increasingly bewitching allure, her entire presence radiating an inherent charm, and her eyes sparkled like black gemstones, captivating all who gazed upon her. Yet, deep within those mesmerizing orbs, a flicker of purple light began to swirl ominously. You wish to enact vengeance, but can you even approach me? With that statement, the woman's demeanor sharpened, her aura now imposing, as a terrifying pressure emanated from her delicate form, causing the very air to crackle and pop. It was clear how formidable her strength truly was. You possess the ancient demon eye divine skill. You are a formidable being of the third heaven, and you have cultivated the sacred level secret tome. Each aspect of your prowess is despairing, and I indeed fall short. Yet, what you do not comprehend is that there exists a force known as determination, an unwavering belief, and a sentiment that embodies the fearlessness of death. As Xue Shisan spoke, he advanced steadily, his aura escalating to a terrifying degree. He had reached the martial stage, while the woman's beautiful eyes were now enveloped in a faint purple glow, exuding a perilous aura. It seemed that should Xue Shisan continue forward, her magical gaze would unleash its terrifying might. The audience watched intently, their eyes predominantly fixed upon Xue Shisan. Despite the apparent superiority of the enchanting woman, inexplicably, his calm demeanor, the confident yet tranquil expression, and his seemingly simple words resonated profoundly with the crowd, instilling a sense of anticipation, even mystery. It felt as though, in this moment, Shue might deliver a shock even more profound than before. What an extraordinary youth! He is no ordinary individual, murmured a prominent figure on the stage, inciting a stir among the nearby younger onlookers. I sense something incredible within this young man, as if there lies an invisible, potent force deep within him. The expressions of the powerful figures observing Shue grew increasingly grave. Under the scrutiny of thousands, amidst the dangerous aura radiating from the woman's eyes, Shue remained resolute, stepping forward with unwavering certainty. The atmosphere grew tense, breaths quickening unconsciously among the crowd, including those from the Gu family who held grievances against him. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. All eyes were on Shue as he advanced, his aura steadily rising, his expression remaining serene. It has been quite some time since I encountered someone so intriguing. I too wish to witness what skills you possess beyond that single finger. However, I hope it is not merely a facade, the enchanting woman said with a sweet smile, though a hint of seriousness marked her stunning visage. Her eyes, sparkling like crystals, now shone with a dazzling purple light. With a sudden focus, the world transformed into a realm of violet, a divine might radiating outward. Everyone felt a tightening in their chests, fixated on the scene before them. They had witnessed the power of the woman's magical gaze. Thus far, only Gu Binger had been able to shatter its illusionary force. An overwhelming pressure bore down upon Shue, his true essence feeling unstable as he experienced the terrifying nature of the woman's magical gaze. It was not merely an illusion. It bore the weight of bloodline suppression. His mind began to waver, involuntary thoughts swirling within him, and before his eyes, the violet world seemed to blossom with alluring vistas, enticing him into oblivion. A brilliant light flashed through the heavens, akin to the twang of a stringed instrument, resonating with a metallic tremor. Accompanying this was a fierce energy, as if that slender beam of light could sever all that it touched. From the emergence of the violet world to the swift passage of that piercing gaze, the sequence unfolded in an instant, leaving spectators stunned. "This is terrifying," the crowd gasped. The woman was intent on overwhelming him before he could break free from the illusion. Is this truly how he will fall? Was everything merely a facade? Shue awaken. Junior brother. The piercing gaze vanished in a blink, reappearing before Shue, its fierce presence nearly tearing him apart. Yet, he remained motionless, ensnared by the illusion. The Gu family's members felt a surge of anxiety. Song Lingyu, whose injuries had nearly healed, was filled with worry as she beheld the unfolding scene. They were on the brink of despair, for at such a distance, even the mightiest could not evade the impending doom. With a swift motion, the terrifying deep violet gaze struck, carrying a fierce energy that cleaved through Shue form. Junior brother. Song Lingyu cried out, her voice trembling. Most averted their gazes, unable to bear witness to the gruesome spectacle they anticipated. Indeed, it appears to be nothing more than a facade. If so, your fate shall be dire. The enchanting woman's smile grew ever more radiant. Yet the dazzling purple light in her eyes instilled dread. Boom. The terrifying gaze that seemed capable of rending flesh and shattering bones upon striking Shue chest inexplicably shattered into countless fragments. What? How is this possible? This scene was witnessed by only a few, including some seasoned warriors, all wide-eyed in disbelief. Is this? Some of the more experienced members of the Gu family were taken aback, a flicker of suspicion crossing their minds, yet they dared not voice it aloud. The cloud-plucking hand. It is the technique I taught to my junior brother. Song Lingyu murmured instinctively after a brief moment of shock. Could it be the cloud-plucking hand? Has 13 truly mastered the most challenging technique of the Gu family? This skill, perfected to its pinnacle, allows one to unleash a terrifying force from every inch of their body, rendering them impervious even amidst a storm of arrows, navigating effortlessly through throngs of foes. Currently, no more than 10 individuals within the Gu family had mastered this technique to such an extent, and yet 13 had achieved this at such a young age. A prodigy indeed. Elders of the Gu family gasped in astonishment, their profound cultivation and extensive experience enabling them to recognize the technique Shue had just employed. Splendid. With a resounding cheer, the Gu family erupted in excitement, their gazes fixed upon Shue. Even those who had previously held animosity towards him now wore expressions of exhilaration. Gu Lingyer surveyed the scene, her beautiful eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions as she beheld the figure on the stage. Reflecting on her previous mockery of his perceived weakness and his reluctance to confront the enchantress, she now witnessed the young man standing resolute under the gaze of the crowd, unfazed by the sorceress's mesmerizing powers. In this moment, his presence radiated an astonishing brilliance. She recalled her sister's words, "True strength always speaks through power." A bittersweet pang gripped her heart as her gaze turned towards him, now imbued with complexity. How could this be? How did he shatter my illusion? The enchanting Yu Feifei's lips parted slightly, her expression one of utter astonishment. All illusions stem from the heart. External forces merely serve as catalysts. To break an illusion, one must possess a heart as pure as an icy lake, untarnished by external influences, armed only with unwavering resolve and formidable will, or an inherently powerful soul to forcibly disrupt and dismantle it. Since surviving the torment of my uncle 3 years prior, my will had grown immensely strong, my determination unwavering. Prior to that, I was exceptionally gifted, endowed with a rarely seen spirit, soul, and physique. Even without my spirit, these attributes remained unchanged. As the swirling dust settled, he slowly opened his eyes, a dazzling light gleaming within. "Your illusions hold no power over me. It is now my turn to strike," Xue Shursen calmly declared, observing the astonished sorceress. Boom. Following his words, the already formidable aura around him surged violently, enveloping him in brilliant azure flames. As the primal energy surged, it hinted at the might of a cataclysm. With a swift step, Xue Shursen vanished from sight. Buzz. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, a terrifying power emanating from her, enveloping the entire arena. Under her piercing gaze, it felt as if she could see through everything, swiftly capturing a blurred figure. Clang, clang, clang. In the next moment, to the astonishment of the spectators, a myriad of radiant lights appeared in the heavens, their profound purple hue and piercing might slicing through the air. In an instant, Xue Shursen was engulfed by the convergence of these sharp, lethal gazes. Crack, crack. The sounds of the ground being cleaved reached the audience, who gasped in shock as they realized that the sorceress's purple light had largely missed its mark, striking the dragon-patterned stone floor instead, causing it to fracture. Witnessing this, the crowd inhaled sharply. Had this fallen upon a person, it could have easily split their body in two. Flowing cloud step, a technique derived from mastering the cloud-plucking hand to perfection. Elder Seven exclaimed excitedly as he observed Xue Shursen's elusive figure on the stage. Chapter 51. The Momentum of Martial Arts. Clang. Crack. As brilliant beams of light swept across the ground, the surface of the martial arts arena, forged from dragon-patterned rock, began to fissure and spark. It was utterly astonishing. Such destructive power could almost instantaneously annihilate any adversary of the same rank. Yet, Xue Shursen moved with an ethereal grace, seemingly anticipating his foe's every maneuver, effortlessly evading the enchanting demoness' violet gaze. Fortunately, her previous underestimation of him proved advantageous. Otherwise, a blow of such magnitude would have inflicted severe injuries, even if he managed to withstand it. Xue Shursen silently acknowledged his good fortune. Clang. Suddenly, a profound purple light surged forth, propelled by an overwhelming force, slicing through the air towards him. Xue Shursen was taken aback, shifting his body just in time to evade. Although his left sleeve was torn asunder, "It appears the moment has arrived for you to showcase your powers," he remarked coolly. "What? How did you know?" The demoness, Yu Feifei, was taken aback, disbelief evident in her expression. "Your cultivation is insufficient. You cannot wield the power of your magical eyes without intervals. Your abilities have their limitations. It seems you possess considerable knowledge of ancient bloodlines," she retorted. "Now it is my turn. I am eager to see how many strands of true essence you manage to condense from your millennium-old spirit herb and assorted ingredients." One must remember that both Song Lingyu and Gu Binger each possess at least 500 strands, and together they are not my match. Before I ascended to the third heaven, I had already condensed 990 strands. Although I ultimately fell short of the legendary limit of 999 strands, I compensated for the missing 9 with my bloodline power and sacred secrets, rendering my foundation nearly perfect. With such accumulation to break through to the third heaven, do you believe you stand a chance? As the violet world around them gradually faded, The sky cleared once more, and Yu Feifei's beautiful eyes returned to normal. However, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within her. What? She has actually reached the third heaven of martial arts with such formidable accumulation? This implies that within the third heaven, she is likely unmatched. Gasped the members of the Gu family, sinking into despair once again. Xue Shisan abruptly shouted, his previous calm demeanor replaced by an imposing intensity. Boom! A torrent of azure radiance surged from within him, emanating a force akin to a cataclysmic tide, causing his raven hair to dance wildly. Crack, crack, crack! To the astonishment of the onlookers, the dragon-patterned rock beneath his feet began to fracture slightly. How is this possible? Everyone gazed in disbelief at this astonishing scene. This young man had only recently reached the level of externalizing his true essence with the Millennium Herb. Logically, his true essence should not exceed 120 strands. How could such power manifest with such terrifying might? No, his power far exceeds this. What truly unleashes his strength is his momentum. The force is as overwhelming as a mountain collapsing, as fierce as a tsunami. This is the legendary momentum of martial arts. He has indeed comprehended it. The crowd erupted in excitement. Even the prominent figures could not suppress their exclamations, some speculating about his abilities. Does he actually possess such power? Gu Meng, Gu Fei, and others stood in stunned silence. Is this truly his strength? Gu Linger murmured bitterly. When the momentum is strong, the aura is potent. When the aura is potent, the strength is unparalleled. This is the ancient path of martial arts, the true essence of martial prowess. Xue Shisan roared within, recalling the martial truths he had grasped during his rewards in the celestial abode. Rumbling. In the blink of an eye, his momentum surged once more, subtly accompanied by the resonant sounds of thunder, rapidly enhancing his strength, becoming unstoppable. 3,000 destruction arts. Boom. With Xue Shisan's decisive shout, a wave of annihilation and murderous intent erupted from within him, intensifying as his fingers swiftly moved. This was his martial technique, a fusion of the destruction seal and the 3,000 slaughter arts from the celestial realm. In an instant, the azure radiance enveloping Xue Shisan blazed like a conflagration, dazzling to behold, even transforming his pupils into a deep cerulean hue. Demonis, prepare to meet your end, he bellowed, thrusting his right palm forward with ferocity. Bang! The surging true essence of martial arts cascaded forth like a raging flood, transforming into a furious dragon wave that surged towards the Demonis. How is this possible? A chilling aura of slaughter and overwhelming destruction bore down upon Yu Feifei, shocking her to the core. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. Heavenly Demon Palm. She cried out. Boom. A whirlwind of purple-blue radiance surged around her, her presence becoming overwhelmingly domineering, akin to a witch ruling over the heavens. With swift movements of her fingers, the dense true essence of the third heaven rapidly coalesced into a gigantic energy handprint. The pressure emanating from it made the ground tremble. Thud, thud, thud. Soon, the two forces collided, their clash producing an overwhelming spectacle reminiscent of a vast ocean fracturing. Crack, crack, crack. The martial arts arena trembled violently, appearing on the verge of collapse, as fissures spread from the center of their battle, each a centimeter wide. How could a martial artist of the second heaven exhibit such battle prowess? This Xue Shisan is truly extraordinary. The crowd stared in awe at the battle unfolding before them. Expressions filled with disbelief, particularly among the younger spectators, who appeared utterly astounded. Within the arena, energy raged, winds howled, sharp as blades. The blinding light engulfed a vast area of the arena, obscuring the view of the duel. Bang, bang. With two muffled groans, spectators witnessed both combatants being sent flying. The sight of the Demonis, Yu Feifei, with a trace of blood trickling from her luscious red lips, left them in shock. Looking at Xue Shisan, he landed awkwardly, staggering, having coughed up a mouthful of blood. His left shoulder, waist, and chest were all punctured with gaping wounds, crimson blood flowing profusely, creating a ghastly sight. In an instant, he resembled a figure drenched in blood, a scene of utter tragedy. Heavens, is he truly fighting for his life? He is nothing short of insane. Yet, to engage the Demonis with such ferocity at the peak of the second heaven is no small feat, the crowd murmured, casting admiring glances at Xue Shisan. Though a tinge of regret lingered, he had sustained significant injuries, while Yu Feifei had only coughed up a bit of blood. It seemed the outcome would soon become evident. Some powerful individuals, however, pondered over the technique Shueshi had just executed. Sensing something unusual, their expressions tinged with confusion. Wait, although he is grievously wounded, his aura has not diminished. Heavens, look! His momentum is actually increasing. In the crowd, Zhou Ruffing and Jian Shun of the Great Zhou Empire noticed Shueshi anomaly and exclaimed in astonishment. This young man is rather extraordinary. The Azure Dragon Guardian from the Demon Palace remarked gravely. On the battlefield, Yu Feifei composed herself, her breath steadied, and gazed at Shueshi, a hint of seriousness gracing her features for the first time. What martial arts are you employing? She inquired. The enchanting Yu Feifei furrowed her brows, astonished that her opponent, despite his dire state, still harbored intentions of avenging his senior sister. She let out a delicate laugh, intrigued by such unwavering dedication. However, considering your current realm and injuries, I wonder how many times you can wield that technique again, she remarked, her eyes glinting with a cold light. Perhaps 2 or 3 times, maybe 4 or 5, or perhaps even more. I am uncertain myself. But do you realize that I was somewhat distracted earlier and did not unleash my true prowess? I am aware, yet I assure you, I will be even stronger than before. Upon concluding his statement, Shueshi tapped several points on his body to staunch the relentless flow of blood. As long as I draw breath, my martial momentum shall persist unyieldingly, and with strength and vigor, I shall wield unparalleled power. Shueshi roared, his eyes turning crimson in an instant, his demeanor frenzied. Boom! His aura surged once more, and under this frenzy's impetus, untold potential within him was awakened. As strands of true essence coalesced anew in his dantian. This true essence, remnants of the medicinal potency that had not been fully absorbed, was now being excavated from the depths of his being. I have declared that you shall pay the price for the palm strike that harmed my senior sister. Shueshi bellowed, as his true essence surged like a tempest, emanating an aura of destruction and slaughter, now intensified. You seek death. A sinister glint enveloped Yu Feifei's beautiful eyes as a purple-blue radiance surged forth from within her. As she elegantly waved her crystalline fingers, she transformed into a figure of terror. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two clashed once more, the blinding radiance spreading across the arena, resonating with thunderous echoes. The ground beneath them cracked further, fissures multiplying like a spider's web. Boom! 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 This time, the spectators did not wait long, as waves of energy exploded. Shueshi was forced to retreat repeatedly, each step accompanied by the spillage of blood from his mouth. By the time he halted, his complexion had turned as pale as parchment. On the sidelines, Song Lingyu cried out in desperation, urging Shueshi to concede, but he seemed oblivious to her pleas. Despite his worsening injuries and the absence of color from his face, his aura, his breath, his madness only grew stronger. Such resilience required an immense will. It was difficult to fathom how a mere 15-year-old boy could possess such a formidable spirit. A luminous hand suddenly appeared above him, infused with surging demonic energy, descending with a swift strike. Get away from me! Shueshi roared, his eyes blazing with intensity. How? He struck back with great force, a deep dragon's roar resonating from within him. The martial true essence surrounding him coalesced instantly, transforming into a blue divine dragon that surged skyward along his arm, charging toward the palm descending from the enchantress. Chapter 52. A fierce confrontation. A divine dragon, forged from the azure essence of martial arts, roared fiercely, exhaling billowing clouds as it charged toward the enchantress. This was yet another unique martial technique, the true dragon seal, a fusion of Shueshi-san's celestial arts and the cloud-seizing hand. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a colossal clash, blinding rays of light surging forth, with waves of energy radiating from their epicenter in all directions. The overwhelming spectacle and potent aura struck the hearts of everyone present. Such prowess was hardly befitting of the younger generation. Particularly striking was the image of the azure dragon unleashed by Shueshi. Its devastating aura and thunderous roars left all in awe. In a moment of disbelief, Elder Seven murmured, astonished at the intricate martial arts displayed. Where did this child learn such profound techniques? I've watched for ages and still can't discern their origin, Elder 5 remarked. Ask me? Who should I inquire? Elder 3 retorted, harboring his own myriad doubts. It feels as though 13's ultimate move carries the essence of the cloud-seizing hand. Yet that technique, while exquisite, pales in comparison to this raw, dominating power. Could it be that he has perfected the cloud-seizing hand to its zenith, grasping some ultimate truth of martial arts, thus transcending it to a new realm? Elder 2 speculated, skepticism lacing his tone. Just then, the battle took a sudden turn. Boom. A thunderous crack resounded as the enchantress's descending palm surged with newfound power, obliterating Shueisha-san's true dragon seal in an instant. A tremendous force bore down upon him. As their hands met, Shueisha-san felt his arm numbing, the pain radiating as if his bones were fracturing. The roar within him echoed as his legs bent at a harrowing angle, nearly breaking under the pressure. Unable to withstand the force, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Your tenacity is quite irksome. I intend to end your life. The enchantress, Yu Fei, hovered in mid-air, maintaining her aggressive posture, their faces mere inches apart, her gaze piercing with a glimmer of coldness. Boom. Suddenly, she unleashed an even more terrifying force directed at Shueisha-san. Crack. He could no longer hold his ground, one knee buckling as he half knelt, shaking the very earth beneath him. This was not enough. He coughed up 3 more mouthfuls of blood, his visage devoid of color. It seems your abilities have their limits. In that case, I must bid you farewell. Celestial Demon Annihilation. The enchantress declared, her jade hand leveraging against Shueisha-san's palm, propelling herself into the air, her body spinning gracefully before diving down once more. This time, an aura far more menacing radiated from her, the power fluctuations in her palm causing the already trembling arena to quake violently. It was this very technique that had led Gu Binger and Song Lingyu to defeat and grievous injury, and now, Shueisha-san stood alone against it. Be cautious. The Gu family members felt their hearts race, shouting in alarm. They could not bear the thought of Shueisha-san, their last hope, falling to the demon palace, thus losing their sacred secrets. Watching the enchantress's hand descend, Song Lingyu's previously flushed cheeks turned ashen, her delicate form trembling slightly. Do you wish to kill me? You lack the qualifications. Shueisha-san roared suddenly. Boom. His aura surged dramatically, emitting a thunderous roar far greater than before, awakening hidden potentials within him. The medicinal power dormant within his body surged forth, coalescing into strands of true essence. In that fleeting moment, his strength soared once more. The ancient martial path revolves around an indomitable force, an unwavering will that defies both heaven and earth, as long as one's heart and will remain resolute. Their vigor becomes boundless, growing stronger in the face of adversity. Thus, in that glorious era of antiquity, countless formidable beings arose, with a robust momentum and fierce energy. Strength becomes unrivaled. This was the martial truth Shueisha-san had comprehended. Roar. A dragon's cry reverberated as Shueisha-san soared into the sky, transforming into a blue divine dragon, intent on tearing apart the descending enchantress. Is he truly risking his life? This is utterly insane. The spectators gasped in horror. Such a fierce obsession, such formidable willpower. This man. Those around him could not help but draw a sharp breath. Motivated by the enchantress's prior attack on his sister, he was prepared to fight to the death. This was madness. He was indeed a dangerously unpredictable individual. Many resolved internally to avoid provoking Song Lingyu in the future, lest they encounter this madman ready to retaliate. Boom. In an instant, the two collided mid-air, causing the heavens to tremble, a resounding thud echoing forth. Layers of energy rippled outward, stirring up boundless winds and clouds, the blinding light obscuring the sun, rendering the clash unseen. Bang! With 2 muffled grunts, Shueisha-san plummeted rapidly, bloodied and battered, his once pristine white robe now stained crimson. This sight elicited gasps of shock from the onlookers. It was a scene of tragic heroism. Yet moments later, their eyes widened as the enchantress, Yu Fei, twisted through the air, also descending helplessly. How could this be? The Demon Palace members exclaimed, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. Boom. 2 muffled sounds followed as both figures hit the ground. Had they not possessed the resilient bodies of warriors, their fall from such heights would have surely shattered them. The arena fell silent as all eyes remained fixed on the 2 combatants. The enchantress was the first to rise, her body swaying slightly, her delicate face pale, hair disheveled, a trickle of crimson staining her lips. Shueisha-san struggled to his feet, coughing up another mouthful of blood, his chest and sleeves soaked in red. That last strike of mine must have reached the power of the 3rd heaven of martial arts, coming dangerously close to your level, he managed to utter through labored breaths. Indeed, But do you still possess any true essence within? The enchantress queried, recognizing the extraordinary strength he had summoned for that blow. One breath remains. Thus, I shall endure. With a deep exhalation, Shueshur-san's aura surged once more, thunderous roars resonating as the arena trembled beneath him. In this moment, all present were struck by his madness, some questioning if he was even human. Within this state, the potency of the millennium-old spiritual herb surged forth, rapidly restoring his strength and mending his injuries. A herb that had lived for a millennium, nearly sentient, could only be deemed miraculous. The effects of this ancient herb in Shueshur-san's hands transcended the comprehension of the ordinary. Soon, he returned to his peak condition, and his prowess further advanced. You have yet to pay the price you owe. How could I possibly fall? Shueshur-san coldly remarked, gazing at the enchanting woman. How could this be? What do you intend to do? I have never encountered anyone as deranged as you. The beguiling Yufei responded, her tone now tinged with a sharp edge and irritation, completely devoid of her previous composure. Under Shueshur-san's madness, even she felt a shiver run down her spine. Others shared her sentiment, perceiving Shueshur-san as a monster. Each time he was gravely injured by the enchantress, he not only remained standing, but seemed to grow ever stronger. His vitality and indomitable will were truly terrifying. Bang! In an instant, the two collided once more, a blinding light illuminating the arena, waves of immense energy surging forth. Shueshur-san appeared almost immortal, his overwhelming life force astonishing all. Time and again, he was sent flying by the enchantress, yet he rose again, his power increasing with each resurgence. Meanwhile, Yufei, amidst the fray, found herself slightly breathless, on the brink of madness. Could this man truly be made of iron? Many pondered in disbelief. Phantom Finger. With a sharp command from the enchantress, a myriad of finger shadows enveloped Shueshur-san, blurring the line between reality and illusion. The dazzling violet-blue essence of martial arts shimmered, captivating the onlookers. Whoosh! A fierce gust of wind tore through the air, and in the next moment, Shueshur-san's chest was struck by a sudden, ethereal finger. With a resounding boom, the blue essence erupted from his chest, unleashing a terrifying force, showcasing the defense of his Zhaiyun hand to its fullest extent. Bang! The enchantress, in disbelief, was actually knocked back half a step. Excellent! I have finally absorbed most of the effects of the Millennium Spirit Herb, Shueshur-san mused inwardly, then surged forward, delivering a powerful palm strike toward the enchantress. Throughout this exchange, the blue light on his fingertips blazed forth, transforming into an indomitable dragon claw. Had anyone peered into his dantian at that moment, they would have discovered that Shueshur-san's martial essence had surpassed 500 strands, even exceeding that of Song Lingyu and Gu Binger. With such profound power, combined with the celestial techniques and martial arts he had ingeniously developed, he was capable of unleashing an extraordinary, defiant martial prowess, greatly amplifying his offensive capabilities. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as their martial essences detonated simultaneously. Staggering backward, both combatants took several steps before regaining their footing, leaving the enchantress utterly astounded. You! She gazed at Shueshur-san in utter disbelief, realizing that this time he had neither suffered injury nor been sent flying, but stood equally matched against her. Martial arts. Third heaven, nearly at the pinnacle of Tao Foundation, sacred tier secret techniques. I believe. None of this remains your advantage. We are now on equal footing. I am grateful for the pressure you have imposed upon me, which has only made me stronger. Yet regrettably, your strength has not changed, and you have even sustained considerable injuries from me. It seems the time has come to determine the victor, Shueshur-san declared. Chapter 53. Victory and Defeat on the Combat Stage. Waves of energy erupted, creating an overwhelming atmosphere as the two combatants swiftly clashed once more. Their figures moved like the wind, their strikes as swift as lightning, enveloping a significant portion of the arena in a majestic glow of martial prowess. With every collision of their palms, torrents of martial essence burst forth, resonating with tremendous force. Kill! Shueshur-san bellowed sharply, raising his hand to launch a fierce assault. He was engulfed in a dense aura of slaughter and destruction, his martial essence surging like a raging tsunami mixed with the might of thunder. The impacts reverberated as he exchanged blows with the enchanting woman, each strike causing the arena to tremble violently. How is this possible? The Qinglong protector of the Demon Palace and the Demon General exchanged astonished glances, a foreboding sense creeping into their hearts. Fantastic. Su Shixiang is actually able to engage in a fierce battle with that enchantress. Our goof family may yet have hope. The schemes of the Demon Palace will surely not succeed. Indeed, as Su Shixiang transitioned from a state of being thoroughly overwhelmed to one of parity, the goof family members felt a surge of exhilaration, especially among the younger generation, who could not help but admire Su Shixiang, calling him Su Shixiang with reverence in their eyes. In the midst of this fierce combat, Su Shixiang had transformed from a desperately outmatched fighter to a formidable opponent capable of meeting the enchantress blow for blow. His strikes varied in nature, sometimes gentle as a cloud, at other times fierce and unyielding, each move radiating an air of annihilation. Remarkably, despite each of his attacks seemingly exhausting his energy, Su Shixiang showed no signs of fatigue. This extraordinary resilience was attributed to the formidable effects of the millennium-old spiritual herb he had consumed. As he fought, he pushed himself to the limits, while simultaneously harnessing the residual potency within his body through the Wuji Xingyuan Gong, converting it into strands of pure essence. At this moment, he had amassed an astonishing 640 strands of martial essence within him, an unfathomable feat. Were it not for the relentless pressure exerted by the enchantress during this brutal exchange, he would not have achieved such prowess so swiftly, even with the aid of the spiritual herb. Finally, after 100 exchanges, the tides of battle began to shift. Su Shixiang's aura surged once more. His latent potential ignited as the Wuji Xingyuan Gong operated frantically, augmenting his martial essence. In contrast, the enchantress, after such an extended bout of vigorous combat, began to show signs of weariness, despite being at the third level of martial arts. Lacking the spiritual herb's replenishing effects, she could not recover from her previous injuries. With the balance shifting, Su Shixiang declared, "Enchantress, meet your demise." He concentrated his essence, conjuring a miniature blue dragon that twirled in his palm. With a thunderous clap, he unleashed the dragon, which expanded into a magnificent creature, now 10 meters long, surging forth with an imposing presence towards the enchantress. "Magic dance of the world," she retorted, her expression grave. As a formidable figure on the Qinglong ranking, she was incensed by the fact that a mere rookie was forcing her into such a disarrayed state. The two powers collided, sending shockwaves through the arena. Su Shixiang's blue dragon roared, its claws viciously tearing through the enchantress's martial essence, yet its brilliance began to fade. Not good. The enchantress gasped, realizing the precariousness of her situation. The atmosphere crackled as Su Shixiang pressed forward, his spirit unyielding. "Your time is over, now it is mine," he proclaimed, chasing after the enchantress with relentless vigor. Each encounter sent her reeling, her once radiant visage now pale and trembling. Yet Su Shixiang showed no mercy, intensifying his onslaught. With a mighty burst of energy, Su Shixiang's hand erupted in blinding light. The force of his strike sent the enchantress sprawling, blood spilling forth as she struggled to maintain her footing, now teetering on the edge of the arena. As he approached her, his presence echoed like a tempest, the air around him vibrating with an almost cataclysmic resonance. Suddenly, he sensed a looming threat as she declared, "I have never encountered someone as relentless as you, nor someone I despise so deeply. Yet now, I truly wish to end your life." The enchantress spoke with a fierce tone, her eyes now icy, glimmering with intense murderous intent. Yu Fei, as a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy, possessed a noble lineage and had diligently practiced the sacred secret scriptures, which had allowed her to accumulate an exceptional foundation in her path. Despite her numerous advantages, she never anticipated being cornered to such a desperate situation by someone of the second celestial layer. It is easy to imagine the fury she felt, given her extraordinary grace. Shui Shixiang felt a jolt of alarm within, growing increasingly vigilant, yet he did not halt his advance. "You speak well," he said calmly, though his eyes sparkled with a frenzied light. "In my demon palace, the sacred scripture, ancient demon scripture, has rarely been mastered by practitioners below the sixth celestial layer. Even those who manage to cultivate it cannot grasp its essence, rendering its power limited. But do you know why I am capable of such cultivation? Because I possess the demon eye, which not only allows me to practice the ancient demon scripture but also merges the power of the demon eye with divine arts, thus generating an even greater force." At this juncture, the once frail figure of the enchantress, Yu Fei, suddenly exuded an aura of terror. Her hair floated as she radiated an otherworldly beauty, her autumn-like eyes now shimmering with dazzling violet light. This is bad, Shueshursen thought, realizing the peril he was in. In that instant, without hesitation, he launched his attack. Boom. The world was momentarily enveloped in a sea of purple light, transforming the surroundings into a violet realm. However, what followed was not merely a single gaze or two, but a tempest composed of the violet light from the demon eye, dense and overwhelming, rendering it impossible to discern their number. It was utterly terrifying, sending chills down one's spine. Crack! At that moment, the arena trembled violently, succumbing to the onslaught of the horrific storm. The dragon-patterned stone floor fractured in multiple places, and numerous stones were sent flying. Break for me! With a commanding shout, Shueshursen unleashed a formidable aura, his palms swirling with 6 divine dragons, pushing forward. Boom, boom, boom. A series of colossal explosions reverberated, as the martial energies of both combatants erupted, engulfing an area of several meters in a whirlwind of force, raising clouds of dust and debris. Shueshursen roared, his 6 divine dragons advancing, shattering wave after wave of the violet light from the demon eye. Yet, the sheer volume was overwhelming, and streams of blood mist erupted from his body. As the brilliance of the 6 divine dragons began to wane, their power diminishing, the enchantress's violet light surged relentlessly forward. Just then, a soft white light suddenly burst forth from Shueshursen's fingertips, delicate as a thread, yet forceful in its expulsion. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, over a dozen strands of the violet light shattered. This singular gesture seemed to possess boundless might. The 6 divine dragons, infused with a sliver of celestial prowess, propelled the blood-soaked Shueshursen forward, cleaving through the relentless waves of violet light. Finally, as the 6 divine dragons dissipated, a solitary finger appeared before the enchantress, forcefully pressing against her chest. Chapter 54. The finale. A thunderous roar echoed as fierce winds surged around, swirling the clouds ominously. A figure was sent hurtling backward like a severed kite, crashing out of the arena. Above, countless crystalline droplets of blood cascaded down, glistening like vibrant red agate under the sun's embrace. The enchanting demoness, Yufei, had been defeated. This outcome had been inconceivable to the onlookers, and even more astonishing was the fact that the imperious enchantress had ultimately succumbed to the mere fingertip of Shueshursen. His single gesture seemed to wield an arcane enchantment. From the commencement of the contest to this moment, none of his formidable opponents had evaded its grasp. Standing at the edge of the arena, Shueshursen surveyed the scene. The ground bore the scars of their fierce confrontation, the once resilient dragon-patterned rock shattered into fragments. His body was drenched in blood, streaming from his wounds and staining the earth beneath him. His pallid visage, reminiscent of parchment, betrayed the toll of battle, and he staggered, his steps unsteady. There was a profound valor about him, an indescribable tragedy, yet simultaneously a radiant brilliance. He had triumphed. Triumphant. The Gu family had actually emerged victorious? A voice from the crowd echoed this sentiment, drawing countless gazes toward the bloodied, nearly collapsing youth. Yet, in their eyes, his disheveled appearance did not evoke sympathy. They beheld his blood-soaked white robe as a glorious spectacle. Under the sunlight, it appeared as if he donned a suit of sanguine armor, exuding an air of majestic invincibility, akin to an undefeated youthful demigod that instilled both awe and trepidation. Moreover, the gruesome wounds festooned across his body seemed to exude a certain authority and dominance, leaving the onlookers in silent shock. In that moment, Shueshursen's aura, his image, and his presence transformed into something extraordinarily perfect, towering, resplendent, and dazzling in the eyes of the crowd. He had become the singular focus of the moment. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, the Gu family members and many others rejoicing in jubilation. The Holy Maiden, a beautiful woman in her 30s and protector of the Kirin, had already soared into the air, catching the defeated demoness Yufei. Her aura was dangerously weak, her complexion devoid of color, and her once brilliant eyes now dimmed. The defeat of even the demoness who had entered the ranking of the winds and clouds signified that Shueshursen was truly the rightful first of the hidden dragon list. Perhaps even the notorious freak from the Blood Garment sect could not rival him. Among the crowd, the young lord of the Tongtian Tower, Lanixuan, felt a surge of excitement. A previously unnoticed individual had now ascended to the pinnacle of the hidden dragon list in a single moment, a phenomenon unseen in centuries. Lanixuan's heart swelled with joy as he envisioned the uproar that would ensue once news of the Gu family's triumph spread. He could only imagine the expressions on the faces of the elders upon learning of this revelation. Shueshur-san, Shueshur-san, Shueshur-san. The crowd chanted fervently, their voices rising like a tidal wave, shaking the heavens. The second elder and other prominent figures, even the typically stoic elder from the law enforcement hall, laughed with pride, knowing that the Gu family's position in the martial world would be further solidified from this day forth. Haha, Demon Palace. It is time for you to surrender your holy grade secret tome. The seventh elder exclaimed with mirth. How bold! Where do you think you are going? The second elder's sudden command silenced the crowd, as 7 or 8 unparalleled warriors of the Gu family ascended into the air. What? The Demon Palace intends to flee? The guests were taken aback, but not surprised by the actions of the Demon Palace members. Some wasted no time in attacking, while others hesitated, choosing to observe the unfolding drama. Chinquan Map. The Demon Palace's leader, Tianma Shuai, shouted in a commanding voice as the Kirin and Azure Dragon protectors simultaneously acted. Pointing into the sky, a colossal light screen materialized above them, shimmering with landscapes and exotic creatures, as well as ancient and powerful silhouettes that were nothing short of breathtaking. The sights within were vast, encompassing everything and evoking a sense of the universe itself. Could this truly be a holy grade artifact? It seemed to harbor the mysteries of space, likely a relic from a bygone martial arts master of unparalleled might. Shueshur-san, despite his indignation towards the Demon Palace's betrayal, recognized his own limitations and understood that he could not thwart such power. Witnessing the manifestation of the Chinquan Map filled him with astonishment. Rumbling. At that moment, the second elder and other unparalleled masters of the Gu family, along with several guests, launched their attacks midair, unleashing a terrifying aura that shattered the clouds above and twisted the very fabric of the void. The second elder thrust forth his hand, conjuring a massive mountain imprint from pure energy, pressing forward with overwhelming force. Other warriors unleashed their own devastating techniques, sword chi slicing through the air, colossal handprints spanning 10 feet, and thunderous firestorms erupting all around, each exhibiting their formidable prowess. Boom, boom, boom. Under such overwhelming assaults, the mountains trembled and the winds roared, swiftly engulfing the members of the Demon Palace. Haraha, have you forgotten the might of my Demon Palace's Chinquan Map? What does it matter how many of you there are? The Azure Dragon Protector laughed heartily, just as the onslaught reached its peak. The Chinquan Map trembled in the void, and a curtain of light descended, causing all attacks to vanish into nothingness. Boom. Instantly, every strike fell short, generating terrifying storms of destruction in the sky. Haha, young man. Do not say I am untrustworthy. If you seek the holy grade secret tome, then come to Tianma Mountain and claim it for yourself. The 3rd day of June each year is the day of our sacred rite. If you can reach the summit on that day, all of us in the Demon Palace shall heed your command. Tianma Shuai's deep and resonant voice echoed from outside the Gu family's gates, directed towards Shueshur-san. Hee. Young lad, should you truly scale the peak on that day, you will become the holy son of my Demon Palace, and the holy grade secret tome will be yours to take. But it all hinges on your capability. Ha ha. The earthly king of the underworld chuckled, lingering nearby. You scoundrel, seeking death. A powerful figure from the Gu family responded, yet the earthly king merely chuckled, burrowing underground and moving beneath the crowd, causing chaos to erupt in the square. The notion of ascending Tianma Mountain from its base to its pinnacle on the 3rd day of June was nearly impossible. To become the holy son of the Demon Palace? Such a prospect was utterly absurd. Should it come to pass, he would undoubtedly become a target of universal disdain. However, the Demonis owed him a holy grade secret tome, and he would not let this opportunity slip away easily. He would find a way to acquire it in the future. Haha, young man, what grandiose claims. Do you truly believe that defeating the Holy Maiden makes you remarkable? Your victory today was merely a stroke of fortune. The gap between you and the Holy Maiden will only widen from here on out. The earthly king taunted from beneath the ground before fading into silence. Junior brother, pay them no heed. The Demon Palace was originally meant to have 2 great heirs, the Holy Son and the Holy Maiden. However, the female demon's overwhelming strength intimidated everyone, leaving the position of Holy Son vacant. They are deliberately attempting to ensnare you. Do not fall into their trap. At an unknown moment, Song Lingyu approached Shueshur-san, supporting him while speaking. Shueshur-san nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, how do you feel, little junior brother? Sister, I'm fine. It's just some minor injuries, he replied, Suddenly, Song Lingyu's expression darkened as she sternly gazed at Shueshi-san, causing a shiver down his spine. If you dare to act recklessly like that again, just wait and see how I will deal with you. After uttering this, she tenderly examined her junior brother's wounds. She was reprimanding Shueshi-san for his reckless pursuit of vengeance against the demoness on her behalf. Shueshi-san obediently nodded. In truth, his motivations for taking action stemmed primarily from his concern for his elder sister, while the Holy Grade's secret tome was a secondary consideration. Even without the Holy Grade's secret tome, he would still seek retribution for her. His earlier declarations on the arena were not mere words. He genuinely intended what he said. His elder sister's willingness to sacrifice everything for him had long made him regard her as his very life. To harm her was to harm his own existence, and thus he would fight to the death against anyone who dared to threaten her. The crowd suddenly fell silent as the second elder and several other prominent elders ascended the arena, looking at Shueshi-san with warm expressions and deep admiration. Although the Demon Palace's breach of contract prevented the Gu family from obtaining the Holy Grade's secret tome, this did not diminish their favorable impression of Shueshi-san. Second elder, my junior brother has made such remarkable contributions to our family. You wouldn't want to go back on your word, would you? Song Lingyu inquired. Haha, how could that be? Lingyu, is that how you speak of me? Am I truly that kind of person in your eyes? The second elder chuckled, shaking his head at Song Lingyu, though he was not angry. He then turned to the guests surrounding them, delivering some pleasantries before announcing loudly, I hereby declare the conclusion of this year's grand competition of the Gu family. Shueshi-san is the victor, and in 3 days, he shall enter the family's transformation pool and will also comprehend the Holy Grade's secret tome, 9 turns mysterious yang vitality. Upon hearing this, the Gu family erupted in joyous celebration. Shortly thereafter, someone approached with a tray, presenting a bounty of 100,000 gold notes to Shueshi-san. The transformation pool and the Holy Grade's secret tome could not be given to him immediately, so this additional reward was bestowed first. Second elder, I seem to recall you mentioning that anyone who could defeat the demoness would become a candidate for the family's inheritance. Song Lingyu reminded him at the opportune moment. The second elder paused, then chuckled ruefully. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that since this lad had already obtained the family's Holy Grade's secret tome, what difference did it make regarding the inheritance candidacy? Thus, he publicly announced Shueshi-san's new identity, and all members of the Gu family regarded him with envious eyes. From this moment forth, his status within the Gu family would be unparalleled. Chapter 55, Turmoil. Senior sister, I am fine now. Please allow me to go out. Snow 13 implored pitifully from within the room. The family competition had concluded, and after announcing Snow 13 as the first place winner, the second elder proceeded to declare the other top 10 positions. Notably, after Snow 13 was appointed first, it became challenging to determine the second and third places, as the strengths of Gu Binger and Song Lingyu were hard to assess. Given that they could not compete again, the second elder made an exception, declaring both women tied for second place. Upon returning, the clan had sent a plethora of healing medicines, and with the effects of the Millennium Ginseng coursing through his body, Snow 13's injuries had significantly improved. At least he could move without major impediments. No, Song Lingyu firmly stated. Senior sister, I wish to go out and gather some medicinal herbs. For what purpose? Hasn't that demoness shattered your blue wind bloodline? You cannot wield it for the time being. Just lie down obediently until tomorrow morning. There is no need to worry about anything else. Throughout the night, Song Lingyu diligently changed Snow 13's dressings, providing meticulous care, while Snow 13, having slept through the afternoon, found himself unable to rest. They exchanged words, conversing through the evening as youth often does. His external wounds had nearly healed, yet the internal injuries to his organs and meridians required several more days of recuperation. Stepping out into the courtyard, Snow 13 inhaled the fresh morning air, stretching his limbs and reveling in a splendid mood. Snow, Brother Snow. A youth happened to pass by and, upon seeing Snow 13, greeted him with both respect and trepidation. This unexpected display of reverence left Snow 13 feeling somewhat unaccustomed, for if his memory served him right, during the past 3 years at the Gu family, he had never received such honor. This was the first time anyone had referred to him as Brother Snow. He was once again reminded of the significance of strength in this world. Wait, Snow 13 called out to the youth. Is there something you wish, Brother Snow? The boy promptly turned, his face filled with awe. I recall that today is the day of the auction at Yashuan Pavilion in Shengwu City, is it not? Snow 13 inquired, not having forgotten the precious elixir he had deposited there. However, to his surprise, the auction at Yashuan Pavilion had been postponed by a day due to the acquisition of a rare treasure. It was said to be an exquisite martial technique, albeit incomplete due to the absence of the final page. Snow 13 gasped, realizing that was why Yashuan Pavilion had delayed the auction. Such a technique was second only to the sacred level methods, and even without the last page, its worth surpassed that of ordinary techniques. He waved his hand, indicating that there was nothing further, allowing the youth to depart. Had it not been for the continuous replenishment of my true essence by the Millennium Ginseng during my battle with that demoness, victory would have been unattainable. This morning, the clan announced that Gu Meng, a side branch member, had been elevated to direct lineage status. Apparently, Gu Meng's father had also been appointed as an outer sect elder by the second elder. Truly, one individual's success can elevate many. Yet, Gu Meng's performance was indeed surprising. No one had anticipated his entry into the top 10 of the competition. Early in the morning, a group of young men and women from the Gu family gathered to discuss the events that had transpired. Gu Meng merely had good fortune. Gu Meng, what do you mean by that? Do you think with your perfected first layer of heaven, you could also make it into the top 10? If it weren't for my unexpected injury a few days ago, I would have already broken through to the second layer by now. With the might of my foundational palm technique, Gu Meng would have been inconsequential. Gu Meng, Gu Wei, and Gu Feng, the trio of rascals, strode in with an air of arrogance. Upon hearing this, the others merely scoffed, their expressions revealing disdain. Gu Meng, why are you laughing? Do you not believe me? Would you care to spar? If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall leave without further ado. Seeing the reactions of the crowd, Gu Meng felt irked. Yet as most present were girls, he refrained from expressing his frustration. Thus, he set his sights on a weaker boy, seeking to provoke him. Gu Meng, you are merely posturing. If you have the skill, go challenge Brother Snow. A girl interjected, defending the boy. Indeed. Weren't you the one who previously called Brother Snow a waste? What? Now you dare not. Need I say more? Brother Snow could merely lift a finger, and Gu Meng would be left searching for his teeth. He wouldn't dare approach. The crowd began to tease. Gu Meng's expression soured, and he longed to retort, thinking to himself that Snow 13 was not someone to be trifled with lightly. After all, who could escape the might of his finger following such a grand competition? Even the demoness had been sent flying by a mere flick of his finger. Indeed, I dare not challenge Snow 13 now, not just me, but likely no one in the clan would be brave enough to provoke him. Still, that only signifies that he is temporarily ahead. It is nothing remarkable, Gu Meng declared. Precisely. We are still young. Who knows when our potential might be unleashed, allowing us to surge ahead. I hope Snow 13 does not become complacent and disappoint us in the next competition. Indeed, I am eager to see how far Snow 13 can maintain his upward trajectory. Come the competition in 3 years, he had better not remain stagnant, reveling in his current achievements. If he does, I shall easily defeat him with a single hand. Gu Wei and Gu Feng spoke with a haughty demeanor. The crowd collectively rolled their eyes, revealing a trace of mockery. Snow, Brother Snow? Just then, a soft, timid voice echoed from behind, plunging the area into silence. Snow 13 stood behind them, accompanied by a graceful young girl clad in red. Gu Qianqian, known for her proud and flamboyant demeanor, had previously shown disdain towards Snow 13, often mocking him and never casting a serious glance in his direction. Yet now, she stood nervously beside him, her gaze evasive, seemingly hesitant to meet his eyes, her posture betraying an unusual shyness, a stark contrast to her former arrogance. Her expression was a tapestry of complexity, laced with bitterness, regret, fear, and a hint of anticipation. Snow 13 offered her a slight smile, a gesture of acknowledgement. This caused her heart to race. She had envisioned various responses from Brother Snow, but had not anticipated such a reaction. Involuntarily, she sighed with relief, yet simultaneously felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Snow, Brother Snow. Good morning, Brother Snow, the others chimed in, their nervousness palpable as they greeted him, their smile somewhat rigid. Their prior indifference towards Snow 13 was now replaced by an air of anxiousness. I am merely taking a stroll. I hope I have not disturbed you, Snow 13 said with a smile. Not at all. Brother Snow, how could you say that? We are delighted to see you, the group of girls hastily replied. Gu Meng and his companions were drenched in cold sweat. trembling as regret seeped into their hearts for their earlier bravado. Why had they spoken so boastfully? In the past, it might not have mattered. But today, Snow 13 was a figure of considerable strength, likely ranking second on the potential dragon list, possibly even first. In terms of status, he was a candidate for the clan's legacy, rivaling the esteemed Gubanger. The mere thought of such a formidable individual was enough to leave them breathless. It is prudent to remain grounded in reality. However, ambition is commendable. I eagerly anticipate a day when you can defeat me with a single hand. Snow 13 remarked with a smile directed at the trio. Snow, Brother Snow is jesting. Misunderstandings abound. We spoke in haste. Please forgive us, Brother Snow. Do not take it to heart. Gu Wei and Gu Feng were drenched in sweat, speaking hurriedly. Although their elders held significant positions in the clan, they paled in comparison to Gu Ming. At that moment, Gu Ming kept his head low, wishing fervently to disappear into the ground like the lord of the earth. Faced with Shueshi-san, he dared not utter a single word. Shueshi-san, finding the situation rather tedious, chose not to press the three further. Along the way, everyone encountered Shueshi-san with utmost reverence, particularly a striking young woman whose beautiful eyes were filled with a mix of anxiety and unspoken anticipation. Even the typically stoic guards of the clan regarded Shueshi-san with profound respect. Unbeknownst to Shueshi-san, news of his battle with the enchanting woman had already spread far and wide. Discussions of him echoed not only at the foot of Xingwu Mountain and within Xingwu City, but even in distant lands. Shortly thereafter, a message emerged from the Tontian Tower headquarters announcing Shueshi-san as the first on the Qianlong list. Additionally, it was reported that the previous top two, the blood-clad sects Air Shui Malong and the enchanting Yu Feifei, had both ascended to the third level of martial arts and entered the Qinglong list. These revelations sparked considerable excitement, particularly regarding the name Shueshi-san, which had been previously unheard of. Chapter 56, The Auction Junior Brother. You must be feeling quite bored after staying indoors for 2 days. Today, there happens to be a grand auction at the elegant pavilion in Xingwu City. Let me take you out to see it, but you must stay by my side and not wander off. Senior sister, I think I'll pass. You go on ahead. What? Why not? Haven't you been clamoring to go out for the past few days? Well, I understand that you would prefer me to rest in my room to recover, so to ease your worries, I'll endure for a few more days. The auction will undoubtedly have many treasures, and I'm sure you will find something you need. Please don't mind me. Just go enjoy yourself. With that, Shueshi-san concocted an excuse to send his senior sister away. Half an hour later, Gu Laoba stealthily entered, informing Shueshi-san that Song Lingyu had indeed descended the mountain. Thus, he accepted a package prepared by Gu Laoba and exited the Gu residence. Young Master 13. The guard at the gate immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing Shueshi-san, his demeanor tinged with palpable excitement. Shueshi-san nodded and stepped out, feeling a surge of emotion. Throughout his years at the Gu residence, the guards had always been aloof. Never had they shown him such deference. Strength, indeed, is paramount. Today, many people were descending the mountain, likely drawn by the auction. Additionally, the guests who had come to witness the events a few days prior had not yet departed, resulting in a considerable number of individuals making their way down. Isn't that Shui brother? After exchanging pleasantries with a few acquaintances, Shueshi-san was startled to see the enchanting princess Qianqian emerging as well. To avoid unnecessary complications, he chose to take a secluded path. Upon reaching halfway down the mountain, he opened the package prepared by Gu Laoba, changed his attire, and altered his appearance before continuing his descent. Sister, that Shueshi-san is truly infuriating. He won first place in the recent competition and will soon enter the dragon transformation pool to cultivate the 9 turns profound yang qi. That was specifically prepared for you by father, yet it has fallen into his hands. As Shueshi-san arrived at the base of the mountain, he unexpectedly overheard a conversation between two sisters, Gu Ling-er and Gu Bing-er. Ling-er, what are you trying to say? Gu Bing-er replied flatly, Sigh, sister. I am worried about you. What do you mean? Do you think father might marry you off to Shueshi-san to prevent our family's divine skills from leaking out? Or perhaps invite him to join our family? Stop talking nonsense. Sister, this is a genuine possibility. Yet, Shueshi-san is quite the enigma. While many criticize him, he remains unfazed, and in pivotal moments, he has even defeated formidable opponents. I believe you two share similar temperaments, both understated yet powerful. Shueshi-san embodies the strength you admire. Perhaps you should consider him. If that were to happen, I would kill him first. The two sisters, one lively and playful, the other cool and aloof, gradually walked away. Kill me? Shueisha-san watched the two graceful figures ahead, shaking his head. He mused, do you think I would marry you just because your father demands it? If you refuse, do you think I would willingly accept? Gu Bing's arrogance vexed him. It felt as if marrying her would be akin to marrying a mere cat or dog, such a humiliation that any man would find intolerable. She seemed to believe herself so remarkable that no man could be worthy of her, yet she remained unaware that he had never regarded her highly. If he were to wed, it would be his senior sister or perhaps that enchanting savior from the Immortal Realm, Shuero, or even the mesmerizing Huan Yining. In any case, Gu Bing, you shall remain at the back of the line, even if it means risking the ire of a vengeful wife. I would never wed you first. Throughout the journey, Shueisha-san's mind entertained wicked thoughts, dismissing the proud young lady, Gu Bing, with scathing disdain. Shenwu City was bustling today, more so than usual, with long lines forming at multiple city gates. After considerable time, Shueisha-san finally entered the city and proceeded directly to the elegant pavilion to seek out Huan Yining. My lord. As he stepped through the entrance of the elegant pavilion, a charming maid approached him, her graceful figure and alluring gaze captivating. Shueisha-san recognized her as Weiyang, the maid who had previously quarreled with him and ultimately lost a bet. Weiyang, what brings you here? Where is your mistress? With Weiyang's assistance, he learned that Huan Yining had arranged everything. Should Shueisha-san wish to attend the auction, Weiyang would take care of all his needs. Moreover, if he found something of interest during the auction, he could bid freely, with the cost deducted from the price of his divine elixirs. As the auction had yet to commence, Weiyang led Shueisha-san to a VIP room, replete with fruits and fine wines. My lord, here is the list of items for this auction. Please peruse it at your leisure. Weiyang said, handing him a booklet. Pure yang grass, 100-leaf flower. Blue soul fruit. Shueisha-san examined the list, noting the rarity of each item, each one likely worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of silver taels. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a mysterious jade vial, seemingly containing the true blood of a phoenix. Shueisha-san nearly gasped in astonishment. If it were truly phoenix blood, what astonishing rewards might it yield if absorbed within the immortal mansion? Perhaps it could even unlock a legacy. Yet, he also recalled that his senior sister belonged to the blue phoenix bloodline. It would undoubtedly be of greater benefit to her. Thus, he resolved silently. And dragon blood? Upon seeing this, Shueisha-san could hardly contain his laughter, believing this auction to be tailor-made for him. He harbored no concerns about the prices. With divine elixirs at his disposal, he could sweep through the auction without regard for the cost of any item. Suddenly, he felt a delightful tingling sensation on his thigh. Upon glancing down, he found Weiyang, the alluring maid, crouched beside him, her form enticing, her posture slightly provocative. Her small hands were kneading his leg with just the right amount of pressure. This was Shueisha-san's first experience of such treatment, and he suddenly realized the necessity of having a maid by his side. Thus, he spent the ensuing time sipping tea, perusing the auction list, while enjoying the maid's tender ministrations. The auction hall was already teeming with people, at least tens of thousands in attendance. Weiyang guided Shueisha-san to a spacious box on the second floor, entirely crafted from crystal, radiating brilliance and beauty. From within, one could clearly see everything outside. Yet those outside could not discern the interior. My lord, such crystal boxes are reserved for the heads of the 4 great families or the champions of the rankings in Shenwu City. It is the highest level of treatment offered by our elegant pavilion. Even the young masters and ladies from prominent families can only access the golden boxes on the first floor, Weiyang explained. Shueisha-san nodded to himself as he looked through the crystal walls at the many members of the Gu family on the ground floor, Gu Fei, Gu Jian, Gu Ming, and others, who were unable to secure a box and were jostling among the throngs. Suddenly, a commotion erupted below, and Shueisha-san turned to see the Gu sisters standing before a golden box, seemingly in a standoff with his senior sister, Song Lingyu, engaged in a dispute over that very box. Furrowing his brow, Shueisha-san instructed Weiyang, go inform your mistress that no matter how busy it gets here today, a crystal box on the second floor must be made available for me, and please invite that esteemed lady to join us. Moments later, a chorus of astonished gasps arose from below, revealing Gu Linger's expression of sheer disbelief. A crystal private room. Indeed, a most extravagant arrangement by the Yashuan Pavilion for Song Lingyu. What right did she have to such privilege? Gu Linger exclaimed, her heart swelling with envy, particularly at the provocative and triumphant demeanor Song Lingyu had displayed moments earlier, which incensed her to no end. In truth, Song Lingyu herself was equally perplexed, bombarding her attendant with inquiries, but the response was merely that it was an arrangement from above, with no further information offered. Shortly thereafter, a stunningly alluring woman emerged on stage, adorned in a form-fitting red gown that accentuated her serpentine waist and breathtaking curves. Her enchanting eyes and luscious crimson lips spoke volumes of her captivating beauty, a veritable femme fatale. While not quite on par with Huan Yining, her allure was hardly lacking. In terms of appearance, she was merely a shade less remarkable, undeniably a rare gem. Snow 13 could not help but acknowledge the abundance of beauty at Yashuan Pavilion. Esteemed guests, I am Xian, your auctioneer for this evening. I sincerely thank you all for your presence. Now, allow me to briefly outline the proceedings of this auction. The woman began, her voice delicate and melodious, exuding an air of elegance and grace without the slightest hint of artifice. This very aura captivated a significant portion of the audience, rapidly enhancing the atmosphere. What a true siren she is. The fervor has already reached such heights before the auction has even commenced. One can only imagine the fervent bidding that awaits. Snow 13 mused, his expression peculiar. Miss Xian, might I inquire when the coveted divine elixir will be presented? I have journeyed all the way from the divine wind kingdom solely for that. Indeed, I seek nothing else but to compete for the legendary divine elixir. Until it appears, Miss Xian, do not expect me to part with my coins. That is simply out of the question. Laughter erupted among the crowd, many voices chiming in. Upon hearing this, Xian's cheeks flushed slightly, though she quickly regained her composure, offering a gracious smile. Yet, her earlier expression had not gone unnoticed, and many eyes glistened with anticipation. Snow 13's eyes brightened at this. It seemed the competition for the divine elixir would be even more intense than he had anticipated. I understand that many of you have traveled great distances to be here. Therefore, I shall not squander your precious time any longer. I hereby declare the auction officially open. Chapter 57. Ancient relics. The items available at this auction in the elegant Xian Pavilion are undoubtedly extraordinary. As one precious herb or artifact after another is presented, the crowd below erupts into a frenzy of bidding. While the quality of the items is one aspect, the primary allure lies in the captivating auctioneer, the enchanting Xian, whose alluring figure ignites fervor among the attendees. The Xianyang fruit, aged 500 years, is not only capable of significantly enhancing the martial prowess of those below the third realm of martial arts, but also serves to refine one's foundation and unlock latent potential, an ideal gift for the younger generation at home. The 25th bidder has already offered 130,000 taels. Is there truly no one willing to increase their bid? At this moment, the auctioneer Xian emphasizes the benefits of the Xianyang fruit. Suddenly, a voice rings out. I bid 135,000 taels. Snow 13, taken aback, recognizes the voice as belonging to Gu Fei. Upon hearing the increased bid, the alluring Xian beams with a charming smile, causing many men in attendance to gaze in awe. Indeed, since the auction commenced, numerous individuals have raised their bids at pivotal moments, all in hopes of earning a smile from the captivating beauty. In a private box, Gu Linger curses under her breath, displeased. Meanwhile, Snow 13 relaxes in his crystal chamber, sipping tea and enjoying fruits while observing the fervent bidding below, momentarily uninterested in any item. Suddenly, a waft of fragrant air envelopes him as the lovely attendant Wuyang sits directly upon his lap. The astonishing elasticity of her form and the heat emanating from her presence send his heart racing. To his astonishment, Wuyang begins to untie the ribbon at her waist. What are you doing? Snow 13 quickly collects his thoughts and questions sternly. Wuyang, momentarily stunned, replies with a hint of grievance. I noticed my lordess' disinterest in the auction and thought to realizing her implications. Snow 13 is momentarily at a loss. He thinks to himself, this is a grand event attended by thousands. Although they are in a private box, the crystal surroundings allow for clear visibility from the outside. This is rather bold. Yet, seeing Wuyang's pitiful demeanor, he cannot bring himself to continue scolding her, instead softly suggesting, there's no need for that. Just give me a shoulder massage. Wuyang still appears discontent, pondering that many noble scions relish such environments. She recalls hearing colleagues speak of it before, and now her future and even her life seem to hinge on her lordess' whims. Yet, he has chosen to keep her at the Xianxian pavilion rather than by his side, leaving her feeling quite unsettled. Thus, she considers this approach to secure her position beside him. This incident is but a minor interlude as Snow 13 resumes his focus on the auction. A slender, youthful maiden approaches with a tray draped in red cloth, exuding an air of mystery. The auctioneer Xianxian announces, "This is an underground relic, unearthed from an ancient tomb, which has long since collapsed. However, our team discovered some extraordinary items within, and after appraisal, this is suspected to be an ancient relic." An ancient relic? Instantly, the crowd is enlivened. Anything associated with the ancient is often unfathomable, rare, and typically commands an astonishing value. "Young man, secure this item." The spirit of the ancestral guardian within Snow 13's mind suddenly exclaims, brimming with excitement. "What is this item, and what purpose does it serve?" He inquires, perplexed. "In short, just acquire it. It will surpass the rewards you received last time," the guardian spirit insists. Upon hearing this, Snow 13 is invigorated and resolves to acquire the item at all costs. On stage, the enchanting Xianxian approaches the tray and delicately unveils the red cloth. The audience gazes intently, their expressions turning peculiar. For what lay before them was a rusted and muddy object, roughly the size of a baby's arm, resembling a piece of long-abandoned scrap metal. "Ha ha, Miss Xianxian, you cannot be claiming that this rusted, crumbling relic is the ancient item you mentioned?" Someone jested, unable to contain their laughter. Did the appraisers at Xianxian Pavilion truly make no mistake, or have they simply lost their vision? The audience continued to mock. As the item's appearance was undeniably unimpressive, Xianxian felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet quickly regained her composure, gracefully stating, "Despite its rusted exterior, our appraisers have confirmed its indestructibility. Not even a martial artist of the Ninth Realm can budge it. This could very well be an ancient relic, or even a fragment of an ancient artifact. Should anyone doubt this, feel free to come forward and test it." After her invitation, several individuals stepped forward to examine the item, though many were more interested in approaching the enchanting beauty than the relic itself. Soon, a powerful aura emanated from the crowd, eliciting gasps of surprise. A martial artist of the Eighth Realm had emerged, identified as Qin Yuan, who ranked 120th on the wind and cloud list. He attempted to channel his true essence, employing martial fire to melt the object, or using his formidable skills to destroy it, yet ultimately, he failed to even dislodge a speck of rust. Due to the item's obscured nature, its true value remains uncertain. Thus, the starting bid is set at 100,000 taels. Xianxian proclaims, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazes at the crowd. However, this time, her enchanting allure seems to falter. Many express their skepticism regarding the worth of the mysterious iron lump. "Miss Xianxian, even if this iron mass is indestructible, it remains merely a hardened piece of scrap. If it were larger, it could at least serve as a weapon, but at this size, what use does it serve? It cannot be destroyed or melted, and unless its ancient origins can be definitively confirmed, it appears rather useless. 100,000 taels is no trifling sum, and none wish to squander it on a seemingly worthless piece of iron." Xianxian's disappointment grows as she attempts to rally interest once more, but to no avail. A bitter smile crosses her face. It seems this may become the first item in her auction career to be left unsold, which she finds quite disheartening. Just as she contemplates her next move, a calm voice interjects. "How can an auction hosted by Miss Xianxian result in an unsold item? If no one else wishes to bid, I shall purchase it for 100,000 taels." Upon hearing this voice, Xianxian's spirits soar, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. "Ah, I did not expect to encounter a generous bidder," she muses, elated. The crowd turns to the source of the voice, astonished to find it emanating from a crystal box on the second floor. As for the audacious individual claiming to bid against others, if it were a mere 10 or 20,000 taels, it might be plausible, but 100,000? Who would contend for that? Especially with more exceptional items and elixirs forthcoming? 100,000 for the first time, 100,000 for the second time, 100,000 for the third time sold. This time, Xianxian does not linger to coax further bids. Instead, she promptly strikes her gavel thrice, fearing the bidder might retract their offer. Snow 13 is immensely pleased. Since the ancestral guardian spirit has urged him to acquire the item, it must indeed hold significance as an ancient relic. To secure such an item at 100,000 taels will undoubtedly astonish those below. He catches Xianxian casting him a grateful glance, causing his heart to flutter. A smile from such a beauty is truly enchanting. Young man, you have struck gold. Do you realize how fortunate you are? The guardian spirit exclaims with uncontainable excitement. This left Shuai-Shur-San in a state of deep perplexity, as curiosity prompted him to ponder, what exactly is this? The life and death flower, do you know of it? It is a flower that, when consumed by the living, transforms them into the dead, and when ingested by the deceased, restores them to life. The spirit of the guardian of inheritance roared. The life and death flower? Are you saying that this indestructible, unburnable iron lump is indeed the life and death flower? The ancient life and death flower. How could that be possible? Shuai-Shur-San nearly gasped in astonishment, communicating with the guardian spirit of the immortal abode through his mind, still feeling an overwhelming sense of incredulity. Chapter 58. Frantic bidding. The life and death flower emerges in the realm of life and death, where one flower blooms for a millennium and another exists for a millennium. It is said that this flower possesses the power to bridge the realms of life and death, allowing for a transformation between the two states. When consumed by the living, one immediately succumbs to death, and thereafter, the corpse remains uncorrupted, impervious to decay. In the world of immortals, there have been instances where such corpses were refined into puppet warriors, wielding formidable power. In a certain sense, this flower transcends life and death, yet it has long been extinct since ancient times. Child, do you truly believe the words in the book? A flower blooms for a millennium. That is indeed accurate. This flower requires a millennium to be born in that realm of life and death, and it must not be damaged during that period. The conditions are exceedingly harsh. When it finally blooms, it takes another millennium, after which it withers and transforms into solid goldstone, impervious to all forces of nature, spoke the guardian spirit of the inheritance. Transformed into goldstone. Is that its current state? If it has withered, what purpose does it serve? Snow 13 inquired, puzzled. As long as you can find a life-sustaining substance for it to absorb in the future, it will revive. At that time, it will truly become the life and death flower, with effects even more terrifying than before. Then why should I purchase it? What use is it to the immortal estate? The outer layer of solid goldstone is an exceedingly rare, divine material. While no force can shake it, the immortal estate can breach it and absorb its essence, potentially allowing you to inherit the legacy. However, this will render the life and death flower useless, so consider it carefully. Before long, a rusted iron lump was brought in by a young maiden, who did not demand any auction money, clearly having received instructions from Huanyin. Young master, could this iron lump truly be an artifact from ancient times? Inquired the enchanting maid, Wu Yang, with curiosity. Snow 13 grasped it tightly, feeling the pain in his hand from its hardness, affirming its reputation. Perhaps, he replied ambiguously, then pretended to tuck it away in his bosom while secretly stowing it in his spatial bracelet. Subsequently, item after item was presented for auction, yet Snow 13 remained largely uninterested. Moments later, a medicinal herb named the beauty flower appeared, rumored to preserve one's youth for 20 years. Immediately, a frenzy erupted among the beautiful women in attendance, with the starting bid of 80,000 taels soaring to 200,000 in an instant. Initially disinterested, Snow 13's attention was piqued when he noticed a proud woman in the front row, fiercely bidding and driving the price up to 320,000. He recognized her as the haughty beauty he had encountered at Yashuan Pavilion, who had mocked his poverty, claiming that not just anyone could enter Yashuan Pavilion, only to be put in their place by him later. Very well, I shall purchase it as a gift for my junior sister, Snow 13 mused. After a considerable time, the bidding for the beauty flower had not yet concluded, with the price escalating to 800,000 taels, leaving Snow 13 astounded. Notable figures from the four great families of Shengwu City were participating, likely attempting to curry favor with some mistress or romantic interest. The proud woman's seat was, in fact, associated with the Yang family, one of the four great families. 90,000. The woman called, suddenly raising the bid by 100,000, silencing many participants. Snow 13, with a playful glint in his eye, declared 1 million. His unexpected voice stunned the entire first floor, drawing all eyes to his room. The proud woman was taken aback, ready to express her anger, but upon realizing the voice emanated from the second floor, her expression twisted with reluctance as she gritted her teeth. 1,100,000. She called out, casting a glance at the middle-aged man beside her to soothe his wounded pride. At most, it will reach 1,100,000. The middle-aged man responded gravely. He was the younger brother of the Yang family's patriarch, and his elder brother was in the second-floor box, so he could not afford to act recklessly. The proud woman's heart soared, but her smile quickly faltered. 110,000. Snow 13 intoned in a low voice. Her gaze turned venomous. But upon recognizing his status within the crystal box, she felt a twinge of helplessness. After exhausting her savings, she bid up to 140,000 taels, but could go no further. Snow 13 ultimately secured the beauty flower for 150,000 taels, causing quite a stir. Oh, the beauty flower, sighed Gu Linger from her box on the first floor, filled with envy. Though she was the daughter of the family head, her savings were meager, and most of her needs were met by the family, rendering money largely irrelevant to her. To think it is the beauty flower, capable of preserving 20 years of youth. In the crystal box on the second floor, Song Lingyu sighed, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes, unaware that the beauty flower was already hers. After acquiring the beauty flower, Snow 13 instinctively glanced at Song Lingyu's box, and, considering the situation, instructed the maid by his side, "Go inform the guests in that room that they may bid freely for whatever they desire. I will cover the costs." With a wry smile, he thought it would be no trouble to buy whatever his junior sister fancied. Not long after, an exquisite martial art was presented, a footwork technique named Phoenix Dance Shadow. Song Lingyu was intrigued and joined the bidding. However, as a premium martial art, the crowd became frantic, and in the blink of an eye, the price soared to 2 million taels, forcing Song Lingyu to concede. 5 million, Snow 13 declared, boldly raising the bid by 3 million taels, startling those below. 530,000, someone else countered. 8 million, he stated again, undeterred by the crowd's murmurs of discontent, as most bidders were from the first floor or second-tier boxes. He showed no concern for offending anyone. After all, those who bore grudges would only sigh upon seeing his crystal box. "Young master, is there such a way to bid? This martial art is probably worth around 7 million. Wu Yang remarked beside him. Snow 13 merely smiled, remaining silent. In truth, he was entirely unfazed, having been burned by the allure of wealth. Ultimately, he secured the technique for 8 million. What a lavish expenditure. Who is this distinguished guest in the top box? We must investigate their identity. In an instant, Snow 13 became an enigmatic figure in the eyes of the crowd. This is the true blood of an 8th-tier, top-tier ferocious beast, the Blue Flood Dragon, said to possess a trace of divine dragon bloodline. Such blood of this caliber requires no further introduction. It is astonishingly effective for refining medicine, body tempering, or other uses. The auctioneer, Xian Xian, had barely finished speaking when the crowd erupted in frenzied bidding. Divine dragon bloodline. 8th tier? Snow 13's eyes gleamed with excitement. Indeed, the Blue Flood Dragon harbored the potential to transform into a dragon, its divine bloodline robust. Regrettably, it had been slain. Quickly bid for it. What shall I gain this time? I cannot know for certain, but it will surely be far superior to the last time, perhaps even more. Upon hearing this, Snow 13 eagerly joined the bidding. While the blood of an 8th-tier ferocious beast was precious, 3 million would typically suffice. However, several alchemists in attendance fiercely competed, and it wasn't until the price reached 5,080,000 that he finally acquired the vial of blood. It was worth noting that alchemists were rarely short on funds. Had these competitors been of higher rank, they likely would have pushed the price to 8 million. Subsequently, Xue Shursan occasionally intervened to purchase various medicinal herbs, which could more aptly be termed as spiritual elixirs. For most were aged nearly a millennium, or even 2 to 3 millennia, having long since attained sentience. Suddenly, a wave of scorching energy enveloped the entire auction hall, sparking a flurry of murmurs among the attendees. In the crystal box on the second floor, Song Lingyu's body quivered slightly, as if responding to an unseen force. Her beautiful eyes fixated intently below. Xue Shursan, too, wore a look of solemn anticipation. On stage, a youthful maiden approached, bearing a tray. The intense heat caused beads of fragrant sweat to bead upon her skin. After placing her burden on the table, she hastily departed. It was a square, transparent crystal box, containing a fiery red yet opaque metal vial, approximately a foot tall, radiating the searing warmth emanating from within. This object, likewise unearthed from the depths, bore an uncertain age, likely hailing from ancient times. According to our merchant guild's appraisal, it was highly probable that it contained the true blood of a phoenix. Even if it were not, it assuredly contained the essence of a formidable flame from the cosmos. If refined, It could significantly enhance one's power. Xianxian elaborated, Phoenix blood? The essence of flame? At the mention of these possibilities, the audience's eyes widened in astonishment. Either scenario had the potential to elevate a family's standing dramatically. The phoenix, a divine bird of the cosmos, born from primordial chaos, would render its blood's worth unimaginable. The starting bid is 1 million. Xuanxuan's voice resonated, igniting a frenzy below. 1,500,000. 1,800,000. 2,300,000. In the blink of an eye, the price soared past 3 million. Shueisher-san was taken aback to see Song Lingyu participating in the bidding, which ultimately reached 6 million before she ceased. His surprise deepened. His senior sister possessed such wealth? He pondered that perhaps she had extorted it from other seniors in the past. True phoenix blood. Indeed, true phoenix blood. Young man, you must secure it at once. It could allow you to inherit the celestial estate's legacy. 10 million. Shueisher-san declared without hesitation, inciting the ire of those below, who gritted their teeth in frustration. This individual was utterly relentless, treating silver as if it were mere trifles.